In the year 3026, within Jiangxing City, inside the top-floor holographic ancestral hall of the Wang family consortium, electronic incense candles flickered, emitting a synthetic sandalwood scent. The holographic projections of ancestral tablets floated in midair, radiating a faint blue glow. Wang Feng opened his eyes, his mind buzzing. Finger has suffered after wandering outside for 18 years. Indeed, this child has an extraordinary bone structure and a face full of fortune, clearly a true son of our Wang family. Being able to return to the family is a blessing he accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Around him, a group of middle-aged and elderly people in suits and leather shoes stood, pointing and commenting, their faces full of smiles. Wang Feng massaged his temples as a vast and chaotic memory forcibly stuffed itself into his brain. He had transmigrated. He had caught the last train of the transmigration wave. His former self, also named Wang Feng, was the true son of the top-tier wealthy Wang family in Jiangxing, who had been lost for 18 years. 3 days ago, he was dug out of the garbage dump of a slum by the Wang family. The former Wang Feng had lived on synthetic starch for 18 years in the slums, achieving nothing in either literature or martial arts. Suddenly, he learned that he was the heir to a $100 billion conglomerate. Finding the long-lost paternal and maternal love that had been absent for 18 years, his emotions surged, triggering a heart attack, and he fainted. Then Wang Feng took over the body. Wang Feng took a deep breath, inwardly ranting wildly, "Brother, although you lived like a vagrant for 18 years with no time to study or resources to practice martial arts, your psychological resilience is just too poor, isn't it? You kicked the bucket over just this little scene. You couldn't handle this shower of riches. Then I, your buddy, will live this life of the rich for you." Wang Feng adjusted his expression, ready to squeeze out 2 tears of gratitude to match the touching family reunion atmosphere. Ahead in the central armchair, the current family head, also his cheap father of this body, cleared his throat and spoke. Wang Jintian had a square face with natural authority, wearing an exquisite dark gold training suit. "Finger, I am relieved that you have returned safely." Wang Jintian's voice was deep, carrying the pressure of an overlord. Wang Feng nodded, ready to respond. Wang Jintian shifted his tone, "But you have just returned and are not familiar with the family's rules or the situation in Jiangxing. Your younger brother Tengayer grew up in the family and is exceptionally talented. He is now at the peak of the soldier realm, only 1 step away from the general realm." Wang Jintian stood up, his gaze fanatical, his voice suddenly rising. "My son, Wang Tong, has the potential of an emperor." Complete silence filled the hall. The surrounding elders stroked their beards, nodding with fanatical approval. Wang Feng was stunned. WTF? What the hell? My son Wang Tong has the potential of an emperor. Wang Feng's CPU nearly short-circuited. He turned to look at a young man standing beside Wang Jintian. That young man wore a white custom-tailored suit, delicate makeup, and skin whiter than a woman's. At this moment, he was lowering his head, his eyes slightly red, looking pitiful and charming. This is Wang Tong. Isn't this just a typical green tea-flavored sissy? Alarm bells rang in Wang Feng's mind. As a veteran web novel reader in his past life, he knew the weight of that phrase all too well. My son Wang Tong has the potential of an emperor. That's the most famous death warrant in the web novel world. Whoever shouts that phrase, their entire family will be reduced to ashes by a passing protagonist or son of destiny. This is a textbook cannon fodder family setup. Just as Wang Feng was shocked, the fake young master Wang Tong, who possessed the potential of an emperor, stepped forward. He tugged at the corner of Wang Jintian's clothes, his voice trembling with tears. "Father, don't pressure my brother." Wang Tong sniffled, his eyes brimming with tears. "Let me turn myself in for destroying the energy base of the Security Bureau. Although I will be exiled, my brother has just returned and hasn't enjoyed a single good day. I can't let him take the blame for me." The hall fell silent again. After a few seconds, the surrounding elders burst into uproar. "Nonsense. Young Master Teng is the future of our Wang family. How can he be exiled?" "Exactly. The energy base was destroyed and the Security Bureau is furious. Someone must take the fall. Wang Feng has enjoyed the identity of the true young master. Why can't he make a little sacrifice for the family? He's just a useless waste who grew up in the slums. It's his honor to take the blame for young Master Tong." Wang Feng stood still, listening to the surrounding arguments, and finally understood everything. So these old geezers didn't praise him out of father-son affection. It was because this green tea fake young master had caused trouble, and they brought him back to be the scapegoat. The classic scene of a true young master taking the blame for a fake one. If the former Wang Feng were alive, he would probably die of anger again upon hearing this. Wang Feng became furious. He suddenly slapped the polymer material table beside him, pointing at Wang Jintian's nose and shouting, "Old geezer. I can hear your abacus rattling all the way from Siberia. You want to make me the scapegoat? Dream on." Before he could finish, Wang Jintian's eyes turned cold, and he let out a disdainful snort. "How dare you?" Boom. A terrifying invisible wave erupted from Wang Jintian's body, instantly sweeping the entire hall. Wang Feng felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. With a dull thud, Wang Feng's knees buckled, and he was directly crushed to the ground. He felt his bones creaking, his internal organs shifting, and breathing became extremely difficult. Holy crap! I forgot this is a high martial world. The memories of his former self quickly surged. In this world, martial arts flourished. Power levels were strictly hierarchical. Although his former self was a waste, he had heard of the lowest two realms of cultivation. Soldier realm, temper the body, chi and blood as strong as an ox. General realm, internal force released externally, capable of splitting rocks. This cheap father Wang Jintian was definitely at the general realm or above. The mere pressure of his released chi and blood could crush an ordinary person like him into meat paste. You unfilial son. Wang Jintian looked down at Wang Feng lying on the ground, his tone icy. The family has raised you, now it's time for you to repay the family. This confession, you will sign it whether you want to or not. Wang Teng wiped his eyes, which had no real tears, and added with a syrupy voice, brother, don't blame father. He is thinking of the family's overall situation. Don't worry, when you are exiled, I will burn plenty of paper money for you. I'll send you plenty of living expenses. Wang Feng lying on the ground, gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He couldn't fight Hedon. Absolutely couldn't. This old geezer could crush him with a single finger. Moreover, even if he overturned the table today, what good would staying in this family bring? With that saying, my son Wang Teng has the potential of an emperor. The Wang family was doomed sooner or later. Stay away from the foolish family and enjoy a good life. Wang Feng took a deep breath. The anger on his face instantly vanished, replaced by an expression of extreme sincerity. He raised his right hand with difficulty and patted the floor. I'll sign. Wang Jintian frowned slightly, as if not expecting Wang Feng to agree so readily. He withdrew his pressure. Wang Feng felt his body lighten and immediately scrambled up from the ground, brushing the dust off his clothes with a briskness that was almost heartbreaking. Where's the confession? Hand it over. Wang Feng reached out his hand. The elder next to him was stunned for a moment, then handed over a transparent electronic tablet. Wang Feng took the tablet and didn't even glance at the oppressive terms on it. He directly performed an iris scan, then pressed his fingerprint. Beep. Identity confirmed. Confession generated. A synthetic voice echoed in the hall. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Wang Jintian's eyes. He was about to say a few soothing words. Wang Feng's fingers slid on the tablet at an incredible speed, leaving afterimages. Beep. Confession has been synchronized and uploaded to the main system of the Jiangxing Security Bureau. Irrevocable. Beep. Citizen Wang Feng has applied to be removed from the Wang family household registration and renounce all inheritance rights. The application has been filed in the Security Bureau system. 2 consecutive mechanical prompts reverberated through the empty hall. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open, staring at Wang Feng like he was a monster. The smile on Wang Jintian's face froze. The prepared psychological manipulation speech got stuck in his throat. Wang Teng was also stunned, forgetting to cry. What have you done? The elder pointed at Wang Feng, his finger trembling. Wang Feng tossed the tablet back into the elder's arms, brushed his hands, and looked relaxed. Nothing much, just finishing the process for you. A mocking curve appeared at the corner of Wang Feng's mouth. I signed the confession and directly uploaded it to the Security Bureau to avoid any overnight troubles. Also, I moved my household registration out. He looked at Wang Jintian's livid face and sneered, from now on, I Wang Feng have nothing to do with the Jiangxing Wang family anymore. You're asking for death. Wang Jintian flew into a rage, his general realm chi and blood surging again, his killing intent locking onto Wang Feng. Wang Feng showed no fear, pointing at the holographic surveillance camera overhead. Old geezer, take a good look. My confession and household registration statement have already entered the Security Bureau system. I'm now a key suspect and an officially recognized independent citizen. Wang Feng met Wang Jintian's eyes directly. If you touch me now, you are openly challenging the Jiangxing Security Bureau. Guess whether the Bureau will use this as an excuse to directly raid your Wang family. Wang Jintian's raised hand froze in midair, his expression fluctuating. He dared not gamble. The Jiangxing Security Bureau was a government agency dealing with high-level martial crimes with immense power. Although the Wang family was prominent in Jiangxing before the Security Bureau, they were nothing. Wang Feng watched the frustrated crowd and felt immense satisfaction inside. Trying to play games with me. I just flipped the table and called the police at the same time. Well, no need to see me off. Wang Feng turned around and strode toward the hall's door. Passing by Wang Teng, Wang Feng stopped and patted his expensive white suit. Little brother, take good care of your potential as an emperor. I'm rooting for you. Wang Feng left a meaningful smile, pushed open the heavy door of the hall. Dazzling sunlight streamed in. Wang Feng stepped out of the door, breathing the fresh outside air. Although he was about to face arrest and exile by the Security Bureau, It was still better than staying in that cannon fodder family riddled with death flags. Just as he stepped out of the Wong family gate, a crisp mechanical sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully left the cannon fodder camp meeting binding conditions. Infinite execution system is activating. Wang Feng had just stepped 1 foot out of the gate when he heard the crisp ding in his mind, and his steps came to an abrupt halt. System. Online novels didn't lie. The ultimate cheat for a transmigrator had finally arrived. His mind raced. Should he run away now? No. Outside was the main street of Jiangxing. He was penniless and didn't even have a place to stay. Was he supposed to sleep under a bridge for these days before exile? Since he had the system, he needed to find a safe and comfortable place to study it carefully. And besides, walking out empty-handed would be letting those old bastards off too easily. He turned and walked back to the ancestral hall. Wang Jintian and the others were glaring furiously at the gate, stunned to see Wang Feng return. What? Scared now? Wang Jintian sneered contempt in his eyes. Too late. Wang Feng ignored him completely, his gaze sweeping over the few suit-clad elders beside them. Hey there, what's your name? Wang Feng pointed casually at the Grand Elder who had handed him the tablet. The Grand Elder frowned and said gravely, I am Wang Qixing. Another pot-bellied fat elder snorted coldly, I am Second Elder Wang Qiqiang. Wang Feng, do you have any last words to say? Wang Feng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Wang Qixing. Wang Qiqiang. Damn, these names were way too gangster. Did your family have a relative selling fish at the vegetable market? This was a textbook cannon fodder villain family. No wonder the son of destiny would grind their bones to dust. Enough nonsense. Wang Feng walked to the polymer table, pulled over a wooden armchair, and sat down dominantly. I changed my mind. Wang Tang's eyes lit up. He quickly stepped forward and said in a fawning tone, brother, are you willing to stay and take my place? I mean stay in the family. Stay your ass. Wang Feng rolled his eyes. Go prepare the finest guest room for me and get a full Manchu Han imperial feast. Also settle my scapegoat compensation and mental damage fee. They'll take them with me when I'm exiled. The hall fell into dead silence again. Wang Jintian laughed in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Are you blackmailing me? Do you think I don't dare kill you just because you signed the confession? Wang Feng leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. He pulled a paper knife from his pocket and pressed it directly against his carotid artery. Come on, try me. Wang Feng smiled amiably at Wang Jintian, but his eyes were as cold as ice. If you disagree, I'll kill myself first. Am now a key suspect registered with the Security Bureau. If I die in the Wang family ancestral hall, the Security Bureau will investigate and find that the scapegoat is dead and the real culprit is actually a fake young master with the potential of an emperor. He deliberately drew out his words, provocatively looking at the pale-faced Wang Tung. Guess if the Security Bureau will uproot your Wang family. You. Wang Zhenxian's face turned livid and the pressure of his Jiang realm blood essence uncontrollably burst forth. Patriarch, calm down. Wang Qixing quickly stepped forward, lowering his voice to whisper urgently in Wang Zhenxian's ear, Patriarch, a small impatience ruins a great plan. He has already sent the confession to the Security Bureau. They will send someone to interrogate him within these 2 days. Wang Qixing glanced at Wang Feng with venomous eyes. Once he goes to the exile grounds, he won't last a month. We don't need to bother with a dead man. As long as the Security Bureau takes him away, Master Tang's suspicion will be completely cleared. Killing him now would only bring trouble. Wang Jintian took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently as he suppressed his murderous intent. Fine, very well. Wang Jintian stared at Wang Feng as if looking at a corpse. Qixing, take him to guest room. Get him food. As for money, I want a 1 million anonymous spirit stone card. Wang Feng opened his mouth wide and smiled innocently. If you're short by a single coin, I'll recant before the Security Bureau and say you coerced a confession. Give it to him. Wang Jintian ground out the 2 words through clenched teeth and stormed out. Wang Ting looked at Wang Feng, a trace of undisguised venom flashing in his eyes. But he followed Wang Jintian and left quickly. Half an hour later. Wang family estate, top-floor luxury guest room. Wang Feng sat on a leather sofa, a lavish feast of high-grade synthetic mutant beast meat laid out before him. Beside him was a black anonymous spirit stone card. He locked the door and drew the holographic curtains. Brother system, you there? Wang Feng called out in his mind. Ding, infinite execution system at your service. Hurry up and tell me the features. Wang Feng stuffed high-energy mutant beast meat into his mouth while thinking silently. The system's core function is execution. When the host kills any hostile creature, including humans, mutant beasts, mechanical life, forms, etc., the system can extract the post-death dissipated blood essence energy and convert it into system blood points. Blood points are of the same origin as spirit stones, but the host can directly add points to improve martial realm. No side effects, absolute realm stability. Absorption speed far exceeds conventional spirit stone cultivation. Additionally, killing specific targets has a chance to drop techniques, martial skills, special equipment, and items. Wang Feng's eyes lit up. He forgot to chew the meat. Kill monsters, level up, loot equipment. Simple and brutal, I like it. In his predecessor's memories, martial cultivation in this world was extremely difficult. Ordinary people absorbed spirit stones slowly and risked damaging meridians. It required expensive potions and long, painstaking effort. The system bypassed all that. Just press a plus sign and become stronger. It was a cheat tailor-made for him. By the way, is there a newbie gift pack? Wang Feng rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation. Ding, newbie gift pack has been issued. Open it. Open. Congratulations, host. Obtained perfect marrow cleansing pill 1, a divine concealment, art old 6th breath, hiding technique 1. Wang Feng looked at the 2 new items on the system panel, his mouth curling up uncontrollably. Perfect marrow cleansing pill removes impurities from the body, rebuilds bone structure, elevates martial talent to the highest level. Old 6th breath, hiding technique, passive technique. Can freely conceal one's own cultivation realm, blood essence fluctuations, and even vital signs. As long as you don't actively reveal it, even someone 3 major realms higher cannot see through you. A godly skill. Wang Feng slapped his thigh. This old 6th breath hiding technique was the perfect skill for traveling, killing, and surviving. Combined with his current situation, it was absolutely perfect. Those idiots in the Wang family thought he was a useless waste with no cultivation. After the marrow cleansing and the concealment art, he would give them a huge surprise. No time to waste. Wang Feng picked up the perfect marrow cleansing pill that emitted a faint fragrance, and without any hesitation swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved upon entry. The next second, a massive torrent of heat exploded in his abdomen. Holy shit. Wang Feng only had time to let out a muffled groan. His entire body curled up on the sofa like a cooked shrimp. Excruciating pain. It felt as if every bone in his body was being ground to dust, then reassembled. His blood boiled, his meridians forcibly widened. He clenched his teeth tightly, not letting out too much sound. This was the Wang residence. Even though he had asked for the guest room, who knew if there were monitors or bugs? He stumbled into the bathroom. He turned on the shower and let the cold water stream over his body, trying to ease the tearing pain. A layer of black, stinking impurities began to seep out from his skin. A full hour passed. Finally, the pain receded like a tide. Wang Feng sat slumped on the bathroom tiles, gasping heavily. He looked at his hands. The originally sallow, dry skin from years of synthetic starch had become fair and firm. When he clenched his fists slightly, a low sound of bones cracking came from within his body. Blood energy was abundant, explosive power. So this is the feeling of the soldier realm. Wang Feng felt the surging power within him, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Just 1 marrow cleansing pill had directly crossed the threshold of an ordinary person. He had stepped into the first martial realm, the soldier realm, and his foundation felt incredibly solid. Ding! Detected host completed marrow cleansing. Old 6th breath hiding technique automatically maxed out. With a thought from Wang Feng, the surging blood essence within his body instantly calmed. From the outside, he had returned to the useless waste from the slums without any strength to truss a chicken. Perfect. Wang Feng washed away the dirt from his body and changed into the clean bathrobe provided in the guest room. As he stepped out of the bathroom, his footsteps suddenly halted. Wang Feng stood frozen before the anti-fog mirror that spanned half the bathroom wall. The man reflected within possessed sharp, sword-like eyebrows and star-bright eyes with a straight, proud nose. His jawline was even more defined than the one he'd envisioned in his former life self-improvement plans. His once undernourished, slender frame now bore clearly delineated musculature. 8 sculpted abdominal muscles aligned with perfect symmetry, the delicate meridian tracing downward vanished beneath the hem of his robe, radiating explosive power without a trace of bulk. Well. Wang Feng touched his own face and drew a sharp breath. With this physique and the foundation of his past self, his appearance alone would make him an undisputed top-tier attraction at any elite salon. Wouldn't a wealthy matriarch toss her steel wool scrubber into the trash overnight and purchase him outright? Ah, such a flawless visage. Whose fate will it grace, I wonder? Some enchanting female spirit, perhaps. He flicked his damp hair back toward the mirror, sending droplets scattering. A faint, involuntary chuckle rose from his throat, a low, resonant sound. Kakik. The moment the laugh escaped, Wang Feng jolted upright and clapped a hand over his mouth. Damn it, that was the unmistakable cackle of a villain. His mind raced. Who was he now? The legitimate heir of the Wang clan, the preeminent aristocratic family of Jiangqing. As for the imposter Wang Tong, he basked in familial favor and was hailed as possessing the emperor's potential. A textbook villainous scion, and himself, cast aside by his clan, on the verge of exile, handsome beyond reason, and just now he'd emitted that infamous Kakik laugh. This was no less than the archetypal expendable antagonist. exactly as depicted in countless web novels, arrogant, flamboyant at the outset, only to be crushed beneath the protagonist's heel ground, to dust his ashes scattered to the wind. No, no, absolutely not. Wang Feng shook his head vigorously, his gaze sharpening with sudden clarity. The revolution remains unfinished. Comrades must remain low-key and diligent. Though the infinite slaughter system was extraordinary, it granted no instant omnipotence, no divine shortcut. Should danger arise, he'd be stripped bare as mere experience points for some higher-level cultivator. Survival through concealment. That was the true path to supremacy. Having reached this conclusion, Wang Feng inhaled deeply and activated the Lao Lu concealment art. Instantly, the fierce martial chi aura of a Bingjing realm warrior vanished without a trace. His muscles subtly contracted, restoring the frail, malnourished appearance he'd worn for years, though deep within his eyes now lingered a glint, subtle, yet unmistakably keen. Perfect. Wang Feng stepped out of the bathroom and settled back onto the sofa, devouring the remaining synthetic beast meat with ravenous efficiency. Sated and content, he stretched out on the expansive bed and sighed luxuriously. Such opulent bedding, soft, yielding 1,000-fold superior to the rigid cardboard pallets of the slums. He'd barely drifted into drowsiness for 10 minutes when, bang, 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 the door erupted with violent knocks. "Young master, the patriarch requests your presence in the main hall." A servant's voice echoed from outside, impatient, dismissive, utterly devoid of courtesy. Wang Feng opened his eyes and let out a cold, mirthless smile. Indeed, the Wang clan treated him as less than human. He rose without glancing at the wardrobe's collection of exquisitely tailored suits. Instead, he rummaged through his tattered canvas bag and pulled out a faded second-hand outfit, purchased from a slum market stall. If he were to play the role of the discarded heir, he must embrace its full weight. Wearing finery would undermine the tragic authenticity of his persona. He pushed the door open, only to find the servant standing there rolling his eyes. Upon seeing Wang Feng's shabby attire, the servant's gaze flashed with unmasked disdain. "Let's go." Wang Feng ignored him entirely, hands buried deep in his pockets, strolling lazily behind. They traversed a corridor dripping with extravagance and ascended via a holographic elevator, arriving at the grand reception hall of the Wang estate. The chamber sprawled vast, occupying half the area of a football field. The floor gleamed with seamless, mutated spirit jade. Above hung a chandelier of dazzling crystal. Yet the atmosphere within felt strangely charged, tense, uncertain. Wang Jintian sat rigidly upon the central throne. Behind him stood Wang Tong, still the very picture of delicate, sorrowful charm. Yet his eyes darted repeatedly toward the guest seat, betraying envy he could not fully conceal. Seated there was a young woman, and the moment Wang Feng crossed the threshold, his gaze locked onto her, riveted. Damn! Wang Feng's eyes flared wide. A radiant, youthful beauty. Her face the very embodiment of an innocent moonlit first love, untouched by cosmetics, yet luminous with natural radiance. Her Kazan-style eyes shimmered with dewy brilliance, brimming with silent eloquence. Then, lower still, Wang Feng's breath caught. Good heavens! That impeccable proportion, so gracefully elongated she seemed to vanish beneath her own silhouette. Clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, every breathtaking curve was rendered with exquisite, unapologetic precision. She was the ultimate synthesis of angelic countenance and demonic allure. Behind her stood two immaculately aligned rows of black-clad bodyguards, each emanating a quiet, formidable aura, clearly accomplished martial cultivators. Their presence dwarfed even Wang Jintian's own entourage. As Wang Feng studied the girl, she turned, her gaze meeting his the instant he entered. Their eyes locked, hers widened, bigger than copper bells, her pupils blazing as if lit by twin stars. Wakaka! She stared transfixed, emitting a strange guttural sound from deep in her throat. Then, schlurp, came an absurdly loud, unmistakable sound of saliva being drawn in, echoing sharply across the hushed hall. Silence felt absolute and suffocating. Wang Jintian's face darkened. Wang Teng's turned green. Wang Feng's lips twitched uncontrollably. Oh, come on. This girl was a certified incurable aesthete. That unblinking stare, those shamelessly audible swallows. Her intellect clearly operated on a different frequency. Truly the heavens are fair, close one door, and they fling open a dozen others. This young lady had maxed out both beauty and physique. Her cranial capacity, however, appeared to have been wholly replaced by pure distilled water. Ahem, ahem. Wang Jintian cleared his throat, tactically breaking the unbearable silence. He gestured toward Wang Feng and introduced stiffly, Chinga, my dear niece. This is my eldest son, Wang Feng, who has just been reunited with us after 18 years lost beyond our reach. Then he turned to Wang Feng, his gaze laced with warning. Wang Feng, this is Su Chinga, the eldest daughter of the Su clan of Jiangqing. And also your fiancée, bound by a childhood betrothal. Fiancée. So she'd come all the way here upon hearing the Wang clan had located its true heir. Wang Feng's mind rang like a struck bell. Oh my, what an unparalleled misfortune his past self possessed. Just moments ago he'd endured the legendary, bone-chilling scene of the true heir taking the fall for the false one. Now here he stood squarely confronting another iconic trope, the broken engagement scenario. Two pinnacle narrative set pieces in a single day. For a transmigrator this was unprecedented fortune, or perhaps sheer cosmic irony. This plotline was familiar territory. Per the immutable laws of web fiction, Su Qingge would now publicly scorn him as a powerless, talentless wretch. She'd slap down a check or a vial of pills declaring the engagement null and void with icy hauteur, whereupon Wang Tung, that venomous green tea prince, would leap forward to deliver a few contemptuous kicks. Wang Jintian, ever pragmatic, would acquiesce without hesitation. And then, Wang Feng would roar forth that immortal line, shaking the very foundations of the hall. Since fate had delivered this moment, he might as well perform. Wang Feng inhaled deeply, his expression hardening into cold, imperious severity. He lifted his chin slightly and withdrew his hands from his pockets. Drawing them behind his back, he assumed a posture of inscrutable profundity. Qi sank to his dantian. Now, complete the ritualistic prelude before unleashing his ultimate declaration. Wang Feng fixed Su Qingge with an unwavering gaze, his lips parting slightly. 30 years in Shandong. 30 years in Shaanxi. Never underestimate a youth yet untried. But before the words could escape, Feng Gij, a voice honey-sweet and serpentine in its melodic undulation, shattered the stillness. Su Qingge sprang up from her seat like a coiled spring. She vaulted cleanly over the low tea table and landed before Wang Feng with uncanny precision, then seized his arm with both hands, clinging to him like a koala. That breathtaking, gravity-defying curve pressed boldly against his forearm, unabashed, unhesitant. Feng Gij, you're simply too beautiful. When shall we go register our marriage? She tilted her face upward, the very portrait of moonlit innocence, her Kazan eyes overflowing with celestial sparkles. Saliva glistened perilously close to soaking through his shirt. Wang Feng's mouth hung agape, frozen mid-motion. That legendary phrase lodged in his throat, threatening to rupture his internal organs from sheer stifled pressure. Oh, my back. The title Gij had electrified him, every nerve alight, his entire body tingling as though struck by lightning. Where was the broken engagement? Where was the aloof, ice-cold heiress? What in the world was this unconditional surrender? Why did the storyline veer so violently off-script? As Wang Feng's mind short-circuited, a chilling voice sliced through the air from the side. Miss Su, you may not yet be aware. Wang Tung clenched his lips until they bled, jealousy boiling in his eyes like molten lead. Stepping forward, he spoke with practiced, venomous sweetness, every syllable dripping with faux concern. Brother is about to be exiled by the Security Bureau. Am about to be exiled by the Security Bureau. Wang Tung's words, dripping with feigned sorrow, echoed through the empty living room. He lowered his head slightly, the corners of his eyes drooping, wearing a pained expression of pity for his elder brother. Yet his heart was bursting with joy. No wealthy heiress would want a worthless criminal about to be exiled. Break off the engagement, hurry up and break it off. Trample this trash from the slums underfoot. The air suddenly fell silent. Wang Feng stood with arms crossed, adopting a spectator's posture. Su Qingge, who had been clinging to Wang Feng's arm like a koala. She slowly released her grip and straightened up. Her once starry-eyed, infatuated gaze instantly froze over with a layer of frost. The sharp aura befitting a great clan's young lady radiated without restraint. Exile. Su Qingge turned her head, fixing her stare on Wang Tung, her voice chillingly cold. Explain yourself clearly. Wang Tung was startled by this sudden pressure, stepping back half a pace. He swallowed his saliva and continued to play the victim. Miss Su, please don't blame my brother. Though he is an ordinary man, without cultivation for the sake of the family's greater good, he willingly took responsibility for damaging the energy base. He might not survive 3 days in the exile lands, but his heart. Shut up. Su Qingge cut him off, sharply pointing mercilessly at Wang Tung's nose. Who do you think you are to speak with such insinuation in my presence? Wang Tung's feigned expression froze, a flicker of shock in his eyes. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Shouldn't you despise Wang Feng as a useless waste? The real culprit is you, and he's taking the fall. Su Qingge sneered, her gaze cutting like a blade across Wang Tung's lightly made-up face. A coward who makes others bear his burdens, and you dare to play the devoted lover here. Your cloying act makes me want to vomit last night's dinner. You. Wang Tung trembled with rage, his face shifting between pale and green. Qingge, mind your words. Wang Jintian, seated in the place of honor, could no longer hold back, slamming the table as he stood. My son Wang Tung. Your son has the makings of an emperor, right? Su Qingge rolled her eyes, without hesitation retorting bluntly. Uncle Wang, keep that talk in Jiangcheng and don't embarrass yourself elsewhere. My fiancée whom your Wang family uses as a scapegoat. Did you ask for my Su family's opinion? Wang Xinshan's face turned ashen, his qi and blood churning, yet he forcibly suppressed it. The Su family, true overlords of Jiangcheng, had far deeper roots than the Wang family. Su Qingge was even the jewel of old Master Su's eye. He dared not provoke her. Qingge, this is the Wang family's domestic affair. Wang Xintian gritted his teeth, his tone rigid. Not anymore. Su Qingge walked over to Wang Feng, grabbing his hand and interlacing their fingers. She turned to Wang Xintian, a sly, cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Perfect timing. Since the Wang family doesn't want him, he'll take my fiancé away. From today, he, Wang Feng, is a member of the Su family. Dead silence fell over the hall. Wang Tang's eyes burned with jealousy. Why? Why did a waste deserve the favor of the Su family's eldest daughter? Wang Feng stood still, letting Su Qingge hold his hand. He raised an eyebrow, inwardly impressed. Could that infatuated act of hers have been fake? What a quick change of face. Such a protective stance. Such verbal combat prowess. Her intelligence is completely on point. Looks like I take back what I said about her losing her mind. This is a hard-earned free ride. Delicious. However, Su Qingge shifted her tone, scanning the Wang family members. My fiancé took such a big hit for your Wang family. Surely you can't just let it slide without compensation. What do you want? Wang Xintian felt a foreboding sense of dread. The exile lands are perilous. My fiancé needs protection. Su Qingge held up 2 fingers. I want the A-grade alloy armor suit and the Thunder Shadow battle blade from your Wang family vault. Impossible. Wang Xintian blurted out, his heart aching as if bleeding. The A-grade alloy armor was a treasure capable of withstanding attacks from general-level experts. The Thunder Shadow blade was a weapon sharp enough to cut through iron like mud. Together, these 2 items were worth over 50 million spirit stones. Refusing, Su Qingge pulled out a communicator and waved it in her hand. Fine. He'll call Director Li of the Security Bureau right now. He'll tell him my fiancé was coerced into confessing by your Wang family, and the real culprit is a certain Emperor Material fake young master. Guess who Director Li will believe? Your Wang family or my Su family? A blatant threat. Wang Xintian clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He stared hard at Su Qingge, then at Wang Feng, who stood by with an innocent look. Give it. Wang Xintian forced the word out through clenched teeth. Go to the vault, fetch the items. He roared at the elder beside him. 10 minutes later, a black metal suitcase and a black battle blade about 1.2 meters long and sheathed were delivered to the living room. Su Qingge took them without hesitation and casually tossed them to the black-suited bodyguard behind her. Brother Feng, let's go. Su Qingge turned, instantly shedding her queenly aura. Replacing it with those starry eyes, she sweetly tugged Wang Feng's arm as they walked out. Wang Feng's mouth twitched slightly as he let her lead him. As they passed Wang Teng, Wang Feng stopped. He looked at the trembling Wang Teng and reached out to pat his shoulder. Brother, thanks for the perfect assist. He'll gladly accept this armor and blade. Wang Feng's tone was sincere. Wang Feng, don't get cocky. Wang Teng gnashed his teeth, suppressing a furious roar. Once you're in the exile lands, you'll see how you die, you waste. Thanks for the kind words. Wang Feng smiled, faintly turned, and strode away. Through the opulent corridor, they headed toward the gates of the Wang estate. Just as they reached the front garden, a richly dressed matron in an ornate cheongsam bedecked with jewels approached. It was the original's birth mother, the Wang family matriarch Zhao Yaji. Seeing Wang Feng, Zhao Yaji paused. Her brow instantly furrowed, her eyes flashing with undisguised disdain and coldness. You're leaving? Zhao Yazi's voice was icy, devoid of any maternal reluctance. Wang Feng stopped and looked at this biological mother before him. In the original's memories, since being brought back to the Wang family, this mother had only visited him once. She hadn't said a word. Yes, off to the exile lands. Wang Feng's tone was calm. Behave yourself over there. Zhao Yaji stepped forward, her gaze sternly fixed on Wang Feng. Since you took the family's money, you should know what to say and what not to say. She paused, her tone carrying a warning. Tengayer is about to break through to the general level. He is the Wang family's future. He cannot have any blemishes. You're a worthless life. If you die out there, so be it. Just don't drag him down, understand? Wang Feng laughed, a laugh dripping with bitter irony. Her own son was taking the blame and heading to his death, yet she showed no concern, only caring about the fake young master's reputation. Madam Wang. Wang Feng's smile faded, his gaze turning colder than Zhao Yazi's. Rest assured, he'll outlive your Wang family. Also, Wang Feng leaned in, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. Don't treasure that adopted waste of yours. One day he'll return in person and trample your vaunted Emperor Material into the mud. Zhao Yazi's face twisted. How dare you? Brother Feng, why waste words on someone like her? Let's go. Su Qingge, frowning at the exchange, pulled Wang Feng toward the main gate. Ungrateful wretch. You ungrateful wretch. Zhao Yazi, stomped her feet in fury behind them. Wang Feng didn't look back. From this moment on, he had no further ties with the Wang family of Jiangqing. Stepping out of the heavy metal gates of the Wang estate, the glaring sunlight spilled onto the streets. Before Wang Feng could even breathe the free air, woo woo woo, the harsh sound of sirens suddenly erupted. 3 black floating police cars marked with the Jiangqing Security Bureau insignia descended with a massive air current, stopping steadily before the Wang family gates. Doors opened, and over a dozen fully armed, formidable security agents filed out. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a scarred face clad in a black trench coat. His gaze sharp as a hawk's locked onto Wang Feng. Wang Feng, right? The scarred man produced an electronic arrest warrant. We've received your confession. Come with us. The exile train departs in an hour. Su Qing's expression shifted, and she stepped forward to negotiate. Wang Feng placed a hand on her shoulder. What do you think you're doing? I am from the Su family. Su Qing's willow-shaped brows furrowed as the imposing aura of a noble young lady erupted once more. She stepped forward to argue with the Security Bureau officers. Qingga, wait. A warm, large hand pressed down on her shoulder. Su Qingga turned around, gazing at Wang Feng with confusion. Her large, sparkling eyes were filled with bewilderment. Wang Feng took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Are you kidding me? Sister, you are the stumbling block on my path to invincibility. If you stop me and keep me in Jiangqing, spending every day having afternoon tea with you at the Su residence, then how can I slay monsters and loot gold? How can I use my infinite slay system? With no woman in my heart, the blade draws itself like a god. The northern wasteland exile, a lawless land teeming with aberrant beasts and hardened criminals. In others' eyes, it is a deadly gauntlet with a slim chance of survival. But in his eyes, it was a supreme leveling paradise packed with experience points. This windfall of fortune must not be ruined by you. Qingga, let me handle this myself. Wang Feng's tone was gentle, yet carried an unyielding air. Su Qingga was taken aback, gazing at Wang Feng's breathtakingly handsome face. Her cheeks flushed, and she nodded obediently. But when she turned to face the Security Bureau leader, her expression instantly turned icy. I am Su Qingga. She stared at the scar-faced, middle-aged man, her voice frigid. Give me half an hour. I still have some things to explain to him. The scar-faced man frowned. His originally cold and hard expression visibly stiffened upon hearing the name Su Qingga, the eldest daughter of the Jiangqing Su family. His gaze swept between Su Qingga and Wang Feng, and he instantly understood the situation. In truth, the Security Bureau was fully aware of the Wang family's scapegoat scheme. The energy base was destroyed and the surveillance was damaged. But a trace of evidence pointed to Wang Tung, the one with the potential of an emperor. So why did the Security Bureau still come to arrest Wang Feng with a confession? Because the Wang family had paid an exorbitant price this time. A full 10 containers of high-tier aberrant beast meat, plus a military sponsorship of 5 million spirit stones. This batch of supplies was enough to sustain a hard-pressed frontline war zone for a month. Moreover, the northern wasteland had been embroiled in years of conflict and was desperately short of manpower, whether martial artists or ordinary people. As long as they were male, they could be thrown in as logistical cannon fodder. The higher-ups signed off, and the matter was settled. The scar-faced man glanced at Wang Feng, who showed no signs of cultivation, and sneered inwardly. This kid might be an ordinary person without cultivation, but in the slums he would have lived a life of hardship, struggling to survive, and might have died on the streets at any moment. Going to the northern wasteland, though dangerous, offered a chance to survive. If he could handle logistical support, he might even earn a full belly and perhaps achieve merit to change his fate. In this world, there is no absolute fairness. Miss Su's reputation naturally commands respect from the Security Bureau. The scar-faced man put away the arrest warrant, raised his wrist to check his tactical terminal. Half an hour. In half an hour, the train departs on time, no waiting. With that, he waved his hand and led his men back a dozen meters, leaving some space. Su Qingga pulled Wang Feng under a massive, mutated ornamental tree. Brother Feng, are you really going to the northern wasteland? Su Qingga bit her lip, her eyes reddening. The domineering aura from the confrontation had vanished, leaving her like a worried wife seeing her husband off on a long journey. The confession is signed and the system is registered. I have no choice. Wang Feng spread his hands, feigning helplessness. Su Qingga took a deep breath as if making a momentous decision. She slipped a silver ring off her fair finger and grabbed Wang Feng's left hand. What are you doing? Wang Feng was startled. Without a word, Su Qingga imperiously slid the silver ring onto Wang Feng's ring finger. It fit perfectly. This is a storage ring. Su Qingga looked up, her eyes sparkling. Inside, there's the grade alloy armor and Thunder Shadow battle blade I got from the Wang family. I had them remove the Wang family's gene lock on the blade. You can use it directly now. Wang Feng looked at the ring on his finger, drawing a sharp breath inwardly. A storage ring. In the original owner's memory, such an item was a priceless strategic asset. A luxurious villa in Jiangxing couldn't even buy such a tiny spatial device. This was some seriously hardcore freeloading. Besides the equipment, there's also a basic cultivation manual from our Su family, the longevity art, along with some early-stage blood chi pills and marrow-cleansing liquid. Suchinga continued like a fussing mother hen. Even though you have no cultivation, now the spiritual energy in the northern wasteland is violent. Use the longevity art to slowly temper your body. Combined with the pills, you might break the shackles of an ordinary person and step into the martial path. Listening to the girl's rambling words, a warm current surged through Wang Feng's heart. This girl was genuinely a good person. He had only met her for the first time today. Although she bore the title of his fiancée in this high martial world driven by interests who would care about a mere betrothal. Yet she had even brought out a storage ring and a family cultivation manual. These things are too precious. Wang Feng rubbed his nose. Don't be so polite with me. Suchinga shot him a glare, then softened her voice. Take good care of yourself in the northern wasteland. They'll pull some strings over there to get you assigned to a safe logistics area. After I graduate from university, they'll come to the northern wasteland to find you. Suchinga stared intently into Wang Feng's eyes, her cheeks flushed, but her voice was unwavering. Then you will marry me. Wang Feng's heart skipped a beat. Damn, that direct attack caught him off guard. All right. Wang Feng grinned, reaching out to ruffle Su Qing's hair. Consider all this as an initial investment you've lent me. When I make it big later, it'll repay you tenfold. I don't want you to repay me. Suchinga pouted. Then, as if remembering something, she pulled a highly technological silver metallic chip from her pocket and pressed it into Wang Feng's hand. This is the latest holographic communicator. Throw away that old brick of yours. Wang Feng pulled out the communicator from his pocket. Its screen shattered like a spiderweb, its buttons worn smooth. The contrast was like the gap between the Stone Age and the Interstellar era. He casually tossed the old phone into a nearby trash bin and pressed the silver chip against his wrist. Beep. Binding successful. All right, time's almost up. Wang Feng glanced at the scar-faced man in the distance. In truth, he knew perfectly well. Now that the security bureau had arrived, heading directly to the northern wasteland was the best option. If he stayed in Jiangxing and returned to the Su residence with Suchinga, it would undoubtedly turn into another cliché drama of a wealthy family. The Su elders would surely look down on him as a waste. Scenes of mockery, slaps, and broken engagements would unfold one after another. How exhausting would that be? And if they pulled out a card and told him to leave Suchinga, would he take it or take it? The wealthy families were full of trouble. Quietly going to the northern wasteland to lie low and develop, silently amassing wealth was far more appealing. I'm leaving. Wang Feng waved his hand, turned, and strode toward the security bureau's hovering police vehicle. Brother Feng, message me every day. Suchinga shouted from behind. Wang Feng, with his back to her, made an okay gesture. The door closed. The hovering police vehicle emitted a low roar, lifting off the ground. It transformed into a black shadow, speeding toward the train station outside Jiangxing. Inside the dimly lit carriage, Wang Feng sat in the back, his hands cuffed with special energy restraints. Two armed security bureau agents sat beside him, their eyes vigilant. The scar-faced man sat in the front passenger seat, glancing at Wang Feng through the rearview mirror, and spoke coldly. Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. The exile train is a den of vipers full of heavy criminals and desperados. You're an ordinary person without cultivation. You'd better keep your head down. Otherwise, you'll be dismantled into pieces before you even reach the northern wasteland. Thanks for the advice, comrade. Wang Feng leaned back in his seat, his expression calm. Half an hour later, the hovering police vehicle stopped at the secret underground train station in Jiangxing. A heavy armored train, pitch black like a steel beast, stood on the platform. Its body was covered with mottled scratches and dried dark red bloodstains, exuding a thick aura of slaughter. Get off. Board car 8. An agent shoved Wang Feng. Wang Feng followed the flow and boarded car 8. The door slammed shut behind him with a mechanical click. The carriage was filled with a mix of sweat, blood, and cheap tobacco. On the iron seats on both sides sat prisoners with ferocious faces and bulging muscles. Seeing Wang Feng, a tender, fair-skinned young man in cheap clothes, walking over, a dozen malicious gazes instantly locked onto him. Like a pack of wolves spotting a lost little rabbit. Hey, what kind of trash is the Jiangxing Security Bureau stuffing onto this train now? A burly man with a scorpion tattoo on his face stood up, cracking his neck with a series of pops. He strode over to Wang Feng, towering over him, his eyes gleaming with cruelty. Kid, do you know the rules? Newcomer, hand over your valuables first. The scorpion-tattooed man's gaze greedily fell on the latest holographic communicator on Wang Feng's wrist, and the silver ring on his ring finger, faintly emitting spatial energy fluctuations. Wang Feng stood still, his head slightly lowered, just as the burly man reached out his hairy hand to grab them. A crisp mechanical sound rang out in Wang Feng's mind. Ding! Hostile target detected. Target level soldier stage mid. Slaying reward vitality points 50. Wang Feng slowly raised his head, a brilliant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. And here comes the experience delivery. The burly scorpion-tattooed man cracked his knuckles, the joints popping audibly. He looked at Wang Feng as if he were a lamb to the slaughter. Kid, obediently take off that thing on your wrist and the ring on your finger. The scorpion-tattooed man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Otherwise, I'll crush every bone in your body inch by inch. The surrounding prisoners whistled, eager for a show. Brother Scorpion, go easy on him. Don't kill him outright. Leave him for us to have some fun. Yeah, with that soft skin, he's cannon fodder for the northern frontier anyway. He might as well pay his respects to us first. Wang Feng lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. Everyone thought he was crying from fear. In truth, he was laughing. He was holding back his laughter. Brother, do you have any misunderstanding of the current situation? Wang Feng slowly raised his head, the corners of his mouth wildly curling upward. Huh. The scorpion-tattooed man was taken aback. Do you think that just because you're big, you're tough? Wang Feng let out a sigh. Have you forgotten that the thing on our wrists is called a special energy handcuff? These cuffs were specially designed by the Security Bureau for transporting heavy criminals. Once worn, the body's chi and blood are instantly sealed, turning one into an ordinary person. In other words, everyone in this carriage now has zero cultivation. What they're left with is pure physical strength and external cheats. So what? The scorpion-tattooed man sneered, stepping forward abruptly. His fist swung directly at Wang Feng's head. Even without chi and blood, I can crush you like an ant with this physique. Is that so? Wang Feng's eye sharpened. With a flicker of his intent, the silver ring on his left ring finger emitted a faint flowing light. Whoosh! A jet-black thunder shadow battle blade about 1.2 meters long materialized in Wang Feng's hand. The handcuffs might have sealed his chi and blood, but they didn't affect his ability to grip the blade with both hands. Holy shit! The scorpion-tattooed man's pupils contracted, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. His forward momentum was too fierce to stop. Wang Feng, relying solely on the instinct of his body, transformed by the perfect marrow-cleansing pill, gripped the hilt with both hands and, facing the charging man, swung forward with extreme fluidity. There was no flashy blade technique, no explosive chi effects. It was pure physical severance. A soft thud, as smooth as a hot knife through butter. The scorpion-tattooed man's body froze midair. Then a line of blood appeared from the center of his forehead, rapidly spreading downward. With a splat, his two halves, perfectly symmetrical, crashed onto the metal floor of the carriage. Organs and blood splattered instantly, staining a large area of the floor. Silence. Deathly silence. The entire car, seemed to have been muted. The prisoners who had been jeering moments ago now stood with mouths agape, jaws dropping to the floor. Wang Feng, holding the blade in both hands, remained in his striking posture. He blinked, looked at the two halves of the corpse on the ground, then at the thunder shadow battle blade in his hand. This blade is damn smooth. Wang Feng swallowed. He hadn't even felt much resistance before the man was split in two. Ding! Successfully killed a mid-stage soldier realm target, chi and blood sealed. Chi and blood points 50. The crisp system notification in his mind snapped Wang Feng back to reality. Awesome. So this is the thrill of killing mobs for loot. Wang Feng's eyes lit up as he spun around abruptly, looking at the dozen or so remaining prisoners in the carriage. These were all walking experience packs. Gripping the blade with both hands and engaging his waist, he prepared for a 360-degree whirlwind sweep. No. Boss. Ancestor. Grandfather. Back off, back off. The dozen hardened criminals, all scarred and tough, displayed an astonishing will to survive. They scrambled and crawled to the farthest corner of the carriage, huddling together tightly. A few of the more cowardly ones wet their pants, a stench of urine spreading instantly. Grandfather. We were wrong. We failed to recognize your greatness. We have absolutely no hostility. None at all. I swear to the heavens, I now look at you as if you were my own father. A bald, burly man kowtowed frantically, his forehead thudding against the iron floor. Wang Feng paused. In his mind, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Detected that surrounding targets have lost hostility. Under current state, killing is ineffective, cannot acquire chi and blood points. Damn it! Wang Feng cursed inwardly. This system sure has principles that only grants loot from hostile enemies. Since there's no experience to gain, forget it. After all, he had received 9 years of compulsory education and was a law-abiding citizen. He wasn't some bloodthirsty maniac. That strike earlier was purely a self-defense reflex. Yes, pure self-defense. Consider yourselves wise. Wang Feng snorted, executing an unskilled blade twirl. Then his face turned pale. The intense smell of blood hit his senses. The visual impact of the red and white mess on the floor was overwhelming. Ugh! Wang Feng's stomach churned violently. He nearly vomited all the high-grade exotic beast meat he had eaten at the Wang residence. Quickly turning around, he walked to a seat by the window at the other end of the carriage, forcing down the urge to retch. I need to distract myself. Wang Feng took a deep breath and, with a thought, pulled out the martial arts fundamentals manual Su Qingge had given him from his storage ring. He opened the first page, a guide to survival in a high martial world and detailed explanation of the power system. Wang Feng immediately focused on the book, trying to forget the bloody scene behind him. So that's how it is. As he read, he gained a clear understanding of this world's martial arts system. The cultivation levels in this world were extremely strict. They were divided into 7 major realms: soldier realm, tempering the flesh chi and blood surging like an ox. This was the entry point to martial arts, honing skin, flesh, tendons, and bones to push the body beyond human limits. General realm, inner force released externally, splitting rocks and cracking stones. Chi and blood could be projected outward to form tangible attacks. King realm, condensing protective chi, flying through the air. Chi transformed into armor, allowing brief hovering and gliding. This marked a true master. Marquis realm, nascent domain, a regional lord. One could use protective chi to influence the surrounding environment, creating a battlefield advantageous to oneself. Emperor realm, mastery of domain, the might of an emperor. With a perfected domain, one was the absolute ruler within it. Each of these first 5 major realms was further divided into 9 levels. Beyond the Emperor realm lay the legendary stages. Saint realm, comprehending laws, one must undergo the tribulations of thunder, fire, and heart to become a great saint. Throughout Jiang City and even the entire southern domain, there might not be a few living saints. Emperor realm, words manifest reality, resonating with heaven and earth. One becomes the sovereign of an era. This was the so-called emperor's talent that the fake young master Wang Tong was said to possess. Emperor's talent. Wang Feng sneered at the description in the book. That green tea bastard Wang Tong couldn't even figure out an energy base station, and he's an emperor. If he can become an emperor, I'll eat this entire train raw. After reviewing the ranking system, Wang Feng opened the Su family's longevity art. This technique emphasized balance and stability, solidifying the foundation. Wang Feng tried following the breathing method in the book, channeling the surging qi and blood within him, invigorated by the marrow cleansing pill. System, open the panel. Host Wang Feng realm, soldier realm, first level techniques, old 6, chi concealment, art max level longevity, art beginner chi and blood points, 50 storage space, 10 cubic meters, only soldier realm first level. Wang Feng rubbed his chin. That marrow cleansing pill had mainly reshaped his physique. It didn't directly boost his cultivation much. System, add all 50 chi and blood points. Ding, consuming 50 chi and blood points, converting into cultivation. Boom. Wang Feng felt an extremely pure energy surge within him. This energy raced through his limbs and bones, constantly scouring his muscles and skeleton. Heat. His entire body was burning. His strength was climbing at a visible rate. It only subsided when he reached the peak of soldier realm, first level. Wang Feng clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power within his body. Awesome. This Puantan level up method is way faster than bitter meditation. Once I reach the northern frontier with all those exotic beasts and criminals, won't I skyrocket? Wang Feng was filled with anticipation for the upcoming exile. Just as he was immersed in the joy of his enhanced strength, a deafening crash echoed. Bang! The high-speed armored train suddenly emitted an ear-splitting roar, followed by an extremely violent emergency brake. The immense inertia sent the prisoners in the carriage tumbling like gourds, crashing into the metal walls with cries of agony. Wang Feng quick-eyed and swift-handed grabbed a nearby metal handrail, preventing himself from flying off. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Inside the carriage, harsh red alarm lights flashed wildly. The broadcast blared the conductor's desperate shout, alert. Alert. The train is under an unknown attack. The power system is damaged. All escort personnel immediately assume battle positions. Wang Feng frowned, tightening his grip on the Thunder Shadow battle blade. We haven't even reached the northern frontier, and action's already here. Screech. A grating sound of metal tearing came from above the carriage. It sounded as if some massive creature was clinging to the train roof, ripping at the thick armored steel with its claws. A drop of viscous, foul-smelling green liquid dripped through the crack, landing at Wang Feng's feet. Sizzle. The alloy floor was instantly corroded into a large hole. Bang! The heavy metal door of carriage No. 8 was kicked open with a single brutal kick. An agent burst in blood streaming down his face, clutching a black tactical remote controller. His thumb slammed hard onto the red button. Click, click, click. All specially designed energy cuffs locked around the prisoner's wrists inside the carriage. Simultaneously, green lights flared on each cuff, and they snapped open automatically. Sealed chi and blood surged back to life within these desperate outlaws. Ripples of fluctuating energy, strong and weak, rippled across the carriage. Stop playing dead, you bastards. The agent wiped blood from his face and roared, pointing upward at an ever-widening fissure tearing through the carriage ceiling. A miniature spatial rift has just slammed into us. If you don't want to end up digested in some beast's gut, grab spare weapons and get out there. Hold the line. The moment his words faded, the armored roof plate exploded outward with a deafening boom. Gale force wind rushed in. 3 monstrous creatures, each as large as oxen armored in dark bluish chitin, leapt into the carriage. Their forelimbs had evolved into 2 razor-sharp, bony scythes. Green corrosive fluid dripped steadily from their mandibles. Wang Feng sat motionless in the corner, knowledge from the survival guide to the high martial world instantly activated in his mind. Bloodthirsty, scythe-armored beasts. Wang Feng's gaze sharpened as he studied the creatures. According to the guide, they were loadier pack-hunting aberrations. Their carapaces were nearly impervious to small-caliber firearms. Their scythelimbs could cleave steel like paper. Their saliva carried potent acid corrosion. Their strength ranged between soldier realm 3rd tier and 5th tier. Weakness: the joints between armor plates, especially the 3rd abdominal spiracle where defense was non-existent. Roar. One beast swung its bony scythe and split a prisoner, caught off guard, clean in half. The scent of blood ignited chaos in the carriage. Run. Prisoners whose cultivation had just returned had no desire to fight. They scrambled wildly toward the far end, tumbling over one another. Wang Feng did not move. His consciousness sank into the storage ring on his left ring finger. Deploy. VVVVRRR. A low mechanical hum resonated. Black liquid metal surged from the ring, racing up Wang Feng's arm with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a sleek, rank alloy battle armor, futuristic and formidable, encased him head to toe. Its aerodynamic plating shimmered with subtle golden circuitry. A miniature energy core pulsed softly over his chest. Wang Feng tightened his grip on the Thunder Shadow battle blade. Beneath his visor, a faint smirk curled his lips. To possess such gear and refuse to use it would be sheer folly. This rank armor could withstand direct strikes from a general realm expert. Against mere soldier realm beasts, this was nothing short of dimensional annihilation. As the bald, burly convict and the others prepared to flee in panic, they froze, eyes wide with disbelief, at Wang Feng's dazzling transformation. Holy hell, a rank armor. Who the hell is this young master slumming it for fun? The bald convict reacted instantly. He slid forward on his knees, skidding to a halt at Wang Feng's feet, and clutched his thigh tight. Big brother, take me with you. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded. I'm Soldier Realm 4th tier. I'll be your living shield. Sir, we're joining your crew too. The remaining dozen convicts followed suit, scrambling en masse behind Wang Feng. In this lawless age, cultivation meant little without equipment. Sticking close to this Gaudier-equipped powerhouse guaranteed a dramatic leap in survival odds. Don't cling to my leg. Wang Feng kicked the bald convict aside with one swift motion. If you want to live, follow my orders. Lifting his blade, he strode forward, out of the shattered carriage. The train had halted in the middle of a desolate wasteland. Above them, the sky itself had been torn open. 100-meter-long black rift yawned overhead. Countless bloodthirsty, scythe-armored beasts tumbled through like falling rain, swarming the train's defenses. Agents from the Security Bureau fired heavy ordnance and suppression. And hovering midair, cloaked in blinding radiant chi, stood a lone figure. A King Realm expert. Wang Feng glanced upward. The figure wove intricate hand seals. His terrifying chi coalesced into a colossal golden palm that slammed ferociously toward the rift. Krum. The heavens trembled. Under the crushing pressure of the golden palm, the spatial rift writhed violently, then began to shrink. The rift will vanish soon. The rest are just ground-level pests. Wang Feng swiftly assessed the battlefield. Then he turned, surveying the trembling convicts huddled behind him. Baldy, you take 3 men left. Lure the one missing a leg. Remember, lure only. Do not engage directly. You, take your group right. Pelt the blinded one with stones. Listen well, our tactic has only 3 words. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Lure them here. I'll finish them. Wang Feng issued orders with crisp authority. Hearing he wouldn't have to fight to the death, the bald convict perked up immediately. Got it. Just watch me, big brother. Soon the Lao Lu tactic bore fruit. The bald convict led a wounded scythe beast straight toward Wang Feng. Brother, save me. Crouched behind the carriage's shattered hull, Wang Feng waited, then struck. The Thunder Shadow blade flashed like a black lightning bolt, sliding with surgical precision into the beast's 3rd abdominal spiracle. Shunk. Ding. Successfully slain. Soldier Realm 3rd tier target. Kiblood points 30. Next, Wang Feng withdrew his blade, fluid flawless, unhesitating. The convicts drew aggro. Wang Feng reaped the harvest. It was real-world MMORPG partying, down to the last detail. Ding. Kiblood points 40. Ding. Kiblood points 25. As system alerts chimed incessantly in his mind, Wang Feng's heart soared. This wasn't exile, it was a supply run. At that very instant, the King Realm expert hovering midair let out a thunderous roar. His golden palm clenched, shattering the rift completely. Yet in the final millisecond before closure, a monstrous leader-class, scythe-armored beast, 3 times larger than the rest, its chitin deep crimson, forced its way through. The moment its head emerged, the King Realm expert slashed sideways with a condensed blade, striking its back deadened. "Aid!" The Beast King shrieked in agony, its upper body shredded, green blood gushing like a waterfall. Its massive frame plummeted like a meteor, crashing down with earth-shaking force. Barely 10 meters in front of Wang Feng, a crater blasted into the ground. The Beast King lay dying, its enormous sides twitching feebly, life ebbing fast. Agents and convicts alike recoiled in terror. But Wang Feng's eyes blazed, bright as Tuthasandwap bulbs. Holy hell! Free experience points. A fortune dropped from the heavens. A heaven-sent opportunity to steal the kill. Everyone, clear out. I'll handle this. Wang Feng roared, then launched himself forward like a cannonball. Still breathing, the Beast King lay helpless. He raised the Thunder Shadow blade high, leaping with gravity-enhanced force. He drove the blade deep, straight down the Beast King's gaping, bone-exposed wound, plunging it all the way to the hilt. Chunk! The blade tore through its heart. The Beast King's colossal body seized, then fell utterly still. Ding! The system alert chimed in his mind, sweeter than any melody he'd ever heard. Detected host completing tier-transcending execution, finishing blow. Successfully slain General Realm first-tier target. Kiblood points 1,000. Dropped rare item, low-grade Chi Blood Crystal 1. Wang Feng gasped sharply. 1,000 points. He'd struck gold. 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 System, allocate all points to cultivation. Now. Wang Feng screamed inwardly. Boom. An unprecedented torrent of heat erupted inside him. His bones cracked and popped, muscle fibers tore apart, then instantly regenerated. His Kiblood surged like a raging river, scouring every meridian with raw, unrelenting power. Soldier Realm 2nd tier. Soldier Realm 3rd tier. Soldier Realm 4th tier. Soldier Realm 5th tier. Within seconds his cultivation skyrocketed, stabilizing firmly at the peak of Soldier Realm 5th tier. Feeling the terrifying strength coiled within, power enough to punch a bull dead, he took a slow, deep breath. Stay calm. Staying hidden is the true path to supremacy. Instantly, he activated the supreme stealth art of Lao Lu, perfected to its highest level. His surging Kiblood receded, sealed, silent, invisible. His mind raced, calculating furiously. Revealing 0 cultivation would land him in logistics, expendable frontline cannon fodder. No battlefield access meant no monsters, and no coins. But revealing Soldier Realm 5th tier would make him a glaring anomaly. A slumborn youth awakening. Then instantly reaching 5th tier, he'd be dissected on a lab table. I'll show only 2 tiers. With a thought, he precisely calibrated his outward Kiblood resonance to match Soldier Realm 2nd tier. That level granted entry into elite combat units, yet remained unremarkable, just another grunt in the ranks. The battle soon drew to a close. The rift sealed, surviving aberrations were eradicated. A scar-faced agent approached Wang Feng, his gaze flickering between the rank armor and the colossal corpse of the Beast King lying nearby. He knew full well this youth had merely scavenged the kill after the King Realm expert strike. Yet charging in to deliver the finishing blow, and wearing gear of this caliber, this kid was no ordinary convict. You come with me. His tone softened considerably. Carriage no. 8 is destroyed. Report to Carriage no. 3. Carriage no. 3 housed ordinary agents and promising exiles. Its environment, clean, quiet, spacious, was leagues beyond the foul, cramped convict carriage. The bald convict watched Wang Feng longingly. Brother, reform well. Earn your humanity back. Wang Feng patted his shaved head once, then walked away without looking back. The train rumbled back to life, racing northward once more. Wang Feng settled into a plush private seat in Carriage no. 3, removed his armor, and leaned back comfortably. From his storage ring, he retrieved the longevity scripture and immersed himself anew in the martial world's profound knowledge. Meanwhile, Jiangqing City, the Su family manor. Incense curled gently in the top-floor study. Su Qingge had changed out of her black combat uniform into a loose white silk loungewear set. Her expression now held none of the starry-eyed sweetness she'd shown Wang Feng, nor the haughty arrogance she'd worn at the Wang residence. Instead, a chilling, supremely composed aura radiated from her, the unmistakable presence of a sovereign ruler. She sat behind a broad rosewood desk, holding a freshly printed document. Its cover bore 2 stark characters, Wang Tong, young mistress. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit stood respectfully before the desk. We've confirmed it. Though surveillance at the energy station was destroyed, our team recovered raw data from the backup servers. The explosion was indeed caused by Wang Tong. Moreover, he has recently purchased large quantities of high-tier aberration blood on the black market, apparently preparing for forced ascension into the general realm. Su Qingge gave a cold, mirthless laugh and tossed the file onto the desk. Emperor-level talent. A drug-fueled fraud. She rose and strode to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon Jiangqing's glittering nocturnal sprawl. Since the Wang family dared to brandish my man as their scapegoat, they must be ready to pay the price. She turned, her large cajallant eyes gleaming with dangerous intent. Notify the family business division. Effective tomorrow, launch full-scale economic sabotage against every Wang family energy project in Jiangqing. The man's pulse quickened, he bowed deeply. Yes, young mistress. Su Qingge gazed out at the night sky, a faint knowing smile lifting her lips. Her fingers lightly traced the holographic comm link on her wrist. Brother Feng, you hunt well in the north. The old schemers and petty green tea girls here in Jiangqing. I'll clean house for you. Just then her comm link vibrated sharply. A top priority red encrypted message flashed onto the screen, marked highest clearance. At its contents, Su Qingge's confident composure froze, her pupils contracting sharply. Something's happened in the north. Within the Su Manor in the top-floor study, Su Qingge stared at the red encrypted message flashing on her holographic communicator, her brows tightly knit. The sender was Su Qingfeng, commander of the 7th Legion, the eldest son of the Su family's main branch, her own elder brother. Little sister, there's a major upheaval in the northern frontier. The message was brief, yet it reeked of bloodshed. The 3rd defense line has been breached by the beast tide. Casualties are severe. High Command has given a direct order: all troops and exiles recently dispatched to the northern frontier are to be immediately conscripted into suicide squads and sent straight to the front lines. They won't be relieved until the regular forces from other regions arrive. You just messaged me earlier asking me to look after that kid named Wang Feng and arrange some cushy logistics job for him. Right after that, the exile train he was on was hit by a small spatial rift halfway through. He was lucky to survive, but with the current situation, no one can protect him. Little sister, it's not that I don't want to help you. The northern frontier is a meat grinder now. As an ordinary person, hell, just be cannon fodder. Accept it. Su Qingge tapped her slender fingers lightly on the desk. Her access to the military's highest level of encrypted communication wasn't due to her title as the young lady of the Su family. It was because of herself. She was an unparalleled genius that the Capital Martial Arts University had seen only once in a century. At 18, she was at the peak of the general realm, just one step away from the king realm. The Northern Frontier military had long considered her a future successor, even granting her a military rank ahead of time. By the time she graduated, she would surely start at the Marquis realm with a chance of even touching the Emperor realm. In this high martial world where strength reigned supreme, Su Qingge was a walking nuclear weapon. As for that arranged marriage, she had been betrothed to since childhood. She had never gone to the Wang family to break off the engagement before for a simple reason: laziness. She cultivated the martial path. She had no need to rely on any man. The Wang family had lost their true young master for 18 years. The karmic consequence fell on the Wang family, leaving no stain on her state of mind. But seeing Wang Feng at the Wang residence today was purely accidental. That face, that physique, it had her completely captivated. Suicide Squad. A cold smirk curled on Su Qing's lips. Her fingers flew across the communicator as she replied, "Brother Wang Feng won't die." After sending the message, Su Qingge pushed open the study door and headed for the first-floor hall. Before she even reached the stairs, the noise was nearly lifting the roof off the Su residence. The Su family hall at that moment resembled a mobilization rally before a major gang war. The Su family was extremely male-dominant. Across 2 generations, Su Qingge was the only girl. The main branch had 3 sons, the second branch had 4, and the third branch had 5. Even the 2 aunts had each given birth to 3 or 4 sons. At that moment, the hall was packed with people. From the Su family patriarch, who was nearly 80, to a snot-nosed toddler of 3 or 4, everyone was present. The cause of it all was a voice message Su Qingfeng had sent in the family group chat. "Brothers, grab your weapons. Little sister has been stolen away by some punk from who knows where." How could this be allowed? The Su family's only precious daughter had been defiled by a wild boar from outside. "Kill him." A chubby 5-year-old waved his plastic laser, sword howling wildly. "How dare he steal my aunt? They'll cut him into 8 pieces. Yeah, break his legs." A group of little brats was seething with anger. Su Qing's second uncle slammed his palm down, shattering the solid wood coffee table in front of him. "Qingfeng says that kid is a waste from the slums. And he's about to be exiled. Has Qingge been bewitched?" "Quiet." The Su family patriarch Su Weigua leaned on his cane, his face ashen. "Wait until Qingge comes down. We'll get to the bottom of this." If it's true, I'll go to the northern frontier myself and flay that kid alive. Su Chinga stood at the top of the stairs, rubbing her temples in exasperation. She walked straight downstairs, ignoring the glares from her brother's cousins and nephews, and raised her wrist. Beep. The holographic communicator connected. On the northern frontier exile train, carriage number 3, Wang Feng was leaning back in a leather seat, studying the longevity art, when the communicator on his wrist suddenly vibrated. He answered. A beam of blue light flashed, and a holographic projection of the Su family hall appeared before Wang Feng. Simultaneously, Wang Feng's image was projected into the center of the Su family hall. A deathly silence fell over the entire room. Dozens of Su family men stared intently at Wang Feng in midair. Wang Feng was wearing a pair of faded hole-ridden jeans from the slums and a washed-out black t-shirt. The chubby little boy froze, his laser sword held aloft. He blinked, sniffled, and said, "Big brother, you don't have bleached hair." Another little brat stepped forward, staring at Wang Feng's ripped jeans. "Big brother, dressed like that, do you have a ghost flame bike?" Wang Feng sat on the train, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. What the hell? Bleached hair? Ghost flame? They think him some kind of delinquent. Su Chinga pushed the chubby boy aside and stood in front of the holographic projection, her expression anxious. Feng Ji, something's wrong. The northern frontier's third defense line has been overrun. When your train arrives, everyone will be conscripted into suicide squads and sent straight to the front. Wang Feng's eyes lit up. Suicide squad. The front line. A field full of experience points. This long-awaited fortune had finally come to him. Before Wang Feng could even crack a smile, Su King's next words doused him with cold water. Don't be afraid. I'll use my highest military authority to contact Northern Frontier headquarters and forcefully transfer you back to the Rear General Hospital. Stay there, don't go anywhere. Wait for me to graduate and come get you. The smile froze on Wang Feng's face. Transferred to the rear. Stuck in a hospital? Are you kidding me? I have the infinite slash system. If you lock me in the rear, how am I supposed to kill monsters? How am I supposed to farm loot? This woman really is the biggest obstacle on my path to becoming an emperor. If she really locks me up in the rear, living off her wealth every day, I'll never get ahead in this life. No way. Wang Feng shot to his feet, bellowing with righteous indignation. The Su family was utterly stunned. Wang Feng took a deep breath, his eyes instantly becoming profoundly deep, radiating a tragic, death-defying resolve. He looked at Su Chinga in the holographic projection, his tone heavy with sorrow. Chinga, what kind of person do you take me for? A coward who fears death? Or a weakling who hides behind a woman? Su Chinga was taken aback. That's not what I meant. The front line is too dangerous. Danger, so what? Wang Feng waved his sleeve dramatically. Even though he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, his aura was formidable. He stared straight ahead, his gaze sweeping over every member of the Su family, his voice ringing with conviction. For the nation's benefit, I shall face life or death without hesitation. How can I avoid misfortune or seek fortune just because of disaster? Su Weigua suddenly looked up, a glint of sharp light flashing in his clouded eyes. The northern frontier is in peril. The aberrant beasts are running rampant, and our human compatriots are fighting bloody battles on the front lines. Though I, Wang Feng, am but a commoner, I know that every man bears responsibility for the rise and fall of his nation. Wang Feng grew more impassioned as he spoke, even starting to believe it himself. A real man should be out on the wilds hacking away. He should use the blood of his enemies to forge humanity's defense line. Using your privilege to transfer me to the rear is an insult to my dignity. It's a desecration of the soldiers on the front line. Wang Feng slammed his chest, his words resounding. We warriors, what fear have we of battle? This suicide squad I'm joining. Not even Jesus could stop me. I said it. Silence. A deathly silence. In the Su family hall, the chubby boy's laser sword clattered to the floor. He stared blankly at Wang Feng, his big eyes filled with twinkling stars of adoration. Uncle is awesome. The chubby boy suddenly let out a loud howl. Uncle, take me with you to kill aberrant beasts. I want to be a man too. Uncle is a real man. Uncle, count me in. A group of little brats instantly switched sides, howling to follow Wang Feng to the front lines. The second son of the Su family swallowed hard, turning to look at Su Weigua. Dad, this kid. He's got something. His awareness is far stronger than King Feng's. Su Weigua, gripping his cane with both hands, looked at Wang Feng in the holographic projection and nodded slowly. Well said. For the nation's benefit, I shall face life or death without hesitation. Well said. We warriors, what fear have we of battle? The old man's eyes were full of approval. Chinga, this kid may have no cultivation, but this backbone, he's worthy of the Su family. Su King's eyes reddened. She looked at Wang Feng, moved beyond words. So he wasn't a waste, he was a true hero with a sense of righteousness. Feng Ji, you must be careful. Su Chinga bit her lip. They'll wait for you to come back. Don't worry. Wang Feng breathed a long sigh of relief inwardly. He had finally managed to fool these old geezers and little brats. What a damn exhausting effort. Everyone, the train is about to arrive. I have to go. I'm off to slay monsters. Wang Feng waved his hand and ended the call. The holographic image vanished. Wang Feng collapsed into his seat, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Beep. The communicator rang again. It was a text message from Su Qingge. Feng Ji, I've already spoken to Big Brother. Since you insist on going to the front line, he'll assign you to the 7th Legion's most elite vanguard squad. It's dangerous there, but it's also the best place to earn merits. Go for it. Followed by 3 emoji of clenched fists. Wang Feng stared at the screen, the corners of his mouth curling up wildly. Vanguard squad. The very front line. Perfect. Just then the train let out a harsh screech and rapidly decelerated. Clang. The train came to a halt. A cold mechanical voice crackled over the intercom. Northern Frontier, 1st Fortress Aurora City has arrived. All exiles disembark immediately for reorganization. Wang Feng stood up, stretching his limbs. The carriage door slowly opened, and a piercing, bone-chilling wind mixed with a thick stench of blood rushed in. On the platform stood 2 rows of fully armed murderous military police. Leading them was a one-eyed officer holding a blood-stained alloy whip. He swept his cold, sinister gaze over the disembarking prisoners, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. Welcome to hell, cannon fodder. At the Aurora City platform, the wind was as sharp as a blade, carrying ice chips that bit into the nape of one's neck. This was a stronghold in the northern frontier situated at the northernmost tip of the former Great Russia. The cold was truly bone-chilling. Within the city, a massive array of constant temperature protection hummed, barely keeping the temperature around freezing point. But once outside the city walls, the temperature plummeted to nearly -60 degrees. A one-eyed officer holding a blood-stained alloy whip paced back and forth before the line of prisoners. His military boots scraped against the metal platform, emitting a grating sound. Stand up straight, damn it. From now on, whether you were a pampered young master or a murderous convicted, all resets to 0. The one-eyed officer's solitary eye swept across the crowd, his voice cracking in the biting wind. Go over there and get your combat suits. Dress warmly. Don't think you can tough out the cold with your chi and blood. In the northern frontier, chi and blood are your life. Save that chi and blood for hacking down a few more beasts on the wall. Shivering from the cold, the prisoners hurriedly lined up to collect their supplies. Wang Feng blended into the crowd and received a set of thick gray-white polar combat gear. The design was extremely bulky, making him look like a Michelin tire when he put it on. But it was effective for warmth, lined with the fur of low-tier alien beasts. After changing, the line began to pass through a massive spiritual energy detection device. Soldier Realm, 1st rank. To the 1st Defense Line for logistics and supply transport. Soldier Realm, 3rd rank. To the 3rd Defense Line. No cultivation. To the 2nd Defense Line for latrine duty. Before the detector, the officer in charge of registration read out the results with a blank expression. It was Wang Feng's turn. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the crystal plate of the device. The old 6 chi concealment art operated with precision. Beep. The crystal plate glowed with a faint red light. Wang Feng. Cultivation, Soldier Realm, 2nd rank. The registration officer glanced at the screen and announced the data. The one-eyed officer standing nearby paused mid-stride upon hearing the name Wang Feng. He turned his head, his solitary eye fixed intently on Wang Feng, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The Wang family of Jiang City had already sent word. There was only one request: make this Wang Feng die in the northern frontier legally and justifiably. Soldier Realm, 2nd rank. The one-eyed officer stepped forward, took the registration book, and scrawled across it with a flourish. Not bad potential. Directly assigned to the Night Owl Bait Battalion. At these words, the expressions of a few nearby veterans shifted slightly. The Bait Battalion, in essence, was a living decoy thrown out to attract enemy fire when a beast tide came. The mortality rate was 99.9%. The remaining 0.1% were those scared out of their minds. The bald, burly man behind Wang Feng shrank his neck in fright upon hearing this. Wang Feng, however, remained expressionless, even feeling a hint of amusement. Bait Battalion. Sounded like there would be plenty of monsters. This was great. He wouldn't have to go looking for them himself. They'd come right to him. Sir, can we kill monsters in the Bait Battalion during normal times? Wang Feng asked seriously. The one-eyed officer was taken aback. Was this kid mentally unstable? Others pissed themselves in fear at the mention of the Bait Battalion, but he asks if he can kill monsters. Kill all you want as long as you live long enough to do it. The one-eyed officer let out a scornful laugh. Just as he was about to order someone to take Wang Feng away, rumble, a heavy military off-road vehicle bearing the red-bottom Black Tiger license plate of the 7th Legion roared into the platform. Its tires left 2 long black skid marks on the metal ground, coming to a smooth stop before the registration desk. The door slammed open. A strapping man in a crisp officer's uniform with 2 bars and 1 star on his shoulders jumped out. Without sparing the one-eyed officer a glance, his gaze swept directly towards the group of prisoners. "Who's Wang Feng? Step forward." His voice was booming, stinging the eardrums. The one-eyed officer's heart skipped a beat. He quickly plastered on an ingratiating smile and rushed over. "Oh, Deputy Lei, what brings you personally to the recruit station? If the 7th Legion has any orders, just give me a call and he'll deliver them." Deputy Lei shot him a glance and didn't respond. He pulled out a transfer order stamped with the Grand Seal of the Legion Command and slapped it on the table. "A direct order from the command. Exile Wang Feng is to be immediately assigned to the 7th Legion Vanguard Company." "I'm taking him." A deathly silence fell over the entire scene. The one-eyed officer's smile froze on his face, cold sweat pouring down his back. The 7th Legion. A direct order from the Legion Command. Damn it, didn't the Wang family of Jiang City say this kid was a discarded waste no one wanted? This is what they call unwanted. Someone from the 7th Legion commander, Su Qingfeng himself, came to pick him up. The one-eyed officer swallowed hard, his legs feeling weak. He had just assigned Wang Feng to the bait battalion. If Deputy Lei found out, he'd be stripped of his uniform today. A misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. The one-eyed officer reacted swiftly, grabbing the registration book. Right in front of Deputy Lei, he scratched out the words Bait Battalion and forcibly changed it to Vanguard Company. He turned to look at Wang Feng, his brutish face scrunched into an expression of utmost friendliness. "Brother Wang Feng, I might have raised my voice earlier. Don't take it to heart." The one-eyed officer leaned in close to Wang Feng, lowering his voice with an air of utmost sincerity. "I was testing you. Do you know what the Vanguard Company is? It's the most elite unit in our Legion. Although, the casualty rate is indeed a little higher. But it's a regular army with tactics and coordination. Absolutely not something a cannon fodder outfit like the Bait Battalion can compare to." The one-eyed officer patted Wang Feng's shoulder, hinting frantically. "In the Vanguard Company, it's the fastest place to earn military merits. If you play your cards right and get mentored by the big shots there, you can rack up some achievements. Who knows, next time we meet, you might even outrank me. I've got high hopes for you, kid." The prisoners waiting in line heard every word clearly. The bald, burly man's eyes widened as he sucked in a sharp breath. Holy shit. Was this how backdoor deals worked? Using connections in the Legion Command just to get someone into the Vanguard Company, the unit with the highest casualty rate. Was this guy here to gild his resume or to rush to his death? "Big bro, which deity did you piss off?" the bald man muttered under his breath. Wang Feng rolled his eyes. They didn't understand a damn thing. What do they mean using connections to go die? This was precision deployment of a cash machine. With his infinite slaughter system, could he gain chi and blood points by washing dishes in the logistics department? Could he drop equipment in the Vanguard Company, the front line, with proper military gear? Someone tanks the monsters, someone takes the hits, and he just hides behind them, finishing off the enemies. This was the perfect leveling assembly line. Deputy Lei right. "Let's go. I'm in a hurry." Wang Feng didn't even have the mind to show off in front of the one-eyed officer. What was more important than farming monsters? Once he maxed out his level, that's when showing off would be perfect. This little scene wasn't worth the emotional energy. Deputy Lei gave Wang Feng a long, hard look. Before coming, Commander Su Qingfeng had told him, this kid was an ordinary person with no cultivation. He'd be lucky to survive 3 days in the Vanguard Company. Just let him fend for himself. But looking at the kid's eyes now, there wasn't a trace of fear. Instead, there was an impatient excitement. "Get in." Deputy Lei waved his hand. The off-road vehicle roared to life again, carrying Wang Feng away from the platform, heading straight for the 7th Legion's garrison. Aurora City was enormous. It took a full hour for the off-road vehicle to reach the 7th Legion's defense sector. The environment here was 100 times more grim than the recruit station. There were no superfluous buildings, only rows of sturdy alloy barracks. Soldiers in exoskeleton armor were patrolling everywhere. The air was thick with the lingering smells of gunpowder and blood. Deputy Lei parked the car in front of a gray 2-story building. "This is the Vanguard Company's barracks." Wang Feng pushed the door open and got out, looking up. The location assigned to the Vanguard Company was excellent, backed against the Legion's main position with the shortest supply line. But Wang Feng's gaze was drawn to the defensive wall less than 500 meters ahead. It was a massive alloy wall 100 meters high. Compared to the smooth surfaces of other sections, the stretch of wall guarded by the Vanguard Company was a complete mess. The dark silver alloy surface was densely covered with terrifying claw marks, half a meter deep. Large patches of corrosive pits connected, exposing the twisted steel framework within. Dark red bloodstains, long dried, layered upon one another, staining the originally silver-white wall a dark brown. No words were needed. Just looking at this wall was enough to imagine the ferocity of the battles fought here. "Company Commander, brought the new guy." Deputy Lei shouted towards the small building, then turned to Wang Feng and said, "Good luck." With that, he got back in the car and left without a second's delay. The metal door of the small building was kicked open. A giant of a man over 2 meters tall with bulging muscles walked out. He was bare-chested with a hideous scar across his chest. In his hand, he carried a heavy chainsword still dripping with blood. Behind the giant followed 7 or 8 veterans. Some were missing an ear, others had mechanical prosthetics. The killing intent radiating from each of them was so thick it seemed almost tangible. The giant sized up Wang Feng, his brow furrowing into a tight knot at the sight of his bulky, gray-white combat suit. Soldier realm, 2nd rank. A scrawny dog that came through the back door. The giant spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his expression one of pure disdain. This is the Vanguard Company, not a nursery for pampered brats. Listen up, newbie. No matter who's backing you up on that wall, the beasts don't give a damn who your daddy is. The giant slammed the chainsword heavily onto the ground, sending sparks flying from the alloy floor. I'm Zhao Tieju, commander of the Vanguard Company. There's only one rule: don't hold us back. If you do, I'll cut you down myself. Wang Feng looked at Zhao Tieju, then at the group of battle-hardened veterans behind him. Instead of being afraid, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. A commander at the general realm and veterans all above soldier realm, 7th rank. With this setup and firepower, this was definitely an ultimate power-leveling team. Wang Feng was just about to try and get on their good side when, woo, 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 the highest-level Scarlet Air Raid siren blared across Aurora City. The piercing sound tore through the northern wind. Battle stations. Beast tide incoming. All combat units man the walls immediately. The voice over the broadcast carried a barely concealed note of panic. Zhao Taiyi's face changed dramatically. He grabbed his chainsword and roared at the veterans, "Grab your gear." To the wall. The veterans moved like wolves, catching the scent of blood, springing into action instantly. As Zhao Taiju passed Wang Feng, he grabbed him by the collar and flung him backwards. "Scrawny dog, get to the ammo depot and move crates. Don't get in the way up front." Wang Feng landed steadily, dusting off his clothes. He looked up at the battered wall, trembling slightly under the wail of the sirens. A brilliant wide smile slowly spread across his lips. "Move crates. I'm not letting this shower of fortune slip away." With a thought, the silver ring on his left ring finger flashed with a faint light. The Thunder Shadow battle blade was silently grasped in his palm. Woo, woo, woo. The Scarlet Air Raid siren howled wildly over Aurora City. Wang Feng stood before the ammunition depot, a faint glimmer flashing from the storage ring on his left ring finger. Ding! A crisp mechanical sound exploded in his mind. Detected large-scale beast tide outbreak, triggering time-limited chain quest Century Slayer achievement. Quest requirement during this beast tide: personally slay, including finishing blows, 100 aberrant beasts. Quest reward: premium mystery box 1. Wang Feng's eyes instantly blazed like searchlights. A premium mystery box. If this system were a person, Wang Feng would be hugging and kissing it right now. With a thought, black liquid metal surged from the ring and enveloped his entire body in an instant. The A-grade alloy combat armor was online. His right hand flipped and the Thunder Shadow battle blade was drawn. The old 6 concealment art was activated at full capacity. The fluctuation of blood energy on Wang Feng's body instantly dropped to 0, suppressing even his breath and heartbeat to the lowest frequency. His entire being seemed to melt into the northern wind, utterly devoid of presence. Ahead, Company Commander Zhao Taiju had already led the veterans of the Vanguard Company charging up the crumbling city wall. "Open fire!" Zhao Taiju roared. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy artillery on the wall unleashed its fury first. Thick tongues of fire tore through the night sky and dense shells rained down upon the wilderness beyond the wall like a meteor shower. The violent explosions were deafening, flames leaping skyward. A large number of low-tier aberrant beasts were blown to pieces in the artillery bombardment. The torrent of hot weapon fire lasted a full 10 minutes. The gun barrels glowed red-hot, ammunition exhausted. Snipers in position. Single shots. Zhao Taiju raised his heavy chainsword and wiped the black grime from his face. At the crenellations of the wall, 7 or 8 veterans set up special heavy high-precision sniper rifles. Bang, bang, bang. Azure energy bullets howled forth. Each shot precisely blew the head off a soldier-tier aberrant beast attempting to scale the wall. Below the wall, some auxiliary martial artists of lower cultivation were also present. They sprayed wildly with assault rifles, suppressing the beast's charge. "Brothers, the beasts are coming up. Prepare for melee." Zhao Taiju bellowed. Over a dozen massive black armor beasts, braving the hail of fire, had already reached the edge of the wall. The veterans cast aside their guns and drew their war blades. Their blood energy erupted in a surge, and they charged to meet the aberrant beast's heat. Right in the midst of this blood-boiling, blade-flashing meat grinder of a battlefield, a black specter silently crept onto the wall. Wang Feng crouched low, hugging the wall's base, his gaze sweeping frantically across the battlefield. He wasn't looking for full-health beasts, he only sought the wounded. To the left, a veteran roared his long blade, cleaving open a black armor beast's chest. The black armor beast wailed and staggered back, gravely wounded and dying yet still thrashing wildly. Just as the veteran prepared to deliver the finishing blow, shwa, a black shadow slid swoosh right between the veteran's legs. Wang Feng's blade fell, the Thunder Shadow battle blade precisely plunging into the beast's most vulnerable rear entrance. Pucci, the black armor beast stiffened, its eyes bulging. It let out an utterly agonizing scream before finally breathing its last. Veteran awesome. That blade work was sick. Wang Feng pulled out his sword, giving the stunned veteran a thumbs up. Then without looking back, he slid toward his next target. Ding! Successfully killed a soldier to your third stage aberrant beast. Blood essence points, 30. The veteran looked at his own blade, then at the beast with its rear end, violated his mind, buzzing. Didn't I just slash its chest? How did its back door spring a leak? To the right, Zhao Tieju, swinging his chainsword, had just sawed off the front leg of a general tier first stage rift leopard. The rift leopard collapsed, roaring in earth-shattering agony. Zhao Taiju raised his sword for the kill. A black figure suddenly dropped from midair. Wang Feng, gripping the Thunder Shadow battle blade in reverse grip, used the momentum of his fall. The blade tip viciously stabbed into the rift leopard's left eye, piercing straight through to the brain. Company Commander Mighty. Company Commander Domineering. This slash of yours is like a calf riding a plane. Fucking awesome. Wang Feng withdrew his blade, rolled with the motion, and vanished behind cover. Ding! Successfully killed a general tier first stage aberrant beast. Blood essence points 1000. Zhao Taiju stood there, chains word raised, utterly bewildered. Who just slipped by? How did this rift leopard just die? For the next half hour, an utterly bizarre scene unfolded across the entire Vanguard Company's defense sector. The veterans fought tooth and nail to wound the monsters up front. The moment a beast was crippled, that black specter in a great armor would emerge from the most unexpected angles. Stabbing kidneys, poking eyes, the 1,000-year kill, severing tendons. His methods were brutal, his targets utterly despicable. And all the while he never stopped talking. Veteran, your firepower is too fierce. Company Commander, that parry and neutralization was pure Grandmaster style. Brother, are these melons ripe? Let me slice them for you. The aberrant beasts were practically in tears. They didn't fear dying in the charge, but they feared dying inexplicably and in such a shameful way. Ding! Blood essence points 40. Ding! Blood essence points 50. Ding! Quest Century Slayer achievement progress 87,100. Wang Feng hid behind cover, listening to the constant barrage of notification sounds in his mind, his grin threatening to split his face. System, allocate my points. Put it all on. Boom. Blood essence roared like a dragon within Wang Feng's body. Soldier to your 6th stage. Soldier to your 7th stage. Soldier to your 8th stage. Soldier to your 9th stage. In just half an hour, Wang Feng's cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket. He was directly boosted to the peak of the soldier to your 9th stage, only a step away from the general tier. Stay low, Wang Feng thought, and the old 6 concealment art suppressed his cultivation firmly at the soldier to your 6th stage. Woo! With a final long wail, the beast tide finally receded. The wilderness was left littered with aberrant beast carcasses. Clean the battlefield. Tally the military merits. Zhao Taiju panted heavily, plopping down onto the wall. A logistics officer, scanning device in hand, began scanning the fatal wounds on each beast corpse, entering them into the merit system. In the year 3026, the military merit calculation system was highly advanced. It could accurately assign kills based on the weapon's characteristics and residual blood energy on the wound. 10 minutes later, the logistics officer, drenched in sweat, ran up to Zhao Taiju. Company Commander, this is insane. Nonsense. What ghosts in broad daylight? Zhao Taiju glared. No, the merit system is bugging out. The logistics officer pointed at his tablet, his hand trembling. Our sector killed a total of 320 aberrant beasts. But what? For a full 100 of those beasts, the fatal wounds were all caused by the same weapon. And the logistics officer swallowed hard. And they were all stabbed through the kidneys, the back door, or the eyes. The system can't even find this person's military merit wristband info. Zhao Taiju was stunned. He whipped his head around, scanning the wall. Where's that scrawny bastard in the black armor? Zhao Taiju roared. In a corner, Wang Feng was leisurely deactivating his grade armor, revealing the bulky polar combat suit underneath. Hearing the shout, Wang Feng raised his hand and walked over with an innocent expression. Company Commander, you called. Zhao Taiju grabbed Wang Feng by the collar, ready to curse, but then froze. His eyes widened as he sensed the blood energy fluctuation emanating from Wang Feng. Soldier tier. 6th stage. Zhao Taiju looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Dead silence fell over the scene. Just now at the platform, when Deputy Officer Lei brought him in, the kid was clearly only at soldier to your 2nd stage. It's been less than an hour, and he's jumped 4 levels. Did you buy levels, kid? You? What did you do? Zhao Taiju released his grip, his voice a bit shaky. Wang Feng sighed, tilting his head back at a 45-degree angle, his gaze deep and weathered. Company commander, to be honest. Between life and death, there is great terror, but also great opportunity. Wang Feng's tone was somber. Just now on the battlefield, watching the veterans fight with blood and fire, watching your might, commander. I was deeply moved. In that moment, I seemed to see the future of humanity, the true essence of martial arts. I achieved enlightenment. The blood essence circulated automatically within me, and before I knew it, I broke through. Wang Feng spread his hands, looking helpless. I'm troubled too. Leveling up so fast, won't my foundation be unstable? The dozens of nearby veterans listened, dumbfounded. Enlightenment. He achieved enlightenment by watching others fight. Accidentally jumped 4 levels. Holy shit. The bald veteran muttered. So this is what they call a peerless genius. Can we mere mortals really understand the world of geniuses, eh? No wonder the 7th Legion Command directly ordered him to be placed in our company. His foundation is terrifying. Another veteran gulped. Zhao Taiju stared at Wang Feng, his eyes twitching wildly. Although something felt off, the facts were undeniable. All right. Zhao Taiju waved his hand. You weren't wearing a merit wristband, so the merits for those 100 beasts are forfeited. Be more careful next time. Don't say that, Commander. Wang Feng smiled. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a black, unregistered spirit stone card. This was the 10 million spirit stones he had extorted from the old man of the Wang family. Back then I was poor and had no choice. Wang Feng walked up to the veterans, transferring 100,000 spirit stones to each. Now things are different. Meeting is fate. You veterans were fighting on the front lines just now. As a newcomer, I didn't do much to help, just landed a few finishing blows. Wang Feng patted the bald veteran on the shoulder. This is 100,000 spirit stones. Buy some good wine and meat and repair your weapons. The whole tab is on me, young Master Wang. The veterans stared at the spirit stones deposited in their accounts, their eyes wide. 100,000 spirit stones. They fought and bled on this front line for a whole year and only earned about that much. Was this newcomer not only a peerless genius, but also a money-dispensing saint? Brother Wang. From now on, you're my blood brother. The bald veteran stood at attention, looking at the extra spirit stones in his account. Brother Wang generous. Brother Wang awesome. The atmosphere instantly reached a fever pitch. With money in hand, loyalty was secured. Wang Feng's display of financial power had completely won over the veterans of the Vanguard Company. Zhao Taiju looked at the 500,000 spirit stones credited to his own account. He opened his mouth, then finally choked out, "Don't let it happen again." Wang Feng's grin stretched ear to ear. Spending the Wang family's money to support his own troops. This deal was a massive win. Just as Wang Feng was about to find a place to check the system's premium mystery box reward. Beep, 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 beep. Deep within Aurora City, the highest level black alert suddenly blared. The sound was 10 times more piercing than before. The tactical terminal on Zhao Taizu's wrist flashed a blinding red light. Company Commander. Radar shows a high-energy reaction underground. The logistics officer scrambled over, his face pale as a sheet. How high? Zhao Taiju grabbed him. Marketeer. Boom. Before the words faded, the ground 500 meters in front of the Vanguard Company's sector exploded like a volcanic eruption. A massive bone hand 50 meters long and wreathed in azure flames burst forth from the earth, reaching straight for Wang Feng on the wall. What the hell? Wang Feng stared at the gigantic bone hand, which was shrouded in a dark blue flame blocking out the sun. His eyes were nearly popping out from shock. Just as my good days were beginning, is this how it's going to end? It's not that I don't want to escape, it's just that there's no way to evade this. The Ho realm, the embryonic form of a domain where feudal lords reign. In the space locked by the bone hand, the air felt as solid as concrete. Wang Feng felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it a luxury to even move a finger. He desperately tried to communicate with the storage ring, wanting to equip the A-grade alloy armor. However, the spatial fluctuations were firmly suppressed by the domain, and the ring showed no response. It's 2 entire realms higher. This is a clear dimensional suppression. System, can we take this thing down together? Wang Feng roared madly in his mind. Ding, detected a lethal threat. The system can overload all of the host's vital energy and essence to execute a self-destruct strike. Expected to cause minor damage to the Ho realm target. Minor damage is still damage. Wang Feng gritted his teeth, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. In the genes of the Chinese people, there has never been such a concept as sitting idly by. Even when facing death, one must spill blood and break a few teeth. Charge. Explode for me. The vital energy within Wang Feng began to surge wildly. A dangerous red glow flickered on the surface of his body, resembling a human cannonball about to detonate. At this critical moment, boom. A dazzling silver blade of light struck down from the sky without warning. The blade of light stretched for 100 meters, carrying a violent aura that could tear everything apart. It precisely slashed down on the massive bone hand. Crack! The harsh sound of bones cracking echoed through the night sky. The dark blue flames were instantly dispersed by the blade, and 3 of the bone hand's fingers shattered. The immense force slammed it back into the ground. The domain that had confined the space was shattered. Ooh! Wang Feng took a deep breath of cold air, his body regaining its freedom. Without any hesitation, a flash of light appeared on his left hand's ring finger. Black liquid metal instantly enveloped his entire body, completing the donning of the A-grade alloy armor. Squad leader, it's getting tight, Wang Feng shouted, leaving behind a residual shadow as he stepped out. He tactically retreated, sprinting over 100 meters in an instant. Zhao Taizhu and the veterans of the assault team reacted quickly, rolling and crawling to follow Wang Feng as they retreated. In a battle of gods, mortals suffer. The residual waves of the Ho realm's combat could turn them into mush. Wang Feng hid behind a massive scrap armored vehicle, peering out to look up into the sky. In midair stood a tall figure. In his early 30s, the man wore a deep green officer's uniform. The stars of command on his shoulders shone brilliantly in the firelight. He held an ancient-style long knife. His entire being radiated vitality like a dragon, with chi forming a tangible shield on his body. Commander of the 7th Legion, Su Qingfeng. Zhao Taizhu squatted next to Wang Feng, gazing at the figure in the sky with fervor in his eyes. Wang Feng slapped his thigh. His brother-in-law has arrived. What a good person. This entrance is just too cool. Roar. An enraged roar echoed from the ground. The ground sank heavily, and a ghostly bone dragon over 100 meters long erupted from the earth. Its entire body was composed of pitch-black bones, with 2 massive dark blue ghostly flames flickering in its eye sockets. That bone hand was merely its right claw. You beast dare to wreak havoc in Aurora City. Su Qingfeng snorted coldly, shaking the long knife in his hand. He transformed into a silver shooting star, charging directly at the bone dragon. The two collided midair with a thunderous crash. There were no flashy spells, just the pure collision of power and chi. Every slash from Su Qingfeng left a visible white wave in the air. The blade struck the bone dragon, causing sparks to fly and producing a deafening sound of metal clashing. The bone dragon's tail swept through like a gigantic pillar. Su Qingfeng stood firm, his left fist clenched, and smashed it against the dragon's tail. Boom! The violent shockwave expanded outward. Wang Feng watched below, his heart surging with excitement. This is the true high martial world. This destructive power is akin to a titan. Slash! Su Qingfeng suddenly let out a loud shout in midair. He gripped the knife with both hands, raising it above his head. The spiritual energy within 1,000 meters seemed to be instantly drained, all converging on the blade. A gigantic blade of chi hundreds of meters long coalesced in the night sky. Su Qingfeng's gaze was icy as he slashed down. This strike seemed capable of cleaving space itself. The bone dragon sensed a fatal threat. It opened its massive mouth and spewed forth a thick column of dark blue flame to counterattack. However, in the face of absolute power, everything was futile. The blade of chi sliced through the flame like a hot knife through butter, trailing down the bone dragon's head. Sizzle! A sound reminiscent of grinding teeth echoed. The gigantic, ghostly bone dragon was directly cleaved in two by this strike. Black bones and dark blue blood rained down like a torrential storm. Bang! The two halves of the immense dragon carcass crashed onto the wildlands outside the city wall. They created 2 meteorite craters, falling completely silent. Su Qingfeng sheathed his knife and slowly descended from midair. His military uniform remained pristine, not a single wrinkle, as if he had merely chopped a cabbage. Commander mighty, as ever. Zhao Taizhu and the assault team veterans saluted in unison. Su Qingfeng nodded slightly, scanning the crowd. He finally locked his gaze on Wang Feng, who was clad in a great armor. He stepped forward. Before Su Qingfeng could speak, Wang Feng lifted his mask, stepping forward swiftly. He grabbed Su Qingfeng's hands tightly, shaking them vigorously. Brother, my dear brother. Wang Feng's eyes instantly turned red. Tears flowed freely, filled with genuine emotion. You are my rebirth parents. If it weren't for you, I would have met my end today. Great kindness and grace I have no way to repay. When I return, I must set up a longevity tablet for you, burning incense morning, noon, and night. During the festivals, I'll have to burn some paper for you. I'll burn high incense. Su Qingfeng's mouth twitched. He tried to pull his hands away, but this guy was holding on too tightly. Su Qingfeng felt a chill run down his spine, covered in goosebumps. What's wrong with this kid? How did my sister fall for someone like this? Let go. Su Qingfeng coldly uttered 2 words. I won't let go. Brother, let me feel the warmth of my savior. Wang Feng shamelessly tried to get closer. Su Qingfeng's expression darkened, the aura of the Ho realm subtly emanating. Wang Feng immediately released his grip and stood at attention, his expression turning serious. "Good evening, Commander." This rapid change of expression was worthy of a Sichuan opera. Su Qingfeng took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to hit someone. He scrutinized Wang Feng from head to toe. Initially, he had only come to check on this kid at his sister's request to see if he was dead. If he wasn't, he would take the opportunity. But upon seeing him, Su Qingfeng's brows instantly furrowed tightly. His gaze was sharp as a knife, staring intently at Wang Feng, his tone laced with undisguised shock. "You are at the 6th level of the soldier realm." Su Qingfeng could hardly believe his eyes. The data clearly stated that this kid had spent 18 years in the slums, an ordinary person with no cultivation. He had just arrived in the northern realm today, and barely a day had passed. How could he have reached the 6th level of the soldier realm? Moreover, judging by the density of his vital energy, it didn't seem forced through drugs, rather it was frighteningly solid. As these words fell, the surrounding veterans fell silent. Because they had already been shocked once. Zhao Taizhu leaned in closer, whispering, "Commander, this kid had an epiphany on the battlefield and accidentally ascended 4 levels in one go." Epiphany? Ascended 4 levels? Su Qingfeng's eyes widened, staring at Wang Feng as if he were a monster. "Do you think cultivating is as easy as drinking water? An epiphany can elevate one's mindset, but the accumulation of vital energy requires tangible resources and time." Facing Su Qingfeng's oppressive gaze, Wang Feng remained utterly calm. He slowly turned around, clasping his hands behind his back. He looked up at the pitch-black night sky of the northern realm at a 45-degree angle, his eyes revealing a mix of 3 parts mockery, 3 parts coldness, and 4 parts nonchalance. The cold wind blew, tousling his hair. "Sigh." Wang Feng let out a long sigh. "Originally, I wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person. What I got in return was my family's betrayal and ruthless abandonment." Wang Feng turned his head, locking eyes with Su Qingfeng, a proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Now I'm laying it all out. No more pretending. I am a genius." The air suddenly fell silent. Su Qingfeng gazed at this young man who was exuding a powerful aura. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Although it sounded incredibly arrogant, reaching the 6th level of the soldier realm at 18 without any resources in a single day. Isn't that a genius? It's simply monstrous. Just as Su Qingfeng was preparing to question Wang Feng about his cultivation method, a piercing alarm suddenly rang in Wang Feng's mind. Ding! Warning! Warning! Detected that the Ho realm beast Ghostly Bone Dragon is not completely dead. Its core energy is undergoing an extremely unstable collapse. Wang Feng's expression changed drastically as he turned sharply to look at the 2 massive halves of the dragon corpse in the distance. He saw a dark blue crystal the size of a water tank at the fracture, emanating a chilling aura of destruction, its light growing ever more blinding. That is about to self-destruct. Holy shit, it's gonna blow. Wang Feng's scalp tingled as he stared at the azure crystal, its brilliance rivaling a miniature sun, a self-destructing core of a marquee-level aberrant beast. With such power, forget his disguised soldier level 6th rank, even a true general level would be blasted to atoms. Run. No time. Too close, the blast wave would vaporize him in a split second. In a flash of lightning. Wang Feng's gaze fell on Su Qingfeng, the 7th Legion's commander, standing less than half a meter away with his hands behind his back, oozing authority. Better him than me. Besides, this was his brother-in-law. Tough and durable. Without a second thought, Wang Feng lunged forward, grabbing Su Qingfeng's deep green officer uniform. "Bro, your moment to shine." Wang Feng roared, straining with all his might, yanking Su Qingfeng backward. He thrust the commander in front of himself and the veterans of the Bayonet Company. Su Qingfeng, still maintaining his lofty demeanor, pondered how to interrogate this prodigy. Caught off guard by the sudden force, he stumbled forward 2 steps. "What the hell are you doing?" Su Qingfeng began to rage. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the azure core swollen to its limit, about to detonate. The combat instincts of a marquee-level strongman surged to their peak. Holy shit. Su Qingfeng, ever mindful of his image, couldn't help cursing. Without a moment to think, his inner chi erupted like a volcano as he thrust his hands forward. Domain, immovable as a mountain. Hum. A thick silver chi shield materialized instantly, like an inverted giant bowl. It shielded himself, Wang Feng, and the Bayonet Company veterans like Zhao Taizhu. The moment the shield took shape, boom, an indescribable, terrifying roar exploded across the northern wilderness. A colossal azure mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Raging energy and shockwaves swept in all directions like a tsunami. The nearest ground was instantly vaporized, forming a giant pit dozens of meters deep. The shockwave slammed into Su Qingfeng's chi shield. Crack, crack, crack. Dense fissures spiderwebbed across its surface. Su Qingfeng's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he poured chi into the shield desperately. Uft. He spat blood staggering backward from the immense force. Wang Feng hid behind him, clutching Su Qingfeng's thighs tightly like a pendant sliding along. Bro, hold on. The whole village's hopes rest on you. Wang Feng yelled wildly from behind. Hearing this taunt, Su Qingfeng nearly spat 2 more mouthfuls of blood in fury, using me as a shield and cheering me on. Fortunately, the shockwave lasted only a few seconds. Meanwhile, on the battered city wall of Aurora City, dazzling golden array patterns flared. The city's defensive formation was fully activated. Earlier, while clearing the battlefield, the outer formation was deactivated to save energy. Just moments ago, during Su Qingfeng's battle with the bone dragon in the sky, Aurora City's command center detected the marquee-level energy fluctuation and urgently activated the formation. Had it not risen in time to block the aftermath, and had Su Qingfeng not absorbed 80% of the blast force, half of Aurora City would have been leveled by the self-destruction. The dust gradually settled. The northern wind swept through, revealing a scene of utter devastation. Cough, cough. Su Qingfeng dispelled the shattered shield, coughing violently. His once pristine officer uniform was now a tattered mess covered in scorch marks. His hair stood on end like a punk's explosive hairstyle. His face was smeared with black soot and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. A pitiful sight. In contrast, Wang Feng and the Bayonet Company veterans behind him hadn't lost a single hair except for a mouthful of dust. Commander, are you all right? Zhao Taizhu rushed forward, his face full of fear. Su Qingfeng ignored him, turning with a dark face, his eyes like daggers fixed on Wang Feng, who was squatting and brushing off dust. You little. Su Qingfeng ground his teeth, his fists cracking. Now he understood. What enlightened genius. This was a complete scoundrel. The way Head pulled him into the line of fire was so smooth. Only a decade of brain damage could produce such a move. Oh, bro, that look is so unique. Wang Feng stood up, staring at Su Qingfeng in shock, giving him a thumbs up. This battle-worn makeup, this unruly hairstyle. It perfectly captures the iron-blooded sorrow of a marquee-level powerhouse. I declare from today you're the coolest guy in the north. Su Qingfeng was fuming. He raised his hand to give the kid a physical lesson. Beep, beep, beep. Just then the holographic communicator on his wrist rang. A special red ringtone. Su Qingfeng paused, took a deep breath, and forced down his anger. It was his sister Su Qing's exclusive call. He straightened his tattered collar, wiped the soot from his face, and answered the video call. Schwat. A blue light flashed, projecting Su Qing's hologram into the air. She was in silk pajamas, sitting in the Su family study in Jiang City, her expression anxious. Bro, how's the north? Has the beast tide receded? Su Qingga asked urgently. Su Qingfeng looked at his sister, feeling wronged, but trying to maintain his big brother's dignity, he coughed lightly. Ahem, little sis, it's fine. Su Qingfeng puffed out his chest, trying to appear heroic. There was a small incident. A marquee-level netherbone dragon escaped. But who am I? Commander of the 7th Legion. I struck swiftly, and in no time chopped that bone dragon to pieces. Su Qingfeng vividly described his exploits, hoping for his sister's admiration. But that beast was too cunning, but self-destructed its core before dying. Su Qingfeng pointed at his tattered clothes, his tone carrying a hint of seeking credit. Look at these injuries. I risked my life to protect Aurora City. Self-destruct. In the hologram, Su Qing's voice shot up an octave, her big eyes wide. She ignored Su Qingfeng's wounds, frantically scanning around him. Where's my peak brother? Is he with you? Did he get caught in the blast? Su Qingfeng's words caught in his throat, his expression frozen. Su Qingfeng pointed to the side. Wang Feng immediately leaned into the communicator's lens, flashing an extremely meek and weak smile. Qingga, I'm here. Wang Feng's voice was low, as if Head suffered greatly. Su Qingga saw his dusty polar combat suit, and her eyes instantly reddened. Peak brother, are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Wang Feng sighed, glancing at Su Qingfeng. Thanks to big brother voluntarily shielding me, or you might not see me again. He emphasized the word voluntarily heavily. Su Qingfeng's eyes twitched wildly. You dragged me into the line of fire. The hell with voluntarily. Su Qingfeng. In the hologram, Su Qingga suddenly erupted. She slammed her hand on the desk, pointing at Su Qingfeng's nose and cursing. How do you command? Fighting a marquee-level beast, don't you know to finish it off? Don't you know beasts can self-destruct? Have you wasted your decade of service? Su Qingfeng was stunned. No, little sis, You what? Su Qingga gave him no chance to explain, unleashing her full fury. I told you to take care of him, and this is how you do it. Letting a newcomer face a marquee-level beast self-destruct. If he gets hurt, he'll never forgive you. Su Qingfeng stared at his enraged sister, utterly defeated. He pointed at his still bleeding mouth, his voice trembling. Little sis, look closely. I'm the one injured. He didn't even lose a hair. You're a marquee-level powerhouse, tough and thick-skinned. What's a little injury? Su Qingga retorted without a hint of guilt. What's peak brother's cultivation? Can he compare to you? Failing to protect him is your fault. Su Qingfeng opened his mouth, but fell silent. Was this his own sister? The double standard was outrageous. Nearby, the Bayonet Company veterans kept their heads down, shaking with suppressed laughter. Wang Feng stood behind Su Qingfeng, his shoulders shaking, biting his lip to keep from laughing. This easy ride was too damn satisfying. Enough, I won't waste words. Su Qingge snorted, then turned to Wang Feng, her gaze instantly softening. Peak brother, don't be afraid. Stay there and go to him for anything. If he dares mistreat you, I'll fly a fighter jet over and skin him alive. Don't worry, Qingge. Big brother has been great to me. Wang Feng nodded obediently, barely hiding his grin. Wait for me. Su Qingge blew a heart reluctantly, ending the call. The hologram vanished. The air fell into a deathly silence. Su Qingfeng stood there, his back a picture of loneliness and desolation. He turned to Wang Feng, still shaking with laughter. Had enough fun? Su Qingfeng hissed through clenched teeth. No, Commander. Wang Feng stood at attention, answering loudly. Su Qingfeng took a deep breath, ready to strike. Ding! In Wang Feng's mind, a crisp system notification sounded. Detected items left after the marquee level, Netherbone Dragons, self-destruct. Top-tier special item generated. Host proceed immediately to the explosion epicenter to retrieve. Wang Feng's eyes lit up. Holy shit. A windfall like this. He completely ignored Su Qingfeng's murderous glare. Spinning around, he sprinted toward the giant pit. Where are you going? Su Qingfeng roared. Reporting, big brother. I'm fetching your spoils. Wang Feng didn't look back, dashing to the pit's edge. At the deepest point, a palm-sized bone shard shimmered with a strange purple-gold light. It lay quietly in the scorched earth, its glow hinting at flowing patterns of law. Wang Feng's heart raced as he stared at the shard. This thing was definitely a treasure. Just as he was about to jump down to retrieve it, a withered hand suddenly shot out from the nearby rubble, gripping his ankle tightly. Save me. A hoarse voice emerged from the ground. Wang Feng looked down and his scalp tingled. Who the hell is this? Wang Feng stared at the withered hand protruding from the crevices of the rubble. He immediately took a step back, retreating 3 meters away. His first thought was, whose ancestral grave had been blown up? It wasn't his fault for overreacting. The self-destruction of a marquee-tier bone dragon's core was comparable to a small tactical nuclear bomb. A hand popping out from underground. Who wouldn't panic? What if it was a zombie? This was a high martial world, dragons existed, so a zombie appearing wouldn't be too far-fetched, right? Wang Feng tightened his grip on the Thunder Shadow battle blade, his gaze fixed on the withered hand. Just as he was about to stab first and ask questions later, a hoarse voice came again. Save me. Cough. Not a zombie. Zombies don't cough. Wang Feng held his breath and observed carefully. The hand was withered, but the bones were distinct and the nails were a bit long. A ring of dark golden patterns remained on the wrist. Crucially, the hand was trembling slightly. Zombies don't tremble. Only the living do. It's a person. Wang Feng made a judgment. But he didn't rush to pull. Instead, he crouched down, his gaze falling on the purple-gold, glowing bone fragment at the bottom of the pit. Business first. With a thought, the system's prompt sounded on time. Ding! Detected top-tier item, Netherbone Dragon Law Fragment. Effect after fusion, gain a preliminary understanding of the space tier law. This item is invaluable. It is recommended that the host pick it up immediately. A law fragment. Space tier. Wang Feng's pupils contracted sharply. According to his limited knowledge, law comprehension was something only Saint-tier powerhouses had access to. If this scrap were sold on the black market, the starting bid would be at least 10 billion spirit stones. And now he only needed to bend down to pick it up. Freebie. No hesitation. Wang Feng jumped straight into the pit. He grabbed the warm bone fragment and with a thought stored it in the system space. Not in the storage ring. The storage ring was safe, but what if someone robbed him? The system space was the real safe. Not only could it not be stolen, but you couldn't even see it. Ding! Netherbone Dragon Law Fragment has been stored in the system space. Can be fused at any time. Solid. Wang Feng clapped his hands, feeling smug. After securing the treasure, he crouched beside the withered hand and began to clear the rubble. Brother, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. They'll dig you out now. Wang Feng muttered to himself as he dug. This guy had a tough life. At the epicenter of a marquee-tier self-destruction, he hadn't been blown to bits. Either a zombie or a big shot. The rubble was moved piece by piece. As he dug deeper, a humanoid outline gradually appeared in the air. It was a middle-aged man. He wore a set of dark golden military uniform, so tattered it was almost non-existent. The style of the uniform was extremely old, completely different from modern designs. The man's face was gaunt with high cheekbones. His skin was an abnormal gray-white. His entire body was densely covered with black, chain-like patterns. Those patterns looked like some kind of seal deeply embedded beneath the skin. But what concerned Wang Feng most was the man's aura. Extremely faint. So weak it was almost imperceptible. Yet the occasional residual wave escaping with his breath made Wang Feng's hair stand on end. That feeling was completely different from Su Qingfeng's marketeer aura. Deeper, heavier, more terrifying. Like a sleeping volcano. Though almost extinguished, the core temperature told you. This thing could once annihilate heaven and earth. Big shot. Wang Feng silently labeled the man. Regardless of his background, save him first. He took out a chi blood pill given by Su Qingge from his storage ring. He pried open the man's mouth and stuffed the pill in. As the pill entered his stomach, the man's previously ashen face finally gained a trace of color. He struggled to open his eyes. Those eyes were murky, yet carried a piercing sharpness. You? Which unit are you from? The man's voice was dry like sandpaper on glass. Reporting, sir. 7th Legion Bayonet Company. Wang Feng answered reflexively. Given the old-style uniform and the commanding manner, he was likely an old soldier. The man's cracked lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. 7th Legion. Wang Feng nodded. A flicker of relief passed through the man's murky eyes, followed by violent coughing. With each cough, a wisp of black blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Don't talk, save your strength. Wang Feng, where the hell did you run off to? A furious roar from Su Qingfeng came from behind. Wang Feng turned around. Su Qingfeng was sprinting from the direction of the city wall. His hair was still a mess from the explosion, and his clothes were tattered. Su Qingfeng hadn't come earlier because he had been handling post-battle communications and arranging emergency plans for the city wall repairs. When he looked up after finishing, Wang Feng had already disappeared. He was so angry he could have ascended on the spot. If any residual danger remained in the pit, and something happened to the kid, his sister would skin him alive and hang him in the Su family hall. Big brother. Don't worry. Wang Feng stood in the pit, frantically waving at the approaching Su Qingfeng. Guess what I dug up? Su Qingfeng rushed to the edge of the pit in a few strides and looked down. In the rubble at the bottom, a gaunt, middle-aged man was half-fleeing. Wearing a set of. Su Qingfeng suddenly stopped in his tracks. The style of that uniform. Dark golden base with a broken blade war banner embroidered on the shoulder patch. A broken blade war banner. That was the exclusive emblem of the Dragon Kingdom's 1st Legion 300 years ago. Su Qingfeng's pupils contracted to the extreme. He rushed over and stared intently at the man's face. Gaunt gray-white, almost disfigured. But the high bridge of his nose and the ancient scar running from his left eyebrow to his right ear. Su Qingfeng recalled a name from the top-secret military archives of 300 years ago. You are Chen Beiwang. Su Qingfeng's voice trembled. As the commander of the 7th Legion, he had the authority to access all top-secret archives of the Northern Territory from the past 3 centuries. 300 years ago, the 1st Legion was annihilated in a large-scale beast tide. The commander fell. Vice Commander Chen Beiwang went deep into the enemy's lair during the final battle and was never seen again. He was posthumously awarded first-class military merit with a monument erected in the heroic shrine of Aurora City. He remained a spiritual totem in the hearts of Northern Territory soldiers. But now this man who had died 300 years ago lay alive before him. Chen Beiwang. Imperial Tier. 9th rank. Su Qingfeng murmured, his voice completely distorted. Imperial Tier 9th rank. Full rank. One of humanity's strongest combatants. Though his aura indicated his cultivation had plummeted to rock bottom, the foundation of Imperial Tier 9th rank remained. With enough resources to recover, he was an ancient god ready to reawaken at any moment. Not dead. Chen Beiwang managed to curl his lips. That beast didn't kill me. Use me as a power bank. His speech was halting, every word consuming his dwindling life force. The bone dragon sealed my meridians with chains, drained my blood and chi to sustain its hibernation. For 300 years, when the Earth's spiritual energy was abundant, it didn't need me and remained asleep. Recently, the spiritual vein below dried up. It woke up and came out to hunt. The explosion just now shattered the seal and blew me out too. Wang Feng had only 4 words after hearing this. Imperial Tier Big Daddy. This was an Imperial Tier Big Daddy. Though his cultivation had plummeted to rock bottom and he was on the verge of death. Wasn't this the classic opening of all web novels where a fallen peerless expert is found in a remote mountain forest? Once this kind of character regained his strength, he would be a super cheat to carry the whole team. A true child of fortune, a has-been chosen one. Wang Feng's brain made a decision in just 0.1 seconds. Cling to the thigh. Must cling. Cling even to death. Brother Chun. Wang Feng crouched beside Chen Beiwang with a plop. He grabbed the man's withered hand. His eyes instantly reddened, tears flowing on cue. Brother, you've suffered. 300 years. A full 300 years. You were underground alone, being drained by that beast as a power bank for 300 years. Do you know that everyone outside thought you were dead? I even saluted your monument in the heroic shrine of Aurora City when I passed by. Wang Feng cried with vivid emotion, snot and tears mingling. Su Qingfeng watched with a twitching mouth. You've only been in Aurora City for less than 2 hours. Have you even passed by the heroic shrine? You don't even know which direction the gate faces. And wasn't I your big brother? So anyone with higher cultivation than you is your big brother. Your big brother is really cheap. Chen Beiwang was stunned by this intense emotional outburst. Having not spoken to anyone for 300 years, he didn't know how to respond. Don't worry, brother. Wang Feng wiped his nose and patted his chest. From today on, I, your younger brother, am your family in this era. Food, drink, everything. They'll take care of it. After saying this, Wang Feng turned and shouted at the still stunned Su Qingfeng. Brother, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and lend a hand. Take this brother I've never met in 300 years to the hospital. Su Qingfeng snapped back to reality. Without a word, he pulled out his tactical terminal and connected to the Logistics Hospital's emergency channel. Supreme Command Order. Logistics General Hospital, prepare the highest spec emergency ward immediately. Activate S-level strategic reserve medicines. Patient identity classified. He ended the call and carefully lifted Chen Beiwang from the rubble. Su Qingfeng's hands trembled, not from fear, but from excitement. This was a living fossil. A heavy military off-road vehicle arrived at the pit's edge within 5 minutes. Su Qingfeng personally carried Chen Beiwang into the back seat. Wang Feng sat in the passenger seat, turning to glance at Chen Beiwang, who had closed his eyes and fallen into unconsciousness. In his mind, the system remained silent, issuing no hostility detection alerts. Good news. This Big Daddy was not an enemy. The off-road vehicle roared, carrying the trio racing toward the Aurora City Logistics General Hospital. Wang Feng leaned back in his seat, planning his next moves. The law fragment was in hand. The Imperial Tier Big Daddy was also picked up. Today's trip was an incredible profit. Just as he closed his eyes for a pleasant rest, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! Detected unfused item in host body, netherbone dragon law fragment. Warning: a wisp of residual nether will is sealed within this fragment. If not fused within 24 hours, the fragment will automatically awaken and backlash against the host. Wang Feng's eyes snapped open. 24 hours. Backlash. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? The off-road vehicle sped down the main artery of Aurora City. The roar of its engine tore through the night sky, causing the streetlights along the way to sway wildly in the gust of its wake. Su Qingfeng held the unconscious Chen Beiwang in one arm. With his other hand, he swiftly operated his tactical terminal. His fingers jabbed at the holographic screen with the rapidity of a sewing machine, firing off 7 or 8 top-secret, encrypted communications in quick succession. Wang Feng sat in the passenger seat, glancing at Su Qingfeng through the rearview mirror. This guy, who moments ago had been a commander with his hair singed off by an explosion, now had eyes that blazed with an unsettling light, his entire frame trembling. It wasn't fear. It was excitement. Who did you send that to? Wang Feng asked, curiosity piqued. Shut up, Su Qingfeng said without looking up. After a moment, he added, the 3 highest-ranking officers of Aurora City. Wang Feng raised an eyebrow. The highest-ranking officers. This was going straight to the top. 3 replies came back to Su Qingfeng's tactical terminal almost simultaneously. The first read: I have been in seclusion for 20 years, boy. If you've dragged me out with false information, you can forget your command. Zheng Wuwei. The second, already en route. 10 minutes. If Chen Beiwang's matter is true, this is a turning point for the nation's fortune. Shen Wanshan. The third read: alive. Zhao Qingping. Su Qingfeng's mouth twitched as he read the third reply. Commander Zhao's literary style is as succinct as ever. The off-road vehicle screeched to a halt in front of the General Logistics Hospital. Before the door was even fully open, Wang Feng could see the spectacle at the entrance. The entire square in front of the hospital building was ablaze with light. 2 rows of soldiers, fully armed, stood on either side, a dark mass of over 100 men. The aura emanating from each of these soldiers was at least at the general realm. Wang Feng gasped. Generals were just gatekeepers here. At the center of the square stood 3 figures. The one at the front was an old man in a dark gold Taoist robe. The old man had white hair and a gaunt face radiating no aura of blood and qi. Yet the very air around him seemed to drop by 2 degrees in temperature. It wasn't an exuding of power. It was a bone-deep sense of dominion over heaven and earth. He was like an ancient sword in its sheath. You couldn't see its edge, but you knew it could kill. Su Qingfeng leaned close to Wang Feng's ear and whispered, Zheng Wuwei, 7th grade Imperial Realm, Aurora City's top combatant. He usually trains in seclusion deep beneath the city and only emerges when Aurora City faces an existential threat. The last time he acted was during the Imperial Realm Beast Tide 12 years ago. Wang Feng's eyelids twitched. 7th grade Imperial Realm. This big shot was 2 grades lower than the one he had dug up, but still a godlike figure. To Zheng Wuwei's right stood a middle-aged woman in a black officer's uniform. She had a sharp, short haircut, piercing eyes, and a slightly lifted chin. Her entire being exuded a powerful aura that screamed, "Don't mess with me." Zhao Qingping, 3rd grade Imperial Realm, Commander-in-Chief of Aurora City's military. She's in charge of the deployment and combat command of all garrisons in the Northern Territory. Su Qingfeng continued his low-voiced introduction. On the left was a portly man with gold-rimmed glasses. He wore a civil official's uniform and held a string of prayer beads in his hand. Compared to the murderous military men beside him, he looked like an abbot from a temple. Shen Wanshan, 2nd grade Imperial Realm, Chief Administrator of Aurora City's civil affairs. He's in charge of logistics resources, civil administration, and economy. Don't let his Buddha-like appearance fool you, he's a sharp one. 3 Imperial Realm big shots. The 3 ruling chariots of Aurora City's highest power center. All present, just to see a man who had been dead for 300 years. Su Qingfeng got out of the car, carrying Chen Beiwang. Zheng Wuwei was the first to move. The old man stepped forward, his murky eyes fixed on Chen Beiwang's gaunt, almost skeletal face. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Zheng Wuwei shuddered. He reached out a withered finger and with extreme care pulled open Chen Baiwang's collar. Below the left collarbone was a thumb-sized dark red mark, a broken battle blade etched into the skin. The blood seal of the 1st Legion. It can't be fake. Zheng Wuwei straightened up abruptly, his chest heaving violently. A sheen of moisture appeared in his old eyes, which had been clouded for 20 years. It's Chen Beiwang. It's him. Zheng Wuwei's voice trembled as he turned to look at Zhao Qingping and Shen Wanshan, his voice hoarse. On my very first day in the army, the instructor's first story was about his great deeds. He is the faith of my enlistment. He's alive. He's still alive. Zhao Qingping strode forward. She examined the black chain-like seal patterns on Chen Baiwang's body. Her expression shifted from cold severity to gravity, and then from gravity to fury. This is a parasitic seal of the beast race. Zhao Qingping straightened up, grinding her teeth. Those beasts used an Imperial Realm powerhouse as a living battery, sucking him dry for 300 years. She suddenly punched the alloy lamppost beside her. The lamppost snapped into the upper half, flying over 10 meters with its shade. Shen Wanshan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his prayer beads spinning rapidly. Unlike the other 2, he didn't show his emotions. Instead, he quickly pulled out a communicator and made 3 encrypted calls in succession. Logistics Department. Unseal all grade strategic reserve agents. Yes, all of them. Finance Office. Emergency allocation. No limit on the amount. Communications Division. Connect me to the General Staff Headquarters in the capital. Tell them, Beiwang has returned. 3 calls were finished in a minute. Shen Wanshan put away his communicator, his benevolent expression vanishing completely. In its place was the precise judgment of a seasoned politician. If Chen Beiwang can recover even 50% of his combat power, the pressure on our Northern Territory's defense line will be reduced by at least 30%. Shen Wanshan looked at Su Qingfeng. Who found him? Su Qingfeng tilted his head, gesturing behind him. The gazes of 3 Imperial Realm big shots fell squarely on Wang Feng. Wang Feng stood by the off-road vehicle, standing straight, looking harmless. The pressure of those gazes was immense. But Wang Feng held his ground, mainly because he had to. Going weak-kneed in front of 3 Imperial Realms would be too shameful. Wang Feng, a new recruit from the 7th Legion's Blade Company. Su Qingfeng introduced him in a businesslike manner. Zheng Wuwei gave Wang Feng a couple of extra looks, nodded slightly, and said nothing else. He turned and followed the stretcher into the hospital. Zhao Qingping paused as she passed Wang Feng. A new recruit from the Blade Company who dares to run to the epicenter of a marquee realm's self-destruction to dig someone out. You've got guts. With that, she also entered the hospital. Shen Wanshan walked over and patted Wang Feng on the shoulder. Young man, you've done a great service today. Aurora City will remember this debt. He smiled warmly and followed them in. Wang Feng watched the backs of the 3 big shots, breathing a sigh of relief. No trouble. All 3 were normal people, none of them like that old Wang family patriarch who was in a PUA. As he was thinking, Su Qingfeng walked out of the hospital, followed by Adjutant Lei. Wang Feng. Su Qingfeng's tone had returned to the cold hardness of a commander. Senior Chen's treatment requires absolute confidentiality. You don't have the clearance to stay here. He paused, his gaze on Wang Feng becoming complex. What happened today? You turn out to be somewhat useful. This was the highest praise Su Qingfeng could give. Adjutant Lei, take him back to the Blade Company barracks and arrange his quarters. Yes, sir. Adjutant Lei saluted, then turned and led Wang Feng away from the hospital. The 2 of them walked through the empty late-night streets of Aurora City. A cold wind howled. Adjutant Lei walked ahead, his pace suddenly slowing. He turned his head and gave Wang Feng a very subtle look. 6th grade soldier realm. Just those few words, but the tone carried a heavy load of information. A few hours ago, when he had picked you up, you were only at the 2nd grade soldier realm. Wang Feng shrugged. Easy peasy, just happened to have an epiphany on the battlefield. Adjutant Lei was silent for 3 seconds. He thought of Su King's file, a ancient-century genius from the capital's martial arts university at the peak of the general realm at 18. Then he looked at this young man who had jumped 4 grades in a single day. No wonder. No wonder that eldest miss of the Su family whose martial talent dominated the southern domain had been so good to this kid. Genius recognizes genius. Miss Su's eyesight was indeed sharp. Adjutant Lei led Wang Feng to a small standalone alloy hut behind the Blade Company barracks. The conditions are a bit rough. Make do. If you need anything, use the communication panel at the door. This is enough. Thanks, Brother Lei. The door closed. Wang Feng locked it and pulled down the metal blinds. Without any hesitation, he sat cross-legged on the bed. The 24-hour countdown had already passed nearly 2 hours. System fused the law fragment. Ding. Detected host's current cultivation foundation and law fragment energy. Optimal fusion plan generated. Plan as follows: use the Netherbone Dragon law fragment as the core framework. Consume the host's current cultivation method longevity art as the base material. Consume all of the host's blood chi points, 1,000 points, as fusion energy. Upon completion, a general realm cultivation method exclusive to the host will be generated. Subsequently, the host only needs to provide corresponding lower realm cultivation method materials and blood chi points. The system can continuously create exclusive cultivation methods for higher realms. Confirm fusion. Wang Feng looked at this plan, his pupils constricting. 1,000 blood chi points cleared to 0. The longevity art scrapped. In exchange for an exclusive general realm cultivation method. And it could be continuously upgraded later. Wasn't this just a pay-to-upgrade system for cultivation methods? Low-level methods as fodder, blood chi points as the premium currency, and the system as the blacksmith. As long as he kept killing monsters for blood chi points and scavenging methods as materials, theoretically this method could be upgraded all the way to the Emperor realm. Confirmed. Fuse it. Ding. Fusion beginning. Estimated time, 30 minutes. Ding. Blood chi points, 10,000. Ding. Cultivation method longevity art has been decomposed. A surge of heat rose again. But this time it wasn't from his dantian. It was from the depths of his brain. A wisp of purple gold light bloomed in his sea of consciousness. That law fragment shattered into countless tiny specks of light, spinning rapidly like a galaxy in his neural center. Mixed within was a trace of an icy, destructive nether will. But almost the moment that will surface, the system's power cleaved down like a guillotine. Ding. Residual nether will eliminated. Clean and efficient. The specks of light continued to spin, reassemble, and condense. 20 minutes later. Ding. Fusion complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the exclusive General Realm Cultivation Method All-Devouring Heaven Art General Realm Chapter. Method trait cultivation speed is 3 times that of same realm methods. Compatible with all attributes of blood chi, not picky. Includes a passive effect each time you break through a minor realm. Your physical strength is enhanced by an additional layer. Before Wang Feng could get excited, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Detected host has completed the time-limited mission 100 Slay achievement. Rewards being distributed. High-level blind box opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Scrade Movement Martial Art, Phantom Shadow Step. Wang Feng's eyes snapped open. A complete memory of the movement technique flooded his mind like a torrent. Dodging, displacement, closing, and disengaging. Every footwork trajectory was bizarre to the extreme. The core principle was only one. Always stand at the position where the enemy least expects you to strike. After reading the description of the technique, the grin on Wang Feng's face was wide enough to hold an egg. Wasn't this the perfect tailor-made movement technique for a sneaky bastard like him? Paired with his clean-up fighting style, it was a match made in heaven. From now on, he wouldn't have to rely on rolling to stab kidneys. Just as Wang Feng was immersed in the joy of his new cultivation method and martial art, the communicator on his wrist suddenly vibrated. Su Qifeng had sent an encrypted message. Senior Chun has stabilized initially. Treatment is expected to take several months. But he woke up once and said one thing. He said, "That kid has the aura of a dragon. Bring him to see me." Wang Feng stared at that last sentence, his smile slowly freezing. The aura of a dragon. What dragon? The Netherbone dragon. Or the aura of the law fragment. Just what had this Imperial Realm big shot sensed? Wang Feng stared at the message on his communicator from Su Qifeng. He looked at it for a full 30 seconds. That kid has the scent of a dragon on him. Tell him to come see me. The scent of a dragon. Wang Feng instinctively touched his chest and then sniffed his sleeve. He couldn't smell any dragon scent. All he could smell was gunpowder and sweat mixed with the cheap synthetic plastic odor of the polar combat suit. It was probably the fault of the law fragment. The problem was, how could this senior at the Imperial Realm have such incredible perception? Even on the verge of death, he could still sniff it out. System, can outsiders perceive the law aura on me? Ding. After the fusion of the myriad devouring heaven art, the law, aura, has been internalized within the body. It cannot be detected by conventional means. However, experts at the Imperial realm and above have a chance to sense an anomaly if they are in close contact with the host. Wang Feng furrowed his brow. Close contact. Earlier in the sinkhole, he had crouched beside Chen Beiwang, feeding him pills face-to-face hand-to-hand. The distance was only about 20 centimeters. All right, I'll talk to him tomorrow. Wang Feng set his communicator to silent and lay down on the bed. The soundproofing in the alloy hut was mediocre. The cold wind of the northern frontier howled outside, occasionally punctuated by the changing of the guard on the distant city walls. He was tired, truly tired. It was a weariness that seeped from the marrow of his bones. His limbs felt like lead, his eyelids weighed 1,000 pounds. But his mind, like a perpetual motion machine, refused to stop spinning. He couldn't sleep. Wang Feng turned over, pillowing his hands behind his head. He stared at the gray alloy ceiling above, where a long, thin crack ran across it, probably caused by the shockwave from a previous beast tide. He began counting the branches of the crack. 1, 2, 3. The more he counted, the more awake he became. Guys, does anyone get this? Wang Feng cried out from the depths of his soul. What does a normal transmigrator do on their first day? Understand the world. Check the system panel. Find a safe little forest and practice on a couple of small pheasants. Have a hot meal and a good night's sleep. The standard newbie village process, steady and gradual. But Wang Feng began counting on his fingers. First thing, the real young master took the blame for the fake one. Signed a confession, got a free exile package. Second thing, the classic engagement-breaking scene. But she refused to break it off and instead threw herself at him. He ate the soft rice and ate until he was stuffed. Third thing, met a small fry on the train. A burly man with a scorpion tattoo at the soldier realm midstage tried to collect protection money. Wang Feng split him into a symmetrical figure with one slash, instantly verifying Newton's third law. Forces act on each other, but the blade's effect was one-sided. Fourth thing, a spatial rift. Blood-scythe armor beasts rained down from the sky like dumplings. He led a group of prisoners in a real-life game of you pull I slash. Fifth thing, a general realm insect king descended from the heavens. While others fled, he charged in to steal the kill. He stabbed the insect king through the heart and burst out 1,000 points of blood. Sixth thing, arrived at the northern frontier, just reported in. And the beast tide came again. He turned into the god of finishing blows, taking 100 heads in half an hour. From kidneys to back doors, from eyes to Achilles tendons. The beasts wept, the veterans were stunned, and the company commander went crazy. Seventh thing, a marquee realm bone dragon burst from the ground. His brother-in-law cleaved it in one strike. But the beast triggered a massive self-destruct in its final moments with a power comparable to a small tactical nuke. He nearly died on the spot. Luckily, his brother-in-law took 80% of the damage, though he was the one who pulled him in front. Eighth thing, dug out a senior at the Imperial realm from the sinkhole. A legendary figure from 300 years ago, used as a battery by beasts for 3 centuries. The 3 highest-ranking officers of Aurora City were alerted, all at the Imperial realm. Ninth thing, fused the law fragment, obtained a general realm technique and in strength movement skill. 10th thing, the Imperial realm senior said he had the scent of a dragon and wanted to see him. Wang Feng finished counting on his 10 fingers, his skull buzzing. 10 things. In a single day. 10 life-altering events, all crammed into the same 24 hours. If this were a novel, readers would definitely curse the author for being unreasonable. This pacing, it's fabricated right. Too fake. Who could experience so much in one day? But the thing was, these things really did happen. Wang Feng began to seriously reflect. Why was his first day after transmigration like an action movie on 10 times speed? Was it the jinxed constitution of his predecessor Wang Feng? Or had he brought all the bad luck from his past life packed up and carried over when he transmigrated? He carefully recalled his past life. It hadn't been smooth either. He missed the cutoff for a top-tier university by 2 points in the college entrance exam and flunked 3 courses in college playing games. After graduation, he sent out 300 resumes and interviewed at 20 companies. He ended up working at a 996 sweatshop for 3 months before being laid off. On the day he was let go, he choked on a bowl of instant noodles and then transmigrated. Yeah, he was a bit unlucky, but compared to today, that was nothing. So whose fault is it? Wang Feng closed his eyes and made a rigorous deduction in his mind. Predecessor Wang Feng, 18 years in the slums, abandoned by his family, replaced by a fake young master. This guy had been a born loser since birth, definitely problematic. His past self, though not exactly smooth, at least had never been blown up. A barely passing grade. This world, beasts running rampant, spatial rifts opening everywhere, the northern frontier was a meat grinder. The world itself was sick. That fake young master Wang Tong. If he hadn't blown up the energy base, he wouldn't have taken the blame and been exiled. The instigator. The old fogies of the Wang family. They forced him to sign a confession and contacted a one-eyed officer to have him killed. Not a single good one among them. The conclusion was reached. Wang Feng passed a final judgment on himself and his heart. It was all their fault. It had nothing to do with him. The fact that he was still alive was because he was excellent enough, calm enough, and clever enough. It definitely wasn't luck. While the part about his brother-in-law taking the blow didn't count. That was tactics. Having figured this out, Wang Feng felt a sudden clarity. Finally, exhaustion overpowered his hyperactive mind. He turned over, pulling the hood of his polar combat suit down over his eyes. His consciousness began to blur. One last thought drifted through his mind. Tomorrow I meet the Imperial Realm Senior. Hopefully this 300-year-old predecessor wouldn't be as difficult to deal with as those old fogies of the Wang family. And then Wang Feng fell into a deep sleep on his first night in this other world. Bang, bang, bang. The metal door was pounded with fists buzzing loudly. Get up. Su Qingfeng's voice came from outside, carrying a morning-specific impatience. Wang Feng sprang out of bed, instinctively grabbing the Thunder Shadow combat blade from under his pillow. He glanced at the time on his communicator, 5:37 a.m. It wasn't even light out yet. Bro, it's only 5:30. Senior Chun is awake and has specifically asked for you. Su Qingfeng's voice from outside the door was urgent. Be downstairs in 15 minutes. The car is waiting. You can eat breakfast in the car. Footsteps quickly faded. Wang Feng wiped his face, the drowsiness not yet fully gone. But those 5 words, Senior Chun is awake, worked better than 10 cups of espresso. He finished washing up in 3 minutes, pulled on his combat suit, and stored his blade in his ring. He pushed the door open and the cold wind hit his throat. It was so cold, he almost burped up the memory of last night's dream. Su Qingfeng was already standing by the off-road vehicle. Today he wore a brand new general's uniform and his hair was back to normal. The afro from last night had apparently been fixed by an emergency haircut. Wang Feng got into the car. On the passenger seat storage compartment lay a military ration, compressed biscuits, and a can of protein drink. He tore it open and started shoving it in his mouth. Su Qingfeng started the off-road vehicle and floored the accelerator. The car roared into the morning fog of Aurora City. What exactly did he say? Wang Feng asked, his mouth full of biscuits. Su Qingfeng was silent for 2 seconds. He woke up at 3 a.m. His first words were, "Where's that kid?" Senior Zheng was personally guarding him, wanting to first clarify the situation from 300 years ago. But Senior Chen just closed his eyes and refused to speak. He only said one thing: bring that kid here first. Su Qingfeng turned his head and looked at Wang Feng. His gaze was complex. There was scrutiny, confusion, and a hint of wariness he hadn't even noticed himself. Wang Feng, what exactly did you do down in that sinkhole? Wang Feng swallowed the last of his biscuit and brushed the crumbs off his hands. Fed him a few pills, dug up some broken stones. That's it. That's it. What, big bro, you think I could have fought a senior at the Imperial Realm in that pit? Su Qingfeng fell silent. The off-road vehicle passed through 3 military checkpoints and came to a stop in the underground garage of the General Logistics Hospital. The two got out and took a private elevator to the top floor. The corridor was lined with armed guards, one every 5 meters, all at the general realm. At the end of the corridor, the door to the ward was slightly ajar. A sliver of dark golden light seeped through the crack. Su Qingfeng stopped at the door. Go on in. He looked at Wang Feng. Senior Zheng and Commander Zhao are both inside. You? Su Qingfeng hesitated for a moment, then added, mind your manners. Wang Feng nodded and pushed the door open. The ward was enormous, taking up nearly half of the entire top floor. In the center was a specially made spiritual energy medical bed. Qin Beiwang was half reclining on the bed, connected to various tubes and instruments. But his eyes were no clouded. He watched Wang Feng walk in. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Close the door. Qin Beiwang's voice was still hoarse, but stronger than the night before. Wang Feng reached back and closed the door. The ward was thick with the pungent scent of medicinal herbs. Qin Beiwang leaned against the headboard. The black chain-like markings on his body had already faded considerably. Zheng Wuwei sat cross-legged in the chair by the window, eyes closed like an old monk in meditation. Zhao Qingping stood with her arms folded in the corner, her gaze cold as she swept a glance at Wang Feng. Shen Wanshan sat at the foot of the bed on the sofa, turning his prayer beads round and round. 3 were at the Imperial Realm. The 4th had fallen to the depths of his cultivation, though his foundational merit still remained at Imperial Realm rank 9. For great figures had gathered in a single room. The moment Wang Feng entered, he felt like a clueless rabbit stumbling into a dragon's lair. No, more like the 6th brother who wandered into a den of beasts. Junior Wang Feng pays respects to Senior Qin, Elder Zheng, Commander Zhao, and Chief Shun. Wang Feng halted and bowed properly. His demeanor was impeccably solemn. No jocular grins, no flattering words. Before 3 Imperial realms and 1 former Imperial realm, who would dare be presumptuous? That was not courage. That was a farewell note. Zheng Wuwei opened his eyes, glanced at Wang Feng, nodded slightly, and closed them again. Zhao Qingping snorted without speaking. Shin Wanshan pushed up his glasses with a smile. Young man, did you sleep well last night? Reporting to chief, slept very well. I dreamt I was carrying bricks. Shin Wanshan was nearly sent into laughter beads, almost flying from his hand. Shin Beiwang stared fixedly at Wang Feng. From the moment Wang Feng entered, those eyes which had just regained some luster never left him. Come closer, stand nearer. Wang Feng obeyed and stepped to the bedside within a meter of Shin Beiwang. Shin Beiwang raised his right hand slightly. A thread of extremely faint perceptive force seeped from his fingertips and slowly scanned Wang Feng from crown to soles. Again and again. 3 passes. Shin Beiwang's brow deepened into a frown. Strange. He withdrew his hand, eyes full of bewilderment. That breath from last night is gone. Zheng Wuwei opened his eyes. What breath? The remnant of the Dragon Clan's laws. Shin Beiwang shook his head. Last night, when that boy crouched beside me, I clearly sensed a fluctuation of spatial law within him. It shared origin with that skeletal dragon. But now, Shin Beiwang glanced at Wang Feng again. Clean, there is nothing at all. Wang Feng stood rigid, his face calm as still water. Inside, however, he was frantically giving the system a thumbs up. After Wanxiang Tun Tian Ju completed its integration, the law's aura lay reigned within his body, undetectable by normal means. The system did not lie. Zhao Qingping walked out of the corner, her sharp eyes sweeping Wang Feng twice from head to toe. There truly is no law fluctuation on him. Her tone was certain. A rank 3 Imperial Realm's perception was far keener than Chun Baiwang's current broken shell. Perhaps when the skeletal dragon self-detonated last night, the dispersed law energy brushed against him. Shin Wanshan rolled his beads and offered a plausible explanation. At the explosion's epicenter, it's normal to pick up some residual fluctuation. It could have dissipated overnight. Shin Beiwang considered and seemed to find the account reasonable. After all, a raw youth at the soldier realm could not truly absorb low energy. That domain was reserved for those at the saint realm and above. But immediately after, Shin Beiwang casually reached out and swept his perception through Wang Feng's meridians. His expression froze. Zhao Qingping and Zheng Wuwei noticed the anomaly almost at once. 3 pairs of eyes locked onto Wang Feng in unison. Soldier realm, rank 9. Zhao Qingping's voice rose half a tone. Zheng Wuwei finally rose from his chair. Shin Wanshan's prayer beads stilled. Shin Beiwang turned his head toward the doorway, his voice hoarse. Su Qingfeng, come in. Su Qingfeng pushed the door and entered, his face full of puzzlement. What did your dossier say? Shin Beiwang asked. From the slums, no cultivation detected as soldier realm rank 2 upon arrival at the north border yesterday. Su Qingfeng reported truthfully. Soldier realm rank 2. Zhao Qingping sneered and turned her stare back to Wang Feng. Tell us plainly, what is your current cultivation? Wang Feng's heart skipped. He was done for. His Lao Lu Lianqishu old 6-breath concealment technique was maxed out and could disguise him freely to those below general rank, but against 4 imperial realms. That was not disguise, it was self-deception. Like wearing the emperor's new robes into a tailor shop and claiming their sable, who would believe it? Wang Feng inhaled deeply. He could no longer keep up the act. These people were the keenest of the keen, their eyes were sharper than any scan. Persisting would only arouse suspicion. Better to be frank. Besides, he enjoyed the mantle of righteousness, sacrificing himself for the nation. His genius persona was already established, he only needed to amplify it a little more. To the seniors, Wang Feng straightened and spoke calmly. My current cultivation is the peak of soldier realm rank 9. The room fell silent for 3 seconds. Su Qingfeng was the first to lose composure. Weren't you soldier realm rank 6 just last night? I slept and then suddenly had an enlightenment. Su Qingfeng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Are you treating enlightenment like a sneeze? Enlighten at will. Zheng Wuwei sat back, down, a murkiness in his old eyes brightened with interest. Interesting. The old man finally spoke, his voice low, but every word distinct. The dossier says you had no cultivation 2 days ago. You arrived at the north border yesterday and were detected as soldier realm rank 2. Last night after the battle, you were soldier realm rank 6. This morning, soldier realm rank 9. Zheng Wuwei looked at Wang Feng, without doubt only pure curiosity. From 0 to the peak of soldier realm rank 9 in a day and a half. Kid, if you enlightened twice more, would you become an emperor outright? Wang Feng nearly choked on his spit. Shin Wanshan only smiled. Elder Zheng, don't frighten the child. He turned to Wang Feng and pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. Young man, your rate of advancement indeed requires a reasonable explanation. Wang Feng had already prepared his answer. Reporting to chief, I suspect it relates to the energy left at the epicenter when the skeletal dragon self-detonated. When I leapt into the chasm to save Senior Chen last night, I felt a massive energy pour into me. I thought it was illusion, but afterward my cultivation began to surge. The 4 elders exchanged glances. The core detonation of a Marquis realm beast released terrifying energy. if this youth's constitution could absorb such feral energy. Not without precedent. Shen Wanshan nodded. Ancient records mention born war bodies that can directly absorb a beast's residual essence for themselves. Zhao Qingping did not press further, but her look at Wang Feng had clearly shifted, from an inconspicuous new recruit to a potential prospect worthy of attention. Enough about cultivation for now. Chen Beiwang waved his hand and looked at Wang Feng. His expression had softened considerably. A young man who dared leap into the center of a marquee realm beast's self-detonation to rescue another, whether by talent or luck, such guts deserved respect. With the atmosphere easing, the question Wang Feng had been holding back finally surfaced. Senior Chen, there's something I can't make sense of. Speak. That skeletal dragon strength commander Su said it was Marquee Realm. Wang Feng scratched his head, genuinely puzzled. You are Imperial Realm rank 9. That's 2 whole realms above it. How could a mere Marquee Realm worm lock you away for 300 years? When he finished speaking, Wang Feng realized his faux pas. Chen Baiwang's chest heaved violently twice. The expression on his face was akin to someone having the last slice of tripe snatched from a hot pot. You brat. Chen Beiwang ground his teeth, nearly coughing up a mouthful of old blood. The meaning behind his ire was clear. Senior, you were an Imperial Realm who got one-shotted by a Marquee Realm. Isn't that a little embarrassing? Zheng Wuwei at the side could not hold back and cleared his throat. Boy, that skeletal dragon originally was not Marquee Realm. Wang Feng froze. Zhao Qingping continued, according to the battle records from 300 years ago, the original strength of that netherworld skeletal dragon was Saint Realm. Wang Feng's pupils constricted. Saint Realm. No wonder its death yielded shards of law. A Marquee Realm beast could never carry law energy. Only those at Saint Realm or above could touch the laws of heaven and earth. In that battle 3 centuries ago, Chen Beiwang closed his eyes and his voice dropped low. There were more than one Saint Realm beast that broke through the defenses. Our Saint Realm predecessors fought desperately to hold back the strongest, but one grievously wounded fled underground. I was half dead at the time, and when I gave chase I ran into it. 2 crippled souls met but had 1 extra play, parasitic sealing. So I was sealed for 300 years. Chen Beiwang spoke plainly, yet Wang Feng heard the lingering resentment in his bones. An Imperial Realm at rank 9 stood 1 step shy of touching the Saint Realm. And yet he had been locked away by a disabled Saint Realm beast and kept as a living battery for 3 centuries. Who would not feel wronged? Wang Feng timidly raised a hand. Senior, I have another question. When a beast captures a person, shouldn't it simply eat them? Why learn to raise them long-term and harvest periodically? How is that different from reaping leeks? Chen Baiwang's chest heaved violently again. Shen Wanshan hurried to explain with a smile. Young man, once a beast reaches Marquee Realm, it awakens to intelligence. The higher the realm, the higher the intellect. A Saint Realm beast's wisdom rivals the greatest human strategists. Keeping Senior Chen as a long-term energy source is far more cost-effective than devouring him at once. It's simply a sustainable development strategy. Wang Feng's face lit up. He understood. High-end players play the long game. Zhao Qingping asked, Senior Chen, do you remember who wounded that skeletal dragon and forced it underground 300 years ago? Chen Beiwang opened his cloudy eyes, and a flicker of respect passed through them. How could I forget? In that battle, if not for him intercepting the 2 most ferocious Saint Realm beast kings, the North Border would have fallen long ago. Chen Beiwang slowly pronounced 3 characters, Zhen Beiwang. Wang Feng blinked. Zhen Beiwang. The title alone exuded domineering power. Who is Zhen Beiwang? Wang Feng looked at Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng did not answer. Zheng Wuwei opened his eyes, glanced at Wang Feng, then at Su Qingfeng. The old man's mouth twitched slightly. Zhen Beiwang's surname was Su. Su. Wang Feng's head buzzed. He snapped his gaze towards Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng showed no change in expression, but the fist at his side bulged with veins. An ancestor of the Su family from 3 centuries ago. Su Qingfeng's voice was flat as a still pool. After that battle, Zhen Beiwang was grievously wounded and perished. The Su family has had no Saint Realm since. The ward fell silent for 2 seconds. Wang Feng stood absorbing the torrent of information. The Su ancestor had been a Saint Realm Zhen Beiwang. He had died for the North Border 3 centuries ago. This was no ordinary noble household. It was a military clan watered by the blood of its ancestor. And Wang Feng himself was the fiancé of the Su family's eldest miss. The worth of that soft meal just rose considerably. As Wang Feng digested these facts, Chen Beiwang suddenly coughed violently, a mouthful of black blood splattering onto the white sheet. Senior. Several moved forward at once. Chen Beiwang waved them off, gasping. It is nothing. Although the seal is broken, the parasitic toxin that remained in my meridians persists. Shen Wanshan was the first to react. He retrieved a jade bottle the size of a palm from his bosom, uncorked it, and brought it to Chen Baiwang's lips. And level strategic reserve. 9 turns soul-returning elixir. Take a sip to sustain yourself first. Chen Beiwang took 2 drops from the bottle's rim. The black blood ceased, but his complexion remained ashen. Zheng Wuwei extended 2 fingers to Chen Baiwang's wrist, closed his eyes, and sensed for over a dozen seconds. When he withdrew his fingers, the old man's brows were furrowed so deeply they could crush a fly. No good. Zheng Wuwei shook his head, his tone heavy. It won't work. The parasitic toxin has already seeped into the roots of his meridians, intertwined with his residual primal vitality. If we forcibly extract it, his primal vitality will collapse along with it. Zhao Qingping stepped forward. What about using the military's purification formation? The purification formation can handle toxin contamination below the imperial realm. Zheng Wuwei glanced at her. This is a law-level parasitic remnant left by a Saint Realm aberrant beast. None of us here have even touched the threshold of law. Forcing it would be sentencing him to death. The ward fell silent for a few seconds. Shen Wanshan's prayer beads began to spin again, twice as fast as before. What about the one guarding the northern gate? Su Qingfeng spoke up. Everyone understood who he meant by that one. The northern frontier had stood unyielding against the annual onslaught of aberrant beasts. Not because of the city walls, not because of the grand formations, not because of the imperial realm experts present, but because a Saint Realm entity sat in the northern domain, the anchor of humanity in the northern frontier. He can't be moved. Zhao Qingping dismissed the idea outright. Last month, deep space rift activity intensified. That one is using his own law power to suppress the rift's expansion, distracting him at this critical juncture. Half of the northern frontier would be buried with him. Su Qingfeng clenched his fists, then released them. Wang Feng stood nearby, cramming this information into his mind. Saint Realm, law-level power. Only one in the entire northern frontier, and he couldn't be spared. In other words, the one who could save Chen Beiwang wasn't here. We can only wait for the capital. Shen Wanshan stopped his prayer beads and picked up a communicator. I reported the situation to the general staff last night. Elder Chen's identity and current condition went through the highest encryption channel. If the capital sends someone, the fastest Saint Realm powerhouse. Shen Wanshan glanced at the tactical terminal's data. Should arrive within an hour. That is, if they're willing to move. Zhao Qingping snorted coldly. Each Saint Realm expert has their own station, and moving one affects the whole network. Those old foxes in the capital weigh pros and cons. They won't be spurred by a single telegram from us. Wang Feng's heart skipped a beat at this. Politics, after all. Those who know know. A hero from 300 years ago was just a line in the archives to the higher-ups. Whether it was worth deploying Saint Realm resources to save him depended on the return rate. Just as the group sank into a tense silence, a hum erupted. An extremely dense spatial fluctuation exploded without warning in the center of the ward. The air rippled like water's surface. Wang Feng felt the light twist for an instant, and then a rift tore open out of thin air. It wasn't the violent, destruction-laden rift of aberrant beast space cracks. Instead, it was an extremely neat spatial passage, as if cut by a scalpel. The edges were smooth with not a trace of energy leakage. Such precise manipulation of spatial laws. Wang Feng had never seen it, but the law fragment newly fused in his mind told him this was the work of a Saint Realm expert. From the rift, a foot in a black military boot stepped out first. Then came an old man in an ink-colored robe with graying hair and beard. The old man was slender, but his back was as straight as a spear. His eyes were half closed, and he emitted no aura. Yet the moment he appeared, the air in the entire ward solidified. It wasn't an oppressive aura. It was a sense of existence on a higher dimension, like standing by the sea. The surface calm, but knowing an abyss of 10,000 meters pressed beneath the water. Behind the old man, 4 more people emerged from the spatial passage, 3 men and 1 woman ranging in age from their 50s to 70s. Each one had an intensely dense aura of blood and qi. Imperial Realm Pinnacle. 4 of them. Wang Feng nearly bit his tongue off. Damn, was the capital's lineup this lavish. A Saint Realm leading 4 Imperial Realm Pinnacles just to pick up a patient. This was state banquet-level treatment. Zheng Wuwei was the first to stand, his gaze fixed on the enrobed elder. With a sharp snap, he brought his legs together and gave a standard military salute. General Zheng Wuwei reporting to Elder Zhou. Zhao Qingping, Shen Wanshan, and Su Qingfeng rose simultaneously, offering the same salute. Wang Feng mimicked them, standing straight, though his movements were a bit stiff. He had never experienced such a scene. The grandest ceremony in his past life was a company annual meeting lottery. The enrobed elder slightly raised his hand, signaling them to rise. His gaze passed over everyone, landing directly on the hospital bed. Chen Beiwang was looking at him too, those eyes which had just regained some luster. Lit up sharply the moment they saw the enrobed elder. Old chief. Chen Baiwang's voice trembled. Not from weakness. 300 years. 300 years of sunless underground existence, 300 years of humiliation as an aberrant beast's power bank. He thought he would never see an old acquaintance again. The enrobed elder walked to the bedside, took Chen Baiwang's wrist, and infused his perception. After a moment, he withdrew. The elder's expression remained unchanged, but the grip on Chen Baiwang's wrist tightened slightly. Take him back to the capital. His voice was low, but every word carried undeniable weight. The Saint-grade purification formation at the Royal Hospital plus my personal intervention. This parasitic toxin can be cleansed cleanly. The 4 Imperial Realm Pinnacle experts behind him also stepped forward. One of them, an old man with silver hair, crouched by the bed. He stared at Chen Baiwang for 5 seconds, then suddenly cursed. Chen Baiwang, you old bastard. 300 years ago you said you were pursuing the remnants of the enemy and told me to wait for you in the rear. I waited 300 years. The silver-haired old man's eyes were red, his voice rough as sandpaper. And you slept underground for 300 years without sending a single message. Chen Baiwang's cracked lips twisted into an extremely ugly smile. Old Zhao, you're still alive. Nonsense. I was determined to live until you returned to finish those 3 jars of strong liquor you owe me. The silver-haired old man grabbed Chen Baiwang's other hand, gripping it tightly. Beside them, another female Imperial Realm Pinnacle expert turned her face away, her shoulders trembling slightly. Wang Feng stood in the corner watching this scene. His throat tightened. 300 years. The world had changed many times. Old comrades had waited 300 years, their hair turning white, their cultivation reaching the pinnacle. But they had never seen the one who pursued the remnants return. Today they did. The transfer was swift. The enrobed elder personally used spatial laws to stabilize Chen Baiwang's life force. The 4 Imperial Realm Pinnacle old friends guarded him on either side. A specialized floating stretcher was sent into the spatial passage. From the decision to leave to actual departure, it took no more than 10 minutes. Before leaving, Chen Baiwang turned his head on the stretcher and looked at Wang Feng. Kid, sir. Wang Feng replied reflexively. When I recover, I'll come find you. Chen Baiwang's voice was weak, but his tone carried a depth that only Wang Feng could discern. Yes, take care, elder. The spatial passage closed. The ward was left with only residual spatial fluctuations slowly dissipating. Wang Feng, Su Qingfeng, Zheng Wuwei, Zhao Qingping, and Shun Wanshan stood in the empty top-floor ward. Silence reigned for 3 seconds. Wang Feng spoke first. Brother. Su Qingfeng turned to look at him. I have a question. I'm not sure if I should ask. Shut up. Su Qingfeng said instinctively. But Wang Feng had already spoken. Elder Chen, Imperial Realm 9th rank, Vice Commander. Wang Feng counted on his fingers, his expression sincere. You Marquis Realm Commander, and the top one. The muscles on Su Qingfeng's face twitched. Wang Feng continued counting. He was Imperial Realm 9th rank 300 years ago with a deputy position. You're Marquis Realm now with a top position. It's like he was a vice president with a monthly salary of 1,000,000 300 years ago, while you're a CEO with a monthly salary of 3,000 now. Brother, is your commandership a phone card giveaway? Su Qingfeng's temples bulged twice. But he didn't lash out because the expressions of the 3 Imperial Realm experts beside him were even more entertaining. Zheng Wuwei, the old man with closed eyes, couldn't control the twitching at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Qingping, the female commander who had just been solemn, had her eyelids jumping thrice. Shen Wanshan, his prayer beads stopped spinning and his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses blinked repeatedly. The 3 highest-ranking officers of Aurora City simultaneously realized one thing. This kid was superficially mocking Su Qingfeng. But in reality, he had buried all 3 of them too. Chen Baiwang, Imperial Realm 9th rank, Vice Commander. What about them? Zheng Wuwei, Imperial Realm 7th rank. Zhao Qingping, Imperial Realm 3rd rank. Shen Wanshan, Imperial Realm 2nd rank. In terms of realm and seniority, Chen Baiwang from 300 years ago could easily overshadow any of them. This kid was saying, all of you guarding the northern frontier are completely unqualified. Zhao Qingping was the first to lose her composure. Su Qingfeng. Present. Su Qingfeng snapped to attention. Take your genius brother-in-law back. Zhao Qingping's voice was icy enough to freeze. Give him a proper lesson in common sense. Especially the military rank system realm to position mapping and what it means to think before speaking. Zheng Wuwei sat back in his chair, closed his eyes, and uttered 4 words, theory failing. Shen Wanshan added a jab with a smile. A genius has his expertise. Fighting is one thing, but worldly wisdom. He adjusted his glasses. It's a long road ahead. Su Qingfeng grabbed Wang Feng by the scruff of his neck and dragged him out like a chick. Let's go. Back to the base. What for? To give you remedial lessons. Su Qingfeng gritted his teeth. From the military rank system to the northern frontier defense layout, from aberrant beast encyclopedias to martial arts basics, from the art of speaking to the skill of shutting up. Learn it all. No battlefield until you finish. As Wang Feng was dragged out of the ward, he still muttered, "Did I say something wrong? Mathematically, it's accurate." Su Qingfeng ignored him. The off-road vehicle roared through Aurora City's streets again. Back at the Vanguard Company base, Su Qingfeng directly shoved Wang Feng into the unit's archive room. 3 walls of metal shelves were densely packed with various military manuals and texts. Su Qingfeng pulled out 12 books at once from the shelves. With a loud thud, he slammed them all onto the table in front of Wang Feng. Northern Frontier Aberrant Beast Encyclopedia Type, a military rank and position manual, detailed explanation of martial realms, basic tactics course, space rift emergency plan, military merit calculation and distribution regulations. 3 days. Read all of them. Su Qingfeng dropped this remark and turned to leave. He paused at the door. By the way, Su Qingfeng didn't look back. That remark earlier. Only say it in front of me from now on. Say it outside and I can't protect you. The door closed. Wang Feng stared at the stack of manuals thicker than bricks on the table, smacking his lips. All right, I'll learn. He picked up the top book, Northern Frontier Aberrant Beast Encyclopedia, and flipped it open casually. The first page was a classification of common low-tier aberrant beasts. Wang Feng glanced at it and was about to turn the page when his gaze suddenly froze. On the 3rd page of the encyclopedia, an inconspicuous annotation in the corner read, "Note the following species are confirmed extinct." At the bottom of the extinction list, a name was marked in red ink. Destiny Dragon Silkworm, ancient divine beast last recorded 800 years ago. Rumor its bloodline can merge with all laws unconstrained by any cultivation system. Wang Feng stared at the 3 characters merge with all laws, and his pupils contracted sharply. He looked down at his left hand. Then he glanced at the line on his system panel. Myriad manifestations devouring heaven art trait compatible with all attribute blood and chi not picky. A coincidence. Or, not a coincidence. Wang Feng stared at the crimson line of text reading Heavenly Fate Dragon Silkworm for a full half-minute. Then he flipped to the next page. There was nothing else. Just that single annotation, without even an accompanying illustration. System is the Heavenly Fate Dragon Silkworm related to me. The system paused for 3 seconds. Ding. Insufficient information available. Cannot determine. Great, the same old routine. Insufficient information cannot determine. In plain terms, the plot hasn't progressed to that point yet, so why are you in such a hurry? Wang Feng closed the bestiary of exotic beasts and picked up the book beside it titled Detailed Explanation of Martial Dao Realms. After flipping through 2 pages, he found its content nearly identical to the basic compendium Su Qingga had given him and tossed it aside. He then picked up the military rank and position reference manual. After reading 3 pages, he finally realized just how reckless his earlier words in the hospital room had been. The military rank system in this world was different from his past life. It wasn't determined solely by cultivation level. Battle merits, seniority, command ability, and political background were all taken into account. Su Qingfeng became the commander-in-chief at the Marquis realm because the Su family's foundation in the northern frontier ran deep, coupled with his tactical command skills, which were indeed outstanding among his peers. Chen Beiwang served as the deputy commander-in-chief at the 9th tier of the Emperor realm. That was because 300 years ago, the 1st Legion's actual commander-in-chief was even more formidable, that one had reached the Saint realm. So the deputy commander wasn't weak. It was just that the one above him was too strong. All right, I was indeed out of line. Wang Feng flipped to the next book. A Century of War on the Northern Frontier. This volume was as thick as a brick, its cover heavily worn with corners curling upward. Clearly it had been leafed through by many. Wang Feng had initially only wanted to understand the strategic layout of the Northern Frontier. But once he opened the first chapter, he was drawn in. Because the first chapter's title was The Year Zero of Spiritual Energy Reawakening the Collapse of the Old Order. In the year 2126 AD, spiritual energy reawakened on Blue Star. Wang Feng's finger paused on that line of text. Blue Star. It wasn't some otherworldly realm, nor some mythical continent. It was simply Blue Star. He continued reading. This world was indeed Blue Star. A parallel blue star that had undergone a spiritual energy reawakening. 100 years ago, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had burst forth from the depths of the earth. Globally, cracks appeared in the spatial barriers. Exotic beasts surged out from the fissures. Humanity's thermal weapons could still suppress them in the early stages. But as the concentration of spiritual energy rose, the exotic beasts grew stronger and the effectiveness of thermal weapons diminished. Awakened individuals began to appear across various nations. Humanity embarked on the path of martial cultivation. The first 50 years were a golden age of unity where all of humanity fought against the beasts. Nations frantically cultivated powerful warriors, built defensive lines, and repelled the invasions of exotic beasts. Wang Feng quickly skimmed through this section. The key points came later. The Eagle Kingdom was the first to break through to the Saint realm, producing 3 great saints in one go. Next came the Elephant Kingdom with 2, the Fox Kingdom with 2, the Vulture Kingdom with 1, and the Crocodile Kingdom with 1. The Little Stick popped out 1, the Little Sun Kingdom produced 2. The Bull Kingdom had 1, the Kangaroo Kingdom 1, the Beaver Kingdom 1. Good heavens, they're clustering up. Wang Feng frowned. According to normal probability, Saint realm powerhouses should be once-in-a-century occurrences. How did these nations produce saints in bulk within just a few decades? He read on and sure enough found the answer. Foreign realm support. The breakthroughs to the Saint realm in those nations all bore the shadow of forces from another dimension. Emperor realm powerhouses from the foreign realm, through spatial fissures, funneled cultivation resources, secret inheritance techniques, and even directly infused power into various nations. There was only one condition: pledge allegiance. Reading this, a chill ran down Wang Feng's spine. Wasn't this just raising goo? The foreign realm, emperor realm powerhouses first propped up Saint realm agents in various nations. When the time was ripe, they would reap the entire blue star. And what about the Dragon Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom had no external aid. The Dragon Kingdom's martial heritage came from the foundation of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. After the spiritual energy reawakening, those ancient texts, cultivation methods, and formations once dismissed as myths and legends were all verified as real. However, the growth rate of the Dragon Kingdom's powerhouses was indeed slower than those nations that had cheated. Until the 78th year of the spiritual energy reawakening, a person emerged out of nowhere. The Dragon Emperor. He broke through to the Saint realm at 52 years of age, globally mocked as the youngest cannon fodder. At 9, he attained the Tao and became an emperor. A century to become an emperor, a rising star. But these 4 words in the international context of that time carried a weight that could crush the heavens. Because the emperor realm was the ceiling of the entire blue star. Those powerhouses from various nations who had barely touched the threshold of the Saint realm under the patronage of foreign realm emperor realms. Before a true emperor realm, they were no different from ants. The foreign realm panicked. Their proxy plan had been shattered by a native-born Dragon Kingdom citizen. Thus an order for a siege was issued. The Eagle Kingdom's 3 great saints, the Elephant Kingdoms 2, the Fox Kingdoms 2, the Vultures 1, the Crocodiles 1, the Little Sticks 1, the Little Suns 2, the Bull Kingdoms 1, the Kangaroos 1, the Beavers 1. 15 great saints. Plus 3 Emperor realm powerhouses descended from the foreign realm. They besieged the Dragon Emperor along with the Dragon Kingdoms, mere 4 Saint realm powerhouses. Also joining the Dragon Kingdom side were 2 Saint realm powerhouses from the Bear Kingdom. When Wang Feng turned to this page, his fingers trembled. Not from fear, but from rage. How was this any different from the 8-Nation Alliance in his past life? No, it was even more ruthless than the 8-Nation Alliance. That was at least humans fighting humans. This time it was traitors from across the entire Blue Star allied with extraterrestrial forces to besiege their own kind. Wang Feng took a deep breath and continued reading. That battle began from the Little Sun Peninsula. The Dragon Emperor fought northward, the front line stretching over 10,000 kilometers. The book's descriptions were extremely restrained, all in the cold, hard strokes of military archives. But the more restrained it was, the more it revealed the sheer brutality of that war. Year 193 of the spiritual energy reawakening, March 17th, waters of the Little Sun Peninsula. The Dragon Emperor engaged in direct confrontation with the first Emperor realm of the foreign realm. The battle lasted 7 days and 7 nights. The peninsula's foundation fractured, the continental shelf sank. On March 24th, the Little Sun Peninsula permanently vanished from the Pacific Ocean. Wang Feng was stunned. He read that passage again. The Little Sun Peninsula. Vanished. The entire island. Gone. Sunk. In his past life, Wang Feng was Chinese. What that Little Sun nation had done in his past life was etched into the genes of every Chinese person. He had originally thought that once his cultivation was sufficient, he would find this world's Little Sun nation and settle the score from his past life. But the Dragon Emperor had settled it for him. Not by defeating them, not by occupying them, but in a physical sense erased from the map. Not even the foundation was left. Wang Feng was silent for a long while. Forget it, he muttered to himself. When I become an emperor in the future, I'll go to that sea area, take a piss to release some energy, and consider it a tribute to the Dragon Emperor. He continued flipping through. The front line stretched from the peninsula to the mainland. The Dragon Emperor advanced, stained with blood, with burning cities and shattered mountains behind him. Of the Dragon Kingdoms, 4 saints, 3 were killed in action. Both of the Bear Kingdom's saints fell. Of the 15 opposing great saints, the Dragon Emperor personally slew 11, while the remaining 4 fled with severe injuries, their fate unknown. Of the 3 foreign realm emperors, the Dragon Emperor killed 2. The last emperor attempted to retreat into the foreign realm passage. The Dragon Emperor pursued him to the northernmost tip of the Bear Kingdom. That was the entrance to the foreign realm passage. The final image of that battle was recorded using divine sense by the sole surviving saint of the Dragon Kingdom. The book included a black and white holographic screenshot, blurry rough with extremely low pixel density, but Wang Feng could see it clearly. A silhouette suspended above the passage entrance. The radiance around him had already dimmed his robe's tattered blood falling from the sky like rain. He used his own body to block that passage. Then using himself as the array's eye, he laid down a grand formation. The book recorded the formation's name, the Myriad Ages Dragon Court, heaven-subduing, realm-sealing array. The Dragon Emperor poured his own Tao principles, life, origin, and soul will entirely into the array. From then on, he was no longer a living person, nor was he a dead one. He became a living seal. Wang Feng read the book's final passage 3 times. For 1,000 years thereafter, all who gaze up at the stars shall see the Dragon Emperor's majestic silhouette seated in the depths of the firmament. Later ages have a poem. When the mountain's peak is reached, who dares claim supremacy? At the sight of the Dragon Emperor, the Tao turns to emptiness. Wang Feng closed the book. The reference room was very quiet save for the wail of the northern frontier's cold wind outside the alloy walls. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the crack in the ceiling. In his past life, China's century of humiliation was crawled out of inch by inch with the flesh and blood of countless ancestors. In this life, the Dragon Kingdom besieged again after the spiritual energy reawakening once more found itself at odds with the world. But in this life, there was the Dragon Emperor, one man bearing the fate of an entire civilization. Then he nailed himself into the starry sky. Wang Feng suddenly understood why this world universally revered martial arts. Why the soldiers of the northern frontier could sacrifice their lives to fill the breaches in the city walls. Why Su Qingfeng, this young master from a prestigious clan, was here in the northern frontier. Why? Because the Dragon Emperor was still watching from above. He wasn't dead. He was just guarding the gate for everyone. Thud. Wang Feng slammed the book onto the table and stood up. He rolled his neck, his gaze falling on a thin, dust-covered booklet on the top shelf of the bookcase. A thin layer of dust had settled upon that slim booklet. Wang Feng stretched on his tiptoes to retrieve it, wiping the cover with his sleeve. Northern Border Secret Realm Exploration Record Internal Reference. The print quality was poor, the paper yellowed with age. It looked as if some logistics clerk had secretly printed it on an office printer. Yet the word Secret Realm made Wang Feng's eyelid twitch. He flipped open the first page. Secret Realms, also known as the Fallen Lands. When a martial artist at the Prince Realm or above falls, the vast spiritual energy contained within their lifelong cultivation does not vanish into nothingness. Instead, it returns to heaven and earth. If the spiritual energy density at the site of their fall is sufficiently high, typically battlefields, areas where multiple experts have perished together, this energy will slowly coalesce over 100 or even 1,000 years, ultimately forming an independent semi-enclosed space. This is a secret realm. Wang Feng's breath caught for a moment. An expert dies, their cultivation returns to the world. Then the spiritual energy clusters together, spawning a dungeon. Isn't this just the high martial arts version of a boss dies and drops a dungeon entry ticket? He continued reading. The level of a secret realm depends on the quality and concentration of the residual spiritual energy within it. Secret realms formed by the fall of a Prince Realm expert are the lowest level. Marquis Realm are next, King Realm higher still. Saint Realm secret realms are extremely rare, with fewer than 6 recorded in the past century. It is important to note, the vast majority of secret realms are not formed by the fall of a single expert, because experts who fall are almost always killed in battle. Death in battle means melee, and melee means multiple casualties. Thus, the spiritual energy within a single secret realm is often a mixture of the residual cultivation of a dozen or even 100 experts. The internal environment is extremely complex, with danger and opportunity coexisting. Wang Feng's finger paused at the next paragraph. The core exploration rule of secret realms, cultivation suppression. Take a Saint Realm secret realm as an example. Those at the Saint Realm and above cannot enter. The realm automatically repels energy of the same or higher level. Actual explorers are mainly King Realm experts with Prince Realm as support and Marquis Realm barely able to enter. General Realm and below, not recommended. It's equivalent to courting death. Wang Feng read that passage twice. The higher the level of the secret realm, the lower the cultivator's level needed to enter relative to the realm's grade. In other words, secret realms are heaven-defying opportunities prepared for the weak. It also meant that as long as his cultivation was low enough, he could enter higher-level secret realms and scavenge more valuable items. For his finishing blow style of combat, this was a tailor-made paradise. Go and latch onto a big shot. Wait for the big shot to cripple the boss, then charge in for the killing strike. Perfect. System, are there any secret realms near the northern border? The system was silent for 2 seconds. Ding. The system is only responsible for recording host kill data and issuing tasks. It does not provide intelligence retrieval services. Wang Feng's mouth twitched. What a piece of work. A tool that picks and chooses its tasks. He continued flipping. The latter half of the booklet was a table recording the locations and levels of known secret realms in the northern border. There were 3 Prince Realm secret realms and 2 Marquis Realm ones. King Realm secret realms, 0. Saint Realm secret realms, marked as suspected to exist, unconfirmed. Wang Feng etched these data points into his mind and closed the booklet. Next, he picked up that detailed explanation of martial Dao realms and flipped through it again. This time, he didn't skip anything, he read it word for word. He already knew the realm divisions from before. But this detailed edition added one crucial piece of information: lifespan. Soldier Realm, 100 years. General Realm, 200 years. Prince Realm, 500 years. Marquis Realm, 800 years. King Realm, over 1,000 years. Saint Realm and Emperor Realm, unknown, because it had been less than 1,000 years since the spiritual energy resurgence. No Saint Realm expert had yet died of old age. All had fallen in battle. No samples, no data. Flipping to the last page, there was a supplementary note. Martial artists at the Prince Realm and above can completely detach their bodily functions from food intake, directly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to sustain life. Theoretically, as long as they suffer no external injury, a Prince Realm expert can survive for centuries without eating. Wang Feng leaned back in his chair, digesting this information for a while. A lifespan of 1,000 years. It sounded long. But for a martial artist who fought desperately against alien beasts every day, who could die on the city wall at any moment, 1,000 years might not even be lived out before dying on the battlefield. The cruelty of this world wasn't a short life. It was that no matter how long your life was, it couldn't outlast a bone scythe or a self-destructing beast core. Wang Feng put down the book and rubbed his temples. After the marrow-cleansing pill reshaped his bone structure, his memory had indeed improved considerably. But it hadn't reached the level of photographic memory. For every book, he had to read it at least twice carefully to fully memorize it. Brain development wasn't like adding attribute points which showed immediate results. It was a slow process. All right then. Wang Feng neatly stacked the 12 manuals scattered on the table. Since my brother-in-law asked me to finish reading these in 3 days, he glanced at the 3 walls of books on the shelves. Hundreds upon hundreds of volumes. He'll just casually read a few more. 3 days passed. Wang Feng hadn't stepped out of the reference room. Su Qingfeng came to check on him, once expecting the kid to be complaining bitterly. But when he pushed the door open and looked inside, Wang Feng was sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by a pile of over 20 books, taking notes. Su Qingfeng left without saying a word. He went back and said one thing to Vice Adjutant Lei: give him access to the reference room, 24 hours, no limits. 3 days turned into a week. A week turned into half a month. Half a month turned into a month. Aurora City had a rule. Newly arrived troops, regardless of background or cultivation level, before entering the combat sequence, they must complete ideological education. This rule had been passed down from the Dragon Emperor's era. In the Dragon Kingdom's military, especially in the northern border, your fist could be harder than others, your blade faster. But your mind must first be filled with the right things. The red historical textbooks of the Vanguard Company were thicker than the Alien Beast Atlas. From the story of the First Legion's establishment to the names of every fallen soldier in the century-long city defense wars. From the handwritten manuscripts of the Dragon Emperor's founding speeches to the field diaries written by each company and legion. Wang Feng read them. One by one he read them. In his past life, he was a Huashan native. That shade of red was etched into his bones. He didn't need anyone to teach him. But this life was different. This world had immortal cultivation, alien beasts, and individual martial power capable of destroying heaven and earth. When a person could shatter a city wall with a single punch, would he still care about the collective? When a person could soar through the air and look down upon the masses, would he still be willing to squat in a trench and fight shoulder to shoulder with ordinary soldiers? Wang Feng wasn't sure. Right now he was only at the 9th level of the soldier realm, sincere about the words righteous cause. Because he was weak, he needed the organization, needed his comrades, needed his brother-in-law to take the blows for him. But what about when he reached the King realm, the Saint realm, the Emperor realm? Would the future him still remember the feelings he had today, squatting on the reference room floor reading field diaries? He didn't know. But what he could do now was lay a solid foundation. Faith wasn't inherently stable. It needed nurturing, needed repeated confirmation. It needed to be personally planted in the deepest place while you were still clear-headed. Wang Feng sat in the reference room for an entire month. Apart from eating, sleeping, and using the bathroom, he went nowhere. Zhao Taizhu came to call him twice, wanting to drag him onto the city wall to fight monsters. Wang Feng refused. Company commander, when I come out of seclusion, I'll treat you to a drink. Zhao Taizhu looked at him with a strange expression, then finally touched the scar on his chest and left. The bald veteran secretly brought him some alien beast jerky twice. Wang Feng accepted it all, munching on the jerky while flipping through books. Aurora City's library was free for military personnel. Every district in the city had a branch. This was another rule set during the Dragon Emperor's era. After slaughter, people needed words to wash away the bloodlust in their hearts. Soldiers of the northern border might not suffer from post-war syndrome. The dragon people's genes were filled with the spirit of battle. But reading itself wasn't for curing illness. It was to make you remember what those things you cut down with your blade were meant to protect. 1 month later, Wang Feng stood up, his knees cracking twice. He placed the last book back on the shelf and rolled his neck. His mind was filled with the contents of several hundred books. From alien beast habits to formation principles, from military tactics to analysis of the causes of spatial rifts. And a full 17 volumes of red combat histories from various companies. All right, Wang Feng spoke to himself, facing the empty metal walls of the reference room. Time to come out of seclusion and grind some monsters. Capital City Martial University Dormitory. Late at night, Su Qingge repeatedly refreshed the internal battle reports of the Northern Border 7th Legion. For a month, Wang Feng's name hadn't appeared in the combat records even once. No military merit records, no duty attendance records. Only the library's access control system showed Wang Feng daily entry time 0530, exit time 2300. For 30 consecutive days. Without exception, Su Qingge stared at that line of access records for a long time. Then she picked up her communicator and dialed Su Qingfeng's encrypted channel. Brother, my brother Feng has been reading in the library for a month. Yes. Is he? Did something provoke him? Su Qingfeng was silent for 3 seconds. No, he did it voluntarily. Another 2 seconds of silence. And he really is reading. He's not pretending. He's filled 4 notebooks. Su Qingge ended the call. She closed the data report and leaned back in her chair. Her fingers unconsciously traced the communicator on her wrist. Su Qingge stared at the chat log on her communicator, scrolling all the way to the top. 1 month. 30 messages. All sent by her. Brother Feng, have you eaten today? Reply, yes. Brother Feng, is it cold in the Northern Territory? Reply, it's okay. Brother Feng, I broke through a small bottleneck in my cultivation today. Reply, impressive. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Read. No reply. Su Qingge placed the communicator face down on the table and took a deep breath. Su Qingge was the greatest prodigy in a century at the Kyoto Martial University. At 18, she was at the peak of the general realm, the sole, cherished jewel of the Su family. She had pursued a man for 30 whole days, yet the total replies she received amounted to less than 20 words. Messages sent during the day were met with silence. Those sent at night occasionally yielded 2 words. Yes. It's okay. Impressive. She could almost recite those 3 words backwards. Su Qingge slumped over the table, burying her face in her arms. Hadn't she considered? Maybe this man just wasn't interested in her. But on second thought, it didn't seem right. That night at the Su residence in Jiang City during the video call, that guy had called her Qingge so sweetly. It wasn't a lack of feelings. It was just, this guy seemed genuinely bad at conversation. She opened the library's access log again, entering at 5:30 a.m., leaving at 11:00 p.m. 30 days, the same routine every single day. A martial artist at the 9th level of the soldier realm, instead of hunting monsters or training, he had been holed up in the library reading for an entire month. What is he even reading? Su Qingge muttered, closing the access log. She then tapped open a family group notification from a month ago. Initiator Su Qingfeng. Title, urgent family meeting regarding King's marriage contract 1 month ago. After Su Qingfeng learned that Wang Feng had broken through from 0 to the 9th level of the soldier realm in a single day, he had urgently convened all direct descendants of the Su family for a video conference. Attendees: Su Weigua, the Su family patriarch, 1st level of the Emperor realm, stationed at the Jiang City headquarters. Su Jinyue, Su King's father, head of the main branch, 5th level of the Emperor realm, the guardian of Steel City on the western front of the Northern Territory. Lu Chongning, Su King's mother, 2nd level of the Emperor realm, director of the 3rd Field Hospital of the Northern Territory. Su Qingfeng, commander of the 7th Legion Marquis realm, plus various branch family heads and their sons stationed across the Dragon Kingdom. Add 2 aunts and their numerous male cousins. A total of 26 holographic avatars crowded the meeting room, making it look like an internet cafe. The meeting began, and Su Qingfeng immediately threw out Wang Feng's cultivation data. From 0 to the 9th level of the soldier realm in less than 48 hours. Silence reigned for 3 seconds. Second uncle was the first to explode. What did you say? He'll say it again. From 0 to the peak of the 9th level of the soldier realm, 48 hours. In the screen, Su Jinyu's hand holding his teacup froze. He put the cup down, his voice steady. Qingfeng, has the data been verified? Father, the three highest-ranking officers of Aurora City, personally verified it. Zheng Wuwei, Zhao Qingping, and Shun Wanshan, three Emperor Realm experts, confirmed it face-to-face. Su Jinyue was silent for a few seconds. Beside him, Lu Changying's holographic image leaned in. She was wearing a white coat, clearly having just come from the operating room. A battlefield enlightenment physique. Lu Changning adjusted her glasses, her tone professional. Since the spiritual energy resurgence, there have been fewer than 5 recorded similar cases. Every single one later became at least a marquee realm powerhouse. Not just that, Su Qingfeng also recounted the matter of Chen Beiwang. This kid's courage and judgment are better than 90% of the officers I've led. Su Qingfeng's expression was complicated as he spoke. After all, he was the one that kid had used as a human shield. The Su family patriarch, Su Weiguo, leaned on his cane seated in the main chair. The last time the patriarch called a family meeting, he was still shouting about going to the Northern Territory to skin Wang Feng alive. Now he stroked his beard, squinting, and said nothing. Instead, a chubby 5-year-old who had somehow snuck into the meeting was waving a plastic laser sword and yelling, "Uncle is awesome." I knew Uncle was a good guy. Second uncle slapped the little boy down. "Shut up, adults are talking." Then second uncle turned his expression serious as he looked at Su Qingfeng's hologram. "So you're saying, this kid isn't a delinquent?" Su Qingfeng's mouth twitched. "Second uncle, he never dyed his hair." "Then who said he did last time?" "I did. I was wrong." The meeting room fell silent for 2 seconds. Su Weiguo spoke. "Chinga has good judgment." Just those few words. But coming from the Su family patriarch, they carried more weight than an imperial decree. Last time he had said, "This kid may have no cultivation, but his backbone is worthy of the Su family." This time he even omitted the may have. He made a direct judgment. Good judgment. Su Jinyue nodded. Since the child's talent is confirmed, there's no need to discuss the marriage contract further. Lu Changning added, "But matters of the heart can't rely solely on talent. Chinga is a top-notch fighter, but when it comes to romance..." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "She needs guidance." At these words, the tone of the meeting completely derailed. The 26 direct descendants of the Su family instantly switched from a military strategy session to a large-scale romance planning scene. Second uncle spoke first. "Tell Chinga to send more photos." "Pretty girls send photos guys can't resist." Third uncle retorted, "Forget photos, just fly over there. Confess in person. That's how I wooed your third aunt." Su Qingyuan from the second branch raised his hand. No, being too forward makes you look cheap. You have to play hard to ignore him for 3 days first." Su Qingye from the third branch shot back. "The last time you played hard to get, the girl ran off with someone else, remember? That was an accident." The hologram of the eldest aunt leaned in. "Give him things. Men all fall for that. Give spirit stones, pills, cultivation manuals." The younger aunt disagreed. "Spirit stones? So tacky. Give him a hand-knit scarf. That's how I snagged your uncle." "Auntie, it's minus 60 degrees in the Northern Territory. A scarf is useless. You'd need thermal long johns." "Who said thermal long johns?" The 26 people argued into a chaotic mess. Su Qingge listened throughout, not saying a word. After the meeting ended, she sat staring at the blank holographic screen for half an hour. Send photos. She barely even took selfies. Fly over and confess in person. She was at the peak of the general realm, not the peak of social confidence. Play hard to get. She couldn't even manage a normal conversation, let alone play games. Send thermal long johns. Are these people serious? Su Qingge rubbed her temples. From then on, she made it a point to send Wang Feng one message every day without fail. Just one. She was already being very restrained. But the replies were always those few words. Yes. It's okay. Impressive. Until the semester started. The first day of the new semester at Kyoto Martial University. As Su Qingge walked into the classroom, a girl with twin ponytails and a shortened school skirt pounced on her. "Qingge, how was your summer break? Did you miss me?" Lin Xiaolu. Su Qing's only best friend at the Martial University. At the third level of the general realm, the second daughter of the Kyoto Lin family. True to her name, she was as bouncy as a fawn, chattering nonstop. Su Qingge, with her hanging on her arm, said expressionlessly, "Let go." "No. First tell me, did something happen over the summer?" "You look off." Lin Xiaolu's intuition was always sharp. Su Qingge hesitated for 3 seconds. "They'll tell you at lunch." At noon. In the private dining room of the cafeteria, Su Qingge recounted the whole story from beginning to end. From the meeting with the Wang family in Jiang City to the call from the Northern Territory, to the one-sided chat logs of the past month. After listening, Lin Xiaolu nearly spat out her rice. Wait. She put down her chopsticks, propped her chin on her hands, her eyes alarmingly bright. "You mean, you made the first move and he was indifferent?" "Pretty much. Let me see the chat log." Su Qingge handed her communicator over. Lin Xiaolu scrolled for 2 minutes, her expression shifting from shock to sympathy. "Qingge, moi. This isn't a conversation. Then what is it?" "It's a single-player romance simulator. Even the NPCs have more lines than this." Su Qingge was silent. Lin Xiaolu returned the communicator, resting her cheek on her hand as she thought. But based on my years of observation, this type of guy is either a player casting a wide net or what? Socially awkward. Lin Xiaolu raised a finger, her expression deadly serious. There's a type of guy who can take on 10 in a fight and can weave your ancestors into a rap when cursing. But ask him to chat with a girl he likes. He'll stare at the screen for half an hour and finally type out an MM. Su Qingge blinked. She recalled Wang Feng's impassioned speech in the Su family hall. The line about sacrificing for the nation had enough force to blow the roof off. Then she thought of the "it's okay" in the chat log. What you said might be a bit right. Of course it's right. Lin Xiaolu slapped the table. Remember what I told you? Su Qingge thought for a moment, then nodded. When they first entered the university, Lin Xiaolu had instilled a theory in her. If you like him, go for it. Hesitation leads to defeat. A girl chasing a guy is just a thin veil away. The ones you catch are usually the devoted types, waiting for a guy to chase you. Then you're most likely waiting for a player. Back then, when Su Qingge saw Wang Feng at the Wang residence, she immediately went up and hugged his arm because of those words. So your direction isn't wrong. Lin Xiaolu analyzed. The problem is in the method. What method? The messages you send every day. Have you eaten? Are you cold? What are you doing? That's not chatting, it's a roll call. A faint blush crept onto Su Qing's face. Then how should I send them? Lin Xiaolu's lips curled up into a "you've come to the right person" expression. She pulled out her own communicator, opened her notes, and pushed it over to Su Qingge. The title read, Lin Xiaolu's Art of Love 3rd Edition, revised. Su Qing's mouth twitched at the sight of 3rd edition. You've revised it 3 times. Duh, the first 2 editions weren't effective in practice, so I iterated. Who did you use them on? That's not important. Lin Xiaolu coughed and quickly flipped to chapter 7. What's important is the strategy for targeting the socially awkward type. Rule 1: don't ask closed-ended questions. Have you eaten? Can only be answered with yes or no. You have to ask open-ended ones, like what book did you read today? Anything interesting. Rule 2: show weakness appropriately. You're too strong. Peak of the general realm, the eldest miss of the Su family. This kind of persona puts pressure on socially awkward guys. You have to show vulnerability once in a while, like saying you've hit a bottleneck in your cultivation and ask for his opinion. Rule 3, and the most important one. Lin Xiaolu leaned in close to Su Qing's ear, lowering her voice. Find common ground. He's been reading for a month, right? Check his borrowing records. Read whatever he reads. Next time you chat, directly talk about the content of the books. Su Qingge listened intently, etching every rule into her mind. She glanced at the time on her communicator. It was 3:00 p.m. over in the Northern Territory. Wang Feng should still be in the library. He almost never replied during the day. He'll wait until evening. Su Qingge put her communicator away. Lin Xiaolu rested her chin on her hand, her gaze turning soft. Qingge, my, you really like him, don't you? Su Qingge didn't answer. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. The rim of the cup hid the slight upward curve of her lips. Northern Territory, Aurora City. Vanguard Company Archives Room. Wang Feng placed the last book back on the shelf. He stood up, stretching his stiff neck and waist. 1 month. The content of several hundred books was compressed into his mind, needing time to be slowly digested. But he knew everything he needed to know. He looked down at his communicator. 31 unread messages. All from Su Qingge. Wang Feng stared at the screen, his thumb hovering over the input field. He paused for 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. Finally, he typed 3 words, then deleted them. He typed 2 words again, then deleted them. Forget it. Wang Feng muted his communicator and stuffed it into his pocket. It wasn't that he didn't want to reply. He truly didn't know what to say. He had lived over 20 years in his past life, a lifelong single. After being reborn this life, the first woman he encountered was Su Qingge, the eldest miss of the Su family at the peak of the general realm. She had come right up, hugged his arm, called him brother, given him equipment, pulled military strings, and even scolded her own brother to protect him. And him. Yes. It's okay. Impressive. Wang Feng wiped his face. Pathetic. When it came to being sharp-tongued, he could drive the old Wang patriarch into a heart attack. When it came to bluffing, he could make the entire Su family call him uncle. But the moment it came to chatting with Su Qingge, his brain seemed to crash. Every time he saw her message, his heartbeat quickened by 2 beats. Then he would sit for ages with the communicator in hand, typing and deleting, typing and deleting. In the end, he would squeeze out an "it's okay" to get by. Over 40 years of life experience across 2 lifetimes in the realm of romance amounted to approximately 0. Next time, Wang Feng said to himself, he'll reply after I figure out what to say. He pushed open the door of the archives room and a gust of cold wind rushed in. The sky over Aurora City was a gloomy gray and soldiers were changing shifts on the distant city wall. Wang Feng took a deep breath. A month of contemplation was enough. It was time to hunt monsters. He strode towards the Vanguard Company base. Just as he reached the entrance, Zhao Tai's loud voice boomed out. Company assemble. The Legion Command has just issued an order. All combat units of the 7th Legion are to enter immediate first-level combat readiness. Zhao Tai's face had never looked so grim. 50 kilometers outside the city, we've discovered. He swallowed hard. A suspected secret realm entrance. Before Zhao Tai's words had even settled, a stir rippled through the Sharp Blade Company's encampment. A secret realm? What grade? Which direction? Veterans emerged from every corner, their eyes burning with the hunger of wolves starved for 3 days. Anyone who had spent time in the northern frontier understood. A secret realm meant resources, breakthroughs, and a chance to defy fate. Such things were not to be found on a whim. The last time a secret realm entrance appeared in the northern frontier was 12 years ago. Back then, 7 general realm midstage warriors from the 3rd Legion entered. Every single one emerged at the peak of the general realm. One fortunate soul even brushed against the threshold of the king realm. Silence. Zhao Taiju slammed his palm against the metal table. The command's orders, full combat readiness for the entire army, seal the information. The exact grade of the secret realm is still being probed. Until confirmed, anyone who leaks a single word will face court-martial. The veterans voiced their assent, but the excitement in their eyes was impossible to conceal. Wang Feng stood at the back of the crowd, a faint, imperceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A secret realm. In other words, this was a heaven-defying opportunity tailor-made for the weak. And he, Wang Feng, was the northern frontier's greatest master of feigning weakness. Wasn't this a custom-built cash machine? Company commander. Wang Feng raised his hand. Zhao Taiju glanced at him. What are the criteria for selecting personnel for the secret realm expedition? Zhao Taiju paused, looking him up and down. A month ago, this kid had holed up in the archives and hadn't come out. Now he pops up, and his first question is about the secret realm. What's your cultivation level now, eh? Soldier realm 9th rank. Zhao Tai's eyebrow twitched. A month ago, he was at the 6th rank. Now he's at the 9th. Was this kid raising his cultivation by reading books in the library? The selection for the secret realm hasn't been decided yet. I know you're eager, but don't be. Zhao Taiju waved his hand and turned to walk toward the company headquarters. After a few steps, he stopped without turning back. Get that a grade armor of yours serviced. Don't let it fail you at a critical moment. Wang Feng's lips curled. That was a hint of possibility. 7th Legion Command Headquarters. Su Qingfeng sat before the command console, his gaze fixed on a holographic map. A red light point flickered incessantly 50 kilometers outside Aurora City. The detection results are out. Deputy Lei slapped a report onto the table. A King Realm secret realm. The entrance is expanding, naturally expected to stabilize in 3 to 5 days. Su Qingfeng picked up the report, scanned it, and furrowed his brow slightly. A King Realm secret realm, the weakest grade. By the rules, those above the King Realm could not enter. Only General Realm and Soldier Realm cultivators could pass through the entrance. He himself was at the Marquis Realm, utterly barred from entry. How many participation slots? Based on the entrance's spatial capacity, it can accommodate up to 30 people entering simultaneously. 30 people. Su Qingfeng tapped the table. The northern frontier was garrisoned by at least several hundred General Realm martial artists. 30 slots were far from enough. Moreover, other legions would surely vie for such an opportunity. He knew Zhao Qingping's methods well. The slot allocation would inevitably go through the unified coordination of the Military Affairs General Command. With this in mind, Su Qingfeng picked up the communicator and dialed a number. Not Zhao Qingping's, nor Shen Wanshen's. It was his sister's. The call connected, and Su Qing's holographic image materialized. She was sitting in her dormitory at the Capital Martial Arts University, a book spread out before her. The cover vaguely displayed a few words. Northern Frontier Spatial Rift Emergency Plan. Su Qingfeng's eyebrow twitched. What kind of book was that? Reading something like that in a university dorm. Never mind, he didn't want to know. Brother, you call me proactively. Su Qingge put down the book, a hint of surprise in her voice. Usually it was she who called Su Qingfeng, and for only one purpose, to ask about Wang Feng's situation. There's something. Su Qingfeng chose his words carefully. A King Realm secret realm has been discovered outside Aurora City. The entrance will stabilize in 3 to 5 days. Only General Realm and Soldier Realm cultivators can enter. Su Qing's eyes brightened for an instant before swiftly returning to calm. Is he going? Su Qingfeng didn't ask who he was. There was no need. Do you think he wouldn't? Su Qingge was silent for 2 seconds. She recalled that man who during a video call with the Su family in Jiangxing had pounded his chest and declared, "I shall dedicate my life to my country." The man who had become a phantom of finishing blows in the beast tide. The man who had jumped into the abyss to retrieve treasures. If a chance for a free opportunity was laid before him, would he not take it? Only if he were dead. "I'll request leave," Su Qingge said. Su Qingfeng nodded. "I've already spoken with Commander Zhao. Your peak general realm cultivation is top tier within the secret realm. Your slot can be allocated from the 7th Legion's share. He paused. But there's one thing you need to be aware of. What? He's currently at Soldier Realm 9th rank. In the secret realm, you'll need to watch over him. Su Qingge closed the book and stood up. He'll fly over tonight. The call ended. Su Qingfeng leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. A king realm secret realm posed no real danger to his sister. A peak general realm cultivator was essentially invincible within it, barring unforeseen circumstances. The kid's safety was guaranteed with his sister backing him. As for the people from other legions, Su Qingfeng's lips twisted into a faint smile. Let them witness the might of the Su family's eldest daughter. The news spread through the upper echelons of Aurora City's military within 2 hours. A king realm secret realm. 30 slots. Opening in 5 days. The 3 major legions of Aurora City, 4 independent brigades, and the units directly under the Military Affairs General Command were all in an uproar. The battle for slots erupted in Zhao Qingping's office. Representatives from each legion bickered into a chaotic mess. The final plan was decided by Zhao Qingping with a single decisive strike. Slots will be allocated according to each legion's military merits. 8 for the 7th Legion, 7 for the 9th, 6 for the 12th, 5 for the independent brigades, and 4 for the command's direct units. Each unit will internally select its participants and submit the roster within 3 days. The only criterion, cultivation, must be between Soldier Realm 9th rank and General Realm peak. Su Qingfeng returned to the command headquarters and posted the plan. 8 slots for the 7th Legion. There were at least 30+ General Realm officers in the entire legion. 8 slots were far from enough to go around. Within 2 hours, the number of applicants surged to 47. Zhao Taizhu registered. The veterans of the Sharp Blade Company wanted to apply, but their cultivation was insufficient. The General Realm threshold eliminated the majority. As for Wang Feng, at the selection meeting the next day, Zhao Taizhu wrote Wang Feng's name on the Sharp Blade Company's recommendation list. When this list reached the command headquarters, the reviewing officer read it 3 times. Soldier Realm 9th rank. The reviewing officer looked up at Zhao Taizhu. Company Commander Zhao, are you serious? Dead serious. The selection criteria range from Soldier Realm 9th rank to General Realm peak, and he qualifies. But the beasts inside a King Realm secret realm are at least General Realm. A Soldier Realm 9th rank entering. The reviewing officer didn't finish his sentence. But the implication was clear. He'd be walking into a slaughter. Zhao Taizhu grinned, the scar on his chest twisting with the movement. This kid on his first day in the northern frontier killed 100 beasts in the tide. A month ago he had no cultivation, now he's at Soldier Realm 9th rank. And you say he's walking into a slaughter? The reviewing officer fell silent. Wang Feng's achievements on his first day in the northern frontier. Though the military merit system had no wristband records, all the veterans of the Sharp Blade Company could testify. 100 kills, all aimed at the weak points. While this method was somewhat unsightly, the results were undeniable. The reviewing officer drew a circle on the list. Approved, but placed in the 8th slot. The first 7 are reserved for General Realm officers. When Zhao Taizhu returned to the Sharp Blade Company with the approval slip, Wang Feng was squatting at the camp entrance chewing on dried meat. It's done. You're 8th. Zhao Taizhu tossed him the slip. I'm 5th. Wang Feng took it and looked. The 7th Legion's 8 slots, 1st through 4th, all mid to late General Realm from the Legion's elite direct company. 5th Zhao Taizhu, early General Realm. 6th and 7th, 2 early General Realm from independent action units. 8th Wang Feng, Soldier Realm 9th rank. Dead last. A Soldier Realm 9th rank mixed in among a crowd of General Realm cultivators. What did that look like? A bronze player queued into a challenger lobby. But this bronze player was different. This bronze player had a system of grade armor, grade movement techniques. And a peak General Realm Fiancée was flying in. Company Commander, Wang Feng said, chewing on the dried meat. My, how are military merits calculated for beasts killed in the secret realm? Zhao Taizhu glanced at him. There's no military merit system signal coverage in the secret realm. All gains are pooled and distributed after exiting. Of course, whatever you manage to stash on yourself is your own business. After saying this, Zhao Taizhu hefted his chain's word onto his shoulder and walked away. Wang Feng squatted at the entrance chewing the dried meat, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. No military merit system coverage. In other words, exclusive system access, no oversight. A personal cash machine. Perfect. He was happily plotting his monster farming route in the secret realm when the communicator on his wrist suddenly buzzed. Su Qingge. A text message. Feng Gij, what books have you been reading lately? Any interesting stories to share? Wang Feng's chewing paused. He stared at the screen for 5 seconds. This question had a different vibe from the usual "have you eaten?" Wang Feng held the communicator, his thumb hovering over the screen for 20 seconds. Then he typed, deleted, typed, deleted, finally sent 4 words, read quite a lot. After sending, he flipped the communicator onto his knee and looked up at the sky. The northern frontier sky was overcast with the occasional military patrol aircraft streaking past. For words, 2 more than before. Progress. Wang Feng silently gave himself a mental thumbs up. Then the communicator buzzed again. Like what? I've been reading up on the northern frontier too, and I wanted to chat with you. Wang Feng stared at the phrase wanted to chat with you. His heartbeat quickened by 2 beats. He picked up the communicator, took a deep breath, and typed a line with the resolve of going into battle. That period of the Dragon Emperor's history. After reading it, his fingers stopped. After what? Moved. Shocked. Thrilled with fervor. Those words felt too melodramatic to type. Wang Feng deleted and retyped. After reading it, I couldn't sleep. Sent. 3 seconds later, a reply came. Me too. The first time I heard Grandpa tell the story of the Dragon Emperor as a child, I cried all night. Wang Feng looked at those words and suddenly felt his throat go dry. He typed another line. If you have time. After staring at these 4 words for 10 seconds, he added a period and sent it. The reply came instantly. I have time. 2 words, 1 exclamation mark. Wang Feng pocketed the communicator and stood up. The tips of his ears felt warm. The freezing wind of the northern frontier at 0 degrees blew against his face, but it couldn't cool him down. He rolled his neck and walked back into the camp. Time to service the armor. In 5 days, the secret realm would open. He needed to ensure every piece of equipment was in peak condition. As he entered the barracks, the bald veteran poked his head out from the neighboring room. Brother Wang, a notice just came from command headquarters. What notice? A new person has been added to the secret realm roster. The bald veteran's expression was a bit peculiar. The 7th Legion's slots have increased from 8 to 9. Who? From the capital. The eldest daughter of the Su family. The bald veteran swallowed hard. Peak General Realm. Arriving tonight. Wang Feng's footsteps paused for a second. Then he touched his communicator. If you have time. If you have time, she was already on her way. That night at the Aurora City Military Airport, a high-speed transport plane bearing the special permit of the Capital Martial Arts University landed on the runway. The cabin door opened. As the frigid wind rushed in, all the military personnel present for the reception simultaneously turned their gazes toward the doorway. A girl in a white form-fitting combat suit descended the gangway. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail, and a slender sword hung at her waist. Su Qingge scanned the reception crowd, but didn't find the person she was looking for. She took out her communicator and sent a message. I've arrived. 30 seconds later, a reply came. Su Qingge stared at that single for 2 seconds. Then she pocketed the communicator, the corner of her mouth curving into a smile. 1 character fewer than not bad. But inexplicably, she felt this sounded better than all the previous replies. Meanwhile, 50 kilometers outside Aurora City, the secret realm entrance hidden beneath the permafrost emitted a low, unexpected hum. The spatial folds at the entrance's edge began to accelerate in expansion. The scouts stationed nearby watched the data jumping on the monitors, their expressions shifting slightly. Reporting to command headquarters, the secret realm entrance is stabilizing faster. Estimated to be ready for opening in 2 days. The military guest house of Aurora City. The heating pipes in the corridor emitted a low hum. Wang Feng stood at the entrance of the guest house lobby, rubbing his hands together. It wasn't the cold. It was nervousness. He had been standing there for 4 minutes. Adjutant Lei had informed him that the eldest miss of the Su family had checked into the guest house and ordered him to come and receive her. Su Qingfeng's exact words were, "Go have a meal with your fiancée. Don't let her think the northern frontier lacks hospitality." Wang Feng had agreed readily at the time. No problem. Then he stood at the entrance of the barracks for 10 minutes, changing his clothes 3 times. In the end, he realized he only had 2 sets, a polar combat suit and an exploded polar combat suit. He chose the one that hadn't been blown up. Before leaving, he checked his reflection on a metal door panel and slicked his hair back. A bald veteran walked by, took one look, and almost thought the company was haunted. Wang Feng walked to the entrance of the guest house lobby. Through the glass door, he saw Su Qingge. She was sitting on the sofa in the lobby, scrolling through her communicator. Her white form-fitting combat suit outlined her figure clearly. Her long hair had come loose from its ponytail and draped over her shoulders. The lobby was well heated, giving her cheeks a slight flush. At that moment, Wang Feng's mind executed a perfect cycle of crash, restart, crash again. What should he say when he goes in? Hello. Too distant. You're here. Sounds like he's checking on her. I missed you. He'd rather get blown up by a bone dragon again. While Wang Feng was in the middle of his 3rd round of internal struggle at the entrance, Su Qingge looked up. Through the glass door, their eyes met. Damn had been spotted. Su Qingge stood up and walked towards him. She pushed open the door. The cold wind of the northern frontier rushed in through the gap, stirring her hair. Fingage. Su Qing's voice was clearer than on the communicator, carrying a hint of nervousness. Wang Feng opened his mouth. That was the only word he managed to utter. Exactly the same as on the communicator. Suchinga looked at him and suddenly smiled. It wasn't the reserved smile of an aristocratic young lady. It was a smile that said, just as I thought. What are you standing outside for? It's cold, come in. She reached out, grabbed Wang Feng by the sleeve, and pulled him straight into the lobby. Wang Feng was dragged into the warm lobby, feeling like a piece of cargo being forklifted into a warehouse. Suchinga pushed him onto the sofa and sat down opposite him. A coffee table separated them. On it were 2 cups of hot tea and a plate of military-issue compressed biscuits. Hungry. The food at the guest house isn't great. I've sent someone to get something better. Suchinga picked up her communicator to send a message. Not hungry. Wang Feng said. Thirsty? No. Then you. Why are you here? They both spoke at the same time, then both stopped. Silence for 2 seconds. Suchinga laughed first. You go first. Wang Feng swallowed. I mean, how did you know about the secret realm? My brother told me. Suchinga took a sip of tea. The Wang realm, secret realm. Perfect for a general realm peak cultivator. She put down the cup, her gaze falling on Wang Feng's face. And you're going in too, right? Then of course I had to come. Suchinga said this with an extremely natural tone. So natural that it seemed self-evident that where you go I go. Wang Feng held his teacup, rubbing his thumb against the rim twice. 100 things to say swirled in his mind. Like you didn't have to make a special trip. Like I can take care of myself. Like thank you. But none of these felt right. Saying didn't have to make a trip seemed ungrateful. Saying can take care of myself seemed distant. Saying thank you, too polite like a colleague. Wang Feng struggled internally for 5 seconds. That book you mentioned last time. Suchinga blinked. The Northern Frontier Spatial Fissure Emergency Plan. No. The one about you crying all night as a child when your grandpa told you the story of the Dragon Emperor. Suchinga didn't expect him to remember so clearly. What about it? I've read the entire Northern Frontier War history this month. Wang Feng stared at the surface of his tea. The part about the Dragon Emperor. I read it 3 times. He paused. Couldn't sleep after the first time. After the second time I wanted to curse. The third time, what about the third time? After the third time I wanted to practice blade arts. Suchinga looked at his profile, her fingers unconsciously tightening around her cup. This person was a terminal case of social anxiety on chat apps. But when speaking face-to-face, the few words he occasionally blurted out, each one struck her right in the heart. They chatted for over half an hour. The topics ranged from the Dragon Emperor's war history to the classification of Northern Frontier aberrant beasts, and then to precautions for the secret realm. Wang Feng discovered one thing. As long as they didn't talk about feelings, he could speak normally. The moment it involved a personal topic related to Suchinga, his CPU usage would spike straight to the roof. All right. Suchinga suddenly pulled a palm-sized box from her storage pouch. This is for you. Wang Feng took it and opened it. Inside lay a thumb-sized golden pill and an entirely pitch-black dagger. The pill is a special supply from the Capital University Alchemy Institute, a blood coagulation pill. It can restore 30% of your blood vitality in a short time. The dagger was custom-made for you. Grade material suitable for close-quarters assassination. Suchinga pointed at the dagger's blade. I know you like a finishing blow, so I specifically had the craftsman make the blade narrower, perfect for targeting aberrant beast armor gaps and joints. Wang Feng looked at the items in the box, speechless. How had this woman even studied his combat style? No. How did she know he liked a finishing blow? Your brother told you. Suchinga blinked. He said you're especially accurate at stabbing kidneys. Wang Feng fell silent for 3 seconds. Suchinga, good big brother, you've done it now. He closed the box and tucked it into his chest pocket. Thanks. This time he didn't feel thank you was too polite. Because he meant it. The next day, outer assembly point of Aurora City. All 30 participants of the secret realm had arrived. The assembly point was set in a cleared open space outside the city wall. Military warning tape was strung around the perimeter and it was packed with armed guards. Wang Feng, carrying his storage pack, stood at the very end of the 7th Legion's formation. Suchinga stood beside him, her white combat suit a striking contrast among the camouflage and dark-colored military uniforms. Zhao Taiju stood at the front, his chains word planted on the ground, and shot Wang Feng a meaningful look. It meant, don't cause trouble. Wang Feng gave a slight nod. No trouble. As long as no one caused him trouble first. On the open ground of the assembly point, 30 people were divided into 5 formations. 9 from the 7th Legion, 7 from the 9th Legion, 6 from the 12th Legion, 5 from the Independent Brigade, and 3 directly under the command of the 3029 were at the General Realm. Only 1 was at the 9th level of the Soldier Realm. Soon someone noticed this anomaly. From the 9th Legion's formation, a tall, lean man in dark gray heavy armor turned his head. He stared at Wang Feng for 2 seconds, then muttered something to the person beside him. That person also looked over. Then the two of them laughed together. It wasn't a friendly laugh. The leader of the 12th Legion, a burly man in his 40s with a thick beard nearly reaching his neck, spoke up loudly. Did the 7th Legion lower its standards this year? A soldier realm can enter a secret realm too. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone to hear. Zhao Tai's face darkened, but he said nothing. A few General Realm officers in the front row of the 7th Legion's formation frowned slightly. The bearded man continued, the weakest aberrant beasts in a Wong Realm secret realm are at the early General Realm. Bringing a soldier realm in. Are you planning to feed him to the monsters? Someone nearby laughed along. Maybe he's some officer's relative pulling strings. Soldier realm 9th level. These days, even dying in battle requires queuing up. Wang Feng stood still, his expression unchanged. He even silently thanked these people in his heart. The more they looked down on him, the stronger the satisfaction of turning the tables inside the secret realm. What was this called? This was called storing water. The higher the water was stored, the fiercer the rush when the floodgates opened. He was about to play the part of a quiet, handsome man and store these taunts in his little notebook. However, Su Qingge moved. She didn't say a word. She just took one step forward. Just one step. The blood vitality fluctuation of a general realm peak was released without any concealment. The temperature at the assembly point dropped by 2 degrees in that instant. All 29 general realm cultivators among the 30 felt that pressure. The bearded man's smile froze on his face. He turned his head and saw Su Qingge. White combat suit, ponytail, a narrow-bladed longsword at her waist, and a pair of eyes cold enough to freeze anyone. Miss Su. The bearded man's Adam's apple bobbed. Su Qingge didn't look at him. She turned her head, glanced at Wang Feng, then looked back, her voice quiet. He's with me. 5 words, no extra embellishment. The entire scene fell silent. The bearded man's mouth opened and closed, but not a single word dared to come out. General Realm Peak, eldest miss of the Su family, the #1 prodigy of Capital University in a century. These 3 labels slammed down, let alone a mid-General Realm Company commander like him. Even their Legion commander would have to be 3 parts polite upon arrival. Wang Feng stood behind Su Qingge, his expression as steady as a mountain. But inside his mind was racing wildly. What did Su Qingge mean by he's with me? Was it he's on our side, or he's my man? The former was normal, the latter. His ears were starting to burn again. The bone-chilling wind of the northern frontier at degrees below zero, unknown, still had no cooling effect whatsoever. Zhao Taiju pretended not to see in front, but the curve of his lips betrayed everything. Old Six was still Old Six. He had a system to keep him alive in fights and a fiancée to cover his social life. His skill at eating soft rice with a hard face had reached the pinnacle of mastery. After the assembly was complete, a holographic image of Zhao Qingping appeared above the assembly point. Everyone attention. The female commander's voice was as cold and hard as iron. The secret realm entrance is stabilizing faster than expected. Originally scheduled to open in 2 days, it is now changed to tonight at midnight. The entire scene erupted in uproar. Tonight? That's too fast. There's not enough preparation time. Zhao Qingping's holographic image showed no change in expression due to these discussions. The secret realm will not wait for your preparations to pause. After the entrance stabilizes, the opening window is only 72 hours. After 72 hours, the secret realm will automatically close. At that time, all those who have not exited the secret realm, she paused, will be permanently trapped inside. The assembly point fell silent. Bring all your belongings. At 1130 tonight, gather at the entrance. Latecomers will be considered to have forfeited their spots. The holographic image vanished. The 30-person formation quickly dispersed, each returning to make their final preparations. Wang Feng walked back to the barracks, his mind racing with calculations. 72 hours. 3 days. He had to strip the Wong Realm secret realm of all its resources within 3 days. Time was tight, the task was heavy. Ding! The system notification sounded right on time. Detected that the host is about to enter the Wong Realm secret realm. Triggering limited time, chain mission, secret realm plunderer. Mission requirement before the secret realm closes, personally kill, including finishing blows, 50 general realm aberrant beasts. Mission rewards, special grade blind box 1. Wang Feng's lips curled upward. 50 general realm. Last time during the beast tide, he finished 100 soldier realm in half an hour. This time 3 days for 50 general realm. Time wasn't the issue. The problem was, he needed to find enough powerful thighs to cling to. He glanced at Su Qingge walking beside him. General realm peak. A ready-made one. Su Qingge felt his gaze and turned her head. What are you looking at? Nothing. Wang Feng looked away. He said a silent sentence to Su Qingge in his heart. My dear fiancée, once we're inside the secret realm, you do the cutting, I do the collecting. The 2 of us, it's called a couple's tandem. That night, 1115 p.m., 50 kilometers outside Aurora City. The secret realm entrance. 30 people stood before a 3-meter spatial fissure. Inside the fissure swirled a milky white light, like a vertical lake of milk. The spatial fluctuations came in waves, one after another, growing more intense. Wang Feng stood at the back of the line, checking his equipment. The Thunder Shadow Warblade stored in his ring. The black dagger gifted by Su Chinga strapped to the outside of his calf. A grade alloy armor ready to deploy at any moment. Wait, Wang Feng suddenly realized a problem. He was currently at the peak of the 9th level of the soldier realm, just a hair's breadth away from the general realm. If he broke through to the general realm inside the secret realm, his combat power would double instantly. And all he needed to break through to the general realm was enough blood vitality points. His blood vitality points were currently at 0. That meant the first thing upon entering the secret realm wasn't to find treasures, but to grind monsters and accumulate blood vitality. Then break through on the spot. Everyone ready? Zhao Qingping's voice came from the communicator behind them. The 30 people answered in unison. 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8. Wang Feng took a deep breath. Su Chinga moved to his side, her shoulder almost touching his. Stay close to me, she said. 3, 2, 1. Go. 30 figures charged into the milky white light screen one after another. Space twisted. The world spun. Wang Feng felt like his body had been stuffed into a washing machine. It tumbled for about 3 seconds. Bam! He landed on his feet on a patch of hard black rock. The first thing he saw, the sky was red. The ground was black. In the distance, a colossal mountain hung upside down in the sky, its peak pointing downward, its base pointing heavenward. Golden liquid like magma flowed across the mountain's surface. The air was thick with a pungent, intense concentration of spiritual energy, at least 10 times denser than the outside world. Wang Feng had no time to marvel at the artistic design of this godforsaken place. The black rock beneath his feet suddenly trembled. He looked down. A crack split open in the rock. From the crevice, a pitch-black tentacle thicker than his thigh emerged. Ding! Detected General Realm, 3rd level aberrant beast abyssal rock tentacle. Wang Feng leaped back 2 steps. Before he could steady himself, the ground to his left also cracked. The right side cracked too. Front, back, everywhere was cracking. Dense clusters of black tentacles surged wildly from the rock layer beneath his feet. It wasn't one. It was a swarm. Wang Feng looked around. Not a single person was beside him. The 30 people who entered the secret realm had been randomly teleported to different locations. And he had been thrown alone into a monster nest. Su Chinga wasn't there. Zhao Taizhu wasn't there. No one was there. Wang Feng gripped the Thunder Shadow war blade, staring at the army of tentacles surging from all directions. The expression on his face slowly twisted. System. Here. When the finishing blow style has no frontline output, he gritted his teeth. How does the finishing blow style act as its own frontline? Wang Feng did not hesitate. With a mere thought, the grade alloy armor clicked as it sprang forth from his storage ring, swiftly conforming to his body like a living entity. The metallic clatter of interlocking plates resounded 12 times in succession. As the visor finally sealed shut, the system lights flickered to life, and a thermal scanning display materialized within his field of vision. The screen was awash with crimson dots densely packed, at least over 20 of them. Simultaneously, the Thunder Shadow battle blade materialized in his right hand, while the black dagger gifted by Su Chinga was strapped tightly against the outer side of his left calf. Fully armed in a mere 3 seconds. This was the swiftest he had ever suited up since arriving in the northern frontier. There was no choice, a single second's delay might necessitate penning his last testament. The black rock stratum beneath his feet continued to fracture. The inky tentacles surged forth in ever greater numbers, each as thick as a human thigh. Their surfaces were studded with suckers, the centers of which bore rings of rotating razor-sharp teeth. They resembled meat grinders. Wang Feng executed a sideways roll, barely evading 2 tentacles that swept across from his left flank. System, he bellowed mentally while sprinting. How many blood chi points are required to break through to the general realm? Ding! To break through to the 1st level of the general realm, you need to consume 1,000 blood chi points. 8,000. Fine, and then what? Ding! For subsequent levels of the general realm, each level requires an additional 1,000 points over the previous one. That is, the 2nd level requires 2,000 points, the 3rd level, 3,000 points, the 4th level, 4,000 points. And so on. Wang Feng nearly tripped over a tentacle. 1,000 for the first, 2,000 for the second, 3,000 for the third. What kind of pricing strategy was this? Was it an introductory discount that later escalated exponentially? Would the 9th level then cost 9,000 points? The total from the 1st to the 9th level would be 45,000 blood chi points. You wretched system. Wang Feng let out a roar from the depths of his soul. Did you learn your pricing from some game designer? Don't you have a conscience? The system remained silent. Wang Feng stamped his foot, activating the ghost shadow step. His form flickered eerily, slipping through the encirclement of 3 tentacles. The efficacy of the scrade movement technique was immediately verified in actual combat. Where the tentacles struck empty air, the rock was pulverized into dust. Had he been a mere 1 second slower, he would have been the one reduced to powder. So how many points for slaying a beast? Wang Feng asked, panting. Ding. General Realm First Level Beast 100 points each. General Realm Second Level 200 points each. General Realm Third Level 300 points each. And so forth. Wang Feng did the math. His current blood chi points were 0. He needed 1,000 to break through to the General Realm. To get that from first level beasts at 100 points each head, need to kill 10. For third level beasts at 300 points each head, need fewer than 4. But the problem was, he was currently at the 9th level of the Soldier Realm, a full 4 minor levels below the 3rd level of the General Realm. Killing even one would be a struggle, let alone 4. More critically, the system only gave him income of 100, 200, or 300 points, but the cost to level up was 1,000, 2,000, or 3,000. This kickback ratio. Wang Feng initiated a 60-second long verbal tirade in his mind. He began from the system's inception cursing its product manager. Then he proceeded to curse the system's server room. Finally, he cursed the entire industrial chain from upstream to downstream. The system remained utterly silent throughout. It didn't utter a single word in reply. Like the hold music after being transferred to customer service. You rant, and it remained silent. Fine. Wang Feng cleaved through a tentacle that was approaching his back. Black liquid splattered everywhere, carrying a pungent, fishy stench. If you want give, I'll earn it myself. He'll set up my own bank right here today. Since cursing the system was useless, he would take out his anger on the monsters. He steadied himself and began to closely observe these abyssal rock tentacles. Over 20 tentacles were all surging from underground. However, according to the thermal scan, the source of these tentacles was only 3. There were 3 abyssal rock tentacle entities underground. 3 entities, all at the 3rd level of the General Realm. He was numb, but Wang Feng quickly noticed something. The attack patterns of these tentacles were extremely monotonous. They either swept horizontally, smashed down, or coiled around. There were no ranged attacks, no magical enhancements. Pure physical output. Moreover, although the tentacles were thick, the reaction speed at their tips was noticeably slower than at their bases. The closer to the main body, the more agile the part, the farther away, the more sluggish. Like a rubber band, the more stretched, the poorer the precision. Wang Feng's mind raced. The core philosophy of the Ghost Shadow Step was to always strike from the position the enemy least expects. If he could exploit the reaction delay of the tentacles to find an attack window at the junction between the tip and the base. No more thinking, just try. Wang Feng took a deep breath. He stomped his foot hard, activating the Ghost Shadow Step to its fullest. His figure began an extremely bizarre dance of footwork amidst the forest of tentacles. Dodge left, evade right, roll forward, retreat backward. Every step landed precisely in the gaps between tentacle attacks. It wasn't that he was fast. It was that he was using a mind sharpened by reading hundreds of books over the past month. In milliseconds, he calculated the swinging frequency and attack interval of each tentacle. 3 seconds later, he found the first opening. As one tentacle swept overhead, another had just finished smashing the ground and was retracting. Between the 2 tentacles, a vacuum zone appeared that lasted less than half a second. Wang Feng charged in. The Thunder Shadow Battle Blade slashed down diagonally. He didn't aim for the tentacle itself. He aimed for the joint at its base. The Beast Compendium stated it clearly: the weakness of the abyssal rock tentacle lies in the joint connecting the tentacle to its main body and in the core organ of the underground entity. Shoo! The blade sliced into the joint gap. Black liquid gushed out. The tentacle convulsed violently twice before going limp and drooping down. One was disabled. Over 20 remained. But Wang Feng's mindset had shifted. In the process of disabling that one tentacle, he had an extremely clear feeling. He wasn't as weak as he had imagined. It wasn't an illusion. A month of arduous study in the library was ostensibly about reading. But the myriad manifestation devouring art had been operating passively all along, silently tempering his meridians and physique. Combined with the bone structure reforged by the marrow cleansing pill and the evasion bonus from the Ghost Shadow Step. As a 9th level Soldier Realm fighter facing a 3rd level General Realm beast, a heating confrontation felt a bit daunting. But he could win, provided he was underhanded enough. A slow grin spread beneath Wang Feng's faceplate. Over the next 20 minutes, the Black Rock Zone became Wang Feng's personal stage. The Ghost Shadow Step was used in tandem with the Thunder Shadow Battle Blade and the Black Dagger. The Battle Blade was for hacking at the joints, while the dagger was for precisely stabbing into the gaps. First, disable the tentacles to cut off the attack methods. Then follow the path of the disabled tentacles to locate the underground main body. Finally, stab it right through the heart. A textbook guerrilla tactic. When the first abyssal rock tentacle fell, Wang Feng had taken 15 minutes. The system notification sounded right on time. Ding! Killed abyssal rock tentacle 1, General Realm 3rd level. Obtained 300 blood chi points. Ding! Current blood chi points 300. The second one took him 12 minutes. The experience from the first allowed him to find the tentacle's attack patterns more quickly. Ding! Blood chi points 600. The third was the fastest, taking only 8 minutes. After the first two were killed, the third entity had already lost most of its tentacles, and the attack density dropped off a cliff. A classic snowball effect. Ding, blood chi points 900. 900. 100 short. He had killed all 3 third-level general realm entities, and this area was temporarily devoid of life. Wang Feng stood amidst the pile of black tentacle remains, breathing heavily. His grade armor was covered in black fluid and rock fragments. The HUD on his faceplate showed no new heat sources within a 500-meter radius. Safe. For now. He leaned against a rock and began to review the battle. 3 third-level general realm beasts. He was at the 9th level of the soldier realm against the 3rd level of the general realm, a gap of 4 minor levels. He had won, but it wasn't easy. The first one took 15 minutes, and he was hit twice by tentacles, relying solely on the grade armor to endure. Without the armor, the first hit would have broken 2 of his ribs. The second went better, but his leg was once entangled, nearly dragging him underground. The third was the smoothest. He basically dodged the entire time and took no major damage. Conclusion 1, unarmored, he could fight across 4 minor levels. Conclusion 2, with the grade armor and equipment bonuses, he could fight across 5 minor levels. Conclusion 3, Wang Feng sighed silently in his heart. In the web novels he read in his past life, the protagonist would start by fighting across an entire major realm right from the beginning. They'd fight a general realm foe while in the soldier realm, or instantly kill a royal realm opponent while in the general realm. But for him, fighting across 4 minor levels. For minor levels, that wasn't even half a major realm. Those protagonists from his past life could cut through 2 major realms like chopping vegetables, yet he was exhausted after crossing half a realm. Wasn't this just the fate of a slightly stronger supporting character? No. What does the protagonist rely on to fight beyond their level? Bloodlines, divine artifacts, power bestowed by the master, and fortuitous encounters that enhance their physique. What does he rely on? A decent knife, a set of subpar armor, a miserly system, and a brain that is dirtier than anyone else's when it comes to delivering the final blow. The road ahead is long and winding. Wang Feng wiped the black liquid off his mask. I shall fish leisurely up and down. With his musings finished, it was time to get serious. 100 points short. Wang Feng stood up and moved towards the direction indicated by the heat source scan. After walking about 300 meters, he arrived at a rocky depression. He discovered 2 smaller exotic beasts. They resembled lizards, their bodies dark red with flame patterns on their scales. The system prompted ding. 2 level 1 exotic beasts, flame rock lizards. Level 1. 100 points each. Wang Feng squinted. He activated the ghost shadow step, silently circling around to the back of the 2 flame rock lizards. The 2 lizards were basking on the rocks, soaking in the golden lava light flowing from the inverted mountain peak, their eyes half closed. They were completely unguarded. The Thunder Shadow battle blade was raised high. With one stroke, the blade precisely cut into the neck joint of the first lizard. Before the second one could react, his left-hand dagger had already plunged into its brain cavity from below its jaw. 2 strikes. 2 seconds. Clean and swift. Ding. Killed 2 level 1 exotic beasts, flame rock lizards, gained 200 blood points. Ding. Current blood points, 1100. 1100. That's enough. Wang Feng found a rocky crevice sheltered from the wind, squeezed in, and sat cross-legged. At this moment, he couldn't recklessly break through outside. The secret realm was filled with exotic beasts. What if the energy fluctuations from his breakthrough attracted a horde? Then it wouldn't be an upgrade, but rather a funeral. System break through to level 1. Ding. Consume 1000 blood points, breaking through to level 1. Ding. Current blood points 100. Ding. Myriad forms swallowing heaven art level phase activated. Ding. Passive effect triggered, body strength increased by 1 layer. A hot stream surged through his body again, but this time it felt much more intense than before. It was not a slow immersion like a frog in boiling water. Instead, it felt like being kicked into a boiling hot pot. Every meridian was vigorously expanding. Blood and chi surged wildly within him, crashing against the invisible barrier between soldier and general. Crack! The barrier shattered. A surge of rich chi and blood power completely from a different level erupted from deep within his dantian. The meridians had widened by a full double. Muscle fibers were reorganizing on a microscopic level. Bone density increased. Sensory acuity doubled. The entire process lasted 3 minutes. Wang Feng opened his eyes. Level 1. He slowly clenched his fist. The air was compressed, producing a faint explosive sound. This sense of power was on an entirely different dimension from the soldier level. If the soldier level was like a rifle, the general level was like a Gatling gun. The difference lay not in technique, but in the magnitude of base firepower. However, Wang Feng did not linger in the joy of his breakthrough for too long, because he noticed a problem. Blood points. He was now down to 100. But breaking through to level 2 required 2000 points. Level 1 monsters cost 100 points each. That meant 20 monsters. When he was at soldier level 9, it took him 35 minutes to kill 3 level 3 monsters. Now that he was at level 1, he could kill monsters of the same level much faster. But 20 monsters. The secret realm was open for 72 hours, and almost an hour had already passed. There was still enough time. But efficiency must be improved. I need to find bigger monsters. Wang Feng stood up. Level 3 monsters were 300 points, level 5 monsters were 500 points. The higher the level of the monster, the better the cost-performance ratio. Of course, the precondition was that he could defeat them. He was currently level 1, and with his equipment could surpass 5 small levels. In other words, level 6 was his limit. Level 6 monsters cost 600 points each, for would be enough to upgrade to level 2. Wang Feng was just about to set off when he suddenly stopped. He realized something that made his brow furrow. Just now, breaking through from soldier level 9 to level 1 relied on the system's point allocation completed in an instant. There was no need for meditation comprehension or any cultivation process. But this mode of direct point allocation without cultivation was quick, yet had a hidden danger. Every time he elevated during the soldier stage, he had never undergone the normal martial artist process of bottleneck comprehension breakthrough. Normal martial artists breaking through to the general level need to elevate their usage of qi and blood from external release to internal convergence, forming the initial state of qi. This process is a qualitative change in understanding martial arts. Yet he skipped it entirely. The system gave him power but did not give him an understanding of that power. It's like giving a newly licensed driver a Ferrari. The horsepower is sufficient, but can you really drive it? Wang Feng closed his eyes, sensing the flow of qi and blood within his body. Indeed, the qi and blood were sufficient, but it felt somewhat lacking in application. It felt like wearing a new pair of shoes that fit, but had not been broken in. They didn't pinch, but they also didn't fit perfectly. Without blood points, I can't easily break through naturally. With blood points, I can forcibly break through, but my foundation needs to be supplemented through actual combat. This was the path the system laid out for him. Killing monsters, allocating points, breaking through, and then using real battles to fill the gaps in understanding. A never-ending cycle. Wang Feng opened his eyes, a slight smile on his lips. All right then. He gripped the Thunder Shadow battle blade and stepped out from the rocky crevice. Under the red sky, the distant, inverted mountain peak flowed with golden light. The spiritual energy in the air was thick and cloying. A faint sound of vibrations came from a certain direction. It sounded like some large creature was moving. Wang Feng looked in the direction of the sound. The heat source scan marked a huge red light cluster in that direction, larger than the combined size of the 3 abyssal rock touches from before. Ding! Detected level 6 exotic beast lava giant scorpion approximately 1,200 meters away from the host. Ding! Additional information: this exotic beast is currently engaged in a territorial dispute with another level 5 exotic beast, crack earthhorn spider. Wang Feng's eyes lit up. 2 high-level exotic beasts fighting each other. Wasn't this an opportunity delivered right to his door? After they finished fighting, he could rush in for the final blow. 1,100 points would be directly credited. His sixth sense told him an opportunity had arrived. Wang Feng crouched low and moved towards the direction of the vibrations. The ghost shadow step operated silently, his figure blending into the shadows of the black rocks. After walking 500 meters, he suddenly caught a scent that did not belong to exotic beasts. The scent of a human. Faint, but indeed the blood aura of a human warrior. Moreover, there was more than one. Wang Feng paused, his gaze piercing through the gaps between the rocks, looking into the distance. The battlefield edge where the lava giant scorpion and the crack earthhorn spider were fighting. 3 figures clad in dark gray combat suits were crouched behind a massive rock. One of them Wang Feng recognized. The one with the beard. The leader of the 12th Legion. The one who mocked him earlier at the gathering point for being a soldier delivering food. Were they also waiting for the final blow? No, that's not right. The bearded man's gaze was not directed at the 2 exotic beasts fighting each other. He was looking in another direction. Wang Feng followed the bearded man's gaze. Wang Feng followed the gaze of the bearded man. In that direction, it was not a beast. It was a person. A figure clad in light-colored combat attire was crouched alone on a rocky high ground. He was holding a palm-sized detector. The holographic screen of the detector displayed a green light spot. What does green represent in the secret realm? Wang Feng recalled the book, Records of Secret Realm Exploration, in his mind. Green, spiritual vein mining point. A natural spirit stone mine. The most valuable things in the secret realm are not the corpses of beasts nor fragments of ancient techniques, but rather the spiritual vein mine. This thing is hard currency outside. A spirit stone the size of a fist is worth 20,000 dragon coins on the black market. A mining point can produce hundreds of spirit stones at the very least. That amounts to income in the tens of millions. No wonder the bearded man wasn't watching the two beasts fighting each other. The materials on the beasts are indeed valuable. But compared to the spiritual vein mine, it's just pocket money. Wang Feng crouched behind the rock, his gaze scanning back and forth between the three bearded men and the lone traveler. The aura fluctuation from the lone traveler. Foundation establishment 4th stage. The bearded man. Foundation establishment 6th stage. His two subordinates, one at foundation establishment 5th stage and the other at 4th stage. 3 against 1 strong, bullying the weak. Moreover, the other party has the coordinates of the spiritual vein mine. Wang Feng understood instantly. These 3 weren't here for an adventure, they were here to rob. In the secret realm, there is no military merit system, no surveillance, no military law enforcement. Those who die inside are simply labeled as unfortunate accidents when they exit. There have been precedents in the history of secret realm exploration. The records specifically mentioned a chapter. Disasters among people in the secret realm are often more deadly than beast disasters. Wang Feng quickly conducted a risk assessment in his mind. First, should he intervene? He was unfamiliar with the lone traveler. Getting involved could easily expose himself. He decided not to intervene. Second, what about the two beasts fighting each other? The lava giant scorpion foundation establishment 6th stage. The cracking earth horn spider foundation establishment 5th stage. Together, they had a total of 1,100 points of vitality. After they finished fighting, one of them would definitely be severely injured. At that time, he could rush in and finish the job, making a profit. But the problem was, the 3 bearded men were squatting here. If they got the coordinates of the lone traveler's mining point first, they would likely come back to finish off the two beasts once they saw them finished fighting. Then his chance would be gone. Third, Wang Feng's gaze fell on the 3 bearded men. Did these 3 harbor hostility towards him? No. The mockery at the gathering point was unpleasant to hear, but it was merely a verbal offense. It did not constitute hostility as defined by the system. The system does not award vitality points for finishing off someone without hostility. Useless. So he couldn't attack or kill these 3, he could only drive them away. Wang Feng crouched behind the rock, his mind racing. Drive them away. Steal the kill from the beasts. Then do what he needed to do. How to drive them away. He glanced at the two beasts still fighting in the distance. The tail of the lava giant scorpion struck against the shell of the cracking earth horn spider, sending sparks flying. The cracking earth horn spider kicked wildly with its 8 legs, leaving spider web-like cracks on the ground. The two beasts were fighting with such intensity that the surrounding 300 meters of rock was trembling. Wang Feng squinted his eyes. He pulled out a fist-sized black rock fragment from his storage ring. It was debris from the ground that exploded when he killed the abyssal rock toucher. He pulled out another piece, then a third. He weighed the 3 rock fragments in his hand. With the strength of foundation establishment 1st stage, plus a bit of vitality infusion, the throwing distance would be about 500 meters. The position where the 3 bearded men squatted was roughly 600 meters from the two beasts fighting. And Wang Feng's position was between the 3 men and the beasts, slightly to the side. If he threw rocks at the beasts, deliberately aiming a bit off so that the rocks landed near the 3 bearded men. No, that would be too obvious. If it was recognized as man-made, it would create bigger trouble. Wang Feng thought for another 2 seconds. Then his gaze landed on the cracking earthhorn spider. Cracking earthhorn spider. There was a special note in the beast illustration. This creature has a strong territorial awareness and is extremely sensitive to foreign auras. In a combat state, if it senses other creatures approaching, it will prioritize attacking the intruder. Wang Feng understood. He didn't need to throw stones. He just needed to create a human aura and let it drift towards the two beasts. As for the source of the aura, Wang Feng looked down at himself. The grade armor is too well sealed, the aura can't escape. But he still had something in his arms. He took it out of his pocket. A piece of half-eaten beast jerky. Not this. In the adjacent pocket was the undershirt he had changed out of. It hadn't been washed for 2 days. The smell of sweat was extremely strong. Wang Feng held the undershirt, a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Biochemical weapon activate. He wrapped the undershirt around a rock fragment and infused a bit of vitality. The vitality would amplify the human pheromones in the sweat tenfold. Then he raised his hand at an extremely tricky angle. He threw the rock into the air above the area where the 3 bearded men were crouching. The rock traced an arc in the air, landing in the space between where the bearded men were and the two beasts. With a thud, the undershirt spread out on the rock, and the human sweat aura rapidly diffused in the spirit energy-rich air of the secret realm. 3 seconds later, the cracking earth horn spider, which was being suppressed by the lava giant scorpion, turned all 8 of its compound eyes towards that direction. It sensed it. A human encroaching on its territory. The cracking earth horn spider let out a piercing scream. Its 8 legs suddenly propelled its body, directly abandoning the struggle with the giant scorpion. It ran wildly towards the source of the aura. The lava giant scorpion paused for a second, then also chased after it. The essence of territorial disputes is not to defeat the opponent, but to not let the opponent occupy my territory. Wherever the cracking earthhorn spider ran, the giant scorpion followed. The two high-stage Foundation establishment beasts charged towards the direction of the three bearded men like a thunderous storm. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. The bearded man was the first to notice something was off. He was crouched behind the rock, staring at the lone traveler, calculating how to make his move. Suddenly, the rock beneath his feet began to tremble violently. He looked down briefly. Cracks. Radiation-like cracks were appearing in the rock beneath him. The bearded man suddenly looked up. A Foundation establishment 5th stage cracking earthhorn spider. 8 black limbs crushed the rock layers as it charged towards him in an extremely violent manner. Following closely behind was a Foundation establishment 6th stage lava giant scorpion dragging its tail. 2 of them. They were coming together. Damn. The bearded man's face turned pale in an instant. Retreat. Quick retreat. The 3 of them scrambled out of their hiding spot. Although the Foundation establishment 6th stage bearded man was not afraid of single combat with either, but with both charging at the same time. Still in a state of fury, he knew it was not the time to play the hero. 3 figures fled frantically in the direction away from the battlefield. They were as fast as 3 chickens chased by dogs. The cracking earthhorn spider chased for 300 meters, but didn't catch up and returned to continue its fight with the giant scorpion. The 2 beasts began fighting again. The 3 bearded men ran at least 2 kilometers before stopping to catch their breath. The lone traveler was also frightened away by the tremors. In the entire area, only Wang Feng remained, and the 2 beasts that were becoming increasingly battered. Wang Feng peeked out from his hiding spot, watching the battlefield shrouded in dust in the distance. A smile wide enough to fit a sausage appeared at the corners of his mouth. Tactic successful. He withdrew behind the rock again, sitting cross-legged and pulling out a piece of jerky to chew. No rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. The battle between the 2 beasts continued for about 20 more minutes. Wang Feng monitored in real time through thermal scanning. The heat signature of the cracking earthhorn spider weakened increasingly. It was pierced through the abdominal shell by the giant scorpion's tail. A large amount of bodily fluid was lost, and its aura rapidly declined. The giant scorpion itself was not doing much better. 3 of its legs were bitten off by the horned spider, and its shell was fractured in many places, making its movements sluggish. They were both suffering. The most perfect script. Finally, the cracking earthhorn spider collapsed first. Its 8 legs curled up, falling to the ground with only its abdomen still weakly rising and falling. The lava giant scorpion stood beside it, tail raised high, ready to deliver the final blow. Wang Feng moved. The ghostly shadow steps erupted with full force. His figure darted out from behind the rock like a specter. He covered a distance of 1,200 meters in just 11 seconds, just as the giant scorpion's tail struck down. Sizzle. The thunder shadow battle blade first cut into the core node of the cracking earthhorn spider's abdomen, finishing the kill. Precisely. The horned spider's body suddenly stiffened, its life signal zeroing out. Ding. Killed Foundation establishment 5th stage beast cracking earthhorn spider 1, gained 500 vitality points. Current vitality points 600. The giant scorpion's tail strike missed. It turned its massive head, its 12 compound eyes fixated on the human that suddenly appeared beneath it. Wang Feng did not engage. He performed a side roll, directly rolling under the horned spider's corpse, using the massive insect corpse as cover. The giant scorpion circled around the corpse twice, its tail swinging a few times, but it couldn't hit him. It itself was also at the end of its rope. 3 broken legs had reduced its mobility by more than half. Wang Feng hid beneath the insect corpse, counting the scorpion's step frequency. 3, 2, 1. The giant scorpion's steps showed a clear pause. At the moment its broken leg lost support, its center of gravity shifted briefly. Wang Feng shot out from beneath the insect corpse, a dagger in hand. The black blade precisely stabbed into the crack of the giant scorpion's abdomen shell. That was the wound created during its struggle with the horned spider. The dagger pierced and rotated and stirred. The giant scorpion let out a muffled roar. Its 6 tail segments flailed wildly. At that moment, Wang Feng's ghostly shadow steps reached their peak. He darted like an eel, weaving through the gaps between the giant scorpion's attacks. Each time he passed through, he struck another blow at the wound. The first strike widened the wound. The second severed the nerve bundles. The third directly pierced through the core organ. The giant scorpion's body spasmed violently twice. Then it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Dust rose, obscuring the sky. Ding. Killed Foundation establishment 6th stage beast lava giant scorpion 1, gained 600 vitality points. Current vitality points 1,200. Wang Feng emerged from the dust, brushing off the debris on his armor. Phew, tired. But worth it. He silently calculated a sum in his mind. Since entering the secret realm, he had killed a total of Abyssal Rock Toucher 3, flame rock lizard 2, cracking earth horn spider 1, lava giant scorpion 1, total of 7. The system task required 50 beasts. Progress 750. Remaining vitality points 1200. He needed 800 more to reach 2000 for foundation establishment second stage. No rush, take it slow. 72 hours. Wang Feng was about to find a place to rest when his communicator vibrated. The communication signal in the secret realm was extremely unstable. Only short-distance text messages could barely go through. The source of the message, Su Qingge. Where are you? Wang Feng glanced at the piles of beast remains and rubble around him. He replied, taking a walk. 3 seconds later. Head east, there's a spiritual energy gathering area 2 kilometers away. They'll wait for you there. Wang Feng put away the communicator and glanced at the thermal scan. To the east, there was a large area of green light spots. The spiritual energy gathering area. Wasn't that a natural sanctuary for cultivation? Moreover, Su Qingge was there. With a mobile fortress at the peak of foundation establishment, self-propelled artillery, and a gold medal bodyguard. With her around, he could break through with ease. Wang Feng took steps towards the east. After walking 100 meters, he suddenly stopped. Because on the thermal scan apart from Su Qing's signal 2 kilometers to the east, there were also 7 red dots. Wang Feng bolted into a sprint. He pushed the ghostly shadow step to its limits, his figure skimming across the surface of the black rocks like a phantom. Only one thought filled his mind: Su Qingge is in danger. 7 red dots, 3 directions, a pincer formation. This was no chance encounter, it was a meticulously planned encirclement. He ran with blinding speed, channeling every ounce of his general stage first-grade physical power. He covered over 1,000 meters in less than 30 seconds. But in the final 200 meters before the target area, Wang Feng forced himself to slow down. It wasn't that he wasn't anxious. His mind told him charging in to die isn't heroism, it's just causing trouble. 7 people were surrounding Su Qingge. If they were all at the mid to late general stage, him rushing in would make it a 7 versus 2. Su Qingge would have to divert her attention to protect him, putting her at a greater disadvantage. But if he stayed hidden in the shadows. Wang Feng lowered his stance and circled around to a pile of rubble on the east side of the spiritual energy convergence zone. He looked up and finally saw it clearly. The spiritual energy convergence zone was a depression about 300 meters in diameter. The ground shimmered with a faint blue glow, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was 5 or 6 times higher than the surrounding area. Su Qingge stood at the center of the depression. She wore a white combat suit, her hair tied in a high ponytail, and a narrow-bladed long sword hung at her waist. Before her, 7 people fanned out from 3 directions, forming a semi-encirclement. 2 on the left wore the gray uniforms of the 9th Legion. 3 on the right were in the signature black light armor of the Independent Brigade. 2 stood directly in front. Wang Feng's eyelids twitched. The bearded man. It was him again. This guy had just been chased 2 kilometers by a fisher-legged spider and now had circled back from a different direction. What does it mean to be an indestructible cockroach? This was it. And this time he only had 1 subordinate left. The one at general stage 4th grade was gone. He had been replaced by a short, stout fellow carrying a black shield. The fluctuation of his aura indicated he was at general stage 7th grade. Wang Feng's pupils contracted. General stage 7th grade. The bearded man himself was only at general stage 6th grade. Where did he find this helper? The cultivation levels of the others weren't low either. 2 at general stage 5th grade, 2 at general stage 4th grade. Add the bearded man's general stage 6th grade and the stout man's general stage 7th grade. 7 people. Their total combat power was equivalent to over 30 grades of the general stage. Wang Feng's heart sank. But then he noticed something. Su Qing's expression. Utterly calm. It wasn't the facade of forced composure. It was genuine, a deep-seated indifference. It was like standing by the roadside as 7 ants crawled toward you. Would you panic? No. You wouldn't even bother to lift your foot. Miss Su. The bearded man stood at the front, arms crossed. His tone was much more restrained than it had been at the assembly point. The memory of being silenced by Su Qingge was still fresh. But greed often outlasts memory. We got to this spiritual energy convergence zone first, the bearded man said, jerking his chin to indicate the area behind him. According to the old rules of the secret realm, first come, first served. Su Qingge glanced at him. You got here first. That's right. Then why aren't you inside it? The bearded man was choked up. He hadn't gone in. Half an hour ago, he was still being chased by spiders 2 kilometers away. My subordinate got here first. The bearded man pointed at the 2 men from the 9th Legion on the left. They exchanged a look, their expressions subtle. They were clearly not the bearded man's subordinates. But right now, with profit at stake, a temporary alliance was advantageous. Su Qingge didn't pursue this logical flaw. She looked down at the detector on her wrist. The core area of the spiritual energy convergence zone is 12 meters underground. Does any of you have an earth burrowing art? The 7 people looked at each other. No one answered. Then what's the point of you all standing around here? Su Qingge raised her head, her tone flat. Standing on a gold mine, but unable to dig how is that any different from a passerby? The impact of these words was greater than a sword strike. The bearded man's face flushed red. But the stout man beside him showed no change in expression. He carried the black shield on his back, his small eyes swiveling as he stared at the narrow-bladed longsword at Su Qing's waist. Miss Su is right, the stout man said, his voice rough and hoarse. It really is impossible to dig down. But we can't just let you have it all to yourself. Su Qingge finally gave the stout man a proper look. What unit are you from? Directly under headquarters. The stout man grinned, showing his teeth. Qidazhuang General Stage, 7th grade. Directly under headquarters. Wang Feng crouched behind the rubble pile, frowning. One of Zhao Qingping's direct subordinates. This was troublesome. The troops directly under headquarters held a special status in the Northern Territory, a combination of military police and special forces. Qidazhuang continued, Miss Su is at the peak of the general stage, none of us combined could be your match. We all know that. But the secret realm only lasts 72 hours. Can you really handle mining, hunting monsters, and exploring all by yourself? Qidazhuang raised a stubby finger. Let me propose a plan. We cooperate on the excavation and split the profits 50-50. Su Qingge was silent for 2 seconds. 40-60. I get 60. Qidazhuang was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Deal. Watching from behind, Wang Feng felt most of his tension dissipate. It wasn't a fight. It was a business deal. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief and find the right moment to come out and join Su Qingge. But in the next second, he saw the look Qidazhuang gave the bearded man. Extremely brief. Extremely subtle. An ordinary person would never have caught it. But Wang Feng was no ordinary person. He was a tactician who had studied a military tactics manual for a month. He knew that look all too well. Stall her, wait for her to let her guard down, then strike. Wang Feng's heart sank. These people had no intention of cooperating. They were waiting for the moment Su Qingge started mining and her attention shifted. If all 7 attacked at once, even a peak general stage cultivator would be at a disadvantage. Besides, there were no surveillance cameras and no military law in the secret realm. Wang Feng didn't hesitate. Crouching behind the rubble, he quickly typed a line on his communicator. It's a trap. The stout man is going to ambush you. Send. 3 seconds later, he saw Su Qingge glance down at her communicator. Then she looked up, her expression unchanged. Let's begin then. Su Qingge crouched down and pressed one hand to the ground. Spiritual energy surged from her palm as she began to probe the underground vein structure. The 7 people dispersed, each finding a spot to assist. Qidazhuang stood 5 meters directly behind Su Qingge. The bearded man was 8 meters to her left. The remaining 5 were scattered around. A perfect encirclement. Su Qingge kept her head down, her long hair falling forward to obscure her expression. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Qidazhuang's hand slowly reached for the black shield on his back. The moment his fingers closed around the shield's edge, Su Qingge moved. No warning. No power-up. No unnecessary motion. The narrow-bladed longsword was drawn. A flash of sword light. Qidazhuang barely had time to raise his shield in front of him. Boom! A deafening crash of metal exploded. The black shield didn't shatter, but the force of the blow sent Qidazhuang flying 15 meters back, his feet gouging 2 deep furrows in the ground. Peak General Stage versus General Stage, 7th grade. The gap of 3 minor grades in the face of absolute power was a crushing disparity. Attack! Qidazhuang spat out a mouthful of bloody foam, his voice a hoarse roar. The other 6 lunged forward simultaneously. Su Qing's reaction was inhumanly fast. The narrow-bladed longsword swept in an arc, the sword energy unfurling like a bolt of silk. The 2 General Stage 5th grade cultivators on the left were forced back by the sword energy. With a twist of her body, the tip of her sword was already at the bearded man's throat. The bearded man's warhammer was only half raised when he froze solid. Don't kill me. Su Qingge didn't kill him. She shifted the blade 2 inches and sheared off a tuft of his beard. The bearded man's legs gave way, and he sat down heavily on the ground. The 3 men from the independent brigade on the right took 2 steps forward and then stopped. They weren't stupid. The combat power of a peak general stage cultivator was on full display. Su Qingge could bulldoze all of them by herself. The only one with the guts to keep charging was Qidazhuang. The stout man gritted his teeth, raised his shield, and charged forward. A layer of earthy yellow protective aura shimmered on the surface of the black shield. This was a unique boost from shield-type martial arts. Shield breaks 1,000 mountains. He transformed into a black, fleshly cannonball hurtling straight at Su Qing's back. Su Qingge didn't even turn her head. Her left hand drew a short sword from her waist. In a backhanded thrust. Ding! The short sword pierced precisely into the center of the black shield. The shield that had withstood the first sword strike couldn't withstand this one. It cracked from the center and split in 2. Qidazhuang's charge came to an abrupt halt. He looked down at the tip of the short sword protruding from his chest. It stopped 3 centimeters from his heart, not a single inch further. Su Qingge withdrew her sword and turned around. The entire sequence took less than 8 seconds. Of the 7, some lay collapsed on the ground, some stood dumbfounded, and some turned and fled. Wang Feng watched the entire battle from behind the rubble pile. He had already prepared his dagger, planning to find an opportunity to ambush Qi Dazhuang's flank during the melee. But Su Qingge never gave him a chance to step in. 8 seconds. It was all over. Wang Feng silently stowed the dagger back into its sheath. What is a dimensional suppression? This is it. The gap between a peak general and a 7th-tier general is not merely a matter of 3 minor ranks. It is the distance between heaven and earth. Suddenly he understood something. Su Qingge never needed his protection. This realization stirred a peculiar feeling within him. It was not disappointment. It was a complex emotion mingled with pride and guilt. The pride came from the fact that his fiancée was truly formidable. The guilt stemmed from the feeling that aside from delivering the final blow, he was of no help at all. "Come out," Su Qing's voice called out. She faced the pile of rubble, a barely noticeable smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Wang Feng stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants, and stepped out. Qi Dazhuang's expression darkened further upon seeing another person appear. Are you also from the Su family?" Wang Feng ignored him. He walked straight to Su Qing's side and whispered, "Are you hurt?" "No." Their conversation remained strikingly concise. But their positions had changed. Wang Feng naturally positioned himself to Su Qing's right, facing those 7 individuals. Although his cultivation level was the lowest here, his stance was steady. The knife was in the ring, the dagger on his leg, and armor was ready to cover him at any moment. Su Qingge glanced at him. She noticed several scrapes on the knuckles of Wang Feng's left hand. There was also a new scratch on the right shoulder of his armor. He had been in a fight, and not just one. "Where were you before?" "Taking a walk." A walk resulted in injuries. The path was difficult. Su Qingge did not press further. She turned back to look at the 7 individuals on the ground. "Get lost." Just a single word. Qi Dazhuang struggled to stand up, picked up the broken black shield, and retreated, gritting his teeth. The bearded man had already scrambled up and was running faster than when he was chased by the spider. The remaining 5 scattered like birds and beasts. Within 10 seconds, only Wang Feng and Su Qingge remained in the entire spiritual energy gathering area. Wang Feng silently noted the direction in which those 7 had vanished. Qi Dazhuang, directly under the command of the headquarters. 7th-tier general. This person was not simple. An ordinary 7th-tier general would have been completely intimidated after having their shield shattered by a peak general's sword. Yet when Qi Dazhuang retreated, there was no fear in his eyes. Only calculation. What he was calculating, Wang Feng did not know for now. But one thing was clear. In the secret realms, 72 hours, there were not just exotic beasts. Humans were the biggest variable. The core of the spiritual energy gathering area is underground. Su Qingge squatted down to continue her probing. "I need about half an hour to break through the passage. You keep watch outside." Wang Feng nodded. He found a high point at the edge of the spiritual energy gathering area and squatted down. Heat source scanning was activated. Within 300 meters, there were no red dots. Within 500 meters, there were 3 red dots in the northeastern direction. They were not humans. They were exotic beasts. The system provided no active prompt, but Wang Feng deduced based on the size and movement patterns of the heat source signals. These 3 should be mid-tier patrolling exotic beasts. They wandered around the outskirts of the spiritual energy gathering area, likely attracted by the high concentration of spiritual energy, but hesitated to venture in. Wang Feng's eyes lit up. Su Qingge needed half an hour to mine. Was he just going to stand there outside? Impossible. That did not align with the principles of the 6th rule. The first rule of the 6th, never waste waiting time. The second rule, seeing monsters and not killing them, is as uncomfortable as seeing money and not picking it up. The third rule refer to the first and second rules. Wang Feng stood up and stealthily moved toward the direction of those 3 red dots. Before leaving, he glanced back. Su Qingge was focused on breaking through the underground passage. The spiritual energy coalesced in her palm into an invisible drill, gradually penetrating the rock layers. Her profile was illuminated by the pale blue glow. Wang Feng watched for 2 seconds. Then he turned and walked away. After 30 meters, he paused again. He took out his communicator and typed a message. Typed and deleted and typed. Finally, he sent 5 words. "Be careful. I'm going to hunt monsters." Oh, 8 words. 3 more words than intended. A new high for the word count today. 15 minutes later. At the outskirts of the spiritual energy gathering area in the northeastern direction, Wang Feng crouched behind a rock, observing the 3 exotic beasts ahead. They were dog-like in shape, entirely dark purple with a row of bony spikes along their backs. With 6 legs, they moved quickly. He spent a few minutes observing their patrol routes and found a pattern. The 3 beasts followed a triangular loop. Every approximately 40 seconds, one of them would stray away from the group. The window for the lone beast was only 7 to 8 seconds. That was enough. The first window had arrived. The leftmost dark purple dog turned around a rock pillar, temporarily out of sight of the other two. Ghostly shadow step. Wang Feng silently appeared behind its left flank. The Thunder Shadow battle blade was raised high. Killing such a beast at the 9th tier of the armed realm would take him several minutes. Killing a same-tier exotic beast at the 1st tier of the general realm. One strike. The blade cut into the neck bone seam. The beast didn't even have time to let out a cry before collapsing to the ground. Ding! Killed a 2nd-tier exotic beast spirit-eating dog 1. Gained 200 vitality points. Current vitality points 1400. There was no sound, and he did not disturb the other two. Wang Feng dragged the corpse behind the rock pillar to hide it. Waiting for the second window. 40 seconds later. The second one straight away. Same angle, same strike. Ding! Killed a 2nd-tier exotic beast spirit-eating dog 1. Gained 200 vitality points. Current vitality points 1600. The third one sensed something was off. It turned back to glance around, but saw no companions. It raised the bony spikes on its back and hissed, charging toward Wang Feng's hiding spot. Wang Feng did not dodge. A 1st-tier general against a 2nd-tier general. A small-tier difference. A direct confrontation. He needed practical combat experience to compensate for the foundational gap caused by the system's forced breakthrough. The Thunder Shadow battle blade met it heat. The beast's claws struck against the blade's sparking flames. Wang Feng was pushed back 2 steps by the impact, but steadied himself. He swung back with a strike at the beast's front joint. The beast howled in pain and rolled to the side. Wang Feng did not pursue. He waited for it to stand up before attacking again. 3 moves. The first move was a probe, the second broke its defense, and the third harvested. Ding! Killed a 2nd-tier exotic beast spirit-eating dog 1. Gained 200 vitality points. Current vitality points 1800. Current task progress 1050. 10 down. Wang Feng flicked the blood off his blade. A 1st-tier general confronting a 2nd-tier general resolved in 3 moves. The efficiency of battle had improved by more than a magnitude compared to the armed realm era. Moreover, the feeling from those last 3 strikes was very smooth. The pathway of vitality circulation, the rhythm of explosive force, and the control of residual force when sheathing the blade. Each move helped him understand the power of the general realm. The system provided numerical values. Practical combat provided the tactile experience. Only by combining the two could complete growth be achieved. He was about to return to find Su Qingge when his communicator on his wrist vibrated again. It was a message from Su Qingge. The passage has been opened. There is something down below. Come back and take a look. Something down below. Wang Feng sheathed his blade and hurried back to the spiritual energy gathering area. Su Qingge stood next to a vertical well with a diameter of 2 meters in the center of the depression. The well was about 12 meters deep and a faint blue glow was visible at the bottom. It's not a mine vein down there. Su Qing's voice held a hint of strangeness. What is it? A door. Wang Feng was stunned. He walked to the edge of the well and looked down. At the end of the blue glow there was a 3-metal stone door half buried in the rock layers. The surface of the stone door was engraved with dense patterns. The style of those patterns was identical to an illustration on a certain page of the book records of Secret Realm exploration that Wang Feng had seen. The core area of the Secret Realm. The deepest part of the general realm's Secret Realm. Usually these doors only open naturally in the last few hours before a secret realm is about to close. Su Qingge stared at the door. But this one is already starting to loosen now. Wang Feng squatted at the edge of the well staring at the patterns on the stone door that were slowly lighting up. He had a very strong intuition. The thing behind the door was definitely not an ordinary legacy of the general realm, because he could sense a certain aura seeping through the door gap. It carried a familiar scent. That scent. Wang Feng had encountered it once before. It was at the bottom of the sky pit the moment the bone dragon self-destructed when the energy of the laws spread. It was a strong metallic-scented spiritual energy that pressed down on him. It wasn't the scent of ordinary spiritual energy. Ordinary spiritual energy was like air, you knew it was there, but couldn't discern much. But this one was as if an entire mine had been stuffed into his nostrils. Can you smell it? Su Qingge also crouched at the edge of the shaft, her nostrils flaring slightly. What does it smell like? Like rust, but 1,000 times more intense. Su Qingge turned her head to look at him. Her detector had already provided data. The spiritual energy concentration behind the stone door is 47 times that of the outside. This value is incorrect. Wang Feng looked up. In theory, the spiritual energy concentration in the core area of the Wangjing secret realm should be between 20 to 30 times that of the outside. Su Qing's tone was very serious. 47 times is already close to the lower limit of the Hojing secret realm. Wang Feng recalled the content of the book, Secrets of the Realm Exploration, in his mind. Indeed, The upper limit of spiritual energy in the Wangjing secret realm was around 30 times. Breaking through this threshold had only two possibilities. First, this secret realm had been misclassified. Second, there is something behind the stone door that continuously releases spiritual energy surpassing the level of the secret realm. Which do you think it is, eh? Wang Feng asked. Su Qingge was silent for 3 seconds. I leaned towards the second option. Just like I thought. The two of them simultaneously looked towards the stone door at the bottom of the shaft. The blue light seeping through the crack of the door grew brighter. The patterns on it flowed slowly as if alive. Shall we go in and take a look? Wang Feng asked. Su Qingge stood up and drew her narrow-blade long sword. They'll go down first, you follow behind. Wait a moment. Wang Feng stopped her. He crouched down and pulled out a scale from a flame lizard from his storage ring. Infusing a trace of his blood into the scale, he then tossed it down the shaft. The scale flipped as it fell to the bottom of the well. The instant it touched the ground, buzz. The patterns on the stone door suddenly lit up. An invisible force surged out from the crack, bouncing the scale back. The scale flew out of the shaft, brushing past Wang Feng's ear and embedding itself into the rock behind him. 3 inches deep into the rock. There's a defense mechanism. Wang Feng touched his ear. That was close. Materials from exotic beasts will be repelled. Su Qingge raised an eyebrow. She took off a regular metal clasp from her waist and tossed it down. Uffed. The metal clasp landed quietly at the bottom of the well. The stone door showed no reaction. Repelling exotic beast materials, but not artificial objects. Su Qingge made her judgment. Wang Feng stood up. They'll try going down first to see what happens. Wait. Before Su Qingge could finish, Wang Feng had already jumped. He landed steadily at the bottom of the 12-meter deep well. His feet pressed against the hard rock surface, his knees slightly bent to absorb the impact. He looked up for a moment. The mouth of the shaft was a circular light ring. Su Qing's face peered over the edge, her lips pursed into a line. Could you at least say something before doing something? It was too late. He was afraid he would hesitate if he thought too much. Su Qing's mouth twitched slightly. Wang Feng turned to face the stone door. Up close, the door looked even larger than from above. 3 meters high, 2 meters wide. The gray-black stone surface was covered with winding patterns. The shape of the patterns. Wang Feng's pupils constricted. It was a dragon. Not an abstract or artistic representation of a dragon. It was an incredibly realistic dragon with clear scales and claws. It coiled around the entire stone door, the dragon's head at the top and the tail at the bottom. The eyes of the dragon were set with 2 already dimmed gemstones. They might have once shone brightly, but after who knows how many years the glow had long since faded. Above is the dragon pattern. Wang Feng shouted up. Su Qingge jumped down directly. Upon landing and seeing the dragon pattern on the stone door, her expression changed slightly. This isn't an ordinary decorative pattern. She pressed her hand against the door surface, sensing for 2 seconds before withdrawing. It's part of a magic array. What kind of magic array? A sealing array. And Su Qingge looked up at the dragon's head position. It's sealed from the inside out. Wang Feng was stunned. Sealed from the inside out. It wasn't to prevent outsiders from entering, but to prevent whatever was inside from coming out. He exchanged a glance with Su Qingge. Then what does it mean that the door is loosening? Wang Feng asked, posing a crucial question. Su Qingge did not respond, because they both understood the answer. Whatever is inside, it's about to come out. There was a silence for 3 seconds. Wang Feng made a decision. Push the door open. Are you crazy? The concentration of spiritual energy inside is 47 times higher, indicating there are good things inside. Wang Feng's logic was straightforward. The door is loosening, indicating the seal is about to give way. Rather than waiting for it to break free and trap us at the bottom of the well, it's better to actively push the door and go in. At least we can choose the timing and position for entering. Su Qingge stared at him for 2 seconds. What did you learn in the library? I learned one phrase, initiative advantage. Su Qingge held the narrow blade long sword horizontally in front of her. He'll push the door. You step back 3 meters behind me. If anything rushes out, I'll block it first. Wang Feng didn't refute. Facing the peak of the Wangjing realm without any caution wasn't bravery, it was foolishness. He took 3 steps back, gripping the Thunder Shadow battle blade in hand with a grade armor covering his entire body. Su Qingge placed her left hand on the stone door. Spiritual energy surged in. The dragon patterns flickered violently twice. Then, the door opened. It wasn't pushed open by Su Qingge. It was the door that opened itself. More precisely, the dragon patterns suddenly transformed from gray to gold the moment Su Qing's spiritual energy touched them. Then the dragon patterns seemed to come to life, undulating and creating an opening. The stone door silently parted to the sides. A wave of spiritual energy thick to the point of being almost liquid surged out. Wang Feng was pushed back 2 steps by this wave of spiritual energy. The Wanxiang Tunshin Ju within him operated wildly, uncontrollably, starting to devour the incoming spiritual energy. It felt wonderful, an indescribable comfort, like soaking in a hot spring, but the water was made of spiritual energy. Every cell was greedily absorbing it. Are you okay? Su Qingge was also pushed slightly by the wave of energy, but her foundation at the peak of the Wangjing realm was enough to withstand this impact. Better than okay. Wang Feng took a deep breath and followed Su Qingge into the stone door. Behind the door was a corridor over 10 meters long. The walls on both sides of the corridor were also carved with dragon patterns. But these dragon patterns were not seals. Instead, they were narratives, a series of images. The first image, a dragon coiling atop a mountain range with countless beasts kneeling beneath it. The second image, the dragon stands shoulder to shoulder with a humanoid creature facing a crack. The third image, countless black creatures surged from the crack. The dragon and the humanoid fought side by side. The fourth image, the dragon was gravely injured, and so was the humanoid. The two stood facing each other. The fifth image, the dragon transformed into a cocoon. The humanoid cradled the cocoon in its arms. The sixth image, the humanoid placed the cocoon into a stone chamber. A seal was carved outside the stone chamber. The seventh image had vanished. The spot of the seventh image was reduced to ruins. Wang Feng stared at the murals as if a string in his mind had been plucked. Dragon. Cocoon. He recalled the line of red text from the exotic beast compendium. Destiny dragon silkworm, an ancient divine beast. It was said that its bloodline could merge all laws. Cocoon. Silkworm. Cocoon. Wang Feng took a deep breath. At the end of the corridor was a round stone chamber. It was about 20 meters in diameter with a very high dome. In the center was a stone platform, and on it rested something. A fist-sized golden cocoon. The surface of the cocoon was covered in cracks with faint light shining through the fissures. The familiar aura that Wang Feng sensed was emanating from here. But this wasn't the only thing in the stone chamber. Surrounding the stone platform were 4 exotic beast corpses. No, they weren't alive. For skeletal remains of exotic beasts. Each was over 10 meters long. Judging by their skeletal structure, they had been at least at the Hojing level in life. They surrounded the stone platform in a posture of worship, having died, who knows how many years ago. Their bones were blackened and calcified with spiritual energy crystals growing at the joints. Guardians. Su Qing's voice was very low. They voluntarily stayed behind to protect this cocoon. Wang Feng remained silent. His attention was entirely focused on that golden cocoon. Because the Wanxiang Tunshin Ju within him had gone completely wild. It wasn't the previous gentle passive absorption. It was an active, intense, almost desperate resonance. As if it had found its kin. He felt a force surging outward from within him. It wasn't blood, but something deeper. Don't move. Su Qingge sensed the anomaly in Wang Feng. Her hand pressed on his shoulder. But the next second, the cracks on the golden cocoon suddenly expanded. A beam of golden light shot out from within the cocoon. It wasn't aimed at Su Qingge. It wasn't aimed at the ceiling. It shot straight towards Wang Feng's chest. The moment the golden light entered his body, a segment of memory that did not belong to him exploded in his mind. The images were blurry and fragmented, like old film footage. A voice echoed deep within his consciousness. Very ancient, very weary. I've waited for 800 years. You finally came. Then everything vanished. Wang Feng opened his eyes. The stone chamber was silent enough to hear his own heartbeat. Su Qingge stood in front of him, her narrow blade long sword across her chest, looking as if she were facing a great enemy. You just lost consciousness for 3 seconds. I know. Wang Feng moved his fingers. The Wanxiang Tunshin Ju in his body resumed its normal operation. But he could feel something had increased. It wasn't blood. It wasn't cultivation. It was a kind of connection, like being connected to Wi-Fi and automatically assigned an IP address. Connected but still unaware of the gateway password. Ding, a system prompt sounded. Detected that the host triggered a hidden event, Dragon Silkworm Pact. Limited time mission issued, bring the golden cocoon out of the secret realm before it closes. Mission reward, unknown. Mission failure penalty, permanent loss of resonance connection with the cocoon. Wang Feng stared at the 3 question marks on the mission panel. The reward was unknown. This was the first time the system had issued him a mission saying, the reward is unknown. What a surprise, this is a blind box plus. Could you not give me a hint in advance? He had no time to complain, because he noticed something else. On the 4 walls of the stone chamber, the dragon patterns were rapidly dimming. The seal was collapsing, and at an extremely fast speed. Let's go. Wang Feng stepped to the stone platform in one stride and reached out to grab the golden cocoon. The moment the cocoon touched his hand, it felt warm. Neither like stone nor metal. It felt like holding a heart, beating with a steady rhythm. Su Qing's gaze lingered on the cocoon for half a second, but she asked no questions. She turned and walked toward the tunnel. The two had just reached the tunnel entrance. The stone floor beneath them shook violently. Wang Feng looked down. The 4 skeletal remains of the strange beasts. They were moving. The spiritual energy crystals at their joints flickered wildly. The calcified blackened bones emitted cracking sounds. The first skeleton, which had been crouching, stood up. The second one stood up as well. Then the third and fourth. All 4 skeletal remains of strange beasts dead for who knew how many years had revived. This was not true resurrection. It was the spiritual energy remaining in the bones being activated after the seals collapse, forming puppet-like forms akin to bone dragons. Ding! Detected General Stage Level 7 Strange Beast Ancient Bone Puppet A. Ding! Detected General Stage Level 7 Strange Beast Ancient Bone Puppet B. Ding! Detected General Stage Level 8 Strange Beast Ancient Bone Puppet C. Ding! Detected General Stage Level 9 Strange Beast Ancient Bone Puppet D. 4 of them. 2 at General Stage Level 7, 1 at Level 8, and 1 at Level 9. A combined combat power of 31 stages at the General Stage. And on their side, Suchinga was at the peak of the General Stage plus him at General Stage Level 1. Suchinga could indeed fight alone. But if all 4 charged at once, she would have to take it seriously. The key issue was time. The seal was collapsing. The worst outcome wasn't losing. It was fighting too long, causing the stone chamber to collapse, burying them 12 meters underground. He'll hold off the Level 9 and Level 8. Suchinga drew her sword. The 2 Level 7s. Leave them to me. Wang Feng stuffed the golden cocoon into his storage ring. He gripped the Thunder Shadow Warblade. He activated the Ghost Shadow Step. To you. You're only General Stage Level 1. Trust me. Before she could finish, Wang Feng charged straight at the 2 Level 7 bone puppets on the left. He wasn't being reckless. He had already calculated everything in his mind. The only exit from the stone chamber was the tunnel. The tunnel was 2 meters wide. The bodies of the 2 Level 7 bone puppets couldn't fit through that width. In other words, as long as he dragged those 2 into the tunnel and used the terrain to limit their attack angles, he could turn a Farantuo into a Onionon. Wang Feng reached the first bone puppet and slashed at its forelimb. Clang! The Thunder Shadow Warblade was deflected. Sparks flew everywhere. The bone density of the puppet far exceeded that of normal strange beasts. The residual ancient spiritual energy boosted its defense to the level of a grade alloy. Wang Feng's arm went numb, but his feet never stopped. He circled to the side of the bone puppet and struck at the joint gap. This blow went in. Simultaneously, the black dagger pierced the tibial connection of the second bone puppet from the other side. Both bone puppets roared at once. In their hollow eye sockets, dark red light flickered. They were chasing him. Wang Feng turned and ran toward the tunnel. The 2 bone puppets squeezed into the tunnel entrance one after the other. As expected, when both entered at once, they got stuck for 3 seconds. 3 seconds was enough. Wang Feng spun around in the tunnel, facing the one that had squeezed in first. The tunnel was 2 meters wide. The bone puppet was 1.8 meters wide. It almost filled the entire passage, its room to sway left and right completely sealed off. It could only charge straight ahead. And straight ahead. Wang Feng waited until it was 3 meters away. He sidestepped, pressing against the wall. The Ghost Shadow Step revealed another advantage in this extremely narrow space. The bone puppet lunged and missed. Inertia carried it 2 meters forward. Wang Feng was already at its side rear. The dagger stabbed into the cervical joint. He twisted, snapped it. The bone puppet's head tilted 45 degrees. The dark red light in its eye sockets flickered violently 3 times. It wasn't dead, but its mobility had dropped by at least 40%. As it struggled to turn, the second bone puppet pushed in from behind. The 2 got stuck together again. Wang Feng stood in the tunnel, gasping for air. Behind him was the exit of the vertical shaft. In front of him were 2 General Stage Level 7 bone puppets crammed against each other. From deep within the stone chamber came the loud clash of metal. Suchinga was still maneuvering with the other 2. Wang Feng tightened his grip on the dagger. Time was running out. Cracks had already begun to appear on the tunnel walls. He stared at the bone puppet with the twisted neck. The neck was broken, but the spiritual energy core should be in the chest. If he could pierce the chest, he could deactivate it. But the chest was covered by bone plates impenetrable from the front. Unless... He looked at the bone puppet's open mouth. Inside the mouth, there were no bone plates. Stabbing through the mouth, penetrating the base of the skull straight to the spiritual energy core at the top of the chest. This angle was extremely tricky. The window was only the split second when it opened its mouth to roar. Wang Feng took a deep breath. Come on. The bone puppet opened its mouth. Wang Feng charged forward. The dagger entered from under the jaw, piercing straight through the roof of the mouth. His entire arm plunged into the bone puppet's cranial cavity. His fingertips touched a warm sphere. The spiritual energy core. He crushed it. Ding! Killed General Stage Level 7 Strange Beast Ancient Bone Puppet X1. Obtained 700 blood chi points. Current blood chi points 2,500. The bone puppet crashed to the ground, blocking the tunnel. The second one, blocked by the corpse, gnawed at its companion's remains in a frenzy, trying to squeeze through. Wang Feng didn't linger. He flipped onto the fallen bone puppet's carcass and ran along its spine back toward the stone chamber. He leaped over the head of the second bone puppet. He landed. In the stone chamber, Su Qingge was fighting two at once. The level 9 bone puppet was suppressed by her sword aura, but the level 8 one had circled to her flank. Wang Feng saw the opportunity. The level 8 bone puppet's attention was entirely on Su Qingge. Its back was completely exposed. His instinct as a rogue awakened. He activated the Ghost Shadow Step. He raised the Thunder Shadow Warblade high, a standard backstab starting stance. He slashed into the spinal joint of the level 8 bone puppet. The bone puppet froze stiff. Su Qingge reacted instantly, driving her narrow blade long sword into its chest. Ding! Killed General Stage Level 8 Strange Beast Ancient Bone Puppet CX1. Obtained 800 blood chi points. Current blood chi points 3,300. The finishing blow succeeded. Their eyes met briefly. He caught a flicker of surprise in her gaze. And a hint of, never mind, this wasn't the time for that. Two remained. The level 7 from the tunnel finally gnawed through its companion's remains and charged into the stone chamber. Plus the level 9. 2 against 2. Su Qingge took on the level 9. Wang Feng faced the level 7. General Stage Level 1 against General Stage Level 7. A gap of 6 minor levels. Wang Feng glanced at his blood chi points. 3,300. Breaking through to level 2 required 2,000. System break through to General Stage Level 2. Ding! Consumed 2,000 blood chi points. Broke through to General Stage Level 2. Current blood chi points 1,300. A surge of heat flooded his body once more. This time, he didn't sit cross-legged to meditate. He broke through while standing. As the bone puppet's claws swung toward his face, Wang Feng unleashed the blood chi of General Stage Level 2 and met it with a slash. The force of this strike was twice as heavy as 30 seconds ago. Bang! The bone puppet's foreclaw was deflected off course. Wang Feng stepped forward. He struck 3 times in succession. The first blow severed a leg, the second shattered the chest, and the third drove straight through the cracked chest to grip the spiritual energy core. Crushed. Ding! Killed General Stage Level 7 Strange Beast Ancient Bone Puppet BX1. Obtained 700 blood chi points. Current blood chi points 2,000. Current mission progress 1250. On the other side, Su Qing's final sword pierced the crown of the level 9 bone puppet's skull. The massive body of the bone puppet swayed twice, then crashed to the ground. The stone chamber fell utterly silent. Only the heavy breathing of the two remained, and the increasingly dense sound of the walls cracking. Go! Su Qingge grabbed Wang Feng by the wrist, and the two dashed into the tunnel, leaping out of the vertical shaft. The moment they landed, a dull rumbling of collapse echoed behind them. The vertical shaft had caved in. The tunnel had caved in. The stone chamber was completely buried. Wang Feng lay on the ground of the spiritual energy convergence zone, gasping for air. He was still gripping Su Qing's wrist. When he realized it, he quickly let go. Su Qingge didn't say anything. She stood up, brushed the dust off her combat suit. After a few seconds of silence, General Stage Level 2 just broke through. In the middle of battle, time was tight, I had to rush it. Su Qingge looked at him for a moment. Her lips moved, but in the end she said nothing. She turned and gazed toward the distant horizon. Under the crimson sky, something in the distance was glowing. It wasn't the magma light from the inverted peaks. It was another kind of light, coming from the far north of the secret realm. Extremely dazzling. It seemed as if something in the north had awakened. Wang Feng also saw that light. He glanced down at the golden cocoon in his storage ring. The cocoon's pulse was quickening, and the rhythm of its beats perfectly matched the pulse frequency of the light in the north. What's over there? Wang Feng asked. Su Qing's expression changed. The northern end of the secret realm is a sealed forbidden zone. Scouts at the entrance probed it and marked it as inaccessible. Now it seems. She paused. Someone has entered. The light in the north persisted for approximately 10 minutes. Then it vanished, as if someone had flipped a switch. Wang Feng and Su Qingge crouched at the edge of the spiritual energy convergence belt for 20 minutes. Only after confirming there were no further anomalies did they relax. Let's not concern ourselves with that, Su Qingge said, sheathing her sword. The northern end of the secret realm has been marked as a restricted zone. Those who enter are beyond our control. Wang Feng nodded. He glanced down at his storage ring. The golden cocoon's pulsation had returned to a steady rhythm, albeit slightly faster than before. It was like a sleeping infant turning over, not yet awake, but breathing more heavily. Let's find a safe place to rest first. Wang Feng massaged his temples. From the moment he entered the secret realm, the continuous combat and 2 breakthroughs had taken a heavy toll on his spirit. Su Qingge did not object. The two walked along the periphery of the spiritual energy convergence belt for over 10 minutes. They set up camp in a naturally formed rocky cave. The cave was small, just enough to accommodate 2 people. The entrance was narrow, requiring one to enter sideways, a natural defensive fortification. Using his Thunder Shadow Battle Blade, Wang Feng carved a few simple early warning runes at the cave's entrance. It was a technique he had learned from that book, Introduction to Basic Formations. It could not be considered a true formation, but if any living creature approached, it would trigger a faint vibration in the spiritual energy, enough to serve as an alarm clock. Su Qingge sat inside the cave, leaning against the stone wall, eyes closed in meditation. Wang Feng sat at the entrance, his back against the rock, the Thunder Shadow Battle Blade resting across his knees. About 1.5 meters separated them. Silence reigned for a while. You broke through in the stone chamber, just now. Su Qingge spoke without opening her eyes, her voice calm. Breaking through in the middle of a fight is dangerous. There wasn't enough time. Tell me in advance next time. Silence fell again. Wang Feng turned his head to glance at her. Su Qingge had her eyes closed, her breathing, even her long hair, cascading over her shoulders. Under the dim, dark red ambient light, the edges of her white combat suit were tinged with a faint warm hue. Wang Feng averted his gaze. This was the first time in his life he had slept in a cave with a girl. In the novels he had read in his past life, this kind of scene was usually a prelude to a romantic tension. But reality was, he had to muster his courage for what felt like an eternity just to steal another glance. The curse of being a lifelong single, unbroken even after 2 lifetimes. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. The last thought in his mind was, I need to step up my game tomorrow. There are still 38 more kills to go. The next day, Wang Feng was jolted awake by the alarm he had set. The early warning rune trembled slightly, and he reflexively grabbed his blade and sat up. It was a false alarm. A palm-sized spiritual energy lizard was crouching just outside the entrance. A creature too insignificant to even be considered at the soldier realm. Wang Feng shooed it away, rubbed his eyes, and stood up. Su Qingge was already awake, stretching outside the cave. There was no sun in the secret realm during the morning. The sky remained a dark red, but the light was slightly brighter than during the night. Wang Feng stepped out of the cave and did a deep squat. Today's plan, he began. There are about 50 hours left in the secret realm. I need to complete the system. He swallowed the rest of his sentence. He couldn't mention the system quest. I need to make up for my combat experience by killing a few more monsters. Su Qingge turned to look at him. Don't follow me, Wang Feng said. I'll do it myself. He spoke with utmost seriousness. It wasn't bravado. It was a practical consideration. With Su Qingge by his side, he would always be in a supporting role. A smooth blade never learns. He had to take the hits himself to truly internalize the combat feel of the general realm. Su Qingge listened to his words, silent for 2 seconds. Then she drew her sword. You're right. Before Wang Feng could ask, why are you drawing your sword? Su Qing's narrow-bladed longsword was already resting against his neck. No, it wasn't resting against his neck. It was a strike that landed on his left shoulder. The force was incredibly precise. It didn't break his armor, but his entire left arm went numb instantly. Wang Feng. The second strike landed on the back of his right knee. Wang Feng dropped to one knee. The third strike swept horizontally, the flat of the blade hitting his back. Wang Feng was now flat on the ground. The entire sequence took less than 2 seconds. Wang Feng struggled to turn over. Su Qingge sheathed her sword. Her gaze, looking down at him, was utterly devoid of emotion. Left arm paralyzed. Recovery time approximately 15 minutes. Right leg half crippled. Recovery time 20 minutes. She crouched down, took out the golden blood coagulation pill from her portable storage pouch, broke off a quarter, and stuffed it into Wang Feng's mouth. Eat it. Wang Feng held the pill in his mouth, his mind buzzing. Why did you hit me? Su Qingge stood up and dusted off her hands. You said you wanted to train your combat power on your own. Now your left arm and right leg are impaired. You'll have to use only your right hand for the blade and your left leg for support. Fighting in this crippled state will force out instinctive reactions far more valuable than 100 practice sessions in perfect condition. Wang Feng's mouth hung open. Su Qing's tone was flat, as if she were explaining a math problem. When my brother was in the military academy, the instructors would always injure the cadets first before throwing them into the wilderness for actual combat training. It's called extreme pressure training. I was measured just now. It won't prevent you from fighting, but it will reduce your overall combat effectiveness by about 40%. Go on. Go kill monsters like this. Your injuries will heal on their own in 20 minutes. How many you can kill before then depends on your skill. Wang Feng lay on the ground. His mind was a torrent of expletives. Holy shit. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. This emotional intelligence. It's off the charts. He had said, don't follow me. I'll do it myself. A normal person's reaction would be either okay, be careful, or no, I'm worried. Su Qing's reaction was, fine, you want to train alone. They'll cripple you first, then let you go. If you think that was too light, I can add a few more. Su Qingge looked down at him. Enough, enough, enough. Wang Feng said enough 3 times in a row, struggled to his feet. His left arm was completely numb. His right leg could move, but the blow to his knee forced him into a slight crouch, unable to push off with full force. The phantom shadow step was at least 60% less effective. Good grief. This wasn't training, it was a disability simulator. Wang Feng tightened his grip on the thunder shadow battle blade in his right hand, but couldn't help glancing back. Su Qingge was leaning against the cave wall, scrolling through her communicator. She looked like she was reading something very amusing. A smile played at the corners of her mouth. That curve. Wang Feng took a deep breath, turned, and plunged into the rocky thicket. The first beast he faced in his crippled state was a general realm second-order, soul-devouring hyena. Same level. Under normal circumstances, it would be a 3-strike affair. Now it took 6 strikes. His left arm could not parry. Each time the enemy attacked, he could only rely on his movement technique to evade. However, the ghost shadow footwork was only 60% effective, leaving him with extremely narrow margins for both angle and timing. He was forced to calculate every step with the utmost precision. The second hyena. 5 strikes. He was beginning to adapt to the weight distribution required for one-armed combat. The third hyena. 4 strikes. 15 minutes later, the instant his left arm regained sensation, he cleaved through the skull of the fourth hyena with a single blow. The angle and force of that strike were more precise than any he had delivered before. A chime rang out, defeated 4 general stage second-order beasts, gaining 800 chi blood points. Current chi blood points 2,800. Current mission progress 1650. Wang Feng shook his now recovered left arm. It hurt, but it felt good. Not the thrill of battle. It was the feeling of forging the blade into one's very bones. Those 3 strikes from Su Qingge had not been an attack on him. They had opened his eyes. An hour later, as Wang Feng advanced westward following the heat source scan, he encountered Zhao Taizhu beneath a cliff. The platoon leader was in a bad state. His chainsword was missing 2 teeth, half the armor on his right arm was shattered, and his face was covered in dried bloodstains. Platoon leader. Zhao Taizhu looked up, saw him, and grinned. Damn, finally a living soul. Zhao Taizhu had been teleported to the western zone of the secret realm, and his luck had been poor. His landing point was the nest of a general stage 4th-order scorpion swarm. He had fought his way out only after a whole night of hacking. Why the hell didn't you say the secret realm would teleport us randomly? I only found out after entering. Zhao Taizhu cursed a couple of times, then pulled a gray pill from his pocket and chewed it. I killed 13 general stage beasts. His tone was very flat as he said this. But Wang Feng noticed that the chi blood fluctuations around Zhao Taizhu had changed. Platoon leader, you broke through. Zhao Taizhu rolled his neck, joints cracking. General stage, second order. Last night, I went toe-to-toe with a general stage 5th-order Scorpion King for 40 minutes. At the final strike, I broke through. Breaking through from general stage 1st order directly to 2nd order in the heat of battle. This was the true path of a martial artist's growth. Enlightenment on the edge of life and death, breaking realms amidst blood and fire. Unlike some who could level up in an instant by relying on a system, Wang Feng felt a twinge of shame. But only a little. After all, shame couldn't be spent as chi blood points. After the 3 of them regrouped, their efficiency skyrocketed. Su Qingge was responsible for scouting and handling high-tier beasts, while Zhao Taizhu and Wang Feng cleared the low and mid-tier ones. Wang Feng consciously controlled the pace. At each new stage, he would pick 1 or 2 beasts of the same or a slightly higher tier to fight alone. No help from Su Qingge, no assistance from Zhao Taizhu. Just himself. General stage 2nd order against general stage 3rd order. Victory. It took 4 minutes. General stage 2nd order against general stage 4th order. Victory. It took 7 minutes. His armor took 2 heavy blows. General stage 2nd order against general stage 5th order. A near defeat. It took 12 minutes. His left chest plate shattered and 1 rib cracked. After the fight, his chi blood points had accumulated to 5,600, subtracting the 3,000 needed to advance to the 3rd order. System break through to general stage 3rd order. A chime consumed 3,000 chi blood points, breakthrough to general stage 3rd order. Current chi blood points 2,600. The 3rd breakthrough was smoother than the previous 2, because the foundation of each rank had been solidified through actual combat. From 1st to 2nd order, he had built it with 4 hyenas. From 2nd to 3rd order, he had built it with 6 mid to high tier beasts. The system provided the numbers, real combat provided the understanding. A dual track approach. How many times have you broken through today? Zhao Taizhu squatted beside him, his mouth twitching. Twice. Twice. Zhao Taizhu was silent for 5 seconds. He planted his chainsword on the ground and took a deep breath. All right, I want to ask. And he truly didn't. A veteran's intuition told him that some things were better left unknown. Evening. Most of the 2nd day in the secret realm had passed. The trio found a high ground to rest. Zhao Taizhu had gone on perimeter patrol. Wang Feng and Su Qingge sat on the high grounds platform. In the distance, the inverted peaks slowly rotated beneath the dark red sky. Golden lava light spilled between them. Wang Feng pulled 2 thin manuals from his storage ring. The paper was yellowed, the corners curled. Su Qing's gaze fell upon them. What are these? Found on the highest shelf in the library, tucked between 2 outdated tactical magazines. Wang Feng handed the manuals over. One is a fragment of a cultivation art, the other a fragment of a movement art. The rank is uncertain, but I've used them, at least a rank or above. Su Qing took them and flipped through 2 pages. Her expression shifted from calm to focused. After a few more pages, it became one of shock. This isn't a rank. Her voice dropped low. The energy circulation path of this cultivation art fragment doesn't match any known system. The footwork logic of this movement art fragment is a simplified version of spatial folding theory. She looked up at Wang Feng. You've been using both of these. Su Qing stared at him for 3 seconds. Wang Feng braced himself for the question, where did you get them? But Su Qing didn't ask. She simply closed the manuals and placed them on her lap. Why show them to me? Wang Feng rubbed his thumb against his pant seam. You didn't ask why when you gave me the coagulation pill and the dagger. Su Qing lowered her head. Her ponytail slipped from her shoulder, half covering her face. After 4 or 5 seconds of silence, she said, thank you. Wang Feng turned his head away. You're welcome. There were more words behind those too, but he couldn't voice them. His 40-plus years of social anxiety from his past life remained as steadfast as a mountain in this crucial moment. When Zhao Taizhu returned from his patrol, he saw the 2 sitting opposite each other 1.5 meters apart. Neither spoke, but the atmosphere was different from before. Zhao Taizhu glanced at that 1.5 meters gap. Then he silently walked 10 meters away, squatted down, and gnawed on a piece of jerky. A veteran's first survival rule: never be a third wheel. Night fell. The darkness in the secret realm was deeper than the day. Wang Feng leaned against a rock, looking at the data on his system panel. Current Qi blood points 2,600. Current cultivation general stage 3rd order. Mission progress 2,950. 21 more to go. About 40 hours remaining. Enough, but not to be wasted. He was about to close his eyes and rest. The communicator vibrated again. It wasn't a message from Su Qing. It was from Zhao Taizhu, who had sent it from just 10 meters away. Stop sitting there like statues. I'm a rough man gnawing on dried meat out here until my stomach aches. Wang Feng flipped the communicator over. He was about to close his eyes and rest when a flicker of movement caught his attention from Su Qing's direction. She stood up. In her hands, she held the incomplete technique manual, flipping to the last page before closing it. Then, she took a step. Wang Feng's eyelid twitched. The landing point of that step, its angle, the arc of her center of gravity shifting. He knew it all too well. The ghost shadow elusive step. The starting stance. Su Qing's second step followed. Her toes touched the rock surface, her form swaying slightly, like a reflection on water rippled by the wind. The third step. Her figure blurred briefly. It wasn't an afterimage caused by sheer speed. It was the rhythm of her steps hitting a critical threshold, creating a momentary dislocation in spatial perception. She had entered the gateway. Wang Feng's mouth fell open. He stared at Su Qing's footsteps for 5 seconds. Damn it! The 2 words burst from his throat. His voice was low, but his emotions were overwhelming. What had it been like when he practiced the ghost shadow elusive step? The system had directly poured it into his mind. Muscle memory, the logic of the steps, every detail of shifting his center of gravity, all packaged and delivered by the system, installed with a single click. Even so, it had taken him days in actual combat to truly master this movement technique. And Su Qing, she had watched it twice, and she had already crossed the threshold into mastery. Wang Feng lowered his head to look at his own hands. Then he looked up again at Su Qing, who was growing more fluent with each 4th and 5th step. A very complex emotion surged within him. Pride. A little. After all, she was his fiancée. Oh, a little. After all, such comprehension was not human. But the strongest feeling was a pure, sharp jealousy. Not envy. It was the kind of sourness that came from realizing, I barely kept up with cheats on, but she crushed it with no gear. It was like using a full suite of assist software to climb to diamond rank in a game, only to look beside you and see someone playing with their feet and still hitting king. That was the gap in talent. When Su Qing's 7th step landed, her entire form had already produced a clear blurring effect. It wasn't a complete disappearance, but if you blinked, you'd find her position half a meter off from where you predicted. This was no longer just entering the gateway. She had knocked on the door of minor mastery right after stepping through the entrance. Wang Feng silently sent a message to the system in his mind. System, can you add a comprehension stat for me? The system was silent for 3 seconds. Ding. The system does not provide comprehension point addition services. Then what the hell do you provide? Ding. The system provides blood essence point addition, quest release, and kill data recording services. If there are other needs, please contact other systems. Other systems? You have competitors? The system didn't reply. The customer service had gone offline. Su Qing stopped her steps and turned around. Her breathing was steady with not even a trace of sweat on her forehead. I've roughly grasped the core logic of this movement technique. She looked at Wang Feng, her tone calm. The steps aren't about pursuing speed, they're about creating cognitive deviation. The opponent's eye see you at point A, but your actual center of gravity has already shifted to point B. By the time their attack lands on point A, you're already striking from point B. Wang Feng nodded. That was indeed the core principle of the ghost shadow elusive step. He himself had only vaguely deduced it after being beaten countless times by aberrant beasts in combat. Suchinga had watched the incomplete manual twice and directly articulated it. Comprehension this thing. Wang Feng muttered. What? Nothing. Wang Feng stood up, brushing the dust off his pants. I said you're practicing pretty fast. Suchinga glanced at him. There was something in that look, but Wang Feng didn't dare to dwell on it. I've also read the incomplete technique manual. Suchinga folded up the two manuals and put them away. The circulation path is indeed different from the existing system. When we get back, I'll have someone appraise its grade. Wang Feng grunted in acknowledgement. In his heart, he knew very well that the grade was definitely not low. But how high it was the system wouldn't say, and he had no way to know. The information security level of this lousy system rivaled the highest military secrets of the Dragon Kingdom. Ask 10 questions, get 1 answer, the other 9 where all this service is not provided. Enough rest. Wang Feng gripped his blade and stood up. Keep grinding. He glanced at the system panel. Quest progress, 2,950. 21 left. Time remaining 40 hours. Enough. But no dawdling. Zhao Taiju ambled over from 10 meters away, hoisting his chain's word onto his shoulder. They'll go with you. Wang Feng shook his head. Company commander, you rest here. The armor on your right arm is already shattered. If you push it any further, something will go wrong. Zhao Taiju looked down at his exposed right arm. The skin was covered in bite marks and burns of varying depths. This little injury, company commander. Wang Feng cut him off. You're the backbone of the Blade Company. If you go into the field injured and something happens, who will the veterans in the company turn to? Zhao Taizu's mouth opened, but no words came out. Finally, he cursed. When did you learn to pressure people with big talk? Learned it from you. Zhao Taiju was stunned for a moment, then laughed. The scar on his chest twisted into a question mark. Go on, stay safe. Get lost. Wang Feng walked away. Suchinga didn't follow. She stood on the high ground, watching his silhouette disappear among the rocks. Then she lowered her head and reopened the incomplete movement technique manual. From the first page, she read it word by word for the 3rd time. Zhao Taiju crouched beside her and took a glance. A peaked Jiang realm genius girl devouring a manual of dubious origin. Her expression was as serious as someone reviewing key points the night before a college entrance exam. Zhao Taiju silently took a bite of his dried meat. The world of the young he didn't understand. But he understood one thing. This girl was using her own way to catch up to that kid's footsteps, even though she herself already stood far taller than him. Over the next 20 hours, Wang Feng plowed through the central southern part of the secret realm. His hunting efficiency had entered a new phase after reaching Jiang Realm 3rd tier. Jiang Realm 3rd tier versus Jiang Realm 3rd tier 2 strikes. Jiang Realm 3rd tier versus Jiang Realm 4th tier 3 to 4 strikes. Jiang Realm 3rd tier versus Jiang Realm 5th tier required positioning and cooperation 6 to 8 strikes. He no longer deliberately pursued high-tier prey. Efficiency was more important than unit price. Killing 1 Jiang Realm 5th tier took 8 minutes. Killing 2 Jiang Realm 3rd tiers took only 3 minutes. The total reward of the latter was the same as the former, but the time cost was cut by 2/3. Mathematics was always the best friend of the wily. Quest progress, 3,550. 3,850. 4,250. He had even developed an assembly line operational mode. First, use thermal scanning to lock onto target groups. Assess their numbers and tiers. Plan the approach route. Use the ghost shadow elusive step to stealth into position. First, strike ambush the isolated target. After triggering chaos, harvest them one by one amidst the disorder. A standard dungeon clearing process. Efficient, stable, boring. But the blood essence points were rising. Late the next night, Wang Feng crouched among a pile of aberrant beast corpses, wiping blood off his blade. Ding! Killed Jiang Realm 4th tier aberrant beast Dark Thorn Beetle 1. Gained 400 blood essence points. Current blood essence points, 7,200. Current quest progress, 4,750. 3 left. He stood up and moved toward the next heat source signal zone. He had walked less than 200 meters. Sounds of combat came from ahead. Not between aberrant beasts. Between a person and aberrant beasts. Wang Feng rounded a massive rock and saw the battlefield. 3 Jiang Realm 4th tier Dark Thorn Beetles were besieging one person. The person's combat style was ferocious. A 3-meter-long war halberd swept in arcs, each strike carrying a dull boom as it cut through the air. but he couldn't hold out against 3 attacking at once. A beetle's claw had torn open his left shoulder, blood drenching half his body. Wang Feng recognized this man. 9th Legion. Had seen him at the rally point. A Jiang Realm 6th tier cultivator. Not weak, but a 3-0 war of attrition was too much to bear. Wang Feng didn't hesitate, not out of a sense of justice, because 3 Jiang Realm 4th tiers, 1,200 blood essence points, plus the quest progress would be maxed out. Business had arrived, only a fool would pass it up. He activated the Ghost Shadow elusive step. He entered the battlefield from the man's right rear. The Thunder Shadow combat blade slashed diagonally. The joint of the first beetle's belly armor was precisely severed. Its internal organs spilled out, and it died on the spot. The 9th Legion man was startled. He hadn't expected someone to emerge from behind. But he reacted quickly. Taking advantage of the moment the other 2 beetles were distracted, his war halberd swept horizontally, shattering half the head shell of the second beetle. Wang Feng followed up. A dagger thrust into the crack. Finishing blow. The 3rd beetle turned to flee. Wang Feng chased for 3 steps. A single strike cleaved into the joint of its tail segment. The beetle collapsed to the ground. The war halberd descended from above, pinning through its core. Ding! Killed Jiang Realm 4th tier Aberrant Beast 3, gained 1,200 blood essence points. Current blood essence points, 8,400. Ding! Time Chain Quest Secret Realm Plunderer completed. 5,050. Quest Reward Premium Mystery Box 1, stored in System Inventory. Wang Feng almost laughed out loud. Done. 50 kills finished. He forcibly restrained his expression and turned to look at the Jiang Realm 6th tier from the 9th Legion. The man was on one knee, clutching the wound on his left shoulder, breathing heavily. Thanks, brother. You're welcome. Wang Feng wiped the blood off his blade. By the way, the man looked up at him. You're from the 7th Legion? Yeah. Jiang Realm. 3rd tier? Yeah. The man's expression was very complicated. A Jiang Realm 3rd tier cutting into a 3-0 siege of 4th tiers from behind, 1 strike per kill. This kind of maneuver in any Legion's battle report would be enough to write a commendation order. What's your name? Wang Feng. The man nodded, committing it to memory. Wang Feng didn't linger. He turned and walked back. The premium mystery box lay quietly in his system inventory. He wanted to open it. Desperately. But not now. There were less than 20 hours left in the secret realm. There was one thing more important than the mystery box. The golden cocoon in his storage ring had changed its pulsing frequency again. Faster. And, on the northern horizon, the light that had vanished for an entire day had lit up again. Brighter than yesterday. Closer. Wang Feng stopped walking, staring at the northern sky. The golden cocoon vibrated wildly in the ring, as if responding to something. He looked down at the ring, then looked up at the northern light. The 7th mural in the stone chamber flashed through his mind. The one that had been destroyed, its contents unseen. What was painted on the 7th mural? The communicator vibrated. A message from Suchinga. Only 4 words. Something's happening in the north. The light in the north is at least 3 times brighter than yesterday. It is not the gentle radiance of warmth. It is an aggressive, blinding white. Wang Feng squinted for 2 seconds, then glanced down at his storage ring. The vibration frequency of the golden cocoon had escalated from baby, turning over to washing machine spin cycle. He replied to Suchinga in the southern district 10 minutes away. With that, he put away the communicator and turned to leave. Wait. A voice called from behind. It was the 6th tier general of the 9th Legion, whom he had just saved. The person stood up, clutching his left shoulder with a strange expression, neither grateful nor confused. Your name is Wang Feng. I've already said. From the 7th Legion. I've said that too. The person stared at him for 3 seconds. Then his pupils suddenly dilated. Holy crap. Wang Feng halted. Were you at the 9th tier soldier level when you came in? Wang Feng did not deny it, nor did he confirm it. The expression on the person's face shifted from confusion to dazedness as the scene of the assembly replayed in his mind. 30 individuals stood in 5 formations. 29 generals, 1 9th tier soldier. The bearded man mocked, bringing a soldier in to feed the monsters. The young lady of the Su family declared, he is mine, silencing the crowd. That 9th tier soldier was this very person. 2 days. In less than 2 days, the 9th tier soldier had reached the 3rd tier general level, crossing 4 minor tiers, and he had taken down a 4th tier general beetle with a single strike. The person opened his mouth, then closed it again. After 5 seconds, he said, no wonder they let you in. Wang Feng did not respond. He glanced at the light in the north and turned to leave. The person stood in place, watching his silhouette disappear among the rocks. After a while, he muttered, the 7th Legion. What kind of monster is this? 11 minutes later, Wang Feng returned to the high ground. Suchinga and Zhao Taiju were already standing at the edge of the platform facing north. On the northern horizon, the white light had begun to spread outward like ink dropped into water, except this ink was white, and it spread at an accelerating pace. The seal at the northern end of the secret realm has been broken. Su Qing's voice was very calm. Zhao Tai's expression darkened. What happens if it breaks? The stability of the secret realm's space relies on the support of the sealing network. The northern end is the main anchor point. Su Qingga turned her head to look at the two. Once the main anchor point is broken, the entire secret realm will collapse within a few hours. Zhao Taiju cursed. Wang Feng remained surprisingly calm. His task was complete. 50 heads had been achieved. 8,400 blood points remained. The secret realm is collapsing. Let it collapse. After all, he had already taken what he needed. How much time is left? Wang Feng asked. Su Qingga calculated for 2 seconds based on the spread rate 6 to 8 hours. Where is the exit? The entrance is also the exit. It is at the southern end where we came in. The straight line distance is about 15 kilometers. 15 kilometers. At the pace of a general, it would take half an hour at full speed. There was enough time. But the premise was, no unexpected events along the way. Let's go. Su Qingga drew her sword. The three of them jumped down from the high ground and pushed south at full speed. After running 3 kilometers, Wang Feng noticed something. The ground was shaking. It was not the localized tremor from beasts running. The entire crust was trembling. The frequency was increasing. Cracks began to appear in the black rocks beneath their feet. Blue-white light seeped from the cracks. The space is tearing apart, Su Qingga said while running. Faster than I estimated. How long do we have? 3 to 4 hours. That was half of the previous estimate. Zhao Taiju gritted his teeth and accelerated. Half of his right arm's armor had shattered. With every step, the sound of metal fragments grinding could be heard. After running 5 kilometers, a group of people appeared ahead. 7 or 8 individuals were gathered on a rocky platform. Some were bandaging wounds while others were arguing. Wang Feng recognized a few of them at a glance. The bearded man and that short, stout Qi Dazhuang, along with several scattered soldiers from independent battalions and the 9th Legion. Upon seeing Su Qingga and the others approaching, the bearded man flinched. Qi Dazhuang remained quite calm. He had replaced the back of his black shield with a new one, unknown where he had procured it. Miss Su. Qi Dazhuang stood up. You saw that the seal in the north has broken. I saw it. The exit is at the southern end. But in the 5 kilometers ahead, the beasts have gone mad. The energy wave from the collapsing space has agitated them into a frenzy. Qi Dazhuang pointed to the south. Wang Feng activated the thermal source scan. Within the 5-kilometer range to the south, there were countless red dots. At least 100 beasts were moving chaotically. They were not patrolling. They were not hunting. They were in panic. The impact of the collapsing space was greater on the beasts than on humans. Their sensory systems had overloaded, and their behavior patterns had turned purely aggressive. Going through alone is too risky. Qi Dazhuang's small eyes scanned the people present. We should gather our forces and use our numerical advantage to clear a path. He looked at Su Qingga. You lead the way, and we will follow to clear out the rear. Once we reach the exit, we can go our separate ways. Su Qingga did not respond immediately. She glanced at Wang Feng. Wang Feng slightly nodded. It was not because he trusted Qi Dazhuang. The last time this guy had ambushed them during the spiritual energy gathering was still fresh in his mind. But the situation was different now. The secret realm was on the verge of collapse. Everyone wanted to survive and get out. When interests align, temporary allies are more useful than permanent enemies. Moreover, Su Qingga, a peak general, was at the forefront. The rest of them would be following behind, reaping the benefits. It was clear who would gain and who would lose. Let's go. Su Qing's single word set the tone. 12 individuals formed a loose formation and advanced southward with Su Qingga leading the way. Every swing of the narrow-bladed sword cleared away obstacles within 30 meters ahead. Zhao Taiju led a few mid-tier officers to guard the flanks. Wang Feng positioned himself at the rear. It was not that he wanted to lag behind, this position suited him best. Being at the back meant that any solitary beasts would pursue from behind. If they pursued, it would be easy pickings. Blood points served on a silver platter should not be wasted. The first wave of pursuers arrived. 5 second-tier soul-eating hounds charged from the side. Wang Feng turned around. The phantom shadow step activated. 3 strikes for 5 beasts. The extra 2 strikes were because 2 had overlapped, requiring separation. Ding! Blood points 1,000. Current blood points 9,400. The second wave came. 3 third-tier flame rock lizards. They did not come from behind, they burst forth from the ground. The space fissures had shattered their underground nests, forcing them out. Zhao Taiju took down 1, while Wang Feng finished off 2. Ding! Blood points 600. Current blood points 10,000. 10,000. Wang Feng silently calculated. 4,000 points were needed for third-tier general. After that, 6,000 would remain. Should he level up now? No. Save it. Wait until he was out of the secret realm to find a safe place to decide. He had learned the risks of breaking through in battle. The last time in the stone chamber had been unavoidable. If he could wait, he would. As the team advanced to the 8th kilometer, the ground beneath them split open, revealing a 3-meter-wide chasm. Blue-white light shot up from the bottom of the chasm, radiating extreme heat. Several people nearby were burned on their skin. It was a space fissure not caused by beasts, but by the secret realm itself undergoing self-dissolution. "Accelerate!" Suchinga shouted. Everyone began to sprint with all their might. The ground shattered like broken glass. With every step, chunks of the ground collapsed behind them. Wang Feng ran at the back, feeling as if he were playing a parkour game, the kind with maximum difficulty and no save points. 1,000 meters ahead, a milky white light curtain stood between the rocks. "The exit. I see it," Zhao Taizhu shouted. The 12 individuals raced desperately toward the light curtain. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Wang Feng's phantom shadow step erupted with full force in the last 100 meters. He surpassed the 3 independent battalion members ahead and reached the light curtain almost simultaneously with Suchinga. Suchinga glanced back at him. Without saying a word, she extended her hand. Wang Feng also did not speak. He grasped her hand, and the two leaped into the light curtain together. The space twisted. The world spun. Their bodies felt as though they were being shoved into a high-speed centrifuge. 3 seconds later, bang. Both feet landed on solid frozen earth. The cold wind of the northern region hit them in the face. The air at below 0 degrees filled their lungs, chilling them to the bone. Yet he had never felt so comfortable. Wang Feng stood on the open ground outside the entrance of the secret realm, gasping for breath. The military guards quickly surrounded him. "Someone has come out. Someone has come out." Others also began to jump out of the light curtain, including Zhao Tieju, Qi Dazhuang, the bearded man, and scattered soldiers from independent battalions. 12 individuals, not a single one missing. 3 seconds after the last person jumped out, the milky white light curtain behind them violently twisted. Then it shattered. Like a broken mirror, countless shards of light scattered in all directions, dissolving and disappearing in the air. The entrance to the secret realm completely collapsed. The originally scheduled 7-hour window had lasted less than 50 hours in reality. Those still inside. Wang Feng glanced at the list in the guard's hand. 30 people entered and 19 came out. 11 individuals would forever remain inside. The open ground fell silent for a few seconds. Zhao Taizhu drove his chainsaw sword into the ground, bowing his head. Suchinga released Wang Feng's hand. The gesture was quite natural, but Wang Feng noticed that her fingertips were slightly cold. It was not the cold of the northern region. 20 minutes later, inside the military's temporary command tent, Wang Feng sat in the corner pretending to flip through battle loss reports. In reality, he was checking the system panel. Current blood points, 10,600. Current cultivation, level 3rd tier general. Timed mission completed, 1 special blind box waiting to be opened. The hidden mission Dragon Silkworm's agreement is ongoing. The golden cocoon has been brought out of the secret realm. His fingers unconsciously stroked the storage ring. The cocoon's pulsation had slowed down. After exiting the secret realm, it had quieted considerably. Yet that sense of connection remained like a program running in the background, not closed, just minimized. Wang Feng took a deep breath. Putting aside thoughts of the cocoon for now, the most important thing was to find a secluded place to open this special blind box. Just as he was preparing to find an excuse to slip out, the tent flap was lifted and Su Qingfeng walked in. Su Qingfeng's military boots treaded on the tent floor, bringing an scent unique to the northern borders. He cast a glance at the people inside the tent. Zhao Taizhu sat on the left, his chainsaw, sword leaning against the leg of his chair, while the fragmented armor on his right arm had yet to be removed. Suchinga sat on the right, her white combat uniform stained with ash and blood. He was flipping through a list of survivors from the secret realm. Wang Feng huddled in the corner, a battle damage report spread out before him. His eyes were glued to the report, his fingers absent-mindedly rubbing the storage ring. The expression he wore resembled that of a high school student caught playing with his phone during class just before the teacher intervened. "All still alive," Su Qingfeng remarked. It was not a question, but a confirmation. "Alive," Zhao Taizhu stood up and saluted. "All 9 of the 7th Legion survived, none severely injured." Su Qingfeng nodded, shifting his gaze to Wang Feng. He paused for 2 seconds. "Foundation establishment stage 3. Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback, then stood up. "Yes." Su Qingfeng remained silent. He walked to the table in the center of the tent, pulled out a chair, and sat down. His fingers interlaced as he looked at Wang Feng. Wang Feng recognized that gaze. The gaze of an interviewer. Entered at Soldier Realm Stage 9, emerged at Foundation Establishment Stage 3. Su Qingfeng's tone was as if he were reading a file. In less than 50 hours, breaking through 4 stages. The tent fell silent. Zhao Taizhu's mouth twitched slightly as he chose to lower his head and inspect his chainsaw sword. Su Qing's hand, flipping through the list, halted the corner of her eye, glancing at Wang Feng. The cultivation method is suitable for breakthroughs in high concentrations of spiritual energy. Wang Feng replied. The spiritual energy concentration in the secret realm is over 10 times that of the outside, coupled with continuous combat stimulation. Each breakthrough occurs at the brink of life and death. Half-truths. The spiritual energy concentration in the secret realm is real. The breakthroughs are real. However, the method of breaking through is somewhat different from that of normal individuals. Su Qingfeng stared at him for 5 seconds. What cultivation method? Wang Feng momentarily found his words caught. At this moment, Su Qingge spoke up. The cultivation method he practices differs from the existing system. I will have someone verify it when we return to the capital. Her tone was very flat, as if stating a confirmed fact. Su Qingfeng glanced at his sister, then at Wang Feng. Fine, just a single word. Yet Wang Feng perceived the underlying implication of this fine. I won't press for details for now, but you owe me a reasonable explanation. Su Qingfeng stood up. The cause of the secret realm's collapse is still under investigation. The seal of the northern forbidden area was intentionally broken. Commander Zhao has already reported to the military command headquarters. He walked to the entrance of the tent and paused. Wang Feng. Here. My sister managed to survive alone. Su Qingfeng did not turn back. But she chose to wait for you to come out together. The tent flap was lifted and the cold wind rushed in. Su Qingfeng left. Wang Feng stood in place. His mind repeatedly replayed the last sentence. She chose to wait for you to come out together. His ears felt hot again. Zhao Taiju stood up from his chair, grabbing the chainsaw sword as he walked outside. As he passed Wang Feng, he patted him on the shoulder. Did you understand what Deputy Commander Su said? I understood. That's good. Zhao Taiju grinned. I'm going to find the military doctor to fix my armor. You too. He glanced towards Su Qingge. Take your time chatting. He left. Only 2 people remained in the tent. The air suddenly turned very quiet. This silence was not awkward. Everyone wanted to speak, but they were waiting for the other to initiate. In the end, it was Su Qingge who broke the silence first. Let me see your wounds. Not injured. Su Qingge stood up and walked over. She directly grabbed Wang Feng's left hand and turned it over. There was a wound at the base of his palm, scratched by the claws of a bone puppet already scabbed over. There were also cracks in the tiger's mouth of his right hand, a result of long-term knife handling. Not injured. That's not considered an injury. Su Qingge released his hand. The cultivation method you mentioned to my brother needs to be verified when we return. And that thing in the storage ring. Wang Feng's heartbeat quickened for a moment. She was referring to the golden cocoon. It's been quieter since leaving the secret realm. Wang Feng touched the ring, but it's still pulsing. Su Qingge did not ask further. She returned to her position, picked up the list, and continued flipping through it. If you have something that needs to be handled alone, she did not look up. You can go now. Wang Feng was taken aback. He glanced at Su Qingge. She was buried in the list, her long hair covering half of her face. Yet Wang Feng inexplicably felt she knew he had something to handle alone. She did not ask what it was. She did not press for explanations. She simply gave him space. I will be back shortly. Wang Feng lifted the tent flap and stepped out. The cold wind of the northern borders struck his face. He left the camp, circling behind a deserted gravel slope. Confirming that there was no one within a 50-meter radius, he crouched down, taking a deep breath. System. Yes. Open the blind box. Ding. Opening the special blind box. Ding. Drawing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Scrade sword technique. 3 styles of breaking illusions. Wang Feng's pupils dilated sharply. Scrade. The ghostly shadow step he obtained earlier was also Scrade. That was a movement technique. Now another Scrade sword technique. Ding. 3 styles of breaking illusions. Information is as follows. First style, rending the sky, infusing blood and energy into the blade, creating a linear slashing wave within a 3-meter range. It can break through all defenses below foundation establishment. Stage 7. Second style, shadow reflection, blending sword intent with movement technique, creating 3 afterimages at the moment of drawing the blade. The enemy cannot discern the true point of the blade's fall. It can form a stacking effect with ghostly shadow step. Third form, severing mortal ties, a full power strike. Compress all chi and blood into a single point at the blade's tip, generating a piercing slash. Its destructive force scales with total chi and blood reserves. At his current cultivation realm, this technique delivers focused impact equivalent to that of a 7th-tier Jiang realm expert. Cooldown consumes 40% of his chi and blood, cannot be reused for 30 minutes. Wang Feng crouched behind a scree slope, eyes fixed on 3 lines of text glowing upon his system interface. One thought echoed in his mind. He had struck gold. First form, a defense-piercing ranged attack. From now on, the finishing blow master would never again suffer the awkwardness of close-quarters brawling. Second form, residual image layering combined with the ghost shadow vanishing step. Does that not make him a god of positioning? Pro Max Edition. To observers, 3 afterimages plus the evasive displacement of the ghost shadow vanishing step create 5 or 6 flickering simulacra. This is no martial art. It is illusion. The third form was even more extraordinary, unleashing the focused explosive power of a 7th-tier Jiang realm expert while cultivating only at the 3rd tier, albeit at the cost of prolonged cooldown and massive kiblet expenditure. Yet in life-or-death moments it served as a true lifeline. Wang Feng closed his eyes. The system began infusing muscle memory and neural pathways for the sword art, just as it had with the ghost shadow vanishing step, flooding his consciousness with torrents of high-speed data. But this time something differed. The sword art data interlocked with the circulation pathways of the myriad phenomena devouring scripture, as if 2 gears had perfectly meshed. The myriad phenomena devouring scripture's method of kiblet circulation was inherently compatible with the infusion requirements of the truth-seeing triad. Other cultivators practicing this sword art would incur kiblet wastage of 15 to 20%. His wastage approached 0. Wang Feng drew a slow, deep breath. The myriad phenomena devouring scripture conferred no offensive capability itself, it solely governed devouring and circulation. Yet it supplied every offensive technique with an optimal kiblet distribution network, like an engine. An engine cannot strike a blow, but when coupled with any weapon, its output efficiency soared to its absolute peak. Remarkable. Wang Feng rose and gripped the laying battle blade. He needed to test it. He selected a massive boulder far from camp, took his stance, and executed the first form, rending the void. Qi and blood surged from his dantian into his right arm, coursing through meridians to flood the blade's edge. He slashed. No sound followed. Or rather, the sound arrived too late. It had already concluded before reaching his ears. 3 meters away, the boulder split cleanly down its center. Its fracture surface was unervingly smooth, like laser-cut glass. Wang Feng approached and ran his fingers along the cleaved edge. With only 3rd-tier Jiang realm cultivation, he had bisected natural stone that would normally require a full-force strike from a 5th-tier Jiang realm expert. And it was done remotely, 3 meters away without closing the distance. He then tested the second form, reflecting shadow. Blade drawn. Body shifted minutely. Within his field of vision, residual images flickered into existence, one to his left, one to his right. Their movements lagged half a second behind his own, like a stuttering playback. Yet that half-second delay was enough to shatter any opponent's judgment. He withheld the third form. Its 40% kiblet cost was simply too steep. Such ultimate techniques were to be reserved for decisive moments. Wang Feng sheathed his blade, stood atop the scree slope, and let the cold wind cool his surging excitement. When he returned to camp, his expression revealed nothing. Su Qingge remained inside the tent. She had finished reviewing the list. She sat there holding the final page of the fragmented manual on body movement arts. Back. All settled. Su Qingge closed the manual. I've also resolved something myself. Wang Feng looked at her. Her right hand hovered, palm open, fingertips shimmering faintly with circulating qi and blood. That rhythm, the precise cadence of its flow, was unmistakably the ghost shadow vanishing step. Not in her feet, but transplanted core principles re-engineered into her hands. The spatial folding theory within the manual applies beyond footwork. Su Qingge relaxed her grip. I experimented. It works just as well with swordsmanship. Wang Feng fell silent for 3 seconds. He had just opened and shrank blind box, spent a system-granted cheat reward, and trained for half an hour. This woman had read the fragmented manual 3 times, and instantly extrapolated an entirely new application. The gap in comprehension, unworthy of discussion. She was the meta-solution, he merely a meta-tool. Wang Feng leaned the laying battle blade against the chair leg and sat down. I tried the newly acquired sword art just now. Su Qingge lifted her gaze to meet his. 3 forms. The first pierces defenses at range. The second generates afterimages. The third, he hesitated. The third is my ultimate reserve. Not suitable for demonstration, at least not yet. Su Qingge held his gaze for 2 seconds. Learned it in the library. One could say so. She did not press further. Rising, she walked to the tent flap, lifted it, and glanced outside. The aurora borealis flowed like liquid light across the northern sky. We return to Aurora City tomorrow for our official debriefing, she said. The investigation report on the collapsing secret realm must be filed and all recovered resources formally registered. Wang Feng's fingers instinctively brushed his storage ring. Within it rested over 10,000 kiblet points, a golden cocoon, and the newly acquired strength sword art. Formally registered. Zhao Taizhu had once said, how much you can conceal on your person, that is your skill. Understood, Wang Feng replied. Su Qingge turned back to face him. Her lips parted slightly. Brother Feng. Is there something hidden about you? Silence filled the tent. Wang Feng's heartbeat skipped. He met her gaze. Those eyes held no demand for answers. No scrutiny. No probing. Only calm, unwavering attention. quietly affirming you need not speak. Yet I have asked. Wang Feng parted his lips. Yes. One word. Su Qingge nodded. Tell me when you're ready to. She released the tent flap. It fell shut, sealing out the aurora. Warmth reasserted itself within the tent. Wang Feng sat in the corner listening to the howl of the wind beyond the canvas. Inside his storage ring, the golden cocoon pulsed softly, yet he noticed its rhythm had quickened. A minute ago it beat once every 3 seconds. Now every 2.5 seconds. And with each pulse a faint, almost imperceptible warmth traveled from the ring to his fingertip, as though something were awakening. At the Aurora City, the 7th Legion's garrison. 4 in the morning. Wang Feng lay on his cot in the barracks staring at the ceiling. He couldn't sleep. It wasn't because of the 2 days of fighting in the secret realm that had left him too excited. It was the golden cocoon in his storage ring pulsing until his fingers went numb. A pulse every 2 seconds. Then every 1.5 seconds. Now it was nearly every second. Wang Feng extended his hand from under the blanket staring at the ring. The warmth from the pulse spread from his fingertips to his wrist, like wearing a hand warmer. Except this hand warmer was the egg of an ancient divine beast. System. Here. When will this cocoon hatch? Ding. Unable to provide this information. The Dragon Silkworm Covenant is a hidden quest. Related data is outside system service scope. Then what can you tell me? Ding. The system can inform the host that the current health point balance is 10600 points. I asked about the cocoon and you report my balance. Ding. Balance reporting is one of the system's basic services. Wang Feng pulled his hand back under the blanket. Every conversation with this lousy system felt like calling a bank's customer service. You ask about loan interest rates, and it tells you your account balance. You ask about the repayment date, and it tells you to press 1 for a human operator. After pressing 1, sorry, all agents are currently busy. He turned over. The bald veteran in the next bed let out a steady snore. The veteran with the crew cut beyond him ground his teeth, muttering, "Beast-tide feast," in his sleep. In the entire Vanguard Company barracks, only Wang Feng was awake. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. The last image in his mind was Su Qing's profile as she said, "Tell me when you're willing." Then, the golden cocoon pulsed again. A particularly heavy pulse. Wang Feng shot up. A violent tremor came from the storage ring. It wasn't a pulse. It was a struggle. Like something rolling, tearing inside the cocoon, trying to break free. Wang Feng dressed quickly and crept out of the barracks. Outside, the -30-degree wind lashed his face. He ran to the empty rocky ground behind the garrison, crouched down, and took the golden cocoon out of the storage ring. The cocoon trembled violently in his palm. The cracks on its surface were deeper than when had seen them in the secret realm. Golden light seeped through the fissures, flickering. Like a glowing walnut. System. Here. Is it going to? Before he finished, the cocoon burst. Not an explosion. A split. It cleaved neatly into 4 petals along the lines from the center. Golden fragments scattered on the ground. In Wang Feng's palm was something new. Palm-sized. Entirely gold. 4 short legs, a pair of folded thin wings. On its round head, 2 black bean-like eyes stared at him. A silkworm. A golden silkworm. The same shape as the ones raised in paper boxes eating mulberry leaves. But 10 times larger. The color turned gold, and it was glowing. Wang Feng and the golden silkworm locked eyes. 3 seconds of silence. The silkworm opened its mouth. Gee. An extremely faint cry like a newborn chick. Wang Feng's mind went blank for a moment. He stared at the palm-sized golden insect. The heaven-mandated dragon silkworm. An ancient divine beast. Legends said its bloodline could fuse with all laws. This, a golden silkworm. He had expected the cocoon to split open, a small dragon to spiral out, a dragon's cry shaking the heavens, the world-changing color. Instead, out came a silkworm. Ding! The system notification sounded. Hidden quest: Dragon Silkworm Covenant completed. Quest rewards unlocked. Reward 1: Heaven-mandated dragon silkworm. Hatchling establishes blood resonance with host, enabling synchronized growth. Reward 2: Dragon silkworm. Hatchling comes with passive skill Devour evolution. Can devour beast cores to gain corresponding attribute boosts. Each devour initiates a transformation period after which size and abilities simultaneously increase. Reward 3. Unlocked when Dragon Silkworm reaches a specific growth stage. More question marks. Did this system have an obsession with question marks? But the first 2 rewards were already explosive. Synchronized growth. He got stronger, the silkworm got stronger. When the silkworm got stronger, it would likely nurture him in return. Devour evolution. Wasn't this a beast version of the system? Eat 1 level up. Was this insect in his hand his pet, his cheat device, or his partner? The golden silkworm wriggled twice in Wang Feng's palm. Then it crawled up his wrist, onto his forearm, onto his shoulder. Finally, it settled on the back of his neck. A warm touch against his skin. The silkworm's body glowed faintly, then the light faded. The gold receded, turning a color close to Wang Feng's skin tone. It lay still on the back of his neck. Like a necklace. Wang Feng twisted his head to see the back of his neck. He couldn't, but he could feel it. The silkworm was resonating with his qi and blood at an extremely subtle frequency. Comfortable. The pleasant sensation from circulating the myriad phenomena devouring heaven art was amplified several times. All right. Wang Feng touched the back of his neck. The silkworm stirred. Gee. It cried out again. Wang Feng took a deep breath. His current aesthetic was a martial artist at the third level of the general realm with an ancient divine beast hatchling resting on the back of his neck. The hatchling looked like a silkworm. Its cries sounded like a chick. Its size resembled a necklace. If Su Qingga saw this, Wang Feng simulated the scene in his mind. Feng Gij, what's that on your neck? Oh, an ancient divine beast. The image was too abstract. He decided to keep it secret for now. He'd wait until the silkworm grew a bit, at least until it looked more imposing. Showing it off in its current form wouldn't be bragging, it would be social suicide. 9 in the morning. 7th Legion Command Headquarters. The debriefing meeting for the Secret Realm expedition. 9 people sat in a row. Su Qingga sat at the far left, Zhao Taizhu in the middle, Wang Feng at the far right. Su Qingfeng stood at the front, behind him a massive holographic screen. Unified tally of Secret Realm gains. Su Qingfeng opened the roster. Report starting from the first. The first was a 7th level General Realm officer from the Legion's direct elite company. Killed 11 General Realm beasts, total beast materials weighing approximately 200 kilograms. Also discovered a medium-grade spirit stone mine, excavated 100,017 spirit stones. The logistics officer recorded it. 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Everyone reported similar gains. A dozen or so beasts, tens of thousands of spirit stones. Occasionally, someone found 1 or 2 broken ancient artifacts. Then it was Zhao Taizhi's turn. Killed 19 General Realm beasts. Didn't collect much material, fought too frantically. 0 spirit stones. The auditing officer looked up at him. 19. That was a formidable number for an early General Realm cultivator. But no spirit stones. Zhao Taizhu grinned, too busy staying alive to bother picking up rocks. Next, Su Qingga. Killed 32 General Realm beasts. 1,014 spirit stones. Also cleared an underground passage in a spiritual energy convergence zone and discovered an ancient relic stone chamber. The stone chamber was destroyed during the Secret Realm's collapse. The room fell silent for a second. 32. 1,014 spirit stones. That data equaled the sum of everyone else's combined. Peak General Realm was indeed peak General Realm. A crushing harvesting efficiency. The auditing officer's hand trembled as he wrote. Last, Wang Feng. Everyone's gaze fell on him, including Su Qingfeng's. Wang Feng stood up. Killed General Realm beasts. He paused. How many should he report? The actual number was over 50. But reporting 50 would be inexplicable for a third-level General Realm cultivator. He did a quick mental calculation. Zhao Taizhu had 19. Early General Realm to 2nd level. Reasonable. If he reported around 20, from 1st level to 3rd, barely plausible. Killed 23 General Realm beasts. He chose a number that wasn't too flashy, but wouldn't be embarrassing. Collected some materials about 60 kilograms. 7 spirit stones. He really only had 7 spirit stones. Had been busy killing monsters, not mining. The auditing officer recorded it without further questions. 23. Entering at the 9th level of the Soldier Realm, coming out at the 3rd level of the General Realm. Though absurd with Su Qingga as his protector, no one present found it unreasonable. After all, everyone knew. The eldest Miss, Su, was there to guard him. Wang Feng sat down. The silkworm on the back of his neck stirred. Very lightly. Like stretching. Wang Feng's expression remained unchanged. He said to the silkworm in his mind, buddy, don't exercise during the meeting. After the debriefing, the crowd dispersed. Wang Feng walked out of the command building, heading back to the garrison. Someone stopped him. Qi Dazhuang. The short fat man carried a new black shield, his small eyes fixed on Wang Feng. Brother Wang. Wang Feng halted. Qi Dazhuang's tone was far more polite than in the Secret Realm. My apologies for any offense in the Secret Realm. Qi Dazhuang cupped his hands. I wonder if Brother Wang is free to share a meal. Wang Feng studied him for 2 seconds. This man had organized 7 people to ambush Su Qingga in the spiritual energy convergence zone. After having his shield broken by a single sword strike, he retreated unscathed. Now he was inviting him to dinner. Wang Feng's rogue intuition told him, this meal was trouble. No, I'm busy. Qi Dazhuang's smile didn't waver. Another time then. The northern frontier isn't big, there will be more opportunities. He turned and left. After 3 steps he stopped again. Oh, by the way, Qi Dazhuang didn't turn around. That underground stone chamber Miss Su opened. What was actually inside? Wang Feng's face showed nothing. Collapsed. Nothing left. Qi Dazhuang uttered an "oh" and left. Wang Feng stood still, watching the short, fat man's retreating back. The silkworm on his neck stirred again. Not a stretch this time. It rose upright facing the direction Qi Dazhuang had gone. The silkworm had no eyes. At least Wang Feng couldn't see any, but he could clearly sense an emotion transmitted through the blood resonance. Alertness. Extreme alertness. Wang Feng glanced down at the spot on the back of his neck. Insect, do you know him? The silkworm didn't answer. It slowly lay back down, but the alertness didn't dissipate. Like a taut string, Wang Feng turned and walked toward the garrison. After a dozen steps, a thought struck him. Qi Dazhuang had asked about the stone chamber. Not the spirit stones. Not the beast materials. The stone chamber. How did he know there was something in the chamber worth asking about? Su King's debriefing report only mentioned, discovered an ancient relic stone chamber, now destroyed. It gave no details about the chamber's interior. Qi Dazhuang couldn't have known what was in the chamber from the report, unless he had another source of information. Wang Feng slowed his pace. The seal on the northern end forbidden zone had been artificially broken. The secret realm had collapsed early. Qi Dazhuang was a member of the command's direct troops. Was there a connection between these three things? He didn't know, but the silkworm on his neck did. It still hadn't fully lain down. That string called alertness remained taut. Wang Feng returned to the garrison and sat on his cot. He pulled out his communicator, typed a line, sent it to Su Qingge. Qi Dazhuang came to see me. He asked what was in the stone chamber. A reply came 10 seconds later. He approached my brother too. Asked the same question. Wang Feng's eyebrow twitched. He typed another line. What did your brother say? Told me to investigate his background. A 2-second pause. Su Qingge sent another message. Found something. He's not Commander Zhao's man. Wang Feng stared at the line. Not Zhao Qingping's man. Direct troops under command, not the commander's men. Then whose man was he? The communicator vibrated again. Su King's final message. Only 2 words. The Shen family. Wang Feng's fingers tightened around the communicator. The Shen family. Shen Wanshan. Another heavyweight in the military affairs command. The silkworm on the back of his neck finally lay flat. When Wang Feng returned to the barracks, the bald old soldier was chopping firewood at the door. Seeing him come back, the bald old soldier stopped his axe and said, the company commander said you've reached the general realm. 3rd stage. The bald old soldier scrutinized him twice. His gaze was as if he were looking at a bipedal creature. Before entering the secret realm, you were at the 9th stage of the soldier realm. In less than 2 days, you reached the 3rd stage of the general realm. What did you eat? Compressed biscuits. The bald old soldier fell silent. He silently lifted his axe and struck the firewood harder. The axe came down, the wood didn't break, but the stump cracked. Wang Feng ignored him. He quickly walked into the barracks, dove into his area of the military bed, and pulled the curtain shut. The silkworm on the back of his neck lay quietly. Wang Feng reached out to take it down and placed it on the pillow. The silkworm curled slightly in the depression of the pillow. Its 2 black bean-like eyes stared at him. Chirp. Don't make a sound. Chirp, chirp. I said don't make a sound. The silkworm stopped chirping. It buried its head into the pillow. With its butt in the air, it kicked its 4 short legs twice. A standard spoiled posture. Wang Feng stared at this scene for 3 seconds. Is this really a divine beast? The so-called faithful dragon silkworm that could merge myriad techniques. In his past life, he had seen a meme on short videos. Expectation versus reality. Expectation, a majestic golden dragon coiled around his shoulder, exuding dragon might with all directions submitting. Reality, a golden silkworm lying on the pillow raising its butt. The disparity between people can sometimes be ridiculous. The disparity between worms, more absurd. System. Here. What does it eat? Ding. The faithful dragon's silkworm larva feeds on beast cores. Devouring cores of different attributes grants corresponding attribute boosts. The first feeding will trigger an initial transformation. Beast cores. Wang Feng rummaged through his storage ring. He had kept a few cores after killing so many beasts in the secret realm. He had originally planned to sell them for money. He pulled out a core from a 2nd stage spirit-eating lycanthrope. It was thumb-sized dark purple with faint spiritual energy circulating on its surface. The black market price was about 20,000 dragon coins, enough for an ordinary person to eat for half a year. Wang Feng placed the core in front of the silkworm. The silkworm raised its head, its black bean-like eyes fixed on the core. Then it opened its mouth. At the moment the mouth opened, Wang Feng's pupils shrank. The palm-sized worm's mouth opened wider than 120 degrees. There were no teeth, but a circle of extremely fine golden patterns was spinning inside. Like a miniature shredder, the core was sucked inside. There was no sound at all. It was like throwing a candy into a blender. The silkworm closed its mouth, and its body slightly swelled. Then, golden light slowly seeped from its body, lasting about 5 seconds. After the light converged, the silkworm's size increased by a circle, from palm-sized to 1.5 times palm-sized. Wang Feng. That's all it grew. Ding. The faithful dragon silkworm has completed its first devouring. Attribute boost obtained, shadow affinity. The host's perception range in dim light environments is increased by 15%. Wang Feng was stunned. Attribute boost. For him, he closed his eyes and felt it. Indeed, a trace of an extremely weak new power was circulating within him. It flowed parallel to the energy pathway of the Wanxiang Tunshinju, a 15% increase in perception in dim light environments. This meant night battles, cave fights, any scene with insufficient light. His detection ability had improved a notch. Not much, but it didn't consume extra resources. Purely passive. And this was just a second stage core. What if he fed it a fifth stage core? What about a seventh stage core? Wang Feng's mind began to race. The price of beast cores was linked to the level of the beasts. A fifth stage core had a black market price starting at 50,000. A seventh stage core was at least 100,000. Throwing these things into the silkworm's mouth was like feeding a shredder money. But what he got in return was a permanent passive boost. No matter how you calculated it, it was a huge profit. The premise was, he needed enough cores to feed it. Wang Feng looked at the stock in his storage ring. There were still 4 cores left from the secret realm. 2 second stage cores, 1 third stage core, and 1 fourth stage core. Should he feed them? Of course. A fool wouldn't eat when there's milk. He took out the third stage core and placed it in front of the silkworm. The silkworm was much more eager than the first time. It stretched its head and opened its mouth. Done. Ding. The fateful dragon silkworm has completed its second devouring. Attribute boost, obtain vitality surge. For every beast killed in battle, an additional 2% of the total vitality will be restored. Wang Feng almost jumped out of bed. Recovering 2% for each kill, he was a last hit specialist. What is the core of a last hit specialist? Large quantities that fill the stomach. In a single battle, killing a dozen or 20 beasts. Recovering 2% for each beast meant 30 to 40% vitality recovery. This isn't just a boost, it's a sustainability cheat. His gaze toward the silkworm changed. From, "You are disappointing," to, "You are my dear father." He took out the fourth stage core as well. The silkworm ate happily. Its 4 short legs kicked, shining with golden light. Ding! The fateful dragon silkworm has completed its third devouring. Attribute boost, obtained carapace resonance. The host's defense is increased by an additional 8% when wearing armor. 3 cores, 3 passives. Shadow affinity vitality, surge carapace resonance. Wang Feng leaned against the board of his military bed, his expression calm. Internally, he had already set off 3 rounds of fireworks. He did not feed the last 2 second stage cores. It wasn't that he was reluctant, but the silkworm had finished 3 cores and lay motionless on the pillow. Its belly slightly bulged, and its breathing rate slowed. Ding! The fateful dragon silkworm has entered the digestion period. Estimated duration 6 hours. After digestion is complete, feeding can continue. Alright, eat until full, then sleep, wake up, and eat. Just like the cat he raised in his past life. Wang Feng placed the silkworm back on the nape of his neck. The worm changed color, automatically sticking to his skin, almost invisible to the naked eye. He pulled back the curtain and walked out. The bald old soldier had finished chopping firewood and was sitting at the door with a lunchbox of instant noodles. Seeing Wang Feng come out, the bald old soldier lifted his chin. "Just now Captain Zhao was looking for you. He said the command center has a new order." "What order?" "I don't know. He asked you to find Commander Su. Find Su Qingfeng." Wang Feng adjusted his collar and left the barracks. Halfway, he took out his communicator to take a look. Su Qingge sent a message 2 minutes ago. "Come to the 2nd floor of the command center. There's something." A period followed. Su Qingge never adds punctuation when sending messages. Adding a period meant that the matter was serious. 2nd floor of the command center, small conference room. When Wang Feng pushed the door in, there were already 3 people inside. Su Qingfeng was sitting in the main seat. Su Qingge sat on the right. Zhao Taizhu stood by the window with his chainsaw sword propped against the wall. The expressions of the 3 were not quite right. On the table before Su Qingfeng lay a document. It was paper, not a holographic projection. Paper documents in the military meant confidentiality level of at least B or above. "Sit." Su Qingfeng gestured to the chair on his left. Wang Feng took his seat. Su Qingfeng slid the document across the table. Wang Feng looked down. The header read, "Northern Frontier Military District Internal Investigation Bulletin. Preliminary report on the secret realm collapse incident." He skimmed through it quickly. Key information: first, the seal at the northern restricted zone of the secret realm was confirmed to be man-made damage. The method of destruction was a directional blasting type spiritual energy impact requiring at least the initial stage of the Marquis realm to execute. Second, among the 30 individuals who entered the secret realm, none possessed the cultivation of the Marquis realm. Third, the investigation team discovered an anomaly in the final spatial detection data transmitted before the realm's collapse. 12 hours before the seal was broken at the northern restricted zone, there was an unrecorded spatial fluctuation. The fluctuation pattern was highly consistent with the mode of an externally forced entry point. In other words, someone had forcibly opened a back door from the outside while the secret realm was operational. Slipped in, broke the seal, then left. All 30 participants were mere pawns. The true mastermind was never on the roster. Wang Feng set the document down. The Shun family. Su Qingfeng did not answer directly. He looked at Su Qingge. Su Qingge opened her communicator and pulled up a file. Qi Dazhuang registered as a local of the northern frontier, enlisted at 18, rose through the ranks to the command headquarters. His record is spotless. She swiped the screen. But his household registration records before the age of 14 are blank. He suddenly appeared at an orphanage in a northern frontier border town at 14. Registered by Li Guifeng, then the orphanage director. She swiped again. Li Guifeng was dismissed 3 years ago for embezzlement. After her dismissal, she moved to the capital. Current address, 117, Suihu Road, Yangon District. Su Qingge looked up at Wang Feng. Suihu Road in Yangon District is an area concentrated with properties under the Shun family's name. Half the street belongs to the Shun family. Wang Feng leaned back in his chair. A former orphanage director living on Shun family turf. Over a decade ago, she had slipped a child of unknown origin into the northern frontier military system. That child rose all the way to the 7th rank of the general realm, infiltrated Zhao Qingping's direct unit. Then in the secret realm, he organized an assault on Su Qingge, demanding the secret of the stone chamber. A decade-long scheme. This game had been played deep. Zhao Taizhu spoke from by the window. Does Commander Zhao know? Su Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. I've already submitted the preliminary findings to the commander's desk. And her reaction? She told us to continue the investigation, but not to alert the enemy. Su Qingfeng's gaze swept across the three of them. Qi Dazhuang asked about the stone chamber in the secret realm. That means he knew there was something inside. But he didn't know who took it. He fixed his eyes on Wang Feng. The thing from the stone chamber is in your hands. It wasn't a question. A chill ran down the back of Wang Feng's neck. The silkworm was in its digestion phase, but it sensed its master's emotional fluctuation. It stirred slightly. Wang Feng glanced at Su Qingge. Her expression was calm. She hadn't answered for him, nor had she covered for him. She simply watched him quietly. That look was the same as in the tent last night. You don't have to speak, but I'm here. Wang Feng was silent for 3 seconds. There is one thing. He retrieved the 2 remaining General Realm second-rank cores from his storage ring. He placed them on the table. On the stone platform in the chamber, there was a golden cocoon. I took it. Su Qingfeng's pupils contracted for an instant. The cocoon has already hatched, Wang Feng said. What was it? A worm. The meeting room fell silent for 2 seconds. Zhao Taizhi's mouth twitched. Even Su Qingfeng's expression shifted subtly. Clearly, a worm hatching from an ancient relic stone chamber was not in his expected script. What kind of worm? Wang Feng hesitated for half a second. Then he turned his head, revealing the back of his neck. The silkworm sensed the change in the air and reverted from its concealed state to a golden hue. A golden silkworm, half the size of a palm, lay on the back of Wang Feng's neck. Its 2 black bean-like eyes glanced at Su Qingfeng, then at Su Qingge. Gee! It let out a chirp. The expressions of the 3 in the room varied. Zhao Taizhu mouth agape. Su Qingfeng brow furrowed for a moment, then relaxed, then furrowed again. Su Qingge, she stood up, walked over to Wang Feng, bent down, leaned in, and stared at the silkworm for 5 seconds. The silkworm stared back at her. Then the silkworm's 4 tiny legs kicked twice. It stretched its head towards Su Qingge. Gee. It chirped twice. One more chirp than it had given Wang Feng. Su Qingge extended a finger, gently touched the silkworm's head. The silkworm nuzzled her fingertip. A curve appeared at the corner of Su Qing's mouth. It's quite cute. Wang Feng. He took 3 seconds to digest the scene. An ancient divine beast getting affectionate with his fiancée. Was this acknowledging its mistress? Su Qingfeng coughed from the head of the table. Heavenly fate, dragon silkworm. The moment those 3 words left his mouth, the temperature in the room plummeted. Wang Feng turned his head. Su Qingfeng's expression had returned to that standard cold face of a high-ranking officer. It's recorded in the top secret appendix of the bestiary of strange beasts. One of the Dragon Emperor's companion beasts. He stared at the silkworm. If the Shun family finds out you have this in your possession, Su Qingfeng didn't finish. But everyone present understood. Qi Dazhuang had pressed for the secret of the stone chamber. The Shun family had planted a shadow agent in the northern frontier for over a decade. The northern seal of the secret realm had been deliberately destroyed by a marquis-level expert. Connecting these threads, what the Shun family wanted was likely this worm, or rather what this worm represented. The Dragon Emperor's legacy. Wang Feng looked down at the silkworm. It was lying on his neck, contentedly letting out a yawn. It had no idea what a massive trouble it was. The communicator buzzed. Wang Feng looked down. It wasn't from Su Qingge. It wasn't from Zhao Taizhu. Sender, unknown number. The message was just one line. Comrade Wang Feng, the 3rd Investigation Office of the Military General Headquarters, notifies you to report to the capital for duty in 3 days. Please bring all materials obtained from the secret realm for routine review. Signed, 3rd Investigation Office. Wang Feng stared at the message. The 3rd Investigation Office. He had seen the military's organizational chart in the library. The Military General Headquarters had 5 investigation offices under it. The 1st and 2nd were under the direct command of the commander. The approving authority for the 3rd Investigation Office was Deputy Commander-in-Chief Shen Wanshan. Wang Feng handed the communicator to Su Qingfeng. After reading it, a muscle in Su Qingfeng's face twitched. Su Qingga read it too. She withdrew the finger that had been stroking the silkworm. "They've made their move," she said. On the back of his neck, the silkworm stopped yawning. Its 4 tiny legs tightened, clinging firmly to Wang Feng's skin. Wang Feng stared at the message on the communicator for 10 seconds. 3rd Investigation Room. Directed by Shen Wanshan. Report to Kyoto in 3 days. Bring all the resources obtained from the secret realm. In plain language, show me everything you have in your pockets. Wang Feng glanced at Su Qingfeng. "Brother, what if I don't go?" Su Qingfeng leaned against the back of his chair. "Disobedience. Military law enforcement. At best you'll be demoted, at worst detained. What if I do go? They will investigate what you took from the secret realm. Do you think that little bug of yours can hide from the probing methods of the Saint Realm level?" Wang Feng rubbed the back of his neck. The silkworm curled into a thin line sticking to his skin without moving. Going is not an option, nor is not going. A classic lose-lose situation. Wang Feng cursed silently. All he wanted was to quietly level up by hunting monsters, gathering vitality points, and occasionally breaking through. And to cultivate some feelings with the silkworm. Why are there so many troublesome matters? Even hunting a monster isn't allowed to be peaceful. Zhao Taizhu hummed from the window. Those people up top are always resorting to these underhanded tricks. If you're so capable, the Shen family should go dig in the secret realm themselves. If the secret realm has collapsed, what can they dig up? Su Qingfeng did not respond. Wang Feng sat there, his mind racing. Going to Kyoto equates to walking into a tiger's den. Not going to Kyoto equates to openly offending the Shen family. Is there a third option? Yes. Find someone tougher than the Shen family and suppress this matter. A scene suddenly popped into Wang Feng's mind. The thin hand at the bottom of the sinkhole. In dark golden military uniform. Broken blade battle flag. Qinbei Wang. 9th stage of the Imperial Realm. Vice Commander of the 1st Legion 300 years ago. A figure personally taken away by a senior of the Saint Realm. If this big brother could just say a word, Shen Wanshan's 3rd Investigation Room would probably not even dare to issue a summons. The question is, how to contact him. Qinbei Wang is in the National Special Sanatorium in Kyoto. The security level there is probably higher than that of a nuclear missile silo. He turned to look at Su Qingga. Su Qingga was flipping through the communicator. She seemed to have thought of the same direction. "Can you find Shen's contact information?" Wang Feng asked. Su Qingga did not raise her head. "I can't directly check. Information about patients of this level is completely sealed in the military system." She paused for a moment. "But I can use my brother's commander privileges to retrieve the communication records left when he was taken." That old Zhou's spatial passage was opened from the ward. The hospital must have recorded an emergency contact person. Su Qingfeng glanced at his sister. "You need to use my privileges." Help him." Su Qingfeng's temples twitched twice. He was silent for 3 seconds, picked up his privilege terminal from the table, unlocked it, and pushed it over. "Return it to me after use." Su Qingga took the terminal and began typing rapidly on the holographic keyboard. Retrieve records. Match communication codes. Cross-privilege application. Blocked twice in the middle. The first time was the firewall of the Military General Command. Su Qingga bypassed it using Su Qingfeng's commander code. The second time was the patient privacy protection system of the Kyoto Sanatorium. Su Qingga did not force her way in. She retrieved the transfer permit issued by Su Qingfeng when Qinbei Wang was taken. It contained the legal informed consent clause for Su Qingfeng as the initial rescuer. This clause was originally left for post-event tracking. Now she used it as a universal key. The entire process took 7 minutes. Found it. Su Qingga pushed a communication code onto the desktop. The sanatorium has assigned a dedicated communication terminal for Chun. But there is a call duration limit not exceeding 10 minutes each time. Wang Feng noted the code. Dial. Su Qingga helped him connect the line. The signal passed through 3 relay stations. After waiting for 12 seconds, it connected. A holographic projection popped up from above the communicator. The image was of a glaringly white ward. On a supersized hospital bed, a middle-aged man was half reclining against the pillow. Qinbei Wang. He looked much better than when he was dug out from underground a month ago. His face had regained some color, and his cheekbones were no longer so prominent. The black chain-like patterns on his body had faded by more than half. Only a few faint marks remained on his wrists and neck. but his overall demeanor still leaned towards that of an unearthed relic. After all, he had been a human-shaped power bank for over 200 years. Restoring to his peak condition wouldn't be a matter of 1 or 2 months. Chunbei Wang was momentarily stunned when he saw Wang Feng in the holographic projection. Then a cracked smile appeared on his face, which had just begun to gain some flesh. "Kid, how did you find your way here?" Wang Feng plopped down on the corner of the table. "Damn, big brother. How's your recovery going? I can see you're looking much better. Your face has some flesh now, unlike when you were just dug out looking like a mummy." Chunbei Wang's smile froze for a moment. "Are you here to visit me or to scold me?" To see you, definitely to see you." Wang Feng grinned. "But seriously, you look much better now than back then. Back then your complexion was so bad, I almost thought I had dug up a corpse from the Warring States period. I was even preparing to burn paper for you." Chunbei Wang's lips twitched. Beside him, Su Qingfeng rubbed his forehead. A familiar formula, a familiar taste. This guy has no filter when talking to people he knows slightly. "Less nonsense," Chunbei Wang said irritably, half reclining on the bed. "What do you want? You wouldn't come without good reason. You're hurting my feelings by saying that, big brother." Wang Feng patted his chest. "When I dug you out from between the rocks, I truly cried with genuine feelings." "Was that crying?" Chunbei Wang rolled his eyes. "That was acting. I haven't been blind lying underground for over 200 years. Your tears came out like a special effect." "Big brother, you misunderstand. Ooh, I felt your pain. I empathized with you." All right. Chunbei Wang waved his hand. "Let's get down to business." Wang Feng put away his playful expression and clearly explained the summons from the third investigation room, the details about Qi Dazhuang and the suspected layout of the Shun family within 3 minutes. After listening, Chunbei Wang straightened his half-reclined body slightly. "People from Shun Wanshan." Basically confirmed. "What does he want?" Wang Feng hesitated for 3/10 of a second. "The things from the secret realm stone chamber. I took them." Chunbei Wang stared at Wang Feng in the projection. "What things, eh?" "A little bug." Chunbei Wang. Wang Feng added, "It's quite precious." Chunbei Wang's expression transitioned from confusion to amusement. "All right, you don't need to say what kind of bug it is." He leaned back against the pillow. "I know about old Shun. His father loved to play these tricks of secretly digging into others' corners 300 years ago. Family tradition passed down through generations." He raised his wrist and glanced at the terminal on the bedside. "The summons from the third investigation room needs to be signed by the deputy commander. But executing such a cross-military district investigation operation must be filed with the general staff." A glint flashed in Chunbei Wang's eyes. Although his cultivation was in the recovery stage, the momentum of the 9th stage of the Imperial realm cultivated over hundreds of years was enough to intimidate. "Old Zhou comes to purify me every 3 days. He just happens to be coming the day after tomorrow. Just mentioning it to him will be enough." Wang Feng felt considerably steadied. Old Zhou, the strong figure of the Saint realm. Just a single word from him would be enough to crumple Shun Wanshan's summons into a ball and throw it into the trash. "Big brother, you are so generous." Wang Feng gave a thumbs up. "When you are discharged from the hospital, I will treat you to drinks. The strongest kind from the north. Drink it yourself." Chunbei Wang cursed softly, but the corners of his mouth were curled up. "Stop wasting time and focus on your cultivation. With your talent, spending time running around and arguing with others is a complete waste." As he said this, he seemed to remember something. "By the way, what is your current cultivation level?" "Foundation Establishment Stage 3, Wang Feng replied. "I was just about to break through to Stage 4. Chunbei Wang nodded. "Foundation Establishment Stage 3, just a month ago you were at the soldier stage. In 2 days. The voice was not Wang Feng's. It was Su Qinggu. She sat beside them, her tone calm and flat. "He went from soldier stage 9 to Foundation Establishment Stage 3 in less than 2 days in the secret realm." In the holographic projection, Chunbei Wang's expression froze. The entire scene was still for 3 seconds, as if it had frozen. "How long?" "Less than 2 days. Su Qinggu repeated it. Chunbei Wang's mouth opened slightly, then closed again. He opened it once more. At that moment, he felt that this kid was abnormal. But that kind of abnormality he thought was genius-level abnormality. Now it seemed it was not genius. It was a beast. A purebred bloodline, pure, human-shaped beast. 2 days. From soldier stage 9 to Foundation Establishment Stage 3. For small stages. Chunbei Wang took 3 years to go from soldier stage 9 to Foundation Establishment Stage 3. And that was under the best resources of the 1st Army Corps. This kid did it in 2 days. Chunbei Wang took a deep breath. "All right." His tone changed. Not polite, not casual, but genuinely serious. "If anything affects your cultivation, just call me directly. Running errands and arguing is not what you should be doing. Your time should be spent on the blade, not on bantering with those old foxes." He reached out and operated the bedside terminal a couple of times. "I've added my contact number. It's my private frequency without any intermediaries." Wang Feng's communicator buzzed. A new contact was saved. "Thanks, big brother. Don't call me big brother, call me senior. Thanks, senior big brother. Qinbei Wang's eyelid twitched. Get back to your cultivation. The call ended. The holographic projection dissipated. The meeting room was silent for 2 seconds. Su Qingfeng slowly raised his hand and covered his forehead. This way of chatting, this sharp tongue, this unrestrained attitude. He was too familiar with it. Over this month, he had been bombarded the most by this way of speaking. Unexpectedly, even in front of a senior at the 9th level of the royal realm, this guy still outputted like crazy. What was even more outrageous was, people actually bought it. Su Qingfeng stood up and walked over to Zhao Taizhu. Let's go. Zhao Taizhu was stunned. Where to? Su Qingfeng did not speak, but glanced towards Su Qingge. Zhao Taizhu followed his gaze. Su Qingge sat in the chair, her face ashen. Not angry. It was that extremely subtle expression that lay between anger and frustration, something only a woman could perfectly concoct. Zhao Taizhu's veteran instincts immediately set off alarm bells. Let's go, let's go. The two big men almost jogged out of the meeting room. The door closed behind them. In the corridor, Su Qingfeng and Zhao Taizhu walked side by side for a few steps. Zhao Taizhu couldn't help but ask what's wrong with her. Su Qingfeng's expression was unchanged. Didn't you notice? Notice what? That kid was chatting with Qin Sr., and his mouth was like a machine gun spitting out 200 words a minute. When he talks to my sister, if he spits out 3 words at a time, that would be extraordinary. Zhao Taizhu slowed his pace. Got it. Completely understood. In the meeting room, only 2 people remained. Su Qingge sat in the chair looking at Wang Feng. Wang Feng was lowering his head, fiddling with his communicator, grouping Qinbei Wang's contact information. He noted it as cheap big brother royal realm reliable. He still had a lingering smile from chatting with Qinbei Wang. Su Qingge looked at him for 3 seconds. You seem to be having a good chat. Yeah, the senior is nice, very easy to talk to. Very easy to talk to. Su Qingge repeated these 4 words. Wang Feng finally sensed that something was off in the air. He raised his head. Su Qingge's face showed no obvious expression, but her lips were pressed together. Her hands rested on her knees, fingers slightly tensed. Wang Feng's brain raced through. What did I just say wrong? Search result, unknown. In a social anxiety patient's emotional database, there was no module for analyzing reasons for girlfriend's anger. Wang Feng tentatively opened his mouth. What's wrong? Su Qingge stood up. I will go talk about the 3rd investigation room. Oh, I was there in the stone room. I opened that door. If they want to investigate, they need to go through me first. Her tone was icy. But Wang Feng vaguely felt that this coldness was not directed at the 3rd investigation room. And Su Qingge walked to the door and glanced back at him. That glance contained something, but Wang Feng could not comprehend. When you talk to others, can you talk more like you do with me? The door was pulled open, pushed open. Footsteps faded away. Wang Feng stood alone in the empty meeting room. The caterpillar on the back of his neck woke from its digestive period. It kicked its little short legs. Chirp. Wang Feng touched the back of his neck, looking puzzled. He reminisced about Su Qingge's last words. Then he recalled himself babbling on when chatting with Qinbei Wang. Then he thought again about the way he usually spoke to Su Qingge. Oh, got it. Wang Feng closed his eyes. It's over. He seemed to know why she was angry. But the more pressing question was, what does it matter now that he knows? Should he output his mouth like he did to Qinbei Wang when facing Su Qingge? He couldn't do it. Being sharp-tongued with a tough guy was because there was no pressure. Facing Su Qingge, just looking at her a couple more times would make his heart race over 120. The curse of being a lifelong solo is no joke. The communicator buzzed again. Wang Feng looked down. It was from Qinbei Wang. A line of text. Kid, who was that girl you were with just now? Her voice is quite nice. Wang Feng replied with 3 words. My wife. After sending, he was stunned for a moment. He typed that without hesitation. Strange. He had no hesitation saying my wife to others. But in front of Su Qingge, he couldn't even piece together a complete sentence. Qinbei Wang replied instantly. Then can you put more thought into how you talk to your wife? Didn't you see that your wife's face turned green just now? Even I, who hasn't seen a woman in over 200 years, noticed that. Wang Feng held the communicator silent for 5 seconds. Then he replied with 1 word. Get lost. Qinbei Wang sent a meme. It was an old man's face giving a thumbs up with the text, young man, stop wasting time. Wang Feng slammed the communicator on the table. His face was a bit hot. The caterpillar on the back of his neck kicked its legs again. Chirp, chirp. 2 sounds. Just like the number of times it called out to Su Qingge. Wang Feng always felt that this little bug was mocking him. He stood up, gathered his emotions, and prepared to return to the base to cultivate. As he reached the door, the communicator buzzed 1 last time. It was a message from Su Qingge. Wang Feng opened it. It was not text. It was not just words. It was a picture. Su Qingge sent a hand-drawn image. The drawing skills were average, with crooked lines that clearly weren't drawn with cultivation. Instead, it was poked onto the communicator's screen with her finger. The content depicted 2 stick figures. The one on the left had a mouth wide open. Inside the mouth, there were densely packed horizontal lines representing a ton of words spoken. Above the head were written 2 characters someone. The stick figure on the right had its hands on its hips and a cloud drawn above its head. The mouth was a straight line tightly closed. Above it was labeled also someone. Wang Feng stared at the drawing for 10 seconds. The caterpillar on the back of his neck kicked its legs. Chirp. Wang Feng wanted to reply. His finger hovered above the communicator. He typed I. He deleted it. He typed Q. He deleted that too. He typed sorry 3 characters. Hesitating for 5 seconds, he deleted everything. Finally, he sent out 4 words. The drawing is really ugly. After sending, he regretted it. The communicator remained silent for a full 30 seconds. Then Su Chinga replied, I'll practice with you before I return to a university tomorrow. Practice. The last time she said let's practice together, she had slapped his left arm for 20 minutes. Wang Feng felt a chill run down his back. But despite the chill, he couldn't delay what needed to be done. He put away the communicator and walked out of the command building. It was already night. The northern night sky was illuminated with flowing auroras, and the lights in the barracks were sparse. Wang Feng didn't return to the barracks. He circled around 3 sentry posts and reached the back of the abandoned warehouse at the northernmost end of the camp. The old spot had good feng shui. He took a deep breath. System. Here. Breakthrough to the 4th stage of General Realm. Ding. Consuming 4,000 blood points. Breakthrough to the 4th stage of General Realm. Current blood points 6,600. A surge of heat spread throughout his body. It was smoother than previous times, because from the 1st to the 3rd stage he had filled each level with practical experience. The values given by the system perfectly aligned with the understanding accumulated from battles. The breakthrough process took just over 40 seconds. The total amount of blood within him skyrocketed. The limit of meridian capacity, the resilience of muscle fibers, and the density of bones, all were comprehensively enhanced. Wang Feng stood up and clenched his fist. The feeling of strength was on an entirely different level from the 3rd stage. If the 3rd stage of General Realm was an upgraded off-road vehicle, the 4th stage was a light armored vehicle. However, there was no hint of excitement on his face. Because, system breakthrough to the 5th stage of General Realm. Ding. Consuming 5,000 blood points. Breakthrough to the 5th stage of General Realm. Current blood points 1,600. A second wave of heat surged in. This impact was considerably stronger than the previous one. The speed of blood surging through the meridians was almost double that of the 4th stage breakthrough. The Wanxiang swallowing heaven technique automatically operated, crushing, devouring, and fusing the incoming power layer by layer. The caterpillar on the back of his neck was jolted awake, its 4 little legs thrashing about, its body glowing slightly. It sensed the changes within the host through blood resonance. Excited, it called out 3 times. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Shut up. The caterpillar quieted down. After a minute and a half, the breakthrough was completed. 5th stage of General Realm. Wang Feng looked down at his hand. If described through sensations, 3rd stage was an off-road vehicle, 4th stage was an armored vehicle, and 5th stage was a main battle tank. The total blood volume had nearly doubled. The single-point explosion limit of the 3rd move of the breaking illusion technique, dust cutting. According to the algorithm previously given by the system at the 5th stage, he should be able to deal damage between the 8th and 9th stages of General Realm. Of course, the cooldown time and blood consumption still hurt. A trump card that couldn't be played unless in a life-or-death situation. Wang Feng took a deep breath and began to suppress his aura. The blood fluctuation of the 5th stage of General Realm was too evident. If left unaddressed, any warrior above the mid-stage of General Realm could sense it from 50 meters away. The devouring attribute of the Wanxiang swallowing heaven technique came into play at this moment. He layered the excess blood fluctuations, compressing and wrapping them deep within his dantian. The outward aura was controlled to 3rd stage of General Realm. He checked the system panel. Current cultivation 5th stage of General Realm. Displayed cultivation 3rd stage of General Realm. 2 stages short. That would suffice. To outsiders, he still appeared to be that rookie who had fortuitously broken through to the 3rd stage in the secret realm. Only he knew that this rookie could already face off against a 7th stage General Realm warrior. Ding. Current blood point balance 1,600. The system kindly reported the balance. It was like receiving a text alert after your bank card has made 2 large transactions. You have honorably indulged in debt consumption. Your balance is only enough for 3 days of dining hall meals. Wang Feng took out the last 2 cores of 2nd stage General Realm from his storage ring. The caterpillar's digestion period had long passed. It sensed the aura of the cores and poked its head out from the back of Wang Feng's neck. Its black bean-like eyes fixed intently on the cores. Eat up. The 2 cores were swallowed in succession. Ding. Destined Dragon Silkworm completed the 4th devouring. Gained attribute enhancement, spirit perception enhancement. The host's sensitivity to spiritual energy fluctuations increased by 10%. Ding. Destined Dragon Silkworm completed the 5th devouring. Gained attribute enhancement tendon toughening. The host's tendon resilience increased by 6%, reducing muscle damage during high-frequency combat. 2 new passives. One enhances perception, the other increases durability. 5 passives: stacked shadow, affinity, blood surge, shell resonance, spirit perception, enhancement tendon toughening. Wang Feng squatted behind the abandoned warehouse, feeling an overwhelming joy akin to the northern auroras surging forth in waves. Yet he controlled the corners of his mouth. He didn't smile, afraid that a laugh would draw the patrolling sentry over. A soldier at the 3rd stage of General Realm squatted behind an abandoned warehouse in the dead of night, stifling laughter. If this scene got out, even Zhao Taizhu couldn't protect him. Return to the barracks. Sleep. Tomorrow there would be a tough battle to fight. Not against beasts, but against his fiancée. The next morning, at the training ground east of Aurora City, the temperature in Northern Territory during November hovered around -40°C at dawn. Each exhaled breath instantly transformed into a plume of white mist. A thin layer of frost covered the training ground, crunching underfoot. Wang Feng stood at the center clad in a full suit of a great armor. He gripped the Thunder Shadow battle blade. 30 meters ahead, Su Qingge approached at a leisurely pace. She wore a white combat suit, held a slender longsword, and her ponytail was tightly secured with a black band. Her expression was serene. Too serene. So serene that a chill crept up the back of Wang Feng's neck. Experience told him that the calmer Su Qingge appeared the more dangerous she truly was. It was like the eerie stillness before a storm. Warmed up? Su Qingge asked. Yes. Checked your armor? Yes. Then let's begin. She drew her sword. Wang Feng's myriad devouring heaven art activated automatically, suppressing his qi and blood to the 3rd order level. He raised his blade. Su Qingge took her first step. The ghost shadow step. Not the basic version from the incomplete scroll. It was her improved version derived from a single night of extrapolation. Her figure blurred. Wang Feng's passive spiritual sense enhancement activated at that moment. He discerned the true direction of Su Qing's center of gravity shift. To the left. He turned to block. Clang. The Thunder Shadow battle blade met the slender longsword. A shower of sparks flew. Wang Feng's boots skidded across the icy ground, leaving 2 trails. He stumbled back 3 steps. A peak general stage against a 5th order general stage. Of course, Wang Feng still appeared to be at the 3rd order. The gap in power was still evident, but it was no longer as overwhelming as before. Last time Su Qingge had pinned him to the ground in 3 strikes. This time he managed to parry the first blow. Su Qingge raised an eyebrow slightly. She sensed it. The resistance of this strike was different from 2 days ago, but she had no time to ponder. Because her goal today was not to assess Wang Feng's cultivation. Her goal today was to hit him. The second strike, 30% faster than the first. Wang Feng gritted his teeth and blocked. His arms went numb, and the blade nearly slipped from his grasp. The third strike slammed into his right shoulder guard. Thud. There was little restraint in that blow. Wang Feng's entire body lurched to the right, his knee nearly buckling to the ground. Stand firm, Su Qingge said. The fourth strike swept at his legs. Wang Feng executed the ghost shadow step, leaping to dodge. But the moment he landed, the fifth strike was already upon him. The flat of the blade struck his waist. This one hurt for real. The grade armor absorbed most of the impact, but the force of a peak general stage pierced through, rattling his internal organs. Wang Feng let out a muffled grunt and swung his blade in a counterattack. Su Qingge tilted her head to evade. Without even using her sword, she slapped the back of his blade with her left hand. The Thunder Shadow battle blade was sent flying. It spun 3.5 times in the air before embedding itself in the ice 15 meters away. Wang Feng's hands were empty. Su Qing's sword pressed against his chest. Pick up your blade. Wang Feng ran to retrieve it. He came back and got beaten again. This cycle repeated 9 times. By the 10th, his armor bore over a dozen new sword marks. His left arm had gone numb twice. His right shoulder had taken 3 heavy hits. 2 strikes landed on his lower back, and his knee pit was swept once. Every inch of his body ached. A dozen meters away, Zhao Taizhu squatted on a stone ledge at the edge of the training ground, a cup of hot tea cradled in his arms. He watched the spectacle with great relish. The bald veteran had also arrived at some point, squatting beside Zhao Taizhu. Company commander, is that Commander Su's eldest daughter? Training. She's training, Zhao Taizhu said, taking a sip of tea. Why does it look like domestic violence? Shoo. Zhao Taizhu lowered his voice. Can't you see? See what? Miss Su's striking force has been between 30 and 40% the whole time. If she were really going all out, that kid would be in the infirmary by now. Then what's this? Zhao Taizhu took another sip of tea. Are you married? No. Then you wouldn't understand. On the training ground, Su Qingge stopped after her 11th strike, standing still. Her breathing was steady. No sweat on her brow. Wang Feng knelt on one knee on the ice. 2 pieces of his armor had shattered. old damage from the previous secret realm compounded with the new injuries. A faint salty taste lingered at the corner of his mouth, likely from biting his tongue from the shock. But he didn't fall. His fifth-order foundation held him up. If he were still at the third order, he would have been down by the fourth strike. Suchinga looked at him. She was silent for 3 seconds. Then she did something no one anticipated. She sheathed her sword, walked up to Wang Feng, crouched down, pulled a coagulation pill from her storage pouch. This time she didn't break it. She handed him the whole pill. Open your mouth. Wang Feng opened his mouth. The pill was pushed in. It was bitter. Suchinga stood up. Her back was turned to Zhao Taizhu and the bald veteran, so they couldn't see her expression at that moment. But Wang Feng could. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Her brows relaxed, like a clear sky after a storm. Relief. Utter relief. The frustration of being tormented all day by the thought of, why do you talk so much to others, was completely erased in those 11 strikes. It was over. Her anger had dissipated. Suchinga brushed the dust off her hands. I'm going back to the military academy tomorrow, she said, her tone returning to its usual calm. Call me if something comes up. She paused. Use more than one word. She turned and walked away, her steps light. Wang Feng knelt on the ice, his entire body aching, as if he had been run over by a truck. The silkworm on the back of his neck had shrunk into a tiny from the shock, not daring to make a sound. Zhao Taizhu walked over with his empty teacup. He looked down at him. Still alive. Alive. Does it hurt? It hurts. Zhao Taizhu crouched down and patted his shoulder. Remember this. Next time you talk to your fiancée, say a little more. She beat me because of that. Zhao Taizhu's expression was subtle. What do you think? Wang Feng lay face down on the cold ground for 30 seconds. His mind replayed the expression on Su Qing's face after she sheathed her sword. Such relief. Utter relief. More satisfying than killing 32 alien beasts. Chun Baiwang's earlier words echoed in his ears. Didn't you see your fiancé's face turn green? He had seen it. Now he also saw the consequences. 11 strikes. All etched onto his body. His communicator buzzed. He pulled it out while still lying on the ground. A new message. Not from Suchinga. From Chen Beiwang. Kid, old man, Zhou came early. I told him about your matter. His exact words were, tell Xin Wanshan to swallow that investigation order himself. Another message followed immediately. Also, old man Zhou looked at your file. He says he wants to see you the day after tomorrow. In person. Wang Feng's hand holding the communicator froze. A Saint Realm powerhouse. Wanted to see him. The silkworm on the back of his neck sensed something. It slowly unfurled from its contracted state. Its 4 tiny legs stood upright. Suchinga walked swiftly. Wang Feng lay on the ice watching her silhouette disappear at the exit of the training ground. Only when she was completely out of sight did he sluggishly pick himself up from the ground. 3 pieces of his armor were shattered. His mouth tasted of salt. His left arm was still numb. The medicinal power of the coagulation pill spread through his body and the wounds visibly reduced in swelling. But the dull ache deep in his bones. The coagulation pill could not remedy that. It was an internal injury inflicted by the spine of a sword at the peak of the general realm. Only time could bear it. Wang Feng dragged his steps back to the barracks. The bald veteran had already run back ahead of him and was sitting at the entrance whispering with the crew-cut veteran. Seeing Wang Feng return, both men fell silent at once. Their gazes lingered on his face for 2 seconds. Wang Feng's left cheek was swollen, not grotesquely but distinctly larger than a normal face. It was asymmetrical. The right side was normal, the left side bulged as if he had half a steamed bun in his mouth. What's up? Wang Feng glanced at them. Nothing. The bald veteran forcibly averted his gaze. The crew-cut veteran held out for 3 seconds before he couldn't help asking, what happened to your face? Training injury. Who trained you? My fiancée. The crew-cut veteran opened his mouth, then chose silence. The bald veteran lowered his head and continued chopping wood. This time his axe fell especially softly, as if afraid to provoke anything. Wang Feng returned to his cot and pulled the curtain shut. The silkworm on the back of his neck poked its head out. Gee. Its voice was softer than usual, probably frightened too. Wang Feng stroked it without a word. He lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. His left cheek was swollen, his right shoulder ached, and the bruise on his waist slowly turned purple under the coagulation pill's effect. Not a single position on his body felt comfortable. But to be honest, it wasn't a loss. 11 strikes. He had parried the first 3. Though he took all 8 that followed with every blow he endured, his body was instinctively memorizing Su Qing's angle of attack, rhythm of power, and the force distribution of the sword's spine. This was genuine combat data from the peak of the general realm. An experience money couldn't buy. Others would beg to be struck like this by a general realm peak expert, but they wouldn't oblige. Wang Feng closed his eyes. The myriad manifestation devouring heaven art activated on its own, repairing the minor injuries from the battle. Qi and blood flowed slowly through his meridians. The passive effect of qi and blood reflux took hold. He calculated his next arrangements. Qin Beiwang had said Elder Zhou wanted to see him the day after tomorrow. A personal meeting with a Saint Realm powerhouse. This was no small matter. Su Qingge was returning to the capital martial arts university tomorrow. In other words, today was her last day in the northern frontier. At this thought, an indescribable feeling welled up in Wang Feng's heart. It wasn't reluctance. It was the uncertainty of when they'd meet again. The communicator could keep them in touch, but it wasn't the same as face-to-face. Through it, he could barely type a few words. In person, it was worse. He didn't even dare look too much. But at least face-to-face, he knew she was beside him. That sense of security the communicator couldn't provide. Wang Feng turned over. His left cheek pressed against the pillow, and he hissed in pain. Forget it. Head heel first. Meanwhile, Su Qingge returned to the temporary officer's restroom. She closed the door and drew the curtains tight. Sitting on the soft chair by the window, she closed her eyes to regulate her breath. The circulation of qi and blood in her body was 30% smoother than usual. This smoothness didn't come from cultivation, but from a sense of clarity, like a long-blocked pipe suddenly unclogged. She recalled the 11 strikes from the training ground earlier. With each strike, the stifling frustration that had built up over the past day and a half dissipated a little. By the time she withdrew from the last strike, her entire body felt utterly at ease. In this state of extreme relaxation, the spiritual energy within her suddenly began to circulate faster. Su Qingge furrowed her brow slightly. This feeling, she knew it all too well. The opportunity for a breakthrough. She had been stuck at the peak of the general realm, unable to reach the king realm for a full 8 months. Her techniques were cultivated to their limit, her combat experience maxed out, and she lacked no resources. But she was just that one breath short. What she lacked wasn't cultivation techniques or talent. It was state of mind. The leap from the general realm to the king realm was at its core a breakthrough in the understanding of the self. You had to completely let go of your obsessions to see a broader horizon. And what was her obsession? Su Qingge didn't want to dwell on it. But the answer surfaced on its own. 11 strikes had made her feel at ease. There was nothing pinned up in her heart anymore. Her thoughts were unobstructed. Thus her qi and blood flowed freely. Su Qingge didn't hesitate. She sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, and let spiritual energy surge from her dantian, ascending through her meridians to strike the invisible barrier between the general realm and the king realm. Once, the barrier trembled. Twice, cracks appeared. The third time, it shattered. Spiritual energy flooded like a river, bursting its banks into a brand new realm. Qi and blood transformed qualitatively. Meridians expanded. The leap from quantitative change to qualitative change was completed in that moment. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. A bottleneck that had held for 8 months shattered in 3 minutes. Su Qingge opened her eyes. The air in the room trembled. The teacup on the table bounced up by itself, spilling tea across half the surface. The curtains billowed from an invisible surge of force. The king realm. She stood up, flexing her limbs. The power within her was a completely different concept from the peak of the general realm. If the peak of the general realm was a sharp blade, then the king realm was a cannon. A leap from cold weapons to firearms. Su Qingge walked to the mirror. In the mirror, her complexion was rosy, her eyes bright. Her entire aura had transformed. She summarized the reasons for her breakthrough. Cultivation accumulation was sufficient. 8 months hadn't been wasted. Combat stimulation was ample. She had fought for 2 days in the secret realm. State of mind was unobstructed, thanks to those 11 strikes. None of the 3 were dispensable. But the third was the most critical. A joyful body and mind aid cultivation. This conclusion was important. She pulled out her communicator, opened a memo, and earnestly jotted down a line. Breakthrough insight: maintain physical and mental ease, channel emotions promptly. After writing it, she read it again, then deleted it. She wrote another line: hitting people helps with breakthroughs. She stared at it for 2 seconds, found it a bit uncivilized, and deleted it again. In the end, she wrote nothing. But she had already made a decision in her heart. As they said online, hitting is affection, scolding is love. Not hitting or scolding is a disaster. She was just concerned about his cultivation foundation. She'd give him another beating tonight. Besides, this time back to the capital, it would be a long while before they met again. Might as well get in a few extra beatings while she could. It was settled. Su Qingge picked up her communicator and sent Wang Feng a message. Are you free tonight? After sending it, she felt something was off. She added another: I just broke through to the king realm. I need to stabilize my strength. Then another: find a sparring partner. 3 messages. Logical, well-reasoned, watertight. A textbook scholar-style dual invitation. In the barracks, Wang Feng's left cheek had only just halved its swelling. The coagulation pill, combined with his 5th-grade qi and blood recovery ability, made him several times faster than a normal person. But even so, it would take 2 or 3 hours to fully subside. He was studying the details of the 3 forms of truth piercing on his system panel when his communicator buzzed 3 times. He opened it. 3 messages from Su Qingge. Are you free tonight? I just broke through to the King realm. I need to stabilize my strength. Find a sparring partner. Wang Feng's eyes locked on the first 2 words. Broke through to the King realm. His mind went blank for an instant. From the peak of the general realm to the King realm, this was a leap across a major realm. Not a minor quantitative change, but a qualitative transformation. She had been stuck without a breakthrough during her time in the northern frontier. How did she suddenly wait? He traced back the timeline. It had only been a little over 2 hours since Su Qingge left the training ground. 2 hours to break through to the King realm. Was that speed even humanly possible? He looked down and read the 3 messages again. The key wasn't breaking through to the King realm. The key was the 3rd one. Find me a sparring partner. He had been struck 11 times that morning. His face was still swollen. Again, Wang Feng had a strong premonition. Tonight his face would be perfectly symmetrical. Swollen on the left, then swollen on the right. Very fair. His finger hovered over the communicator. He typed 2 words "I'm free," then deleted them. He typed 3 words "no problem," deleted those 2. He typed 6 words "congratulations on breaking through to the King realm," stared at it for 3 seconds. He added another line, "I trust you won't hit too hard." The moment he sent it, he knew he was doomed. That sentence was practically waving a white flag. Su Qing's reply was just 1 word. Wang Feng turned off the communicator. The silkworm on the back of his neck shrank back. Gee. It chirped very softly. Wang Feng patted it. Don't worry, it's me she's hitting, not you. The silkworm didn't respond. Its 4 tiny legs clung tightly to his skin. Though it was an ancient divine beast, that didn't stop it from fearing that woman. Evening. The training ground. Wang Feng stood in his usual spot. He had changed into a spare set of armor. The swelling on his face had subsided by 70 or 80%, just barely presentable. Su Qingge appeared right on time. Her aura was different from the morning. It wasn't a visible change, but a palpable pressure. She stood there motionless, and the air within 30 meters around her seemed to grow heavier. The King realm. She really had broken through. Wang Feng's enhanced spiritual perception passive skill was screaming warnings. Every cell in his body was saying the same thing, run. But his legs didn't move. Congratulations on breaking through to the King realm, Wang Feng said. Will it be lighter today? Su Qingge drew her sword. Yes. She said yes. Wang Feng chose to believe her. The first strike came. It was more than twice as fast as the morning. The speed boost from the King realm was no joke. Wang Feng activated his ghost shadow evasion step to its fullest, barely managing to dodge to the side. The sword wind grazed past his right ear, shaving off a layer of skin from his earlobe. This was lighter. The second strike. It swept up from below, aiming for his abdominal armor. Wang Feng blocked horizontally with his blade. The moment they clashed, he was sent flying 2 meters. His feet plowed 2 long furrows across the icy ground. The tiger's mouth of his hand split open. General realm 5th rank against the King realm. The gap was an entire major realm plus 5 minor ranks. This disparity. In the morning it was an adult beating a child. Now it was an adult beating an infant. But Wang Feng didn't back down. He steadied his breath, overlaying the second move of the illusion-breaking 3 styles reflection of shadows onto his ghost shadow evasion step. 3 afterimages appeared simultaneously. Su Qing's movement paused for 1/10 of a second. She hadn't seen this move before. In that window of 1/10 of a second, Wang Feng swung his blade. Su Qingge tilted her head to avoid it. The flat of her sword struck back, hitting his right shoulder. Thud. But her eyes lit up. A new blade technique. Wang Feng gritted his teeth and steadied himself. Not bad. Su Qingge gave a 2-word evaluation. Then the 4th strike landed on his lower back. The 5th strike swept at the back of his knee. The 6th struck his left cheek, the side that had just finished swelling. Wang Feng's face puffed up again. On the right side. Good. Now it was symmetrical. Wang Feng wasn't keen on recalling the rest of the process. In short, he was beaten. Beaten. And beaten again. Occasionally he could use his ghost shadow evasion step, combined with reflection of shadows, to create a fleeting window of a few tenths of a second for a counterattack. But every time his blade swung out, Su Qingge deflected it effortlessly. The gap was too vast. Yet every time he was knocked down and picked himself up, his body was recording data. What was the attack speed of the King realm? How did the power conduction differ from the general realm? What were the angle preferences when striking with the flat of the sword? The patterns of center-off gravity shifts. All of it was etched into his muscle memory. 15 minutes later, Su Qingge sheathed her sword. Wang Feng lay prone on the ice. For pieces of his armor were shattered. His face was swollen like a steamed bun. Both arms were numb. But the circulation of his chi and blood, it was smoother than before. Getting beaten by a general realm peak cultivator had solidified his foundation by 1 layer. Getting beaten by a King realm cultivator had solidified it by another. 2 beatings in 1 day. What took others months of combat experience he had made up for in a single day. The price, however, was his face. Suchinga walked over. She crouched down. She took out another coagulation blood pill. Open up. MMPH. The pill entered his mouth. Bitter. Suchinga stood up. She looked at him for 2 seconds. The corner of her mouth curled up again. That curve was more pronounced than in the morning. Go back and rest well. I'm leaving tomorrow. She turned and walked away. Her steps were even lighter than in the morning. Wang Feng lay on the ice. The cold wind of the northern frontier poured into the gaps of his shattered armor. The silkworm on the back of his neck trembled, letting out an extremely faint sound. Gee. It carried a note of relief at having survived. Wang Feng got up and dragged himself back to the barracks. The bald veteran saw him enter. He looked at his face. Then he looked again. Silently, he got up and handed over a jar of swelling ointment he had hidden under his pillow. Use it. Thanks. The bald veteran opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he stayed silent. Wang Feng lay down on his cot. The pain all over his body slowly receded under the dual effects of the coagulation blood pill and the ointment. He closed his eyes. He activated the myriad phenomena devouring heaven art. As his chi and blood flowed through his meridians, it was smooth. Not just ordinarily smooth. It was a physically smooth sensation, the result of meridians being passively widened and resistance to chi and blood flow reduced after repeated high-intensity shocks. It was like a water pipe that had been flushed twice with a high-pressure hose blasting away all the scale on the inner walls. Those 2 beatings from Suchinga were equivalent to giving his entire Bodis meridians a thorough cleansing. The infusion of King Realm-level power had shaken loose every tiny flaw in his General Realm 5th rank meridian system. Then the myriad phenomena devouring heaven art automatically repaired, optimized, and reinforced them. Wang Feng suddenly understood Su King's intention. She wasn't hitting him. She was helping him temper his body. In the most violent, most direct, most unreasonable way possible. Of course, the improvement in her mood was a side effect. But the main purpose, it was definitely to help him temper his body. Wang Feng chose to understand it that way. The communicator vibrated one last time. It was from Suchinga. Departing at 6 tomorrow morning. No need to see me off. Wang Feng stared at the line. This time, he didn't just reply with 2 or 3 words. He typed a full line. Travel safe. Send me a message when you arrive. 12 words. A personal record. After sending it, he waited 20 seconds. Suchinga replied with 1 word. Okay. Wang Feng placed the communicator beside his pillow. The silkworm crawled from the back of his neck onto the pillow, curling up next to his ear. Gee. It chirped very softly as if saying good night. Wang Feng closed his eyes. The last thought to cross his mind. The day after tomorrow, Elder Zhou wanted to see him. A Saint Realm powerhouse. He wondered what they would talk about. It was 5:20 in the morning. Wang Feng lay on the camp bed wide awake. The communicator lay black-screened beside his pillow. Last night, Suchinga had said no need to see me off. He had replied okay. They had agreed not to see each other off. 5:25. He sat up, getting dressed, putting on shoes, washing his face. His actions were seamless. 5:30. He walked out of the barracks. A bald veteran squatted at the door, smoking, glancing at him, and saying, so early. Just going out for a walk. Where to? Anywhere. The bald veteran looked in the direction he was heading. That direction led to the military transport station on the east side of Aurora City. The veteran stubbed out his cigarette and didn't ask further. Transport station. A heavy transport aircraft was parked on the runway, its propellers yet to spin. A few officers were scattered around the platform waiting. 5:43. There were 17 minutes until departure at 6. Wang Feng found a corner to stand. His thought was simple, just a distant glance before leaving. No need to get closer. He stood for about 3 minutes. Didn't we agree not to see each other off? The voice came from his right rear. Wang Feng turned his head. Suchinga stood 2 meters away, wearing a deep blue coat, her scarf wrapped to her chin. She was carrying a small backpack. Her hair was down, not tied in a ponytail. I didn't come to see you off. I just went out for a stroll. A stroll to the transport station. It's on the way. Suchinga glanced at him with a standard expression of, who are you kidding? But the corners of her mouth curled up. Wang Feng felt his ears heat up, shoving his hands into his pockets, pretending to look at the transport aircraft. Is your face less swollen? Suchinga asked. Yes. Does it hurt? No. You're lying. A little. They stood side by side, half a step apart. The announcements at the transport station looped routine notices. The morning wind from the north was icy against their faces. How long until you can come back after this? Wang Feng asked. Next semester during the practical training period. At the earliest, 3 months. 3 months. Wang Feng calculated in his mind. 3 months would be enough for him to fill his cultivation at the 5th level of General Realm to its peak, and he might even touch the threshold of the King Realm. But the thought of not seeing her for 3 months made his chest feel tight. This tightness felt different from the pain of a fight. A blood coagulation pill wouldn't help. Be careful. Suchinga turned to look at him. Wang Feng looked at her too. They locked eyes for 2 seconds. He actually wanted to say a lot more. Text me when you arrive. Don't overwork yourself. Come find me when you feel like hitting someone. But all these words got stuck in his throat. The buff of being a lifelong solo was stacked high. His mouth simply malfunctioned. The announcement rang out. Flight 0601 to Kyoto, please board the relevant personnel. Su Qingge turned and took a couple of steps toward the transport aircraft. She stopped, turned back. Then she walked back, extending her arms to wrap around his waist. Her face buried in his chest. The scarf brushed against her nose, releasing warm breath. Wang Feng froze completely. His arms hung in the air, unsure where to put them. The little caterpillar on the back of his neck sensed its host's heart rate suddenly spike to 160, shaking its 4 little legs. 1 second, 2 seconds. On the 3rd second, Wang Feng's arms fell down. He wrapped them around her shoulders. Tightened. Very forcefully, clumsily tightened. She felt very light. He could feel it, even through the coat. Her hair brushed against his chin, tickling slightly. Not a word was spoken. 6 seconds. Su Qingge released her hands and stepped back. Her head lowered, the scarf covering most of her face, revealing only her eyes. The corners of her eyes were slightly red. She turned and walked away. This time she didn't look back. The cabin door closed. The propellers began to spin. The transport aircraft glided off the runway, disappearing into the dark red morning sky. Wang Feng stood on the platform, his arms still retaining the warmth of their embrace. The caterpillar peered out. Chirp. Wang Feng remained silent. He stood in place for about a minute. Have you seen enough? Su Qingfeng, standing at the other end of the platform, arms crossed, collar of his military coat upright. He had also come to see him off, but he hadn't shown up until the transport aircraft had taken off. Brother, don't call me brother. I didn't see that scene just now. Wang Feng wisely closed his mouth. Su Qingfeng's expression shifted from brother complex fury to commander's business in a flash. It was as quick as flipping a page. Old Zhou arrived early. Wang Feng was taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be the day after tomorrow? The itinerary was changed last night. He arrived in Aurora City half an hour ago. The 3 esteemed individuals have already gone to meet him. They asked you to go over. Wang Feng's mind instantly switched channels. Farewell mode off. Interview mode activated. Aurora City Military Command Center, top-level reception room. When Wang Feng followed Su Qingfeng in the lineup inside, nearly made his legs go weak. Zheng Wuwei, Zhao Qingping, Shen Wanshan. The 3 bigwigs of the royal realm stood straight. In front of them was the old man in a black robe. Zhou Lao. Just like last time in the hospital room, he was tall and thin with a back like a gun. His eyes were half closed and no aura leaked from him. But as he sat there, the air in the entire room felt as though it had been compressed. Su Qingfeng saluted, saying, reporting to old Zhou, I've brought him here. Zhou Lao's gaze shifted from the narrow slits of his half-closed eyes, landing on Wang Feng. Wang Feng felt as if he had been scanned from head to toe by a CT machine. It wasn't a pressure of aura, but an extremely peaceful water-like perception that seeped in. It seeped through his skin, into his pores, passed through his muscles, flowing into his meridians. Layer by layer, it revealed all his concealments. 3 seconds later, Zhou Lao opened his eyes. 5th level of General Realm. 3 words. It wasn't a question. The reception room fell silent for a moment. Zheng Wuwei raised an eyebrow. Zhao Qingping's lips moved slightly. Shen Wanshan pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, the Buddhist beads coming to a halt. Su Qingfeng turned to look at Wang Feng. The meaning in that gaze was very clear. You'd better explain yourself. Wang Feng's heart skipped a beat. The perception of the sacred realm was indeed not something his little disguises could deceive. The blood pressure of the Wuxiang Tunshan Ju was as if he had no clothes on in front of Zhou Lao. He was stripped bare. In front of the 5 bigwigs, his cultivation was completely exposed. The embarrassment was second only to being publicly revealed for browsing history. You reported being at the 3rd level of General Realm during the duty report. Zhao Qingping spoke, her tone not heavy, but pressuring enough. In reality, you're at the 5th level of General Realm. You're 2 small levels off. Shen Wanshan added with a smile, it's good for a young person to hold back, but if you overdo it, it's not so good. Wang Feng opened his mouth, preparing to explain. Zhou Lao raised a hand. Everyone fell silent. How did you break through so quickly? Zhou Lao asked. Life and death battles. Wang Feng's answer had long been rehearsed. Every time I fight to the death with a beast, my cultivation rises a bit. The closer I get to death, the faster I break through. Half true, half false. He couldn't mention the system's points, but breakthroughs during battle were indeed real. Zhou Lao stared at him for 5 seconds. During those 5 seconds, Wang Feng felt as though he had been looked over 8 times. Your physical foundation is quite good. The width of your meridians far exceeds that of others at the same level, and the quality of your blood and qi doesn't seem to be what an ordinary general realm should have. He paused. Have you been beaten by someone? Wang Feng was stunned. The inner walls of your meridians show signs of being repeatedly washed by high-level power. The force is evenly distributed, concentrated in your limbs and lower back. It's not an injury from real combat. It's controlled strength and body refining. Su Qingge had given him 2 beatings yesterday. He was thoroughly examined by the sacred realm. Zhao Qingping twitched the corner of her mouth. Su Qingfeng looked expressionlessly at the ceiling. Who hit you? Zhou Lao asked. My fiancé. Zhou Lao's half-closed eyes finally fully opened. He glanced at Su Qingfeng, then at Wang Feng. The corner of his mouth moved slightly. A minuscule curve. If it weren't for the enhancement of spiritual perception, Wang Feng wouldn't have caught it at all. This sacred realm bigwig smiled. Chen Beiwang wasn't wrong. Zhou Lao stood up. He's an interesting kid. He took out a document from his robe. It was paper sealed with a dark golden stamp. The identity of an exile is revoked as of today. Zhou Lao placed the document on the table. A special pardon order directly from the general staff. The file number has been recorded in the central system. From now on you are a free citizen. Wang Feng stared at the document. Since he crossed into this world, the 3 words exile had been like a branding iron stamped on his identity file. He couldn't enlist, couldn't enjoy any citizen rights. Now it's lifted. He reached out to take the document. His fingers trembled slightly. Additionally, Zhou Lao's voice was not loud. Wang Feng looked up. Use combat to promote cultivation and use life and death to nourish your foundation. This path is extremely perilous, but if you succeed, you'll be a seed of the human race. Zhou Lao pressed his hand on Wang Feng's shoulder. I'll take you as my named disciple. The reception room fell completely silent. Zheng Wuwei opened his eyes. Zhao Qingping stood up straight. Shen Wanshan's Buddhist beads came to a complete stop. A sacred realm disciple. One of the only 2 sacred realm powerhouses in the northern region took in a kid at the 5th level of general realm. Wang Feng's mind buzzed. What level of weight does this carry? Even being admitted as a doctoral student by an academician in his past life didn't compare. There were at least several thousand academicians nationwide, while in this world the sacred realm powerhouses could be counted on 2 hands. Since you're old Zhou's disciple. Zhao Qingping spoke first. Let's handle the enlistment procedures today. She looked at Shen Wanshan. Shen Wanshan pushed his glasses, his smile unchanged. Of course. The form is ready. You'll be assigned to the 7th Army Corps as a private. Zheng Wuwei stood up from his chair and walked to Wang Feng. The old man stared at him for 2 seconds, then extended his hand. He handed over a military badge. Dark silver with the symbol of the Northern Defense Line. Welcome to the army. For words, Wang Feng received the military badge. The metallic feel was cold, but his palm was warm. From exile to formal soldier. From being undocumented to being a disciple of the sacred realm. In a single day, his identity had changed twice. It was more overwhelming than any breakthrough in cultivation. The communicator in his pocket vibrated. He glanced down. A message from Su Qingge. I've landed. Then a second message followed. Heard old Zhou arrived early. Wang Feng thought for a moment and replied, yeah. He accepted me as a disciple. There was silence on the other end for 10 seconds. Master is good. Wang Feng stared at those few words, his ears heating up again. The caterpillar on the back of his neck kicked its legs. Zhou Lao suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at him. That thing on the back of your neck. Wang Feng's back instantly tensed up. That thing at the back of your neck. Wang Feng's back tightened like a sheet of iron. It's over. A Saint Realm's perception had seen through even his 5th-tier Jing level cultivation. There would have to be a miracle for a creature clinging to the nape to have gone unnoticed. His mind raced. What to say? Call it a pet. Lying like that in front of a Saint Realm was an insult to their intelligence. Call it an ancient beast. Shen Wanshan's glasses would probably shatter on the spot. Say he didn't know? Absurd. Would you stick something unknown to your neck? Wang Feng hadn't finished thinking of an excuse. The silkworm moved on its own. It crawled out from Wang Feng's nape slowly. Its golden carapace faded from camouflage back to its true hue, giving off a faint gleam under the reception room lights. The black bean-sized eyes met Elder Zhou's gaze. Then, the silkworm rose upright. For stubby legs braced its body, its head tilted back to stare at Elder Zhou. Not fear, not supplication. It was appraisal. A palm-sized worm scrutinizing a Saint Realm master. The air in the reception room grew strangely still. Zheng Wuwei's eyebrows climbed to his hairline. Zhao Qingping's hand froze midair. Su Qingfeng unconsciously took a half-step forward. Shen Wanshan's prayer beads began to turn again, but 3 times faster than before. Elder Zhou stared at the silkworm. The silkworm stared at Elder Zhou. 3 seconds of standoff. Elder Zhou extended his hand, probing the silkworm with 2 fingers. The creature's reaction was startlingly plain. It opened its mouth. Not to call, to bite. 2 teeth, almost invisible to the naked eye, clamped on the tip of Elder Zhou's forefinger. It did not break the skin. A Saint Realm's flesh is not something a hatchling can gnaw through, yet it bit nonetheless. At a Saint Realm master, Wang Feng's soul nearly left his body. My worm biting the finger of a Saint Realm master. The absurdity of that image was like a newly hatched chick pecking the rump of a tiger, and it looked thoroughly self-righteous about it. Wang Feng opened his mouth to explain. Elder Zhou laughed. Not the faint restrained smile of a Saint Realm man. He truly laughed. Sound spilled out. Has spirit. Elder Zhou withdrew his finger. 2 white dots remained on the fingertip, the skin was unbroken. Long can larva recently hatched. Bloodline purity. He paused. His expression shifted. Not surprise. Gravity. Extremely high. When those words left Elder Zhou's lips, his gaze moved from the silkworm to Wang Feng. You found it in a secret chamber of the secret realm. Yes. Did you study the murals? I saw 6. The 7th was shattered. Elder Zhou fell silent for a few seconds. I know what the 7th mural depicts, he said. Wang Feng's heartbeat skipped. The murals were painted by a record keeper from the Long Di era. He documented the Long Can from adulthood to grave injury, and finally, its cocooning and self-sealing. Elder Zhou's voice was low, each word striking the reception room floor. The 7th mural shows the cocoon breaking the new birth. But the newly born Long Can will autonomously choose a resonant host. Those not chosen do not even deserve to touch the cocoon. He looked at Wang Feng. It chose you. At that moment, the silkworm climbed back to Wang Feng's nape. Its 4 tiny legs contracted, its golden body reverting to skin tone. As if to say, yes, I chose him. Any objections? Wang Feng lowered his head. A thought flickered through his mind. This creature's social skills far outmatched his. At least it dared to bite a Saint Realm's finger. He could barely manage 2 words with Su Qingge. Elder Zhou. Shen Wanshan spoke then. His voice was warm, the prayer beads turning at an even pace. Long Can is an ancient relic. According to the military high command's regulations, any ancient grade relic discovered in a secret realm must be reported and placed under unified custody. Custody. Elder Zhou did not look back. A single word. Shen Wanshan's mouth shut. The temperature in the reception room seemed to drop 2 degrees. Not real coldness, but a hint of the Saint Realm's aura leaking out. A single thread was enough. All 3 Emperor realms felt that pressure simultaneously. Zheng Wuwei's expression did not change, but Zhao Qingping narrowed her eyes slightly. Shen Wanshan's beads stopped, then stopped again. The Long Can autonomously chooses its host. This is bloodline recognition. Elder Zhou said, his tone returning to calm. The determination of ownership for ancient relics is governed by the covenant laws left from the Long Di era, not by the administrative ordinances of the military high command. He turned and glanced at Shen Wanshan. Deputy Commander Shen, your regulations may govern administration, but they cannot dictate an ancient divine beast. Shen Wanshan pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. His smile remained, but something in his eyes shifted. Elder Zhou is right. I did not consider this fully. A textbook concession. An outward admission with no promise in reality. Wang Feng watched the deputy commander grin politely. The silkworm on his nape shrank. The string labeled alert tightened again. Elder Zhou did not pursue the matter further. He reached into his sleeve and produced another object. A jade slip, dark green size to a knuckle, its surface etched with fine patterns. This is for you. Elder Zhou handed over the jade slip. It contains a regimen for tempering qi and blood to strengthen the body. Not a cultivation art, but an auxiliary method. Combined with your current training path, it will accelerate the widening of your meridians. Wang Feng took the jade slip. It felt cold in his hand. A faint spiritual energy flowed within the jade. Thank you, master. Elder Zhou's eyebrow twitched. Call me Shizhuan. Thank you, Shizhuan. Elder Zhou hummed and walked toward the exit with his hands behind his back. He paused at the door. In 3 months, the capital will hold a grand military contest. Each corps will select seed competitors to participate. He did not look back. You will go. After saying that, he left. The 3 Emperor Realm figures stood and watched him until his silhouette vanished at the corridor's end. Zhao Qingping exhaled. Zheng Wuwei sat back down and rubbed his temples. Shen Wanshan turned his prayer beads and gave Wang Feng one last look. Comrade Wang. Present. Congratulations. 3 words sincerely spoken. But Wang Feng's silkworm shrank again. Shen Wanshan turned and left. His footsteps faded evenly down the corridor. Zhao Qingping also departed, patting Wang Feng's shoulder before she went. Complete your enlistment paperwork this afternoon. See Old Zhang in the administration section. Zheng Wuwei was the last to leave. The old man lingered at the door for 3 seconds and glanced back at Wang Feng. Boy, present. A Saint Realm master accepting a registered disciple. It's been 40 years since the last time. Zheng Wuwei's voice was mellow as aged wine. That man is now the foremost combat strength on the human front. He tapped the doorframe. Don't waste this ticket to the arena. Then he left. Only Su Qingfeng and Wang Feng remained in the reception room. Su Qingfeng stood with his arms folded, watching him. That look was complicated. There was appraisal assessment and a trace of Wang Feng could not be sure what. Perhaps a sentiment of my sister's taste really was reliable. Or perhaps the puzzlement of how did my sister end up liking this guy? The grand military tournament is in 3 months, Su Qingfeng said. I heard. My sister will also participate. Wang Feng's heart skipped a beat. The selection for the martial arts university begins after she returns. With her current cultivation at the King Realm, securing a spot in the grand tournament is no issue. Su Qingfeng walked up to him. What about you? What about me? 3 months. General Realm 5th rank. The threshold for the grand tournament is the peak of the General Realm. Su Qingfeng's tone was as if he were reciting a mathematical proof. What's your plan? Wang Feng calculated in his mind. From the 5th rank to the peak of the General Realm, he was still 5 minor ranks short. The blood energy points required for each minor rank increased progressively. 6th rank required 6,000, 7th rank 7,000, 8th rank 8,000, 9th rank 9,000, and the peak required 10,000. That totaled 40,000 points, accumulating 40,000 blood energy points in 3 months. On average, he'd need to kill beasts worth over 400 points daily. It wasn't impossible, but it required high-intensity grinding. Moreover, he needed to hunt mid to high-rank General Realm beasts, low-rank ones were too inefficient. 3 months is enough, Wang Feng said. Su Qingfeng stared at him for 3 seconds. He didn't ask, how can you be sure? He had already seen enough these past days. From the 9th rank of the Soldier Realm to the 5th rank of the General Realm, this speed had already surpassed the definition of genius. All right. Su Qingfeng turned and walked out. Complete the enlistment procedures this afternoon. Starting tomorrow, you and Zhao Tai's Vanguard Company will be formally integrated into the Northern Frontier Defense Rotation Combat Sequence. He reached the door. He'll arrange your practical combat opportunities. If there aren't enough beasts to kill. Su Qingfeng turned back, the corner of his mouth twitching. The beast tide season in the Northern Frontier is coming soon. There'll be plenty. The door closed. Wang Feng stood alone in the empty reception room. The silkworm on the back of his neck finally relaxed, kicking its little legs. Gee. Wang Feng reached out and touched it. What did you mean by biting Elder Zhou's finger? The silkworm ignored him. You sure are bold. My legs went weak in front of a Saint Realm expert, but you just went up and bit him. The silkworm rolled over. Its 4 short legs pointed skyward, belly facing Wang Feng's palm. The classic pet me pose. Wang Feng was speechless for half a second. An ancient divine beast. Its bloodline could merge with all laws. It dared to bite a Saint Realm expert right in front of them. But in front of its master, it was just a pet bug begging for belly rubs. The contrast was adorable even in the insect world. He rubbed the silkworm's belly a couple of times. The silkworm was so comfortable it kicked all 4 legs. The communicator buzzed. Chen Beiwang. All done. Done. Elder Zhou accepted me as an outer disciple. I know Elder Zhou just told me. Chen Beiwang added another message. He also said that bug on your neck bit him. Wang Feng broke out in a cold sweat. He's not angry, is he? No. He said that bug is interesting. And also, a 2-second pause. What else did he say? He said the last time something dared to bite him was 300 years ago, a General Realm beast. What happened to it? He turned it into a meat patty with a single slap. Wang Feng looked down at the silkworm. The silkworm was still on its back, kicking its legs, looking utterly carefree. You little guy are alive purely because of luck. Elder Zhou was in a good mood today. On any other day, you might have been turned into golden paste. Chen Beiwang sent another message. By the way, have you heard about the grand military tournament? Just heard. You have to participate. It's Elder Zhou's wish, and it's your chance to formally make a name for yourself in the human military. If an outer disciple performs poorly in the grand tournament, it's not your face that gets slapped. It's Elder Zhou's. Wang Feng acknowledged in his mind. He understood this logic. A famous master produces outstanding disciples. If the disciple fails, the master becomes a joke. Will 3 months be enough for you to prepare? Chen Beiwang asked. Enough. All right. Let me know if you need anything. If I can help, I will. If I can't, I'll find someone who can. Big brother. Senior, you're too kind. Get lost. The communication ended. Wang Feng put away the communicator. He took out the jade slip Elder Zhou had given him and probed it with his spiritual energy. A flood of information surged into his mind. It wasn't a cultivation technique, but an extremely precise auxiliary route map for blood energy circulation. The core principle was to use blood energy vibrations at a specific frequency to actively cleanse impurities from the meridian's inner walls, accelerating the purification of blood energy quality. It was similar to the effect of the 2 beatings Su Qingga had given him yesterday with her King Realm strength. The difference was, this method could be done alone without getting beaten up. Wang Feng silently thanked Elder Zhou. Then he thanked Su Qingga as well. Although the latter's method of help had left his face swollen for a day, but the effect was indeed good. He put the jade slip into his storage ring and walked out of the command headquarters. The administrative office was on the east side of the 1st floor. Old Zhang was a 50-something civil officer at the 6th rank of the general realm with 2/3 of his hair gone and a desk piled half a person high with documents. Wang Feng, Elder Zhou's outer disciple. Yes. Old Zhang flipped through the pile on his desk and pulled out a form. ID card. Wang Feng took it out and handed it over. Old Zhang glanced at it, tapped a few times on his terminal. Exile status revoked. Special pardon number 4407, directly signed by the general staff. He looked up at Wang Feng. Age 21, general realm. 3rd rank. What he saw was the externally displayed cultivation. Wang Feng's expression didn't change. Old Zhang tapped the terminal a few more times. Assigned to the 7th Corps Vanguard Company, rank of private. Monthly salary 20,000 dragon coins, combat subsidies separate. Standard grade armor, issued weapons self-provided. Military ID number. He recited a string of numbers. Sign here. Wang Feng signed. The moment the pen touched the paper, his communicator buzzed. The military system automatically pushed a notification. Comrade Wang Feng, your military ID is now officially active. Welcome to the 7th Corps of the Dragon Kingdom. Below was a line of small print. Please complete the military confidentiality agreement within 24 hours. Failure to do so will affect salary distribution. Exactly the same as joining a new company. All kinds of procedures, signing documents until your hand hurts, and finally getting a badge to report for duty. The memory of being a corporate slave for 30 years in his past life resonated strongly, but the benefits of this job were infinitely better than his previous life. Wang Feng walked out of the administrative office with his military ID certificate. He ran into Zhao Taizhu at the door. The company commander was leaning against the wall, chewing on a blade of grass. All done. All done. Official now. Official. Zhao Taizhu spat out the grass blade and grinned. Good. He extended his hand. Wang Feng shook it. Zhao Taizhu's grip was terrifyingly strong. The hand strength of a general realm 2nd rank made Wang Feng's knuckles crack. From today on, you're a soldier of the Vanguard Company. Zhao Taizhu released his hand. The Vanguard Company has only one rule. Come back alive. Wang Feng nodded. Company Commander Su said we're being integrated into the Northern Frontier Defense rotation sequence tomorrow. Yes. Zhao Taizhu hoisted his chainsaw sword. 3rd sector of the Northern Frontier Defense Line, codename Rift. That area has seen frequent beast activity lately, with small-scale beast tides probing every day. He tilted his chin northward. Perfect for you to get some practice. The corner of Wang Feng's mouth twitched. Practice. Last time Su Qingge had said the same thing. Then she had beaten his face into a bun. By the way, Zhao Taizhu took 2 steps, then turned back. That bug of yours. Wang Feng's nape tightened. Elder Zhou mentioned it to Commander Zhang while they were chatting. Commander Zhang came out and told Commander Zhao. Commander Zhao confirmed it with Commander Su. Zhao Taizhu counted on his fingers. Now the entire Northern Frontier High Command knows there's an ancient divine beast lying on your neck. Wang Feng's face stiffened. The speed of information spread. Less than 2 hours, and the entire Northern Frontier High Command was in the know. It was even faster than the time he had accidentally sent the wrong message in his previous company's group chat. Social death. Military-grade social death. Don't make that face. Zhao Taizhu patted his shoulder. The High Command knows, but with Elder Zhou backing you, no one dares to touch you. He paused. At least not openly. And in secret. Zhao Taizhu grinned. In secret? That depends on how sharp your blade is. Wang Feng returned to the barracks. He lay down on the cot, staring at the ceiling. The silkworm crawled from the back of his neck onto the pillow, curled up, squinted its black bean eyes, and dozed off. When the silkworm dozed off, it would flip onto its back. Its 4 tiny legs pointed skyward, its golden belly heaving rhythmically. Occasionally, it would kick its legs as if running in a dream. Wang Feng stared at it for 10 seconds, suspecting the creature must have been a cat in its past life. He pulled out the jade slip Elder Zhou had given him from under his pillow, probed it with his spiritual energy, and resumed studying the blood chi tempering technique. The information was vast, but the core principle was simple. Using blood chi vibrations at a specific frequency to actively cleanse impurities from the inner walls of the meridians, much like giving a water pipe a high-pressure flush. Su Qingge had done it for him yesterday, using Wang Jing's force with remarkable results. The difference was that Elder Zhou's method was a self-service version. No need to get beaten. This point was crucial. Following the route map in the jade slip, Wang Feng tried adjusting the circulation frequency of the myriad devouring heaven art. Blood chi surged from his dantian, traveling along his meridians in a special circular path. First cycle. The inner walls of his meridians grew slightly warm. Fine impurities were shaken loose, dissolving into the blood chi flow and being devoured. Second cycle. The warmth turned into a burning sensation, like the feeling in one's stomach after eating an entire bottle of chili sauce. Third cycle. Deep within Wang Feng's abdominal cavity came an extremely faint click. A certain minor meridian that had always been slightly congested was now open. The efficiency of his blood chi circulation had increased by roughly 5%. Don't underestimate that 5%. Accumulated over time after 10 or 20 sessions. By the time he reached the peak of the general realm, his blood chi quality and meridian capacity would far surpass those of his peers. This was the treatment of a Saint Realm disciple. While others were still drinking soda and training, you had already obtained an exclusive nutritional plan formulated by a sports science PhD. Winning at the starting line, Wang Feng ceased his practice and glanced at the system panel. Current blood chi points 1600. Broke. The 2 breakthroughs had drained his savings completely. The 6th realm required 6,000 points. With his current deposits, he couldn't even scrape together a down payment. Tomorrow he would head to the northern frontier defense line. The rift zone was teeming with beast activity. Translated into game language, the dungeon was open. The experienced mobs had respawned. Players, please equip yourselves and proceed to farm. Perfect. System. Here. Starting tomorrow, you'll be farming a lot of monsters. Will my blood chi points increase steadily? Ding. Blood chi point acquisition is directly linked to the level and quantity of beasts killed by the host. The system does not provide revenue forecasting services. Then what can you provide? Ding. The system offers blood chi point recording, mission issuance, and kill data statistical services. For weather forecasts, please contact the meteorological department. Wang Feng dismissed the system panel. Footsteps sounded from outside the curtain. Wang Feng, come out and eat. It was Zhao Tai's voice. Wang Feng pulled aside the curtain, and the silkworm automatically changed color and attached itself to the back of his neck. Outside the barracks, a few veterans of the Blade Company were gathered around an iron pot. The bald-headed veteran was wielding the ladle while the crew-cut veteran chopped firewood and stoked the flames. The pot bubbled and gurgled, releasing a rich, meaty aroma. What kind of meat? Wang Feng leaned in for a look. Just issued beast meat from the station. A first-level general realm horn-maned ox hind leg. The bald veteran stirred with a large ladle. Extra portion today. Why the extra portion? Celebration. Zhao Taiju sat on a stone block holding his mess tin. What are we celebrating? That you've gone from an exile to a regular soldier. That you've taken a Saint Realm as your master. That the Blade Company gets real combat missions starting tomorrow. Zhao Taiju counted on his fingers. 3 happy events. We have to add meat. The bald veteran handed a bowl over. Wang Feng took it. The beast meat was stewed until tender. 1 bite and spiritual energy flowed down his esophagus, settling warmly into his dantian. This stuff replenished blood chi. Though far less efficient than directly killing beasts for the system's blood chi points, it was better than nothing. Zhao Taiju took a sip of soup. Let's go over the plan for tomorrow in the rift. The veterans put down their bowls and gathered around. The rift zone is divided into 3 sections. The eastern section is the safest, with only the occasional early-stage general realm solitary beast. The middle section is the regular patrol area. Beast packs of 3rd to 5th level general realm will charge through every so often. The western section, Zhao Taiju bit into a piece of meat. The western section borders the beast habitat. Once the beast tide season hits, that place is a meat grinder. Which section are we guarding? Asked the bald veteran. The middle section. The veterans breathed a sigh of relief. The middle section wasn't easy, but at least it wasn't a meat grinder. Wang Feng lowered his head to eat, doing mental calculations. The beasts in the middle section were mainly 3rd to 5th level general realm. Killing a 3rd level general realm would yield 300 points. 4th level 400. 5th level 500. If he could guarantee killing 24th level general realm beasts a day, 8,000 points. In 7.5 days he could save up the 6,000 points for the 6th realm. But 24th level beasts weren't a walk in the park. There needed to be enough spawns. The beast tide season was approaching. He wondered just how plenty Su Kingfeng's promise of enough really was. Company Commander, when does the beast tide season usually start? In previous years, mid-December. This year is unusual. A beast activity has advanced by over half a month. Zhao Taiju smacked his lips. I estimate there will be movement by the end of November. End of November. It was now mid-November. That meant, within 2 weeks the number of beasts would increase dramatically. The experienced mobs wouldn't just respawn, they would erupt. Wang Feng finished his first bowl of meat in silence. Then he filled a second. The bald veteran's mouth twitched at his eating speed. The crew-cut veteran leaned in and whispered to Zhao Tieju, Company Commander, this soldier really can eat. Let him eat. He'll have plenty to burn off tomorrow. 11 o'clock at night. The barracks were filled with the sound of snoring. Wang Feng turned over and closed his eyes. The silkworm flipped onto its back on the pillow and kicked its legs. Gee, sleep talking. The next morning, the entire Blade Company assembled. Wang Feng stood in the ranks wearing his newly issued A-grade standard armor. The armor was brand new and gleaming, fitting much better than the set he had worn in the secret realm. Zhao Taizhu stood at the front of the formation, his chain's word resting on his shoulder. Starting today, the Blade Company enters the middle section of the rift for patrol and combat operations. 2 shifts, 12 hours each. First shift, I lead Baldy Crewcut number 3, number 5. Second shift, Wang Feng leads. Wait. Wang Feng interrupted. I lead. Zhao Taizhu looked at him. You're now the highest cultivation in the company at the 3rd realm. Wang Feng's mouth twitched. Outwardly 3rd realm, actually 5th. But he couldn't explain that. And you're Elder Zhou's nominal disciple. Zhao Taizhu added. It was meaningful. All right. A nominal position. Couldn't lose face for his master. Time to set off. The rift was 30 kilometers north of Aurora City. The military transport truck took 40 minutes to reach the forward position. The moment he got off, the north wind stung his face. The rift lived up to its name. The ground looked as if something had slashed it open with a single blow, creating a vast chasm about 200 meters wide and plunging into unfathomable depths. The chasm's sides were black rock walls covered in dark red moss. The defense line was built on the southern cliff edge of the chasm. Simple fortifications, watchtowers, a few temporary barracks. The garrison troops had already briefed them over the past 3 days. The middle section had experienced 7 small-scale beast tides. Each time between a dozen and 30 early to mid-stage general realm beasts. Not too fierce, but the frequency was increasing. First day daytime. Zhao Taizhu's shift went first. Wang Feng did not idle. In the temporary barracks, he continued practicing Elder Zhou's body tempering technique. After completing 5 cycles of the Qiblood circuit, he reopened the muscle memory of the 3 forms of illusion breaking, meticulously reviewing the details. The ranged slashing distance of the first form Skyrend he had tested at 3 meters in the secret realm. Now with his 5th stage cultivation, he estimated he could push it to around 5 meters. The combination of the second form Shadow Reflection and the Phantom Shadow Step was not yet seamless. The delay of the afterimages could be shortened. The third form Severing Dust, Do Not Touch. With a Qiblood consumption of 40% and a current savings of 1,600, unleashing one strike would leave him with just over 900. A poor man has no right to unleash a ultimate move. At 2 in the afternoon, Zhao Taizhu's squad returned, bringing back the corpses of 3 general stage second-order hornmane oxen. It was quiet today. Only one wave came, Zhao Taizhu said, leaning his chain's word against the wall. A small scene. Wang Feng took over the shift, leading 4 veterans to the defensive fortifications atop the cliff edge of the Rift Valley. The north wind howled. The infrared detector on the watchtower continuously scanned the area across the rift. Wang Feng activated the heat source scan. On the northern side of the rift, a few sporadic heat sources were moving. The distance was too great to discern their ranks. The first 2 hours were calm. The veterans took turns warming themselves by the fire in the fortifications. Wang Feng crouched on the watchtower, gnawing on a compressed biscuit. At the 3rd hour, the heat source scan suddenly flared. From the rock clusters on the northern side of the rift, over a dozen red dots appeared simultaneously, moving toward the rift. Their pace was slow but orderly. These were not stragglers, they were organized. They're here. Wang Feng leaped down from the watchtower. The 4 veterans swiftly moved into combat positions. 2 minutes later, the first aberrant beast climbed up from the cliff face across the rift. It was a dark rock lizard, general stage 3rd order. Its entire body was a grayish-black with a row of serrated spines along its back. Its 4 thick limbs gripped the rock wall, moving as swiftly as a gecko. A second followed, then a third. A pack of 14 dark rock lizards rapidly ascended the rift's cliff face. Follow me. Wang Feng gripped his Thunder Shadow battle blade. The 4 veterans followed behind. Activating the Phantom Shadow Step, his figure flickered between the watchtower and the fortifications, appearing instantly at the rift's edge. The first dark rock lizard had just poked its head over the cliff top. One slash. Skyrend. Qiblood surged into the blade, extending the slashing wave along its edge. A 3-meter linear cut severed the lizard's head along with half its neck. Black blood sprayed across the ground. The corpse slid down into the rift. A chime sounded, killed general stage 3rd order aberrant beast 1, gained 300 Qiblood points. The second one charged up immediately, its back spines erect, spewing a stream of gray corrosive liquid from its mouth. Wang Feng sidestepped to avoid it. The corrosive liquid struck the rock, hissing and smoking. With a backhand slash, he cleaved open its belly armor. Another chime, Qiblood points, 300. The 4 veterans split into 2 groups, blocking the other 2 climbing points. Veterans at the general stage 1st or 2nd order found it somewhat strenuous to fight a 3rd order lizard alone. But cooperation between 2 was sufficient, 1 to lure, 1 to strike. Wang Feng singled out the higher-ranked targets. The 5th lizard was general stage 4th order. Its body was a size larger than the previous ones, with longer and denser spines. Phantom Shadow Step combined with Shadow Reflection. 3 afterimages flickered out. The lizard's vertical pupils tracked the leftmost afterimage, lunging at nothing. Wang Feng closed in from the right, slashing at the junction of its neck vertebrae. The carapace of a general stage 4th order beast was considerably thicker than a 3rd order's. The first slash didn't cut through, but it cracked. A follow-up strike with his dagger pierced through the fissure. A chime killed general stage 4th order aberrant beast 1, gained 400 kiblood points. 6 minutes. 14 dark rock lizards, all cleared. Wang Feng flicked the blood off his blade. A chime current kiblood points, 3,800. He glanced at the heat source scan. Across the rift red dots appeared again. This time not a dozen or so, but over 30. Moreover, the brightness of several red dots was notably stronger than before, general stage 5th order and above. They're coming again, said the bald veteran, wiping lizard blood from his face. Why are they so active today? Wang Feng stared at the exceptionally bright red dots on the heat source scan. The beast tide season had arrived early. Zhao Taizhu had mentioned the end of November. It might not wait until then. He tightened his grip on the Thunder Shadow battle blade, and a slight grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Good. Experienced mobs were spawning faster, maximizing efficiency. The only fear was that they wouldn't come. If they did, they were just delivering themselves. Over 30 red dots crossed the rock clusters north of the rift, surging toward the cliff face. The second wave began. Wang Feng gestured to the 4 veterans. Fall back 20 meters. They'll take this wave first. The veterans didn't hesitate, quickly retreating. Was Elder Zhou's nominal disciple going to single-handedly take on over 30 beasts? They hadn't seen Wang Feng's trump card. But the company commander had said, "Don't judge this kid by his outward 3rd order appearance. He's unfathomably deep." So they trusted him. The head of the first giant dark rock lizard emerged over the cliff top. General stage 5th order. Its body was twice the size of an ordinary lizard. The corrosive liquid in its mouth glowed with a distinct blue fluorescence. Wang Feng's enhanced spiritual perception passive locked onto its core location, slightly left of the chest. 1 slash wouldn't be enough. It would take 2. He initiated the phantom shadow step, stacking shadow reflection. 3 afterimages, plus his physical displacement, 4 Wang Fengs appeared before the lizard simultaneously. The 5th order lizard's reaction speed far surpassed that of a 3rd order. It wasn't fooled by the afterimages, its vertical pupils locked directly onto the real body. Its tail swept horizontally. Wang Feng ducked to avoid it. The tip of the tail grazed his scalp, carrying away a few strands of hair. First slash skyrend. The slashing wave struck the armor plates on the lizard's chest. Tough. A crack formed, but it didn't penetrate. The lizard roared, its front claw slamming down. Wang Feng sidestepped left. The claw smashed into the rock, shattering a piece. Second slash, he thrust along the fissure opened by the first. The dagger followed swiftly. 2 strikes. The lizard's body stiffened for an instant, then crashed to the ground. A chime killed general stage 5th order aberrant beast 1, gained 500 kiblood points. Current kiblood points, 4,300. The lizard horde behind had already surged forward. Wang Feng did not retreat. He took a step forward, standing at the cliff's edge looking down. Every lizard climbing up faced him first. It was a standard gatekeeping strategy. Leveraging the terrain advantage and the bottleneck effect, the cliff top was narrow, preventing more than 3 lizards from coming up simultaneously. 3 against 1 at general stage 5th order. Enough. For the next 11 minutes, Wang Feng stood at the rift's edge, reaping them one by one. Like a humanoid gate. 1 came up, he cut 1 down. 2 came up, he cut 2 down. Occasionally 3 emerged at once, and with a flicker of the phantom shadow step, he would first take out the weakest, then deal with the other 2. An assembly line operation. A chime kiblood points 300. Another kiblood points 400. A chime kiblood points 300. The numbers jumped rapidly. 20 meters away, the 4 veterans crouched behind the fortifications, watching the scene. The bald veteran's jaw had been hanging open since the 3rd lizard. The crew-cut veterans silently counted. 27, 28, 29. The last dark rock lizard tried to flank from the side. Without even turning his head, Wang Feng slashed backhand. 30. The crew-cut veteran finished counting. 30 aberrant beasts ranging from general stage 3rd to 5th order. 1 man. 11 minutes. The rocks at the cliff's edge were all stained black with lizard blood. The air was thick with the acrid smell of corrosive liquid. Wang Feng sheathed his blade. His breathing was slightly labored, but not much. Ding. Current blood chi points 8,200. Wang Feng gave his blade a final flick. The blood refused to be shaken off the black lizard's blood, clinging like glue. He had to crouch down and wipe it twice on the dead lizard's belly. 4 veteran soldiers slowly approached from behind the fortifications. The bald-headed veteran closed his mouth, then opened it again, then closed it. The crew-cut veteran counted on his fingers, muttering 30. 11 minutes. Averaged 22 seconds each. The other 2 veterans exchanged glances. The meaning in that look was clear. When the company commander said he was unfathomable, I thought it was just flattery. Now it seems it wasn't flattery. It was the truth. Wang Feng stood up and swept his gaze across the cliff's edge. Lizard carcasses were everywhere, the rock pockmarked with pits burned by corrosive fluid. The acrid stench in the air stung the eyes. "Did you dig out the cores, eh?" Wang Feng asked. The bald veteran snapped back to reality. "Not yet. Dig. Dig out as many as you can." The 4 veterans immediately crouched down and began excavating cores. The cores of general tier beasts were located in roughly the same spot within their bodies. A skilled hand could extract one in a dozen seconds. Wang Feng joined in himself. As he dug, he tallied the numbers in his mind. 2 waves, 44 beasts in total. Most were general tier 3rd stage, fewer were 4th stage, and 3 were 5th stage. Total gains. The system showed 8,200 minus the pre-battle 1,600, netting 6,600 points. 6,600. In one afternoon. If this efficiency could be maintained with 2 shifts a day, his shift alone could rake in 6 to 7,000. 60,000 in 10 days. Advancing from general tier 6 stage to the peak required a total of 40,000. In other words, 1 week would suffice, provided the beast tide maintained this density. Wang Feng fished out a dark rock lizard core, thumb-sized grayish-black. A general tier 4th stage core worth 40,000 dragon coins on the black market. He looked at the core in his hand, then glanced at the silkworm resting quietly on the nape of his neck, tossing 40,000 dragon coins into the worm's mouth in exchange for a permanent passive. He who had a monthly salary of 8,000 in his past life now stared at a core worth 40,000 without blinking, ready to feed it to the worm. How quickly people change. Keep it for now. He tucked the core into his storage ring. He'll feed it when we get back. The silkworm kicked its legs. Whether in agreement or out of hunger was unclear. After 20 minutes of digging, 39 cores were extracted from the 44 beasts. 5 had been ruined by the corrosive fluid. 21 were general tier 3rd stage cores. 15 were general tier 4th stage. 3 were general tier 5th stage. The bald veteran sorted them into packs, his eyes burning with intensity. These cores. Turn in 70%, keep 30. Company rules. Wang Feng remembered what Zhao Taizhu had said. 30% is still a good amount. The crew-cut veteran rubbed his hands together. A dozen or so cores, enough to cover our foreman squad's extra meal expenses for a month. Wang Feng nodded. His 30% would all go to the silkworm. Over the next 3 hours, 2 more small waves came. 1 wave of 8, another of 12. All were stragglers at general tier 2nd or 3rd stage. Unlike the organized assaults of the first 2 waves, these seemed like remnants squeezed out by the main force across the rift. Wang Feng didn't take them all. He let the 4 veterans practice while he covered them from behind. The veterans fought clumsily, but no major issues arose. With their general tier 1st and 2nd stage cultivation, fighting same tier beasts to known was more than sufficient. Ding, blood chi points 300. Ding, blood chi points 200. A scattered gain of over 1,000 points. Ding, current blood chi points 9,800. 200 short of 10,000. The itch in Wang Feng's heart was as unbearable as being $2 short of free shipping in his past life. The 12-hour shift ended. Zhao Taizhu led his team up for the handover. Seeing the small mountain of lizard carcasses piled at the cliff's edge, Zhao Taizhu's steps faltered. He counted the bodies, then looked at the beaming faces of the 4 veterans. Then at Wang Feng. "How many?" "About 60-something. Wang Feng said. "Came in 3.5 waves. The last half wave was scattered, not well formed." Zhao Taizhu's mouth twitched twice. During his day shift, he had killed a total of 3, and he had thought it was a quiet day. The beast tide season really has come early. Zhao Taizhu crouched down to examine the density of the lizard carcasses. This volume doesn't usually appear until at least December in past years. He stood up, gazing at the pitch-black rock formations across the rift. Tomorrow might bring even more. Wang Feng, good. Zhao Taizhu heard the tone, like he was saying, remember to pick up the takeout when it arrives tomorrow. Kid, are you not getting enough kills? 200 short of 10,000. Zhao Taizhu didn't understand, but he chose not to pry. The numbers and terms that occasionally slipped from this kid's mouth. He had asked a few times before, and each answer only left him more bewildered. Better not to ask. Back at the temporary barracks, Wang Feng drew the curtain. He poured the cores out of his storage ring. His share, 7 general tier 3rd stage, 5 general tier 4th stage, and 1 general tier 5th stage. The silkworm crawled down from his nape and landed on the pillow. The moment it saw the cores, its tiny black eyes lit up. Its 4 short legs scrambled frantically as it scurried toward the pile. Easy now, one at a time. Wang Feng first handed it a general tier 3rd stage core. The silkworm opened its mouth. The golden pattern spun. Gone. Ding, heavenly fate dragon silkworm completes its 6th devouring. Attribute enhancement, gain bone density reinforcement. Post skeletal density increased by 5%, impact resistance enhanced. 2nd core. General tier 3rd stage. Ding, 7th devouring. Attribute enhancement gain night vision dim light. Host maintains basic vision in extremely dark environments unaffected by darkness. Third core. General tier 4th stage. By the third core, the silkworm was visibly excited. The golden light emanating from its body was brighter than before. Ding. 8th devouring. Attribute enhancement gained corrosion resistance. Host resistance to acidic and corrosive attacks increased by 12%. The dark rock lizard's core carried a corrosive attribute. You are what you eat. Reasonable. Wang Feng fed it 2 more general tier 3rd stage cores. Ding. 9th devouring. Attribute enhancement gained balance calibration. Host's body coordination on unstable terrain improved by 8%. Ding. 10th devouring. Attribute enhancement gained aura concealment. When the host is stationary, the perception range of blood chi fluctuations is automatically reduced by 1 minor stage. The 10th passive, aura concealment. This one was powerful. He was already suppressing his external cultivation by 2 minor stages using the myriad devouring heaven art. Now the silkworm added another layer, in a stationary state that equaled suppression by 3 minor stages. With a foundation at general tier 5th stage, he would appear as general tier 2nd stage when standing still. The dream of playing the pig to eat the tiger was 1 step closer. After eating 5 cores, the silkworm's belly was bulging again. Its movement slowed noticeably. Digestion period. The silkworm yawned. It lay still on the pillow. Ding. Heavenly Fate Dragon Silkworm has entered a digestion period. Estimated duration 4 hours. Fine. Head save the remaining cores for now. Wang Feng put the uneaten cores back into his storage ring. 5 of the 7 3rd stage cores were gone, 1 of the 5 4th stage cores was used, and the 5th stage core remained. He sat cross-legged and began running Elder Zhou's body refinement technique. First cycle of the blood chi circuit. The inner walls of his meridians grew warm. Second cycle. Impurities were shaken loose. Third cycle. The communicator buzzed. He cracked an eye to glance at it. Suchinga, how many did you kill today? Wang Feng thought for a moment and replied with a line. Over 60. Patrolling the middle section of the rift, the beast tide season has come early. More than 10 characters. His personal communication record was refreshed once more. Su Qing's reply came swiftly. Stay safe. Don't overdo it. Wang Feng stared at those 4 words. Don't overdo it. Coming from a woman who had just broken through to the monarch tier and had beaten his face into a bun yesterday. It carried an unusual weight of conviction. He replied, don't worry, I value my life. Su Qing sent a second message. The Marshall University selection tournament starts next week. Not many monarch tier participants, around 15. 15 monarch tier. The Kyoto Marshall University was truly a top-tier institution. At that density, they could form an elite company within the Northern Border Legion. Solid, Wang Feng replied. A 5-second pause. Su Qing sent another message. Is your face still swollen? The corner of Wang Feng's mouth twitched. A whole day had passed, and she was still asking. It went down long ago. Good. Another 3-second pause. He'll refine your body for you again, next time I'm back. Refine his body. That's what she called it. Wang Feng silently translated in his mind. Next time I'm back, he'll beat you up again. He replied with 2 words, thank you. After sending it, he felt something was off. So he added another line. I mean it. Not sarcasm. Last time really helped. 15 characters. He stared at the screen for 3 seconds, confirmed there were no typos, and hit send. Su Qinggo was silent for 10 seconds. She replied with 1 word. But Wang Feng felt that this was a couple of degrees warmer than before. He put away the communicator and continued running the body refinement technique. During the 4th cycle, the silkworm rolled over belly up and kicked its legs, as if syncing with his cultivation rhythm. 3 in the morning. Wang Feng was jolted awake by the system's chime. Ding. He opened his eyes groggily. Ding. Limited time mission triggered. Beast Tide Vanguard, kill 100 general tier beasts within the next 72 hours. Mission reward 1 random, a grade martial technique, 5,000 blood chi points. Mission failure, no penalty. Wang Feng shot upright in a start. 100 beasts. 72 hours. At today's efficiency, 1 shift could kill over 60. 2 shifts would exceed it. But the mission said, within the next 72 hours. That meant the beast tide would intensify over these 3 days. The system never issued missions at a loss. If it dared to set a target of 100, it meant the number of beasts in the coming 3 days would far exceed today's. A grade martial technique, plus 5,000 blood chi points. No reason to pass it up. Wang Feng lay back down, closed his eyes. The silkworm kicked its legs on the pillow and rolled over. No sooner had he closed his eyes than the communicator buzzed again. A message from Zhao Taizhu. Don't sleep. The western section of the rift is in crisis. The garrison is requesting reinforcements. Commander Seuss orders. Entire tip of the Spear Company, move out now. Wang Feng swung out of bed. The western section. Zhao Taizhu had said it before. That place was a meat grinder. The silkworm sprang up from the pillow, its four short legs clinging tightly to the nape of his neck. Through their bloodline resonance, it sensed something emanating from the direction of the western rift. Not vigilance. Excitement. The military transport vehicle jolted violently on the frozen road, tossing the insides of its passengers. Wang Feng clung to the handrail atop the truck, his mind consumed by a single thought. 9,800 points. 6,000 is required for the 6th tier. That's enough. He currently has 10,000 points worth of questions. Why doesn't he break through first? What if there really are high-tier beasts lurking in the western section? Would he withstand them with his 5th-tier body? Only a fool would attempt to challenge beyond their level. Such foolishness is reserved for protagonists in novels. Who is Wang Feng? He is a player of opportunistic strikes, a survival type, one who develops cautiously. In situations where he can crush opponents with sheer cultivation, he would never risk it by skill. Stop the vehicle. Zhao Taizhu turned to look at him. What's wrong? I need to relieve myself. Zhao Taizhu's expression flickered for a moment, but he still instructed the driver to pull over. Wang Feng jumped out of the vehicle and ran behind a large rock by the roadside. He squatted down. System. At your service. Breakthrough to 6th tier. Ding. Consuming 6,000 blood points to break through to 6th tier. Current blood points, 3,800. A surge of heat flooded his body. This sensation was different from before. The transition from 5th tier to 6th tier marked a pivotal watershed in cultivation. The increase in total blood points surged dramatically. The meridian's carrying capacity expanded by nearly 20%. Muscle fibers restructured under the torrent of heat. The density of his bones surged once more. The passive skill bone density enhancement granted by the silkworm activated in this process, yielding results more intense than expected. 40 seconds. Breakthrough complete. Wang Feng stood up and clenched his fist. The power of 6th tier. If 5th tier was a main battle tank, 6th tier was an armed helicopter. The dimensions were entirely different. He suppressed his aura using the Wanxiang swallowing sky technique. His visible cultivation was controlled at 3rd tier of the general realm. Coupled with the silkworm's passive breath convergence, he appeared as though he were at 2nd tier. 6th tier masquerading as 2nd tier. A difference of 4 small tiers. This level of disguise was impenetrable by anyone except for those at the saint level. Wang Feng adjusted his pants and stepped out from behind the rock. Zhao Taizhu leaned against the car door waiting for him. His small eyes scanned him from head to toe. You're fine after squatting for 30 seconds. Just a quick one. You really? Alright, hurry up. Wang Feng ran to a crumbling wall. He squatted down. System break through to 7th tier. The vehicle came to a stop. Wang Feng jumped down. The defensive line of the western section unfolded before him. This was an entirely different scene from the middle section. The middle section was a minor skirmish. In the western section, Wang Feng finally understood what Zhao Taizhu meant by meat grinder. Half of the fortifications atop the cliff had been stripped away. The watchtower was tilted, sparks flying from the detection equipment atop it. 3 soldiers leaned against the remnants of a wall, hacking at a 5th-tier ironback bear. Another 5 or 6 were further away, surrounding and killing 2 4th-tier darkrock lizards. Across the chasm, Wang Feng activated the heat source scanner. Red dots. Clusters of red dots. Not just a dozen or 30. At least over 200 heat sources were surging from the rocky outcrops on the northern side of the gorge. Among them were 7 or 8 large red dots of intense brightness. Above 7th tier. Damn it. Zhao Taizhu cursed. He picked up his chainsaw sword and jumped out of the vehicle. How many soldiers are left in the western garrison? A blood-soaked officer rushed over. 14 combat ready. They've been holding for 3 hours. 3 hours. 14 people. Facing the relentless assault of over 200 beasts. This was not a patrol battle. This was a siege battle. Zhao Taizhu turned to look at Wang Feng. Wang Feng had already drawn his Thunder Shadow battle blade. He'll go first. Without waiting for Zhao Taizhu's response, he activated the Ghost Shadow steps. Wang Feng's figure flickered atop the cliff, directly appearing at the edge of the gorge. 3 4th-tier darkrock lizards were crawling up the cliff wall. Upon spotting Wang Feng, the 3 lizards simultaneously opened their mouths to spray corrosive liquid. Blue fluorescent jets crossed paths and shot toward him. Wang Feng sidestepped. Ghost Shadow steps combined with shadow reflection. 3 afterimages spread apart. The corrosive liquid struck the afterimages, splattering a cloud of steaming stones. One strike. Cracked the void. The slicing wave swept across, severing the head of the leftmost lizard. Ding. Blood points 400. He executed a finishing strike on the second one, the dagger piercing through its abdominal shell. Ding. Blood points 400. The third one turned to flee. Wang Feng pursued a few steps and struck at its tail's base. The lizard flipped over entirely. Finishing strike. Ding. Blood points 400. Current blood points 5,000. 30 seconds. 3 enemies. The officer stationed in the western section was left agape. Stop dawdling. Zhao Taizhu charged up with his chainsaw sword. Sharp blade team, all personnel assume combat positions. Wang Feng hold the front while I lead the flanks. The bald veteran and the crew-cut veteran took their positions. Wang Feng stood at the protruding point atop the cliff. This position was the same as in the middle section, a bottleneck. All beasts climbing up from the front would encounter him first. However, in the middle section, it was 3 or 5 at a time. In the western section, it was a dozen at once. The first wave of a large-scale assault arrived. 12 dark rock lizards mixed with 5 ironback bears frantically climbed up the cliff wall. The ironback bears were 3 times larger than the lizards, but climbed even faster. The size of a fifth-tier beast resembled that of a small truck with its claws deeply embedded in the rock face. Wang Feng did not retreat. Crack the void. One horizontal slash. The slicing wave swept across the edge of the cliff, knocking 2 lizards that had just poked their heads up back down. The first ironback bear charged up to the cliff top. It let out a roar and slammed its forepaw down. 6th tier against 5th tier. Wang Feng did not dodge. He caught the back of the Thunder Shadow battle blade with his left hand bracing against the blow. The shock resonated through his forearm. A slight numbness ensued, but he did not retreat. The strength of a 5th-tier ironback bear was insignificant before 6th-tier power. He countered with a strike slicing into the gap of the bear's paw and severing the tendons of its forearm. The ironback bear held leaning back. Finishing strike. The neck. Ding. Blood points 500. The second ironback bear charged up right after. Wang Feng's mind remained exceptionally calm during the battle. Each kill triggered the passive recovery effect, restoring 2% of his total blood points. The silkworm provided the endurance boost, coupled with the system's influx of blood points. Double recovery. This was his core loop. The more he killed, the better his condition. The better his condition, the more he could kill. A positive feedback loop. In his past life, this was called snowballing in gaming. Now he was that snowball. And a downhill one at that. 15 minutes. The first wave of the assault was repelled. A pile of corpses amassed at the edge of the cliff. Zhao Taizhu had taken down 7 or 8. The Sharp Blade team and others combined had taken down 5 or 6 more. Wang Feng alone, 23. Ding. Current blood points, 13,200. 13,000. 7,000 is required for 7th tier. After deductions, 6,002 remain. Breakthrough. I must break through. What if the next wave brings a 7th tier behemoth? Not all beasts were weaklings. What if one was hiding behind waiting for him to tire out before charging? He wouldn't gamble with fate. Use resources when available. If he can rise, he should rise. I need to relieve myself. Wang Feng shouted to Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu, who was pulling the chainsaw sword from an ironback bear's neck, winced at his words. You, all right, go quickly. Wang Feng ran to a section behind a crumbling wall. He squatted down. System break through to 7th tier. Ding. Consuming 7,000 blood points to break through to 7th tier. Current blood points, 6,200. A rush of heat. This time it was fiercer than any previous breakthrough. The transition from 6th to 7th tier represented a leap from the mid to late stage of the general realm. The quality of his blood points underwent a fundamental change. If the previous blood points were akin to gasoline, now he was fueled with aviation fuel. His meridians trembled. The Wanxiang swallowing sky technique operated at full capacity, crushing and devouring the surging power layer by layer. The silkworm stood upright at the back of his neck. Its 4 short legs kicked rapidly golden light, flashing 3 times. 20 seconds. Complete. 7th tier. When Wang Feng stood up, he nearly shattered the crumbling wall in front of him. The feeling of power was entirely different. Previously, he was an armed helicopter. Now he was a missile launcher. He repressed his aura once more. His visible cultivation reverted back to 3rd tier. Stepping out from behind the wall, Zhao Taizhu glanced at him. All done. Done. Is your kidney all right? You always. I drank too much water. Zhao Taizhu fell silent. He was too lazy to dismantle that excuse. The second wave of beast tide arrived. This time the scale was double that of the first wave. The heat source scan revealed over 40 red dots surging from the northern side of the gorge. Among them, 2 large red dots were dazzlingly bright. 7th tier. 2. Zhao Taizhu's expression changed. It's rare to see 7th tier beasts appear in the middle section, and now 2 show up in the western section at once. The officer stationed in the western section was even more despairing. It's been like this since last night. The proportion of high-tier beasts is skyrocketing. 2 7th tier beasts. If Wang Feng were still at 5th tier, things would be troublesome. Challenging a 7th tier beast from 2 tiers below, even with the breaking illusions technique, he would have to fight tooth and nail. But now he was at 7th tier. Same tier. The finishing strike, King indicated. Crushing at the same tier was basic skill. The first large beast charged up to the cliff top. It wasn't a lizard nor a bear. It was a gigantic, gray wolf-like beast, standing 3 meters tall at the shoulder. Its fangs protruded outward, drooling grayish-white saliva from the corners of its mouth. 6 black spines protruded from its back. The thorned wolf of the gorge. 7th tier. The moment it surged to the cliff top, the nearby 4th-tier beasts instinctively shied away. A suppression of the food chain. The wolf's vertical pupils scanned the surroundings. It locked onto the nearest target, Wang Feng. Its 200-kilogram body launched forward. Its speed was so fast that it left only a gray shadow. Wang Feng did not retreat. He didn't even use the ghost shadow steps. 7th tier against 7th tier. For the first time in this world, he experienced the thrill of equal dialogue. He slashed out. Not to crack the void. Just the simplest direct strike. The thorn wolf's forepaw collided with the thunder shadow battle blade. The sound of metal clashing against bone erupted. Sparks flew everywhere. Wang Feng's feet slid 1 step on the frozen ground. Just 1 step. Only 1 step. The thorn wolf also took a step back. Confusion flickered in its vertical pupils. This human before it clearly possessed only a 3rd-stage general realm aura. Where did the strength come from? Where had this power originated? Even aberrant beasts could feel perplexed. Yet it would not dwell on the matter for long. The thorn wolf let out a guttural roar, and 6 dorsal spines shot forth simultaneously black bone missiles hurtling toward Wang Feng. Shadow reflection. 3 afterimages scattered. Every spine struck empty air. Wang Feng closed in from the right flank. 1 slash. The blade bit into the thorn wolf's ribs. The 7th-stage beast's hide was as tough as steel plate. Yet the Thunder Shadow Warblade coupled with the Skyrend's cutting wave carved a full 3 inches deep. The thorn wolf howled in agony, twisting its body and lashing out with its tail. Wang Feng ducked the tail, grazing past his scalp. A finishing strike. The dagger plunged into the wound, twisted half a turn. The thorn wolf's body stiffened for an instant. Wang Feng withdrew the dagger, retreating 2 steps. The thorn wolf swayed, its forelegs buckling as it crashed to the ground. Ding! Killed 7th-stage General Realm Aberrant Beast 1, gained 700 blood chi points. Current blood chi points 6,900. From contact to kill, less than 30 seconds. The entire spectacle was witnessed by everyone atop the cliff. Zhao Tai's chain's word hung in midair, forgotten. The bald veteran's mouth fell open once more, a jaw that had scarcely closed all day. The officer stationed at the western section stood frozen in place. A 3rd-stage General Realm Private had solo killed a 7th-stage General Realm Rift Thorn Wolf. 30 seconds. His cognitive framework fractured in that moment. A second Thorn Wolf charged forward, its build nearly identical to the first. But it was more cautious. Spotting its companion's corpse, it chose to circle around, attacking from Zhao Tai's direction. Taizhu! Wang Feng shouted. Zhao Taizhu turned to see a 3-meter Thorn Wolf lunging at him. 2nd-stage General Realm against 7th-stage General Realm. 5 minor tiers separated them. His mind was clear. He couldn't win. But he didn't retreat. He raised his chain's word horizontally, bracing it before him. The thorn wolf's forepaws slammed into the blade. Zhao Taizhu was sent flying 5 meters, crashing into a crumbling wall that collapsed around him. Damn it! He crawled out from the rubble, blood at the corner of his mouth. Wang Feng. No need to call. Wang Feng was already there. Ghost Shadow Evasion Step erupted at full power. His figure materialized behind the thorn wolf. 1 slash. Skyrend. The cutting wave struck from behind, cleaving through 2 of the thorn wolf's dorsal spines. The beast roared and spun around. But its turning motion halted midway, for Wang Feng had already circled to its front. Shadow reflection. 3 afterimages. Plus the true body. 4 Wang Feng struck simultaneously. The thorn wolf's vertical pupils darted frantically. It chose the leftmost one. Wrong choice. The true body was on the far right. A single slash cleaved into its neck. Ding! Killed 7th-stage General Realm Aberrant Beast 1, gained 700 blood chi points. Current blood chi points 7,600. 2 7th-stage General Realm Thorn Wolves. Less than 2 minutes apart. Zhao Taizhu leaned against the rubble, clutching his chest as he gasped, watching Wang Feng sheath his blade. He wanted to say something, but found his language system temporarily overloaded. 3rd-stage General Realm. Screw 3rd stage. Everyone present shared the same thought. Yet no one dared voice it. After all, the man had just saved their lives. Discussing the authenticity of a savior's cultivation level. That would be too disgraceful. What followed became Wang Feng's personal showcase. The remaining 40-plus low and mid-tier aberrant beasts were reaped like wheat before a scythe. Ghost Shadow Evasion Step-handled positioning. Shadow Reflection baited attacks. Skyrend struck from range. The Thunder Shadow Warblade delivered close quarters finishing blows. An assembly line. Mechanized. Standardized. If future military textbooks were to include a case study on efficient solo extermination of beast hordes, this battle could serve as the instructional footage. Ding! Blood chi points 300. Ding! Blood chi points 400. Ding! Blood chi points 500. The numbers leaped, filling Wang Feng's heart with delight. 40 minutes later, the second wave was cleared. The cliff top resembled a slaughterhouse. Corpses of various aberrant beasts lay stacked 3 deep. Blood flowed like a river. The air was thick with the stench of rust and the acrid reek of corrosive fluids. Wang Feng stood amid the pile of bodies. His armor was drenched in blood, yet bore not a single scratch. Ding! Time-limited mission Beast Tide Vanguard progress update 78,100. Ding! Current blood chi points 14,600. 14,600. 8th tier required 8,000. That would leave 6,600. Should he do it now? No? Wait. There was a lull between waves. First confirm the surrounding area was safe. Wang Feng activated his heat source scan. The red dots across the rift had diminished by half. The remainder were retreating northward. The second wave was over. But a third would come. During Beast Tide season, aberrant beast assaults came in waves, each fiercer than the last. Zhao Taiju finally crawled out from the rubble completely, using his chain's word as a crutch. Just what the hell is your cultivation level? He finally asked. Wang Feng glanced at him. Zhao Taizu's expression held no accusation, only pure curiosity, tinged with an urgency that screamed, "Tell me, or I'll go mad." A bit higher than 3rd tier. Zhao Taiju ground his teeth. How much higher? Classified. The veins at Zhao Taizu's temples pulsed twice. He took a deep breath and chose to abandon the line of questioning. It didn't matter anymore. 3rd tier or 10th tier, as long as he could kill aberrant beasts and keep the brothers alive. Everything else was detail. 10-minute rest. Zhao Taiju bellowed. In 10 minutes, dig out the cores and repair the fortifications. Wang Feng crouched behind an isolated stretch of ruined wall. System breakthrough to 8th stage, General Realm. Ding. Consumed 8,000 blood chi points breakthrough to 8th stage, General Realm. Current blood chi points 6,600. A third surge of warmth flooded his body. 8th stage, late General Realm. At this level, the quality of blood chi was already approaching the peak of the General Realm. The gap lay only in quantity and purity. The operation of the myriad devourer heaven art became impossibly smooth at the 8th stage. Every meridian felt as if bathed in lubricating oil. The body tempering technique from Elder Zhou combined with Su Qing's earlier physical tempering had scoured the impurities from his meridians completely. 30 seconds. Complete. Wang Feng suppressed his aura, displaying 3rd stage externally. His actual cultivation was now 8th stage General Realm. Outwardly, he appeared to be 2nd stage. A difference of 6 minor tiers. This was no longer playing the pig to eat the tiger. This was playing the ant to swallow an elephant. The silkworm larva rolled over on the back of his neck. Gee. A satisfied chirp. It had shared in the breakthrough's amplification through their blood resonance. Wang Feng rose to his feet. On the heat source scan, new red dots appeared north of the rift. The third wave was beginning to gather. This time the assembly was faster than the previous two, and the distribution of red dots was different. The first 2 waves had charged in a chaotic swarm. This one was forming ranks. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed. Aberrant beasts forming ranks. He stared at the heat source scan for 5 seconds. Not all red dots were moving. At the center was an exceptionally bright large red dot. Motionless. The smaller red dots fanned out around it in a semicircular formation, as if something was commanding them. Wang Feng's passive spiritual sense enhancement operated at full capacity. He detected a fluctuation in aura emanating from the direction of that large red dot. Powerful. Extremely powerful. An entire tier above the 2 7th-stage General Realm Thorn Wolves. He couldn't determine its exact General Realm level, but it was certainly above 8th stage. Possibly 9th stage, or even peak. A chill ran down the back of Wang Feng's neck. The silkworm larva shrank into a thin line, not from fear. It was the instinct it had brought from the secret realm, the alertness when facing a higher-level existence. Zhao Taiju also noticed the anomaly on the scan. He walked over, staring at the large red dot. What the hell is that? Wang Feng gripped the Thunder Shadow Warblade tightly. I don't know, but it's waiting. Waiting for what? Wang Feng gazed at the unmoving bright spot on the heat source scan. For us to let our guard down. It's commanding. Wang Feng repeated the conclusion. Zhao Taiju crouched behind the broken wall, his chain's word resting across his knees, his face ashen. Beast Horde can command. Look at that fan formation. Wang Feng pointed at the thermal scan. The small ones are on the periphery, the medium ones in the middle, and the largest one crouches motionless at the rear. If that's not a formation, what is it? Zhao Taiju stared at the scanner for 3 seconds. Indeed, the distribution of red dots wasn't a chaotic scatter. It had structure. The small red dots on the periphery spread out like a fan, with several medium-sized ones positioned at key points. The brightest, largest red dot sat slightly behind the center. Commander's position. In his past life playing RTS games, Wang Feng had seen this formation. A standard suppression advance formation, Front row meat shields drew fire, mid-row output harvested, and the rear row commanded and coordinated. Beast horde knows tactics. Wang Feng cursed inwardly. This wasn't fair. He thought he was farming experience mobs, but the mobs had a commander. Everyone fall back to the second fortification. Wang Feng roared. The officer stationed at the western section was stunned. Fall back. The first fortification is already useless. Fall back to the second. Use the terrain to tighten the defense line. They're coming in formation, so their front width is limited. We won't fight them on an open front. Zhao Taizhu didn't hesitate. Do as he says. The 14 remaining soldiers and the men of the bayonet company quickly retreated to the second fortification 50 meters back. This fortification was more intact than the first with natural rock choke points on both sides. The bottleneck was narrower. At most 2 could pass at a time. Wang Feng stood in the middle of the choke point. Thunder Shadow Battle Blade held horizontally before him. Wait. 30 seconds later, the third wave moved. The red dots on the thermal scan poured out from the northern side of the rift like a rising tide. First over the cliff edge were the small beasts on the periphery, a mixed group of dark rock lizards and hornmane bulls at the second to third level of the general realm. Their numbers were so dense the scanner blurred into a patch of red. But after charging to the cliff top, they didn't swarm overall at once like the previous 2 waves. Instead, they split into 2 groups. One group headed for the left choke point. One group headed for the right choke point. The middle path was left empty, reserved for the medium and large ones behind. Damn it, Wang Feng cursed inwardly again. What the hell? The left choke point was blocked by the bald veteran and 3 garrison soldiers. With 2 general realm second-level lizards at a time, 4 men could barely hold. Zhao Taizhu went up to block the right choke point. Although had been slapped by a thorn wolf earlier, his general realm second-level foundation could still hold. He planted his chain's word across the choke point. Whoever came ahead cut them down. Wang Feng guarded the middle. The middle path was quiet for a full 40 seconds. Then, the medium red dots arrived. 5 ironback bears. General realm 5th to 6th level. All 5 together, forming a single file. The first one charged into the choke point. Wang Feng slashed it back. The sky-rending shockwaves sliced off the upper half of its head. Ding, blood chi points 500. The second one charged over the first one's corpse. Wang Feng sidestepped half a step to the right. His dagger pierced the neck from the side. Twist. Pull. Ding, blood chi points 500. Third one. Fourth one. Fifth one. The single file of bears, he chopped them one by one at the choke point like slicing sausages. Ding, blood chi points 600. The 6th level one dropped an extra 100. Fair enough, higher level. But Wang Feng had no time to count, because behind the medium red dots another batch of beasts charged up. This time it wasn't bears. It was 6 rift thorn wolves. General realm 6th to 7th level. For more than the 2 from the previous wave. Ding, limited time quest beast tide vanguard progress updated 87,100. 13 more to go. Wang Feng's mind split into 2 tracks. One was fighting, the other was calculating. A multitasking ability honed from slacking off at work in his past life. Never thought he'd use it in this world. The first thorn wolf charged into the choke point. General realm 6th level. Ghost shadow elusive step sidestepped. After image 3 phantom images flickered out. The thorn wolf pounced on empty air. Wang Feng slashed from the side into its ribs. 8th level strength, crushed 6th level hide, cutting straight through. Ding, blood chi points 600. The second and third ones squeezed in together. The choke point was just wide enough for 2. Both thorn wolves' front claws slammed down simultaneously. Wang Feng didn't retreat. He stepped forward. Ducking low, the 2 front claws brushed over his head. Ground-hugging reverse slash. A sweeping cut. The blood-kind-fused shockwave horizontally severed the front legs of both thorn wolves. The 2 wolves howled and collapsed. Finishing blows. One by one. Ding, blood chi points 700. Ding, blood chi points 600. The 4th one to charge in was a large 7th level thorn wolf. Its back spines were longer than the previous ones. It didn't pounce directly. Instead, it stopped outside the choke point. Its back spines spread out. 6 black bone spines fired simultaneously. Wang Feng's enhanced spiritual perception passive ability caught the spine trajectory 0. 3 seconds in advance. Ghost shadow elusive step evaded. All 6 bone spines struck the rock wall, shattering a shower of gravel. Wang Feng charged out from the dust of the debris. One slash. Hidden. No dodging. 8th level striking 7th level. Who's afraid of whom? The Thunder Shadow Battle Blade cleaved from the Thorn Wolf's crown to its jaw. Split in 2. Wang Feng shook the brain matter off his blade. In his past life, the biggest thing he'd ever cut was a watermelon. Now splitting wolves was like splitting melons. Human adaptability was truly terrifying. Ding, blood chi points 700. Ding, limited time quest beast tide vanguard progress updated 94,100. 6 more to go. The last 2 thorn wolves, sensing danger, turned to flee. Wang Feng chased out of the choke point. Ghost Shadow elusive step at full speed. 2 slashes. 1 slash each. Chase down finishing blows. Standard jungle clearing tactic. If the blue buff runs you chase it right. Ding, blood chi points 600. Ding, blood chi points 700. Ding, quest progress 96,100. For more to go, Wang Feng stood on the cliff top. He looked around. The fighting at the left and right choke points continued. The bald veteran had already killed 7 or 8, and Zhao Taizhu had taken down 5 or 6. But those didn't count for him. The system only registered kills he made himself. He took 2 steps toward the left choke point. A general realm, 3rd level lizard was clawing its way through the rocks. 1 slash. Ding, blood chi points 300. 97. Another one. Ding, blood chi points 300. 98. A Hormone bull popped out from the right. General realm 4th level. Zhao Taizhu was locked in a struggle with it. Wang Feng circled behind the bull and slashed through its spine. Zhao Taizhu was stunned. I was fighting it. The kill credit is mine, the experience is mine. Zhao Taizhu didn't understand, but he chose to shut his mouth. Ding, blood chi points 400. 99. The last one. Wang Feng swept his gaze over the thermal scan. The small beasts on the periphery were mostly cleared. The medium ones were also all killed. On the cliff top, only a field of corpses and still breathing allies remained. But that large red dot was still there. Across the rift, motionless. It watched its forces being slaughtered clean. Still it didn't move. What did it mean? Either it was waiting for more reinforcements, or it was assessing the enemy's combat strength. Either way, this thing wasn't an ordinary beast. It possessed intelligence. Wang Feng stared at that bright. The silkworm on the back of his neck bristled. Its 4 little legs were tense. The emotion transmitted through the blood resonance had changed. It wasn't wariness. It was tension. The ancient divine beast's offspring felt tense about that thing. Wang Feng mentally tagged that large red dot, at least general realm peak. Quasi-boss level. Ding, current blood chi points 12100. Had accumulated a lot from the battle. The 9th level required 9,000. Breakthrough or not? No. Fight this boss first. What if he needed a breakthrough during the fight? Keep the 9th level as a life-saving trump card. Breaking through mid-battle equaled a full state reset, more effective than any potion. The last lesson learned from playing online games in his past life. Save the health potion until you are at critical health for maximum efficiency. As Wang Feng was calculating, that large red dot moved. The bright spot on the thermal scan raced through the rock cluster from the northern side of the rift at incredible speed. Direction, straight for the cliff wall. 5 seconds later, a dull tremor echoed from the edge of the cliff. It was not the sound of a beast climbing, but rather a leap, directly jumping up from the bottom of the ravine. A massive figure appeared at the cliff summit. Wang Feng finally saw its full form. A wolf. But it was not a thorn wolf. Its size was 3 times that of the previous thorn wolves. It stood nearly 5 meters tall. Its entire body was a dark red color. Instead of spines on its back, it was covered in a dense layer of bone armor. 2 curved horns protruded from each side of its head. Its eyes were blood red, revealing a cold intelligence through its vertical pupils. It stood at the edge of the cliff where 2 thorn wolves had perished. It lowered its head to glance at the corpses of its companions, then lifted its gaze. Its focus swept across all the humans and landed squarely on Wang Feng with pinpoint accuracy. It felt like it had locked onto him. Zhao Taizhu's voice came from behind, trembling noticeably. Wang Feng. What the hell is that? Wang Feng did not respond. His spiritual sense was overwhelming him with information. The aura of this beast, it was at the peak of its realm. A peak that was 2 small stages above him. And it was not an ordinary peak. The layer of bone armor on its body, the coldness in its eyes, and its ability to command lower-grade beasts into formation. This was a mutated species. An elite monster among beasts. Gamers know that elite monsters are 3 times harder to defeat than ordinary ones. Wang Feng tightened his grip on the Thunder Shadow battle blade. The dark red giant wolf took a step towards him. The ground trembled. Wang Feng sensed its weight through the vibrations beneath his feet, at least 500 kilograms. It took another step. Its mouth opened not in a roar, but in a low, nearly inaudible hum. The moment the hum resonated, Wang Feng felt the air pressure around him suddenly increase. The beast's aura, at the peak level, for veteran soldiers, buckled at the knees. The bald veteran knelt on the ground, his face pale. Zhao Taizhu gritted his teeth, not kneeling, but the tip of his chainsaw sword trembled. Everyone fall back. Fall back to the 3rd line of fortifications. Don't look back. Wang Feng shouted. There was no need to say it a second time. Everyone capable of moving fled. Only Wang Feng remained at the cliff's peak. And that dark red giant wolf. The silkworm curled into a small dot at the back of his neck. Not out of fear. It was to lighten his burden. To minimize distractions. The giant wolf took another step, closing the distance to 15 meters. Wang Feng could now see the blood vessels in its eyes. Ding. Time-limited mission progress 99,100. Just one left. Just this one left. Wang Feng took a deep breath. Duan Shun. He mentally traced the operational path of the third move of the Breaking Delusion 3 styles. With an 8th grade cultivation based the single-point explosion limit, could theoretically reach the damage of the early Wang realm. Opposite him was a peak mutated species, with an additional 30 to 40% in defense. Was that enough? He did not know, but he had only one chance. The energy consumption of Duan Shun was 40% of his total. After using it, he would be in a semi-disabled state. If he couldn't kill it with one strike, he would have to pull back. The giant wolf would not give him more time to think. It moved. Its 500-kilogram body lunged forward. Its speed was absurdly fast. The peak explosion of the realm created a pit in the frozen ground. Wang Feng's body reacted faster than his mind. Ghostly shadow steps. His figure blurred, creating 3 afterimages. The giant wolf's blood-red vertical pupils scanned across the 4 targets. It did not choose any one of them. It chose to strike them all. Its forepaws swept across, covering all 4 targets within a 5-meter attack range. The 3 afterimages shattered. Wang Feng's true form crouched down at the last moment, sliding beneath the bottom of the wolf's paw. His fingertips brushed against the edge of the bone armor. It was rough like sandpaper. As he slid beneath its body, he caught sight of a detail. The giant wolf's abdomen, the thinnest part of the bone armor. There was a fist-sized gap where its ribs connected to its hind legs. A weak point. Even elite monsters have weaknesses. This is an unchanging truth. Game design reflects this, and so does the law of creation. Wang Feng rolled out from beneath the giant wolf. He pushed off the ground and sprang up, facing the wolf's hind legs. It was in the process of turning. Its 500-kilogram body needed a second to complete the turn. 1 second. Duan Shun. The myriad manifestations swallowing the heavens technique reversed. 40% of his energy was instantly drained, compressed, and infused into the blade of the Thunder Shadow Battle Blade. The blade changed color, shifting from dark silver to bright white. One strike. It pierced through the gap in the abdominal bone armor. The blade embedded itself completely, until the hilt pressed against the edge of the bone armor. The bright white energy exploded within the giant wolf's body. The giant wolf's form froze. The blood-red vertical pupils widened suddenly. Its mouth opened, but no sound came out. Wang Feng withdrew his blade, stepping back 3 paces. The giant wolf wobbled twice. Its forelegs bent, and its hind legs collapsed. The 5-meter-tall body fell like a wall. It crashed onto the frozen ground, shaking the debris to leap half a meter high. Ding! Killed a peak mutated beast 1, gained 900 vitality points. Ding! Time-limited mission Beast Tide Vanguard completed. 100,100. Ding! Rewards for the mission are being distributed. Reward 1, a grade martial skill, earth-shattering 3 strikes. A melee combo martial skill with 3 stages of increasing damage. Reward 2, 5,000 vitality points. Ding! Current vitality points 18,000. Wang Feng knelt beside the giant wolf's corpse. 40% of his vitality had been drained. He felt dizzy, his hands trembling and his vision darkening. Yet he smiled. 18,000. 90 and 9,000 after deductions, left with 8,000. He took out the 5th-tier core of the realm from his storage ring that the silkworm had not finished eating. At the same time, he reached into the giant wolf's chest cavity. He pulled out a dark red core the size of an adult's fist from beneath the shattered bone armor. The core of a peak mutated species. He couldn't imagine its market value. The silkworm crawled out from the back of his neck, its black bean-like eyes fixed on the dark red core. Its 4 short legs kicked rapidly. Wait until we get back to eat. The silkworm did not listen. Its head stretched out to reach for the core. Back. Eat. Later. The silkworm withdrew, but its 4 short legs continued to kick. In the distance, Zhao Taizu's voice called out. Wang Feng, are you alive? I'm alive. Zhao Taizu ran out from the 3rd line of fortifications. Upon seeing the 5-meter-long giant wolf corpse, the chainsaw sword nearly slipped from his grip. Did you do this alone? Yeah. 3rd tier of the realm. Yeah. Zhao Taizu stared at him for 5 seconds, then turned and walked back the way he came, muttering something. 3rd tier my ass. Wang Feng did not respond. He sat on the giant wolf's corpse, waiting for his vitality to slowly recover. The silkworm lay on the back of his neck. The passive recovery of his vitality was working silently. For every beast he killed, 2% was restored. That giant wolf counted as 1. 2% of the total returned. It wasn't much, but better than nothing. His communicator vibrated twice in his pocket. The first message was from Su Qingge. The battle report for the western segment of the northern defense line has just been pushed to Wuda. Are you over there? The second message. Be careful. Wang Feng replied with a line of text. He typed 16 words, breaking his own record again. It's safe. Just took down a peak mutated species. Quite easy to kill. 3 seconds after sending it, he regretted it. Quite easy to kill was an 80% chance of getting a lecture. But Su Qing's reply was unexpected. It contained only one word. Strong. Wang Feng stared at that word for 5 seconds. His ears felt hot. The silkworm kicked its legs. Wang Feng sat atop the corpse of the giant wolf as if perched on a dark red fur sofa. The sensation was not pleasant. It was hard and bony, digging into his backside. Yet he did not wish to rise. After losing 40% of his blood vitality to Duan Chun, he felt utterly drained. His head spun, his legs were weak, and it was a struggle to lift his arms. The silkworm wiggled its legs on the back of his neck. It leaned over to nudge his earlobe. Chirp. It seemed to be asking, "Are you still okay?" "I'm fine." Wang Feng patted its head. "Your grandpa won't die." The silkworm's beady black eyes drifted toward his storage ring. Inside was a dark red core of a peak mutated beast. The thumb's-eyes core was larger than the silkworm's head. "I said we'll eat it when we get back." The silkworm sulkily retreated. Its 4 short legs tightened, lying still, but its tail flicked back and forth, displaying a classic Cold War posture. Wang Feng ignored it. He opened the system panel. Current blood vitality 18000. A grade martial skill Earth Shatter Triple Strike has been registered. He first examined the martial skills. A stream of information surged into his mind, similar to when he first acquired the breaking illusion technique. However, the amount of information was greater and the details denser. Earth Shatter Triple Strike. A melee combo skill. 3 stages of increasing damage. The first stage, Break Ground, a frontal cleave, damage coefficient 1.0. Quite ordinary. The second stage, Shatter Rock, a follow-up strike that triggers within half a second after the first hit. Damage coefficient 1.5. The third stage, Crush Mountain, a finishing blow that can only be activated after both previous stages hit. Damage coefficient 3.0. The total damage of all 3 stages is 5 times that of a single normal attack. Blood vitality consumption. If all 3 stages hit, it's 25%. Cheaper than Duan Chen's 40%. As for the damage, the total is lower than Duan Chen's, but it excels in continuous output. Duan Chun is like a nuclear bomb, while Earth Shatter Triple Strike is 3 missiles. The nuclear bomb strikes the BOSS, and the missiles clear elite monsters. Combined with the long-range slicing of Sky Splitter and the illusionary deception of Shadow Clone, his skill bar is now quite full. For ranged attacks, there's Sky Splitter. For deception, there's Shadow Clone. For bursts, there's Duan Chun. For combos, there's Earth Shatter Triple Strike. Plus, there's the mobility of Ghostly Shadow Stealth. In his past life, playing games, this configuration was called graduation gear. Wang Feng was very satisfied with his skill set. The only issue was, his cultivation was still not high enough. 18,000. To reach the 9th stage requires 9,000. After deductions, 9,000 remains. To reach the peak requires 10,000. Not enough. Just 1,000 short. Wang Feng ground his teeth. It's like shopping online for free shipping. Being just a little short means paying extra. First he'll break through to the 9th stage. The peak's 10,000 can wait. But not now. He looked around. The cliff top was a mess, quite literally. Various beast corpses were strewn about with blood congealed into black ice on the frozen ground. The air was thick with the rusty smell, choking his throat. Zhao Taiju was leading a cleanup of the battlefield. The bald veteran was squatting next to an ironback bear, skillfully extracting the core as if he were scooping out watermelon flesh. The crew-cut veteran was counting corpses, mumbling to himself. Not a good time to break through. Too many people are watching. System: how long does it take to adapt muscle memory for Earth Shatter Triple Strike? Ding. Adapting a grade martial skill Earth Shatter Triple Strike. It is estimated that using it in combat 3 times or more will achieve basic muscle memory. He needed to fight. Just reading the manual was useless. He needed to get Hansen. Wang Feng slid off the giant wolf's corpse. His knee buckled slightly as he landed. The aftereffects of Duan Chun had not yet subsided. A 40% blood vitality loss was no joke. It was as if he had bled out 4/10 of his blood in one go. A normal person would have fainted by now. He was holding on thanks to his 8th stage foundation and the passive recovery of blood vitality. Zhao Taiju ran over. "Where's the core?" "The big one. I've extracted it." Wang Feng patted his storage ring. Zhao Taiju stared at Wang Feng's storage ring, swallowing hard. "How much is the core of a peak mutated beast worth on the black market?" "I don't know. Anyway, you can't afford it." Zhao Taizu's lips twitched. "How much do I need to submit?" Wang Feng thought for a moment. "This one counts as a special kill. I did it alone. Single-handedly killing a peak mutated beast. By regulation, the core belongs to the slayer for personal disposal." He was not talking nonsense. After completing the enlistment paperwork, he had reviewed the military regulations. Single-handedly killing a beast that exceeds one's own rank by 2 large tiers or more allows the spoils to belong to the individual. This rule was established to encourage soldiers to fight to the death. Naturally, he had only exceeded by 2 small tiers. But his visible cultivation was at the 3rd stage. At the 3rd stage, killing a peak beast, he fell short by 7 small tiers. On paper, he qualified. Zhao Taizhu understood this rule as well. There was no argument. All right then. The remaining medium and small cores will be divided as per the old rules. Wang Feng nodded. Extracting the cores took another half an hour. This time the haul was more than 3 times that of the previous segment. The cores from the 3rd to 7th stages added up to nearly 50. The peak mutated beast's core counted separately. After dividing, Wang Feng personally ended up with 16 medium and low-tier cores plus 1 peak core. The silkworm sensed the change in the number of cores in the storage ring on the back of his neck. Its 4 short legs began to wiggle involuntarily, as if it had caught the scent of food. Wang Feng held it down. We'll talk about it back at the barracks. There are too many people here. The silkworm sulked again. The cleanup of the western battlefield was complete. The station troops gathered the remaining soldiers and repaired the fortifications. Zhao Taizhu handed over the defense duties to the opposing officers. The mission of the vanguard squad was to provide support. Once the support was finished, they would withdraw. The transport vehicle jolted back along the frozen road. This time no one spoke. The 4 veterans sat in the truck, their gazes occasionally drifting toward Wang Feng. They looked as if they wanted to ask, but were afraid to. Finally, the crew-cut veteran couldn't hold back and leaned over to whisper something to the bald veteran. The bald veteran rolled his eyes and replied in an even quieter voice. Wang Feng overheard. The crew-cut said, "Is he really at the 3rd stage?" The bald veteran replied, "What do you think? Can a 3rd stage slice a peak mutated beast in half? Then what cultivation level does he actually have? You can ask him." "I don't dare." "Then shut up." Wang Feng leaned against the side of the truck, closed his eyes, and pretended not to hear. The truck arrived at the mid-segment camp. Wang Feng jumped off and headed straight for the temporary barracks, pulling the curtain across. The silkworm could no longer wait. It catapulted from the back of his neck to the pillow, rolling over twice, with its 4 short legs in the air, then oriented its head toward the storage ring. Chirp, 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 chirp. 5 consecutive calls. A new record. Previously, it had called no more than 3 times. Wang Feng took out the cores and lined them up. 16 medium and low-tier ones were on the left. The dark red peak core was on the right. The silkworm's beady black eyes were fixed on the one on the right. "Eat the small one first." Wang Feng put away the peak core. The silkworm's 4 legs paused for a moment. Then it continued to wiggle. It conceded. The first one. 3rd stage of the beast. Ding! Heavenly Fate Dragon Silkworm completed the 11th consumption. Attribute gain cold resistance enhancement. The host's tolerance to low-temperature environments increased by 15%. In the northern region, the temperature could drop to -40 degrees. This passive ability came just in time. The second one. 4th stage of the beast. Ding! 12th consumption complete. Attribute gain tendon reflex acceleration. The host's melee reaction speed increased by 7%. Reaction speed. A good thing. Combined with enhanced spiritual awareness, fast perception, and fast reaction equate to a double prediction ability. After feeding the 3rd core, the silkworm's consumption speed slowed. By the time it reached the 4th core, it chewed on the core for a long while. It collapsed before finishing the 5th. Ding! Heavenly Fate Dragon Silkworm entering digestion period. Estimated duration 5 hours. 5 cores were enough to fill it. 5 was sufficient. The digestion interval shortened from the initial 6 hours to 5. He ate faster, and his digestion quickened in kind. 5 cores yielded 5 new passive abilities. Together with the previous 10, Shadow Affinity, Chi Blood Reflux, Carapace, Resonance, Spirit Perception, Enhancement, Tendon Tenacity, Bone Density, Enhancement, Night Vision, Glimmer, Corrosion Resistance, Balance, Calibration, Breath, Convergence, Cold Resistance, Enhancement, Tendon Reflex Acceleration. There were 3 more he hadn't recorded. 15 passives in total. Wang Feng counted them, 15 permanent augmentations hanging on him. No need to carry equipment. When he left, he himself had become the gear. A walking passive skill tree. In his past life as a gamer, they'd call his talents maxed and still adding points. Even a version breaker wouldn't be this outrageous. He stored the remaining cores and would feed them when the larva finished digesting. The apex mutant's core could wait. Its level was too high. He wasn't sure the larva could handle it yet. Business at hand, a breakthrough. Wang Feng checked that the curtain was drawn tight. The others in the barracks were eating outside. System breakthrough to Jiang Realm 9th rank. Ding! Consume 900 Kiblood points. Breakthrough to Jiang Realm 9th rank. Current Kiblood points, 9000. Heat surged. This heat was no gentle warmth, it was boiling oil. Raging, seething vital energy exploded from his dantian and charged into every meridian. From 8th to 9th rank, the final small tier of Jiang Realm's late stage. Beyond 9th lay the pinnacle, and beyond the pinnacle the Wang Realm. Wanxiang Tunshin Ju roared into motion. This time it did not grind and devour, but twisted, wringing his ki blood like a towel, compressing it to an extreme density. Meridians trembled. Muscle fibers rearranged at the microscopic level. Bones emitted tiny crackling snaps. The larva was roused. Its digestion was forcibly interrupted. It did not wake by its own will. The storm of ki blood inside Wang Feng had awakened it. It straightened on four stubby legs, its golden sheen flickering. Through blood resonance, it shared in the surplus energy spilling from its host's breakthrough. Golden patterns along its back flowed noticeably faster. 1 minute. Complete. Jiang Realm 9th rank. Wang Feng opened his eyes. If each earlier rank could be likened to a vehicle, an off-roader, an armored car, a tank, a helicopter, a missile launcher, the 9th rank was a destroyer. He had crossed from land into sea. The leap in dimension was not linear. He clenched his fist. The instant his palms closed, the air hissed as if squeezed. The force was immense. Unchecked, a single punch could crush the steel frame of the camp bed. Wanxiang Tunshin Ju suppressed his aura. Outwardly, he appeared as Jiang Realm 3rd tier. With the larva's breath convergence at rest, he looked like the 2nd tier. 9th rank posing as 2nd. 7 small tiers short. This was no longer playing possum to ambush a tiger. It was an earthworm pretending to be a tyrannosaur. Wang Feng stabilized the 9th rank circulation. A balance of 9,000 points remained. Pinnacle required 10,000. 1,000 short. He would grind tomorrow. 1,000-point gap. A few kills of Jiang Realm 4th tier foes would close it. He lay on the camp bed. His bones still crackled. The bodily reconstruction from the 9th rank breakthrough had not yet finished. The comms device vibrated. A message from Chunbei Wang. I heard you took down an apex mutant in the west sector. News traveled faster than light. Wang Feng replied, Senior, does your intelligence network cover the entire north? Chen answered, of course. I lie in bed with nothing to do. I skim north border battle reports. You think I spend my days cultivating? Hardly. So you just read reports? Read reports, scroll the news, play chess with Zhou Lao. Zhou Lao plays chess terribly. The mind of a Sheng realm at chess is much like a Jiang realm's. Wang Feng thought inwardly. Did you actually tell Zhou Lao that to his face? Enough banter. Chen Bai Wang's tone shifted. You kept the Apex Mutant's core. I kept it. Don't sell it. I don't intend to. And don't turn it in. I won't. Good. That thing will be of great use to your larva. Chen Bai Wang sent a longer message. Lonkin larval growth correlates directly with the level of cores they devour. The higher the core's level, the stronger the passive augmentations it triggers. An Apex level core might grant more than a mere minor passive. Wang Feng stared at the line. More than a small passive. What? A major passive? A skill? Or outright evolution? He meant to ask, but Chen's next message arrived. I don't know the exact effects. The bestiary's classified appendix has only a few lines on Lonkin. Most is conjecture. Try it yourself. Fine. He would test it once the larva finished digesting. By the way, Chen sent another. What is your current cultivation? Tell Senior the truth. Wang Feng stared at the screen. Had promised Su Qingfeng and Zhao Taizhu to keep it secret. But when Chen asked, he hesitated half a second. This elder brother had been unearthed by his shovel. Trust between them was not built by words, but by those shovelfuls of stone. 9th rank. Wang Feng typed 2 characters. Silence stretched 8 seconds. How long since you left the secret realm? Less than 2 weeks. From Bing Realm 9th rank to Jiang Realm 9th rank in 2 weeks. About that. 5 seconds of silence. Enough. I want pry. Senior, I said I want ask. Everyone has their own fate. Yours is a bit larger than others. Vastly larger. It's not a bad thing. Chen Beiwang finished with the army-wide contest is in 3 months. Pinnacle Jiang Realm is the threshold. At your rate, you won't need 3 months. Not 3 months, 3 days. Wang Feng placed the comms device beside his pillow. The larva curled down again, and its digestion resumed after the interruption. About 4 hours remained. He closed his eyes and circulated Zhou Lao's Tsuade body tempering method. The 9th rank meridians were broader than the 8ths. Resistance in the ki blood circuit lessened. Impurities dwindled. Each pass of tempering yielded greater effect. First pass. Second pass. On the third, he felt a minute flaw deep within a meridian shatter. The flow quickened by a fraction of a percent. Quantitative accumulation would eventually bring qualitative change. He sank into a half-sleep beneath the operation of Wanxiang Tunshinju. His body repaired itself. His mind replayed today's battle, the apex mutant, the dark-red direwolf. Its beastly presence could suppress anyone below Jiang Realm 4th tier. Zhao Taizhu gritted his teeth and did not kneel yet. 4 veteran soldiers went weak-kneed. What if next time came not an apex Jiang, but a Wang realm? He was only 9th rank. Against a Wang realm beast, he lacked a full major realm and up to 9 small tiers. Duanshan's full burst could graze early Wang realm damage. But only graze, unable to kill. Su Qinggo was Wang realm. Yesterday she beat him until his face swelled twice. If a Wong realm beast arrived, run. Run first. Survival is paramount. The creed of survival is always the first option. The comms vibrated again. Suchinga, I read the West Sector report carefully. You cleared over 60 by yourself, including 2 7th-rank Thornwolves and an Apex mutant. Wang Feng replied, the report is that detailed. The report said a trooper from the vanguards performed outstandingly. Zhao Taiju privately told my brother, who then told me. The chain went Wang Feng, Zhao Taiju, Su Qingfeng, Su Qinga. 4 degrees of transmission. Efficiency rivaling the parent chat groups of his past life. That line of yours easy to kill, here it came. Remote admonition, don't say that in future. Apex mutants aren't easy to kill. You fought tooth and nail to slay it. Wang Feng wanted to retort. It had indeed been relatively easy. 1 stroke might have sufficed. But he recalled Su Qing's advice to type a few more words. So he composed a reply. Unprecedented. Understood. Next time I want show off. After Duanshan's strike, I was truly spent. I rested a long while before I recovered. Plain truth. Not the whole truth, but enough to reassure her. Silence for 20 seconds, then she replied, have you rested enough? Yes, I've rested enough. Good. A 5-second pause. The matchup list for the Marshall University selection tournament is out. Wang Feng's eyes lit up. What's the situation? There are 15 participants from the Wang realm. The first round is a round-robin points competition. The top 8 advance to the elimination round. Ultimately, the top 4 will secure the slots for the All-Army Grand Tournament. Is it certain? Su Qinga sent a period. Just a single period. Wang Feng translated it. Nonsense. The corner of his mouth twitched. True. Su Qinga had just broken through to the Wang realm. Against ordinary Wang realm contestants, it was like a dimension-defying strike. Even at the peak of the general realm, she could hold her own against Wang realm fighters. After her true breakthrough, those of the same rank who could defeat her in the short term could probably be counted on one hand. Waiting for you to secure the slot. Wang Feng sent 5 characters. You break through quickly too. The threshold is the peak of the general realm. Wang Feng stared at these words. He was currently at the 9th stage, 10,000 points away from the peak. At today's efficiency, he could make up the difference tomorrow. But he didn't tell Su Qinga this. Some things were better done than said. He put away his communicator. The silkworm's digestion period still had 2 hours left. He took out the dark red, peak-level mutated core from his storage ring. It was the size of a fist. A dark red light swirled within the core. The concentration of spiritual energy inside was on an entirely different level from those general realm 3rd or 4th stage cores. Chen Beiwang had said that a peak-level core might grant the dragon silkworm more than just a minor passive ability. Wang Feng placed the core beside his pillow. He waited. 2 hours. Neither short nor long. He continued running through his body tempering techniques. By the 7th lap, the silkworm turned over. It was awake. The moment its black bean-like eyes opened, they locked onto the dark red core. Its 4 short little legs launched like springs. Whoosh. The silkworm pounced onto the core. Its 4 legs wrapped around the core. Its mouth opened as wide as possible. The core was bigger than its head. It tried to swallow it in one gulp. It failed. Its mouth stretched to the limit, only managing to encompass a 1/3 of the core. The silkworm's expression, if insects could have expressions, was like a child from a past life clutching a lollipop bigger than their own head. Great ambition, but its mouth wasn't big enough. Wang Feng reached out to help steady the core. Take it slow, don't choke. The silkworm wouldn't listen. It desperately opened its mouth wider. Golden patterns spun wildly across its entire body. A devouring force field formed a miniature vortex around its mouth. The core was drawn in bit by bit. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. A full minute passed. The core was completely swallowed. The silkworm's body instantly blazed with light. Not the faint glow from before. The entire larva transformed into a tiny golden sun. Its 4 short little legs hung in the air. Its belly bulged like a ball. Golden patterns spun rapidly from head to tail. Wang Feng instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Ding! The Heavens Mandate Dragon Silkworm has completed its 16th devouring. Ding! High-level core detected General Realm Peak-level mutant. Ding! Special enhancement triggered. The system's notification chimes came in rapid succession. Ding! Comprehensive attribute enhancement obtained. Beast Might resistance. The host's resistance to the oppressive aura of aberrant beasts is increased by 40%. Simultaneously, the host can release a faint beast might, causing brief intimidation to lower-tier aberrant beasts. Wang Feng's eyes widened. Beast Might resistance, a 40 percentage point increase. Today, the beast might of that peak-level mutant had forced 4 veteran soldiers to their knees. If he had possessed this passive ability at that time, at least 40% of that pressure would have been mitigated. More crucial was the second part. He himself could now release Beast Might. Though described as faint, it had an intimidating effect on lower-tier aberrant beasts. This meant In the future, when clearing groups of mid to low general realm aberrant beasts, he wouldn't need to cut them down one by one. He could release a wave of beast might, first stunning them for half a second and then harvest them. Efficiency would double instantly. Shen Beiwang was right. What a peak-level core provided was indeed more than just a minor passive ability. The silkworm's golden light persisted for a full 3 minutes before slowly dimming. It lay on the pillow. Its belly was more distended than ever before. Its breathing was extremely slow and deep. Ding! The Heaven's Mandate Dragon Silkworm has entered a deep digestion phase. Estimated duration, 12 hours. 12 hours. Unprecedentedly long. A peak-level core was indeed not easy to digest. Wang Feng stroked the silkworm's back. The golden patterns flowing along its spine were 10% faster than before. Good work. The silkworm didn't respond. It was already fast asleep. Wang Feng placed it back on the nape of his neck. It automatically changed color and clung tightly to his skin. He lay on the camp bed staring at the ceiling. He summarized today's gains. Cultivation General Realm 8th stage to 9th stage. Qi and blood points 9000. 10,000 points short of the peak. Martial techniques newly acquired earth-shattering triple strike. Silkworm passives increased from 10 to 16. The last one beast might resistance held the highest value. Tomorrow's goal, grind out 10,000 points. Break through to the peak of the general realm. And then, he thought of the all-army grand tournament Su Qingfeng mentioned. The threshold was the peak of the general realm. 3 months from now. At his pace, he would be qualified in 3 days. What would he do with the remaining 2 months? Charge for the Wang realm. How many Qi and blood points were needed for the Wang realm? He didn't know. The system hadn't displayed it in advance. But extrapolating from the increasing pattern of the general realm, it wouldn't be less than 10,000 each time. At today's efficiency, half a month. But efficiency wasn't constant. As the beast tide season progressed, there would be more aberrant beasts. The proportion of mid to high-tier ones would also grow. His profit curve was exponential. When he did financial statements in his past life, his boss loved seeing this kind of curve-shaped growth. The only risk, the beast tide spiraling out of control. Today, a peak-level mutant appeared on the western section. What if 2 came tomorrow? What if a Wang realm level 1 came the day after? His 9th stage cultivation couldn't withstand the Wang realm. Unless he gambled with Duanshun. Gambling wasn't in his dictionary. Playing it safe was. The communicator vibrated one last time. A message from Zhao Taizhu. Patrol duties for the central section remain as usual tomorrow. However, Commander Su has added an order. What order? Given the early beast tide season and the appearance of a peak-level mutant on the western section, the central section's defense line is being raised to the highest level of readiness. Additionally, there was a 3-second pause after Zhao Taizhu's message. Additionally, the military region is assembling a special reconnaissance team to enter the northern side of the Rift Valley, the aberrant beast habitat, for investigation. Wang Feng's hand stopped. Entering the northern side of the Rift Valley. The aberrant beast habitat. That was the birthplace of the beast tides. It was the area with the highest density of aberrant beasts. It was also the direction from which today's peak-level mutant had come. What is the reconnaissance team's mission? To determine the reason for the abnormal early onset of the beast tide. Zhao Taizhu replied. Commander Su said he suspects the aberrant beasts on the northern side of the Rift Valley didn't rush out on their own. They were driven out by something. Wang Feng remembered the dark red giant wolf from today. It wasn't a brute force-type aberrant beast. It could form ranks, command, and observe from the rear. A general realm, peak-level mutant acting as a commander in the beast tide. Who commanded the commander? Zhao Taizhu's final message. Your name is on the reconnaissance team's candidate list. Commander Su personally selected you. Wang Feng held the communicator. The sleeping silkworm on his nape stirred slightly. Its 4 short little legs kicked twice in its dream. The northern side of the Rift Valley. The lair of the aberrant beasts. His finger hovered over the screen for 2 seconds. He replied with one word. He'll go. 6 o'clock in the morning. When Wang Feng sat up from the army, caught a single number occupied his mind. 1,000. Just 1,000 points short of reaching Wang Jing. The silkworm was still in a deep digestion phase. It lay motionless on the back of its neck, breathing so slowly it resembled hibernation. The energy from the peak mutated core was too overwhelming, preventing it from turning over. Wang Feng donned his armor and stepped out of the barracks. Zhao Taizhu was already outside, shouldering the chainsaw sword and holding a straw stick in his mouth. The search team's mission has been confirmed. We depart tomorrow. Today is the last day for midsection patrol. Got it. You take the afternoon shift today. Rest in the morning. Wang Feng shook his head. You should still work in the morning. Zhao Taizhu glanced at him. You fought all day yesterday. Are you not tired? Not tired. Zhao Taizhu looked him up and down for 2 seconds. The chainsaw sword was taken down from his shoulder. All right, join me for the first shift. Up to the cliff's edge. The midsection's defenses were reinforced compared to yesterday. Several sandbag stacks had been added to the fortifications, and the watchtower was repaired. Thermal scanning was activated. Across the gorge, several red dots were moving sporadically. They were all small ones at the second to third stage of General Realm. The density was incomparable to yesterday afternoon. But that was enough. 3 General Realm Stage 3 creatures could provide the needed 1,000. More would be better. The ticket to Wang Jing was worth every bit. After waiting for 12 minutes, the first wave arrived. 5 Dark Rock Lizards. At the second to third stage of General Realm, they were scattered troops climbing awkwardly up the cliff. Compared to yesterday's formation charge, these seemed lost. Wang Feng did not wait for them to climb up. He activated the Ghost Shadow Step, his figure flashing to the edge of the cliff. The first lizard had just poked its head out. 1 slash. Ding. 200 vitality points. Second one, stage 3. Ding. 300 vitality points. The third one is back to stage 2. Ding. 200 vitality points. The fourth and fifth lizards poked their heads up almost simultaneously. A sweeping slash took them both down. Ding. 200 vitality points. Ding. 300 vitality points. 5 in total. In less than a minute. Ding. Current vitality points 10,200. He had broken the 10,000. Wang Feng shook the blood off his blade. His heartbeat quickened slightly. Not because of the battle. Crushing second to third stage creatures was easier than cutting cake. But because of that number. 10,200. That was enough. He turned to glance behind him. Zhao Taiju was warming himself at the fortifications 20 meters away. The bald veteran was monitoring the thermal scan from the watchtower. The veteran with a crew cut squatted in a corner repairing his armor. Nobody noticed him. But this place was unsuitable. The wind was strong at the cliff's peak and the space was wide. He was uncertain how loud the commotion from breaking through Wang Jing would be. A small breakthrough within the general realm could be done secretly behind a rock. But crossing such a large realm, what if a phenomenon occurred? Wang Feng returned to the fortifications. Squad leader, I need to take a quick break. Zhao Tai's straw stick fell from his mouth. He stared at Wang Feng for 3 seconds. What is it this time? I drank too much water. You've only had 2 cups of water since yesterday. It's a physical issue. Frequent urination. Zhao Tai's temple twitched. Last time you said you had to pee, you disappeared for 30 seconds, and when you returned it was like you had a cheat code. Coincidence. The time before that you also said you had to pee vanished for 20 seconds and came back like you were on a cheat. It really was a coincidence. Zhao Taiju inhaled deeply, then slowly exhaled. Go ahead. Don't take too long. Wang Feng nodded and turned to leave. Wait. Zhao Taiju called out to him. What is it? Zhao Tai's expression was serious. You're not doing drugs in the bathroom, are you? No. Those messy pills obtained from secret realms, which cause a short burst with severe aftereffects. I really don't have any. Zhao Tai's small eyes scrutinized him for 5 seconds. All right. Hurry back. If you're gone for more than 2 minutes, they'll come find you. Wang Feng took off running. He didn't go to the bathroom. He bypassed 2 fortification emplacements and climbed over a low wall. He found a natural stone cave 300 meters behind the midsection defensive line. The cave entrance was small, just barely big enough for a person to crawl in. The space inside was decent enough to crouch. The key was concealment, 300 meters away, combined with the rock walls of the cave for shielding. Even if some energy leaked out during the breakthrough, it would be significantly diminished by the time it reached the defenses. That was sufficient. Hope for the best. Wang Feng crouched in the stone cave, taking a deep breath. System. Here. Break through Wang Jing. He spoke those 3 words calmly, but his heartbeat raced to 150. Since crossing into this world, soldier realm, general realm, climbing 1 step at a time. Each breakthrough had been completed with the system's point allocation. It was unrealistically fast, but the power gained each time was real. Now, it was time to cross a major realm. Ding. Consuming 10,000 vitality points, breaking through Wang Jing. Current vitality points 200. 200. The remaining balance was only 200. This time it was even insufficient for cafeteria expenses. But he had no time to complain. Because a surge of heat was coming. Not just heat. It was magma. Previous breakthroughs within the general realm had felt like warm water, gasoline, or aviation fuel flowing into his body. The higher the level, the more intense it was. But essentially it was still the same substance. Qi. This time was different. What surged in added another layer on top of the qi. More solid, heavier, sharper. Like a stream of compressed airflow wrapped in a blade-like texture exploding from the center of his dantian. The qi of the general realm was liquid, flowing, surging, infusing. The qi of Wang Jing was semi-solid, refined, cut, crushed. The difference between the two was not a matter of quantity, but of state. Like the difference between water and ice. The same components, entirely different properties. The myriad phenomena swallowing heaven technique operated at full capacity, but this time its operational method changed. It was no longer about crushing and devouring, but about refining. mixing, compressing, and forging the incoming qi with the existing vitality. The meridians endured an unprecedented impact during this process. Fortunately, Elder Zhou's body tempering method and Su Qing's previous physical tempering training had not been in vain. The inner walls of the meridians had been thoroughly cleaned, far exceeding the capacity of those at the same level. Otherwise, this wave of pressure could have ruptured the meridians. The silkworm was startled awake. Its deep digestion was forcibly interrupted. This was the second time. It sprang up from the back of its neck. Four short legs supported its body, glowing brightly. Through bloodline resonance, it sensed the qualitative change within its host. It was not about an increase in quantity, but a leap in quality. Chirp! It let out a scream, louder than any previous time. Wang Feng wanted to reach out and hold it down, but his hand couldn't lift. Every muscle in his body trembled. His bones cracked. A faint golden sheen appeared on the surface of his skin. The qi overflowed. The cave's rock walls developed fine cracks under the pressure of this aura. Debris fell from above, clattering against the armor. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The third minute. Boom! An invisible wave of energy erupted from within Wang Feng. The cave's rock walls split open with dozens of fissures. Several fist-sized rocks were sent flying. Then everything returned to calm. Wang Feng opened his eyes, breathing steadily. His heartbeat dropped from 150 to 70. The vitality within him, not the qi within him. It flowed with a low rumble through the meridians. It felt completely different from the previous flow of vitality. It felt more like steel cables slowly rotating inside him. Heavy, powerful, unstoppable. He raised his hand. A hint of qi gathered in his palm. A nearly transparent blade of qi floated at his fingertips. About 2 inches long, as thin as a cicada's wing. He gently touched the nearby rock wall with this blade. A cut appeared on the rock wall, 3 inches deep. The surface was as smooth as a mirror. The vitality of the general realm could only create long-range slashes when infused into weapons. The qi of Wang Jing. His fingers were weapons. Wang Feng withdrew the qi. He looked down at himself. If the general realm at stage 9 was a destroyer, then Wang Jing was a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Then he recalled another characteristic of Wang Jing. Sky control. Brief flight. He tried it in the stone cave. Qi pressed down, infusing into the soles of his feet. His body felt lighter. Not just a feeling lighter. It was genuinely light. His feet left the ground. 1 centimeter. 2 centimeters. 5 centimeters. He flew. He flew. Literally took off. In his past life, the closest experience to flying was sitting in economy class. In the middle seat. Next to him sat a big guy snoring. Now he had flown on his own, although it was only 5 centimeters. And he maintained it for less than 3 seconds before returning to the ground. The qi consumed quickly. This method of flight was like burning money in the sky, losing points every second. With his current balance of 200 points, he could fly for 5 to 6 seconds at most. A poor person couldn't even afford to fly. But the feeling of flying. Wang Feng stood in the stone cave for 3 seconds. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He had flown, although it was only 5 centimeters. Although it was only for 3 seconds. But he had truly flown. The silkworm wiggled its legs. Chirp. Its tone seemed to say, "Is that all?" Wang Feng flicked it gently. "You can fly if you're so capable." The silkworm withdrew. It couldn't. The next critical issue was disguise. The qi of Wang Jing was entirely different from the vitality of the general realm. If suppressing the general realm was like making a tank pretend to be an off-road vehicle, then suppressing Wang Jing to masquerade as a general realm was like making a nuclear bomb pretend to be fireworks. The difficulty increased exponentially. The devouring attribute of the myriad phenomena swallowing heaven technique had new changes at the Wang Jing level. It could not only compress the vitality fluctuations, but also devour the characteristics of qi leakage. He replaced it with a fluctuating pattern of blood and qi. He couldn't grasp the principle, but he could feel the effect. He layered his protective qi, compressing it and wrapping it deep within his dantian. His external aura was suppressed to the 3rd stage of the general realm. Combined with the passive concealment of the silkworm, he appeared to be at the 2nd stage of the general realm when motionless. From a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier disguised as a bicycle, Wang Feng silently intoned. His acting had to be good, or it would be social death. He crawled out of the stone cave. He shook the gravel and dust from his armor. Behind the stone cave, 3 new cracks had appeared. The rock wall showed signs of collapse. He had to destroy the evidence. Wang Feng moved 2 large stones from the cave entrance to block it. If anyone discovered the cave had split like this and connected it to the time he had just stepped out to relieve himself, the most embarrassing joke in the entire Northern Territory would be born. Shocking. Private's bathroom break, 2 intense stone cave collapses on the spot. He couldn't let such a headline emerge. He returned to the defense line. Zhao Taiju was timing him with a stopwatch. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. 40 seconds over. Dock my pay. Zhao Taizu's nostrils flared. He stared at Wang Feng. He looked him up and down. He couldn't pinpoint what was different, but it was different. His gait was steadier, his feet landed almost silently. His gaze was deeper. His entire aura had shifted from cold-faced recruit to something. Zhao Taizhu couldn't find the words. A sense of oppression. A very faint sense of oppression, so subtle he wasn't sure if it was his imagination. What kind of shit did you take? Just ordinary shit. Ordinary shit changed your aura. I'm in a good mood. Zhao Taizhu chose not to press further. He was used to it by now. For the next 2 hours there were no large-scale beast tides. A few stragglers came sporadically and were dealt with by the veterans. Wang Feng did not act. He was silently sensing the rhythm of King Realm protective qi. It was entirely different from the general realm. In the general realm, blood and qi flowed like water guided by thought. The protective qi of the King Realm was like a spring. Compress it to store power, release it for a burst. It was inherently aggressive. He had to learn to control this aggression. Otherwise, if he accidentally crushed someone's hand during a handshake, that would be true social death. Lunchtime. Wang Feng crouched behind the fortifications, gnawing on a compressed biscuit. His communicator vibrated. It was Su Qingge. The first round of the selection tournament starts today. Wang Feng replied, good luck. He sent it, then deleted it. He retyped. You've definitely got this. Tell me the result when you're done. Su Qing's reply was swift. A 3-second pause. How are things on your end? Wang Feng's finger hovered over the screen. Should he tell her he had broken through to the King Realm? He thought for 2 seconds. No. He would tell her when they met. Her expression would be priceless then. Everything's normal. Midshift patrol. Very safe. Su Qingge replied with a single word, good. Another 5-second pause. My brother told me about you joining the search team tomorrow. The north side of the rift has never been explored. The situation is unknown. Don't be reckless. Don't worry. Bring enough supplies. I will. Fully charge your communicator. Su Qingge sent 4 messages of concern. Wang Feng replied to each one. The total word count exceeded 20. She sent one last line. Wait for me. After the selection tournament, see you at the grand military competition. Wang Feng stared at the words. The corner of his mouth twitched. See you at the competition. He put away the communicator. The silkworm kicked its legs at the back of his neck. Gee. Its tone seemed to mock his low emotional intelligence. Shut up. You haven't even grown a full mouth. The silkworm kicked twice more in defiance. Its mouth was fully grown. It dared to bite even in front of a sage realm. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhao Taizhu led the shift change. Wang Feng was off duty, but he didn't leave. He'll stand an extra shift. Zhao Taizhu frowned. You've already been on duty for 9 hours straight. I'm not tired. We're entering the north side of the rift tomorrow. I want to kill a few more today to get back into the groove. Zhao Taizhu wanted to say something, but seeing Wang Feng's expression, he swallowed his words. Suit yourself. Just don't drop dead on the cliff. The afternoon beast tide was denser than the mornings. From 3 to 5, 3 waves came. One wave of a dozen, another of over 20, and a third of just over 30. They were mainly at the 3rd to 5th stage of the general realm. None were high-ranked, but the quantity was abundant. Wang Feng stood alone at the cliff's edge. Killing these at the 9th stage was like cutting vegetables. Killing them after reaching the King Realm was like blowing air. He didn't even need a full-powered strike now. With protective qi coating his blade, a casual swing sent out a 3-formidator slashing wave. The range was nearly double that of the general realm. The precision was higher, the energy consumption lower. 1 slash and 3 lizards were cleanly severed. After finishing the last wave, he wanted to test his newly acquired triple ground-splitting strike. The first segment, Earthbreaker, cleaved out. A fissure split the ground. 3 meters long, half a foot deep. He hastily pulled back. The destructive power of this technique at the King Realm exceeded expectations. If all 3 segments landed, it wouldn't be a crack, but a pit. The fortifications on the cliff would collapse. Loki. Ding. Current blood and chi points 4,300. 4,300. From 200 to 4,300 in one afternoon. The efficiency of a King Realm cultivator killing General Realm beasts was too high. 1 slash per kill, sometimes 3 with 1 blow. But he wasn't in a hurry to spend the points. The upgrade system after the King Realm, he still didn't understand it. The system hadn't displayed it in advance. It would only inform him when he needed to break through. Night fell. Off duty. He returned to the barracks. Zhao Taizhu was waiting at the door. His expression was off. The final roster for the search team has been confirmed. Zhao Taizhu handed over his communicator. Wang Feng glanced at it. The search team had 12 people in total. The leader was Zhao Qingping's adjutant at King Realm Peak. The team included 3 veterans above the 7th stage of the General Realm, 5 mid-tier soldiers at the 5th to 6th stage. The last 3 names: Zhao Taizhu, the bald veteran; Wang Feng. Zhao Taizhu was at the 2nd stage of the General Realm. The bald veteran was at the 1st stage. He appeared to be at the 3rd stage. The 3 of them combined visible cultivation was less than any one of the others. Don't mind it, Zhao Taizhu said. Commander Seuss' exact words were these: three have rich combat experience and are familiar with beast behavior patterns. Wang Feng translated internally. Su Qingfeng had named him not because of rich combat experience, but because Su Qingfeng had seen him kill a peak mutant. He knew Wang Feng's true strength was far beyond the third stage of the general realm. As for Zhao Taizhu and the bald veteran, they were pure filler. They had worked with Wang Feng the most days and had the highest synergy. All right. Wang Feng handed the communicator back to Zhao Taizhu. What time do we depart tomorrow? 4 in the morning. The transport truck arrives at the defense line. Enter the rift at 5. The north side of the rift. The habitat of the beasts. The birthplace of the beast tides. The beasts climbing the cliff face today had all surged from there. Now, they were going to walk right in. Zhao Taizhu patted his shoulder. That precious bug of yours. Don't let it chirp tomorrow. Things in the rift are sensitive to sound. Wang Feng touched the back of his neck. The silkworm was still in its digestion period, a digestion period that had restarted after being interrupted by his breakthrough. It would last 12 hours. By the time they set off at 4 in the morning, it should just be finishing. It's more afraid of death than I am. It won't chirp. The silkworm kicked its legs. It didn't argue. It was indeed afraid. At 10 in the evening, everyone else in the barracks was asleep. Wang Feng lay on his cot. He took out the jade slip Elder Zhou had given him. He probed it with spiritual energy, no with protective chi. The King Realm's protective chi was far more refined than the General Realm's spiritual energy. Probing the jade slip with it allowed him to access deeper information, content that hadn't been displayed before surfaced. At the deepest layer of the jade slip, an additional passage. It wasn't about body tempering techniques. It was a personal note from Elder Zhou. After reaching the King Realm, the operation of protective chi is completely different from the General Realm. Do not rush to seek strength. First, stabilize your foundation. During the first month of entering the King Realm, run the body tempering circuit no less than 20 laps daily. Only after expanding your meridians to their limit should you discuss advancement. Elder Zhou had left cultivation guidance for the King Realm stage in the Jade Slip in advance. Had he known Wang Feng would break through to the King Realm? Or had he hidden different stages of content in the Jade Slip for every disciple? Wang Feng didn't dwell on it. He would just follow the instructions. Also, if you encounter an insurmountable situation, reverse the flow of your protective chi for 3 full cycles. It can temporarily unleash your full cultivation. The cost is a regression of 1 minor stage. A trump card. Reverse protective chi for 3 cycles. Full cultivation burst. The cost was dropping 1 stage. It was different from severing dust. Severing dust consumed 40% of blood and chi. This was a direct drop in rank. The damage ceiling should be higher. But how high? The Jade Slip didn't specify. The last line of Elder Zhou's note. Don't use it lightly. Dropping a stage is easy, rising is hard. Wang Feng put the Jade Slip away. His communicator vibrated one last time. Shen Bei Wang. I heard about the search team. Heading into the north side of the rift tomorrow. Elder Zhou asked me to pass on a message to you. What message? Deep in the north side of the rift. Something is waiting. Wang Feng's finger froze. What thing? Shen Bai Wang's reply came after 5 seconds. Elder Zhou didn't say. He only said 4 words. What 4 words? See clearly before proceeding. The communicator went silent. Wang Feng held it staring at the ceiling. The silkworm turned over on the back of his neck. The deep digestion phase was nearing its end. Golden patterns slowly flowed across its back. At 2 in the small hours, the silkworm woke up. Gee, the sound was soft, but Wang Feng sensed it. What transmitted through the blood resonance was not its usual laziness or excitement. It was an emotion he had never felt before. The silkworm's black beady eyes stared north, toward the north side of the rift. Its 4 short little legs shot up. The golden patterns across its entire body flashed in unison for an instant. As if responding to something, Wang Feng tilted his head. What do you sense? The silkworm didn't chirp. It just stared north. Its 2 antennae on its head, the ones that had always been limp, stood erect for the first time. The silkworm's antennae lifted for the first time. 2 golden filaments as thin as hair pointed north, toward the depths of the rift. Like 2 signal antennas receiving a certain frequency. Wang Feng stared at it for 5 seconds. What exactly do you sense? The silkworm made no sound. Its antennae trembled slightly. The golden patterns on its back flickered in an erratic rhythm, as if deciphering some complex signal. The information transmitted through the blood resonance was vague. Not fear, not excitement. More like resonance. A resonance from the depths of the bloodline. As if something on the north side of the rift was on the same channel as it. Wang Feng pressed the silkworm back against the nape of his neck. The antennae slowly lowered, but not completely limp. They maintained a slightly raised angle. Standby mode. Departure at 4 in the morning. It was now 2 hours left. Unable to sleep, Wang Feng simply sat up. Since he couldn't sleep, he might as well get down to business. He thought of the passage Elder Zhou had left in the Jade Slip. Reverse the flow of gang chi for 3 cycles. A full burst of all cultivation. The cost, a drop of 1 minor realm. He had no intention of using this skill for now. But Elder Zhou had said to run the body tempering circuit no less than 20 laps daily. Yet before starting the body tempering, a thought kept circling in his mind. Dropping a realm. If he used the reverse gang chi technique, would the breakthrough achieved through system stat allocation actually drop? By normal logic, yes. The reverse gang chi burned cultivation as fuel. Once it was spent, the realm naturally regressed. But system stat allocation operated on a different logic than normal cultivation. Others built their cultivation like a house brick by brick, remove a wall, and it was diminished. His cultivation was directly printed by the system. 3D printed a single integrated form. Could it be dismantled? Wang Feng pondered for a long time. Anyway, even if it dropped, he could just spend some blood chi to level back up. He had 4,300 now, a few kills in the Northern Rift tomorrow would replenish it. No loss. Consider it a bug test. In his past life, playing games, the first thing he did with every update was test for bugs. Find one, and you were the patch's champion. Fail to find one, and it was just practice. He took a deep breath. Following the path in the Jade Slip, he reversed the flow of his gang chi. First cycle. Gang chi surged from his dantian, flowing backward through his meridians. It felt strange, like driving the wrong way down a highway. Every meridian issued a warning, you're going the wrong way. But there was no resistance. The devouring attribute of the myriad heavens devouring art automatically cleared the meridian's opposition during the reversal. Second cycle. The reversed gang chi formed a counter-rotating vortex within his body. Power began to converge, compress, and heat up. The depths of his dantian felt like a pressure cooker had been stuffed inside. The silkworm kicked its legs against his nape. Restless. Third cycle. Complete. All the gang chi in his body was compressed to its limit in an instant. Then burst. Not a real explosion. It was an invisible force that surged out from within. 2 of the cot's steel legs bent. The partition curtain rustled loudly from the blast of air. In the moment of the burst, Wang Feng's cultivation ceiling touched an extremely brief peak. The power in that instant was more than 30% stronger than his normal early king realm. Then it faded. The power receded. Wang Feng quickly checked his system panel. Cultivation, early king realm. It hadn't dropped. He stared at the panel for 3 seconds. Rubbed his eyes. Looked again. Cultivation, early king realm. Still hadn't dropped. Blood chi points 4,300. Unchanged. What was going on? Elder Zhou had clearly said. The cost was dropping 1 minor realm. A normal cultivator using this technique would regress from early king realm to peak general realm. He used it. Nothing happened. Wang Feng's mind raced for a couple of circuits. Then he understood. The breakthrough from system stat allocation wasn't the result of cultivation accumulation. It directly rewrote the bonus data. Like a GM directly changing a level in a game. You use a skill that consumes experience. It consumes temporary experience, not the fixed level. The level is locked. Unless the system itself deducts it, no one can take it away. This was essentially a rank protection card. In his past life, playing a certain mobile game, players above diamond rank would get a rank protection mechanism. Lose a match and you don't lose a star? His situation was even more absurd. It wasn't lose and don't drop a star. It was the function to drop a star simply doesn't exist. System products were guaranteed to be top-notch. A buyout permanent VIP. He tried again. Reverse gang chi for 3 cycles. Burst. Reseed. Check the panel. Early king realm. Steady as a mountain. And he noticed a more important change. After 2 reversals, his control over the early king realm's gang chi had become proficient. Noticeably proficient. Right after the breakthrough, the flow of gang chi felt like driving a new car. The accelerator and brakes weren't very responsive. Now, after 2 reversals, it was like the new car had been broken in for 20,000 kilometers. Gear shifts were smooth. Acceleration was linear. Braking didn't cause a nosedive. Elder Zhou's technique and name was an emergency burst method. In reality, it was an upgraded version of the body tempering method. By repeatedly reversing and bursting, it maximized the efficiency of gang chi scouring the meridians. It was like using a high-pressure water jet to repeatedly flush a pipe. Ordinary people would drop a realm after 1 use, which is why Elder Zhou said, don't use it lightly. He could use it any number of times without dropping. What did this mean? It meant Su Qingge didn't have to travel thousands of miles to the northern frontier to help him temper his body. He could do it himself. Although it omitted the part about getting beaten up, it also omitted the part about his face swelling up like a bun. Wang Feng figured this was a good deal. He performed the reversal 3 more times. After the 3rd time, his mastery over gang chi control had improved by a tier. Previously, condensing gang chi to his fingertip took half a second, now it took only 0.2 seconds. The 4th time, his attack speed increased by another fraction. The fifth time, the efficiency of Gang Chi concentration improved. With the same consumption, his cutting power was stronger. 5 reversals. An ordinary cultivator would have already dropped from King Realm back to General Realm. He remained unmoved and grew stronger with practice. There was a saying from his past life: your ceiling is someone else's starting point. No, it should be, your safety net is someone else's ceiling. Wang Feng stopped his technique. 4 of the cot's steel legs were bent now. If he practiced anymore, the bed would collapse. He checked the time. 3:15. 45 minutes until departure. The silkworm's deep digestion period had completely ended during the 3rd reversal. It was perched on the nape of his neck, full of energy. Its antennae remained at a slightly raised angle pointing north. Wang Feng got up and put on his armor. He fastened the Thunder Shadow battle blade at his waist. He strapped a dagger to his calf. His storage ring held 3 days' worth of compressed rations and 2 canteens of water. Coagulation pills, 3 left, given by Su Qingge. He placed Elder Zhou's jade slip close to his body. He charged his communicator fully. Deep in the beast's habitat, the communication signal might be unstable, but he would bring it anyway, just in case he needed to leave a final message. No, that was unlucky. Just in case he needed to send a battle report. 340. The others in the barracks were gradually getting up. The bald veteran was getting dressed in the dark, his movements extremely fast, a clear habit of an old soldier. Zhao Taizhu was the first up. He was already waiting at the door. Chainsaw sword resting on his shoulder. No grass stalk in his mouth. At 4 in the morning, the grass was frozen, and putting it in his mouth was like sucking on an ice pop. Everyone here. Wang Feng walked out. The bald veteran followed behind. All here. The 3 headed toward the assembly point. The frozen earth crunched under their feet. The northern frontier's early morning was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Looking up at the sky, the aurora pulled pale green ribbons across the celestial dome. The assembly point was at the rear command post of the central defense line. When they arrived, the other 9 were already there. Leading them was Zhao Qingping's adjutant, a lean, tough man in his 40s. His peak King Realm cultivation was completely contained, and he stood there like an iron stake. He swept his gaze over everyone. No time for nonsense. You all saw the mission briefing yesterday. Enter the north side of the rift, proceed along the main canyon passage toward the depths. Objective: determine the cause of the abnormal beast tide. Encounter small groups of beasts, eliminate them. Encounter large herds, detour. Encounter a beast above peak General Realm. Report and await orders. He shot a specific look at Wang Feng. Don't be reckless. This was the second person today to tell him that. The first was Su Qingge. Wang Feng nodded obediently. The adjutant turned and walked toward the edge of the rift. 12 people formed a single file and descended along a man-made path toward the bottom of the rift. The path was very narrow. Black rock walls flanked them. The light of the torches cast dark red moss patterns on the rock face, like blood vessels. After a 10-minute walk, they reached the bottom of the rift. It was completely different from what they had seen from the cliff top. From above, the rift was just a pitch-black crack. From below, it was a world. The bottom of the rift was about 50 meters wide. The ground was covered in gray-white gravel. The rock walls on both sides soared into the clouds. Above their heads, they could only see a narrow strip of sky. The air carried an indescribable smell, not foul but unsettling, as if the aura of some massive creature had seeped into the stone over the years. The silkworm shrank back on his nape. Its antennae pointed forward, into the depths of the rift's north side. There, the end of the darkness. Nothing could be seen. Wang Feng's passive, night vision lowlight, activated automatically. In an environment where others could only rely on torchlight, his field of vision extended an extra 30 meters. The darkness 30 meters away, empty. But his enhanced spiritual sense was giving a warning. Not empty. Something was there. Very far away. But it was there. The adjutant raised his hand to signal the advance. The 12 people walked north along the main passage at the bottom of the rift. Their footsteps were muffled, reflected by the rock walls on either side, like walking through the esophagus of a giant beast. After about 20 minutes of walking, Zhao Taizhu sidled up to Wang Feng and lowered his voice. Do you feel it? What? The silence. It's too quiet. Wang Feng scanned the area. Indeed, there was no trace of any beast at the bottom of the rift. This was wrong. The beasts that charged out in droves from the cliff top every day couldn't have just sprung from a crack in the stone. Their lairs were in this area. But now, not a single one. As if this path had been cleared of everything. Or rather, cleared by fear. Wang Feng's passive, beastly might resistance hadn't triggered. It meant there was no high-level beast nearby releasing its might. But the silkworm's antennae were still raised. The direction hadn't changed, pointing north into the depths. Another 10 minutes of walking. The passage began to widen, from 50 meters to 100 meters. Large numbers of claw marks appeared on the rock walls, left by climbing beasts. New and old marks were layered together, dense and thick. It indicated that the beast density here was normally extremely high, but now it was still empty. The adjutant stopped. He crouched down and looked at the gravel. There were marks on the gravel, a large number of paw prints heading in the same direction. South. All the paw prints faced south, toward the outside of the rift. They were fleeing, not charging out to attack the human defense line. They were running away. The essence of the beast tide wasn't an offensive. It was a retreat. A chill ran down Wang Feng's neck. The silkworm's antennae jerked up a notch. At the same time, the enhanced spiritual sense passive went into a frenzy of alarm. From ahead, very far ahead, something was approaching. The adjutant shot to his feet. His peak king realm cultivation was unleashed in an instant. Gang Chi formed a protective barrier covering everyone. Everyone on alert. All 12 drew their weapons simultaneously. Wang Feng gripped the Thunder Shadow battle blade. The blade suppressed by his Gang Chi didn't glow, but he could feel it, ahead in the deep darkness. The ground was trembling, very lightly, very rhythmically, like a heartbeat. The silkworm's 2 antennae were completely erect. Golden patterns spun at high speed all over its body. What came through the blood resonance was no longer a vague resonance. It was a clear signal. Kin. Something in that direction was its kin. Wang Feng's fingers tightened on the hilt. Elder Zhou's 4 words floated into his mind. See clearly before proceeding. The tremor in the ground grew closer, then stopped. Everything fell into silence. There was nothing in the darkness. But Wang Feng's spiritual sense told him it was right there. 300 meters away, crouching still, watching them. 300 meters. Wang Feng's spiritual awareness enhancement passively functioned like an overloaded radar. Signals emanated from the depths of the dark ahead, dense, heavy, and accompanied by a certain oppressive sensation that made one's teeth ache. The 2 antennae of the silkworm stood straight up. Golden patterns whirled frantically. Kindred. It indicated that there were kindred in that direction. Wang Feng silently translated in his mind. What does kindred mean? Another dragon silkworm? Or some ancient beast related to the dragon silkworm bloodline? If the former, it would be a family gathering. If the latter, it could be a family feud. The adjutant raised his hand. A fist. A gesture to stop advancing. 12 individuals squatted down in place. Weapons drawn, their breaths constrained. 300 meters ahead, there is a high-level biological reaction. The adjutant's voice was exceptionally low. Level assessment, at least King Realm. Zhao Taizhu swallowed hard. The chainsaw sword was gripped tightly. His palms were sweaty. As a second-tier practitioner facing the phrase at least King Realm, it was no different than standing in the middle of a highway watching a big truck rush towards you. Retreat. The bald veteran's lips turned pale. The adjutant shook his head. The mission is to ascertain the abnormal cause of the beast tide. If that thing is driving the beast herd, we at least need to see what it is. See clearly before proceeding. The 4 words from Old Zhou resurfaced. Wang Feng stared into the darkness ahead. His night vision passive was operating at full capacity. Beyond 30 meters, everything was pitch black. But his spiritual awareness told him what lay ahead was more than 300 meters away. 280 meters. 250. Getting closer. Slowly, rhythmically approaching. Like a cat teasing a mouse. It's compressing the distance, Wang Feng whispered. The adjutant glanced at him. Can you sense it? Yes. It's 240 meters away now. The adjutant's brows furrowed. A 3rd-tier practitioner should not be able to cover a distance of 240 meters with their perception. But there was no time to question. Spread out. Stick to the sides of the rock walls. Do not cluster together. The 12 individuals quickly dispersed. 6 moved to the left wall, 6 to the right wall. Wang Feng was assigned to the right side. Zhao Taizhu and the bald veteran followed him. 200 meters. 150. The tremor of the ground began again. It wasn't footsteps. It was a heavier kind of vibration. Like a heartbeat, but much slower. Every 3 seconds, the silkworm suddenly made a movement. It crawled from the back of Wang Feng's neck onto his shoulder. The antennae pointed forward. Its mouth opened. Not to eat something. It was responding. Its body emitted an extremely faint golden pulse. The frequency perfectly synchronized with the tremors of the ground. Every 3 seconds. What are you doing? Wang Feng asked it in a hushed voice. The silkworm ignored him. The golden pulse continued to send out signals. The vibrations ahead halted. In the darkness 120 meters away, something also came to a stop. Then, a pulse was returned. Not golden, but dark red. At the moment, Wang Feng's spiritual awareness was swept by that dark red pulse. He felt as if a bucket of ice water had been thrown over him. Information flooded into his mind. Not in words, nor in images, but in a pure emotion. Anger. Extreme concentrated anger that had been suppressed for who knows how long. The silkworm's 4 short legs trembled. Its antennae softened halfway. The pulse it emitted was hello kindred. The pulse returned from the opposite side was get lost. Social failure. Interspecies communication directly blacklisted. Wang Feng pressed the silkworm back onto the nape of his neck. Don't provoke it. The silkworm curled up in grievance. The dark red pulse ahead vanished. But that thing did not leave. Spiritual awareness informed Wang Feng that it remained 120 meters away, unmoving. The adjutant's voice came from the left rock wall. Everyone, maintain your positions. Scouts released the probing insects. An old soldier pulled out 3 thumb-sized black beetles from his waist. With a boost of spiritual energy, the 3 beetles took flight, disappearing into the darkness. The probing insects were standard reconnaissance equipment of the Northern Army. Living drones. Cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage could nurture them with spiritual energy, allowing them to transmit thermal images from the darkness. 10 seconds later, the scout's expression changed. Adjutant, speak. 120 meters ahead at the fork of the main canyon passage. There is an exotic beast. Its size. How big? When the probing insect got within 80 meters, it was shattered by the beast's aura. The last image transmitted. He handed over the terminal on his wrist. The adjutant glanced at it. His fingers tightened. Wang Feng leaned in to take a look. On the terminal was a blurred thermal image. The quality was worse than security footage from the last century. But the outline was clear. A curled-up figure, occupying 2/3 of the width of the canyon passage fork. It was curled up, its back covered in dense bone armor. The head, indistinguishable, blocked by its own body. Estimating its size proportionally, it was at least 12 meters long. 12 meters. That peak mutated dark red wolf stood 5 meters tall at the shoulder, already the largest exotic beast Wang Feng had ever seen. This was more than twice its size. Moreover, it was curled up. Who knows how large it would be standing up? Above mid-king realm. The adjutant uttered 4 words. Silence. Everyone fell silent. Mid-king realm. The highest cultivation level among the search team was the adjutant at the peak of king realm. Facing it heathen they could fight. But the odds were slim. Furthermore, this creature could also release an aura strong enough to shatter probing insects. The coverage and intensity of the aura far exceeded that of an ordinary king realm. Just like the previous peak mutated species, this was another elite creature. An elite creature at the king realm level. Report to headquarters. The adjutant made a decision. Withdraw with the image data. Standard operating procedure. In accordance with the command before departure. Encountering an exotic beast above Foundation establishment peak, report and follow instructions. The 12 individuals began to retreat in an orderly fashion. They had not walked 50 meters. The ground tremors began again. But this time it was not a heartbeat-like rhythm. It was footsteps. Fast approaching footsteps. Wang Feng suddenly turned around. His spiritual awareness was fully unleashed. 120 meters shrank to 80 meters. 60 meters. 40 meters. It's coming after us. The adjutant's aura erupted instantaneously. The presence of peak king realm enveloped the entire team. But that thing did not charge out directly. It stopped at 40 meters. A pair of eyes lit up in the darkness. Dark red. Slit pupils. The size of the pupils, larger than Wang Feng's head. The beast's aura descended. Not at the level of the previous peak mutated species, but at the king realm level. It bore down from a spiritual level, like a mountain crashing down upon them. Zhao Taizhu collapsed to his knees. The bald veteran knelt. 3 old soldiers at the 5th tier of Foundation establishment softened their legs, half squatting on the ground, hands bracing against the rock wall. 2 who were above the 7th tier of Foundation establishment barely stood, but their faces were pale. The adjutant held firm. The peak king realm's cultivation quivered slightly under the beast's aura, but did not retreat. Wang Feng, resisting the beast's aura. A 40% reduction. Combined with his Foundation establishment early stage foundation, he stood quite steadily. Even more stable than those 2 at the 7th tier of Foundation establishment. But he couldn't appear too steady. Everyone around him was trembling. How could a 3rd-tier Foundation establishment stand firm? That would be more embarrassing than reading browsing records in public. Wang Feng's knees bent slightly. His body leaned forward slightly. Control of expression. Pained struggle, gritting his teeth to endure. Method acting. Having watched movies for 30 years in his past life, wasn't in vain. Zhao Taizhu knelt beside him, forcing out a sentence. You, still standing. Legs are stiff. Wang Feng squeezed the words out through clenched teeth. Zhao Taizhu's lips twitched. Stiff legs, my foot. You're a 3rd tier standing under the king realm's beast aura, and I, a 2nd tier, went down directly. Its dark red vertical pupils fixed upon them for 5 seconds. Then it performed an action no one had anticipated. It spoke, not with a snarl, not with a roar, rather a low resonant voice, like the deep hum of stones grinding against one another, yet rhythmic. Undulating, like speech. The deputy officer's pupils contracted. An aberrant beast, vocalizing. High-tier aberrant beasts could snarl, unleash bestial auras, or communicate via pheromones. But to speak with human-like rhythm, that marked a demonic beast. Aberrant beasts ascending from the king realm to the emperor realm possessed only a sliver of chance to awaken spiritual intelligence. Those rare aberrant beasts who awakened spiritual intelligence were called demonic beasts. They could comprehend human language and even attempt mimicry. Yet full linguistic capacity emerged only at the emperor realm. This mid-king realm aberrant beast was speaking, indicating its spiritual intelligence far surpassed that of its peers. The silkworm stirred again. It raised its antennae. A golden pulse emanated once more. This time its transmission was not greetings kin. Instead it wove a far more intricate frequency pattern. Wang Feng perceived its emotional resonance through bloodline attunement. Inquiry. Perplexity. The silkworm was asking, "Why are you enraged?" The dark red vertical gaze shifted away from the deputy officer. It settled upon Wang Feng's shoulder, more precisely upon the silkworm itself. Another dark red pulse rippled forth. This time the emotion was not begone. It was something far more complex. Rage still simmered, but beneath it surged a deeper current. Grief. Intense, scorching, molten grief. The silkworm's antennae drooped. Through bloodline resonance, it transmitted that grief directly to Wang Feng. A sudden heaviness pressed against his chest. That sorrow was not his own, yet conveyed through the silkworm he felt it with absolute clarity. Grief for lost companions. Grief for entombment in darkness. How long no one knew. Bearing wrath and solitude alone, until wrath hardened into instinct to drive away all that drew near. It was not assaulting the human defense line. It was expelling every living thing from this region, including other aberrant beasts. The truth behind the beast tide was not voluntary aggression. It was a sovereign-level demonic beast conducting a purge, sweeping its entire territory clean. Driven outward, those expelled beasts had nowhere to flee but over the Rift Canyon cliffs, straight toward the human defenses. A furious, solitary demonic beast, possessing mid-king realm strength, had single-handedly ignited the entire northern frontier's beast tide crisis. There was an old saying from his past life. One person's emotional collapse may become another's catastrophe. Amplified to the scale of aberrant beasts, a demonic beast's shattered psyche became the nightmare of an entire frontier defense line. The dark red vertical pupils held the silkworm's form for 3 seconds, then closed. The bestial aura receded like a tide withdrawing from shore. Zhao Taiju rose shakily from the ground. His legs still trembled. The bald veteran steadied himself against the rock face. All exchanged stunned, silent glances. It had not struck. A mid-king realm demonic beast had unleashed its aura, gazed upon them for a while, then simply withdrew. Sweat glistened across the deputy officer's brow. He was the sole person present capable of confronting it heat. If that creature had truly charged forward, he could not be certain how long he would have endured. Withdraw. His voice was hoarse. Before it changes its mind. No second command was needed. 12 figures retreated along their path at the swiftest pace they had ever known. Wang Feng ran amid them. The silkworm rested on the nape of his neck, its antennae slowly lowering. Yet they did not fully relax, remaining slightly upturned as if savoring the meaning carried within that dark red pulse. As Wang Feng ran, his thoughts churned. The demonic beast had reacted to the silkworm, not with hostility, but with something far deeper. A resonance at the bloodline level. The silkworm was a dragon silkworm, an artifact of antiquity. And that demonic beast, if it too bore ancient blood, then Elder Zhou's forewords suddenly acquired new weight. Observe clearly before departing. Had he observed clearly? No. He had seen only a pair of dark red eyes and a coiled silhouette. Yet he had felt it. Grief, fury, solitude, echoing certain desolate nights from his 30-year existence as a corporate drudge in his past life. Only his solitude had been spent devouring instant noodles in a rented room. While the demonic beast's solitude manifested as the expulsion of every living thing across the entire Rift Canyon. Their scales of isolation differed vastly. 40 minutes later, the reconnaissance team returned to the canyon rim. Instantly, the deputy officer established a secure channel to Command Central, reporting to Marshal Su. A King Realm aberrant beast has been confirmed at the primary northern fork of the Rift Canyon. It exhibits traits of a demonic beast, possessing nascent spiritual intelligence and emitting pulse signals. Silence stretched across the channel for 2 seconds. Su Qingfeng's voice cut through the stillness. Casualties? None. Another pause. 1 second. It did not attack you. It unleashed its bestial aura, observed us for approximately 10 seconds. Then retracted its aura and refrained from pursuit. Paper rustled faintly on Su Qingfeng's end. Submit full details in person. All personnel return immediately to Aurora City. The transmission ended. The team boarded the transport vehicle. It jolted steadily back along the road. No one spoke. Zhao Taiju sat beside Wang Feng. His chainsaw blade lay across his knees, his fingers still trembling faintly. Were you afraid? Wang Feng asked softly. Of course. Zhao Taizhu ground his teeth. That thing glanced at me. I dropped to my knees. You ask if I was afraid. He paused. What about you? You stood firm. My legs were rigid. Don't give me that rigid legs nonsense. You a third-tier cultivator standing upright beneath a king realm beast's aura. His voice dropped lower. Just what realm are you truly in? Slightly above third tier. How much above? Classified. Zhao Tieju's temple pulsed 3 times. He drew a slow, deep breath and chose to let it go. This was already the 4th time. The transport vehicle arrived at Aurora City. Headquarters. Conference chamber. Su Qingfeng sat at the head of the table. Zheng Wuwei was present. Zhao Qingping too. And Shen Wanshan, also seated among them. The reconnaissance team's deputy officer delivered a complete briefing sensor data, thermal imaging, on-site observations. When he reported the aberrant beast's pulsed signaling and suspected spiritual intelligence, Shen Wanshan's prayer beads halted. A demonic beast. He adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles. A demonic beast lies hidden beneath the northern frontier's Rift Canyon. Zheng Wuwei's brows knotted tightly. A mid-king realm demonic beast. This exceeds the northern frontier's independent response threshold. Did your silkworm react? Zhao Qingping's gaze swept directly to Wang Feng. No preamble. All eyes converged upon him. Wang Feng offered no concealment. Such secrecy was impossible. The silkworm had emitted its golden pulse before all 12 members of the reconnaissance team. The silkworm sensed fluctuations in that aberrant beast's emotions. He stated plainly. Before unleashing its bestial aura, the demonic beast briefly responded to the silkworm. Not with hostility, but rather. He searched for the precise phrasing. It recognized the bloodline of a kindred being, yet refused contact. Silence fell upon the chamber. Shen Wanshan's prayer beads resumed their gentle rotation. Comrade Wang. He smiled warmly. You're suggesting that this demonic beast shares a bloodline connection with the dragon silkworm upon your neck. Uncertain. But the silkworm says. Does the silkworm speak? It transmits emotion via pulses. Wang Feng corrected gently. Within that demonic beast's emotions resided grief and fury. Not directed at humanity, but born of prolonged isolation. It drives away all beings that approach. The beast tide was not born of aggression. It was driven forth by this beast. Su Qingfeng leaned back in his chair, fingertips tapping lightly upon the tabletop. So the beast tide is not an act of deliberate assault. He spoke slowly. It is the forced exodus of creatures banished from their lair by a demonic beast undone by its own emotions. Correct. Then the question arises. Su Qingfeng stilled his tapping fingers. Why did this demonic beast suddenly begin its purge? It coexisted peacefully with the aberrant beasts of the northern Rift Canyon for years. Only now has it begun driving them out. What changed? Wang Feng opened his mouth, then closed it again. He did not know. The emotions transmitted by the silkworm held no answer to this. Shen Wanshan smiled. Perhaps it relates to your dragon silkworm. Wang Feng glanced at him. Shen Wanshan's smile remained benign. His eyes narrowed behind gold-rimmed spectacles gleamed like twin crescent slivers. When the dragon silkworm hatched within the secret realm, its bloodline awakening generated a resonant wave. If that wave reached the depths of the Rift Canyon. He paused deliberately. A demonic beast bearing ancient blood might perceive the stirring of a kindred lineage. Emotional turbulence would be entirely natural. His words sounded polished, yet their unspoken translation was clear. The beast tide may well be your silkworm's doing. A chill prickled the nape of Wang Feng's neck. The silkworm recoiled slightly. Su Qingfeng's gaze drifted from Shen Wanshan to Wang Feng, and then back again. Is there any evidence supporting this hypothesis? None. Shen Wanshan continued, turning his prayer beads. Pure speculation. Zhao Qingping's brow furrowed faintly. Zhao Qingping furrowed her brows. Deputy Shen making unfounded speculations in the command meeting is rather inappropriate. Shen Wanshan chuckled softly, turning the prayer beads in his hands. Let's discuss the matter at hand. No personal attacks. Su Qingfeng's fingers began to tap on the table again. We'll put this matter on hold for now. No conclusions until we have evidence. He cast a glance at Wang Feng. There was no doubt in his eyes. It was a message of "I'll handle this, don't overthink it." Wang Feng understood. But he knew in his heart that Shen Wanshan's words were not baseless. He did not know how far the bloodline resonance during the silkworm hatching had spread. If it really had something to do with that beast's rampage, the blame would eventually fall on him. What to do? 2 options. A. Prove that the silkworms are unrelated to the beast. Impossible. There is no evidence. B. Before the blame is placed, make yourself strong enough that those blaming you have to weigh the costs. Choose B. Always choose B. The greatest lesson learned in his past life at the company. One can never stop others from sabotaging you. But you can make your own shoes more expensive than theirs. Expensive enough that they cannot afford the same pair. Commander Su, Wang Feng spoke up. Everyone turned to look. The search mission is complete. I request to return to the midline defense to continue patrolling duties. Su Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to rest? The search team just came out from the bottom of the ravine. Not tired. Zhao Taizhu remarked beside him, his mouth twitching. You really aren't tired. You stood straighter than a flagpole when the beast's pressure came down. You're not tired at all. Su Qingfeng glanced at him for 2 seconds. The beast wave is intensifying. The midline defense does indeed need manpower. He tapped the table one last time. Approved. On duty this afternoon. Shin Wanshan paused his turning of the beads. His smile remained unchanged. Comrade Wang is quite proactive. Can't sit still, Wang Feng replied succinctly. The meeting was adjourned. Wang Feng walked out of the meeting room. Zhao Taizhu followed behind. Are you crazy? Just came face to face with a beast from the ravine, and you want to head back to the front lines. There are beast kills at the front lines. Are you that desperate for experience? Desperate for achievements? Wang Feng thought for a moment. Desperate. Desperate indeed. He opened the system panel and took a glance. Current vitality points 4,300. Wang Realm second stage requires 20,000 points. 20,000. His current savings fell short of the next breakthrough by 15,700. This number reminded him of the first time he saw housing prices in Beijing in his past life. It wasn't despair. It was a calm, rational conclusion drawn after precise calculations. He had to work hard to earn. Squad leader, do you know what it feels like to earn over 10,000 a day? Zhao Taizhu looked bewildered. What? Nothing. Let's go. Work starts in the afternoon. Zhao Taizhu followed him out. He mumbled under his breath. Over 10,000 a day. You, a private, receive 20,000 dragon coins a month. That's 600 a day. What dream are you having? Wang Feng did not explain. His daily earnings were not calculated in dragon coins. He earned over 17,000 points in just one day, earning over 10,000 a day. But the consumption level in Wang Realm is in a completely different league than that of the General Realm. In the General Realm, the 9th stage can break through at 9,000. Wang Realm second stage requires 20,000. Third stage 30,000. Fourth stage 40,000. Inflation. The inflation in the cultivation world is harsher than the housing prices of his past life. The good news is, the vitality points yield from Wang Realm beasts is also high. First stage 1,000, second stage 2,000. As long as there are beasts to kill, the speed of accumulating money won't be slow. The bad news is, he hasn't killed a Wang Realm beast yet. He wondered if he could farm in the midsection of the ravine. He had to go, right away. Every extra minute of rest meant being poorer for another minute. 1 in the afternoon. The transport vehicle arrived at the midline defense. Wang Feng jumped out of the car. The north wind was fiercer than yesterday. The metal plates on his armor rattled in the wind. The works at the cliff top were intact. The heat source scanning was operating normally. The station troops on shift breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the return of the sharp knife unit. Today, the activity frequency of the beasts has increased again. 6 waves came in the morning. The largest wave had over 40 beasts. Over 40 beasts. The density in the midsection was already approaching the level of yesterday's western section. The beast wave is accelerating, because that beast is still clearing the area deep within the ravine. The number of beasts being driven out is increasing, and the frequency of attacks on the defense line will only rise. Wang Feng quickly calculated in his mind. The main force of the beasts in the midsection is from the General Realm 3rd to 5th stages. Killing a 3rd stage beast yields 300 a 4th stage, 400 a 5th stage, 500. Based on yesterday's efficiency, a squad could kill 60 beasts in one shift, averaging 400 each, 24,000 points. But that was the efficiency of the 9th stage of the General Realm. Now he is in the Wang Realm. Killing beasts in the Wang Realm is easier than cutting butter with a laser. The efficiency at least doubles. But doubling still only brings in 48,000 points. Sounds like a lot. But the 2nd stage of the Wang Realm requires 20,000. The 3rd stage 30,000. 2 breakthroughs 50,000. Just barely enough. Moreover, the later stages, 4th stage 40,000, 5th stage 50,000. This is a bottomless pit. There is a saying from my past life, poverty limits my imagination. Now it is his cultivation level that limits his savings. System. Yes. What realms are beyond Wang Realm? Ding. System does not provide encyclopedic services on cultivation systems. Please consult relevant texts independently. Can't you at least tell me how much it will cost later? Ding. System does not provide financial planning services. For financial advice, please consult a professional. Wang Feng closed the panel. This broken system was just like the bank customer service from his past life. It never offered useful information but could chat about useless things. At exactly 2 o'clock. Shift change. Wang Feng stood at the cliff top. The Thunder Shadow battle blade in hand. The aura pressed within the blade was not visibly abnormal. He had to be particularly careful with his control of strength now. When he was at the General Realm, a single strike would take down one beast, and the rhythm was easy to grasp. in the Wong realm channeling aura. If he wasn't careful, a single strike could cleave the works at the cliff top. The most feared aspect of overwhelming force is not missing the target. It is hitting too hard and destroying the battlefield itself. The first wave has arrived. 12 dark rock lizards. General realm, 3rd to 4th stages. A standard delivery lineup. Wong Feng controlled his cultivation level to strike. He swung his blade with the strength of a general realm. 1 strike. 2 lizard heads fell to the ground. Ding, vitality points 300. Ding, vitality points 400. It was too easy. Like playing an arcade game. Finished in 6 minutes. Ding, current vitality points 8,500. Earnings of 4,002. The second wave. 20 beasts. A mixed group. Lizards, horn-maned bulls, and 2 ironback bears. General realm, 3rd to 6th stages. Wong Feng's mind automatically switched to assembly line mode. 1 strike for the 3rd stage, 1.5 for the 4th stage, 2 strikes for the 5th stage. For the 6th stage, 2 serious strikes. 8 minutes. Cleared the area. Ding, current vitality points 15,800. 15,008. 4,002 short of 20,000. The third wave came quickly. It followed the second wave with only a 15-minute interval. 25 beasts. Primarily general realm 4th to 5th stages. The density had clearly increased. Zhao Tieju along with a few seasoned soldiers assisted in sealing the breaches on both flanks. Yet the primary force remained Wong Feng. He stood alone at the very forefront of the cliff summit. 1 slash per foe, occasionally 2 with a single stroke. His efficiency was astonishingly high. The crew-cut veteran behind him began counting once more. 23, 24, 25, 8 minutes. Faster than yesterday, murmured the bald veteran. He's like he's on something today. Zhao Tieju chewed on a blade of grass, remaining silent. He had long ceased pondering Wong Feng's cultivation level. As long as he could slay aberrant beasts, that sufficed. Ranks were mere details. Ding, current blood chi points 25200. 25,000. Enough. The threshold for King Realm second stage was 20,000. Yet Wong Feng did not immediately seek a spot for a quick break. He fixed his gaze on the heat source scan. The fourth wave was assembling. The number of red dots surpassed all 3 previous waves combined. Moreover, the luminosity of several red dots seemed off. Brighter than General Realm. Brighter even than General Realm peak. Company Commander. Wong Feng's voice deepened. Zhao Tieju approached. He glanced at the scan. What the hell? 3 large red dots. Mixed among over 40 medium and small red dots. They moved swiftly from the north side of the rift, heading toward the central cliff face. Wong Feng's enhanced spiritual sense locked onto the auras of those 3 large red dots. King Realm first stage. 3 of them. The General Realm aberrant beasts had been driven out by the monstrous beast. Now even King Realm ones were being forced out. The monstrous beast's area-clearing intensity was escalating. Zhao Tieju's face paled. King Realm aberrant beasts have never appeared in the central section. Wong Feng tightened his grip on the Thunder Shadow battle blade. Only one thought occupied his mind. King Realm first stage. 1,000 points per kill. 3 of them. 3,000 points. Added to the current 25,000. Enough to break through to second stage with over 8,000 left over. What a poor man sees isn't danger, but his wages. Everyone withdraw to the second defensive line, Wong Feng ordered. Zhao Tieju without a word raised his hand and gave the command. The veterans retreated swiftly. Wong Feng stood alone at the very forefront of the cliff summit. Over 40 red dots surged onto the cliff face. The medium and small ones led. The 3 large ones followed behind. The same tactic as the peak mutant variant from yesterday. Cannon fodder clears the path, elites guard the rear. The first wave of General Realm aberrant beasts climbed to the cliff top. Wong Feng couldn't be bothered to slay them one by one. He took a deep breath, released his beastly aura. A passive skill granted by the silkworm, faint beastly aura. It had a deterring effect on low-rank aberrant beasts. An intangible pressure radiated from him. The 8 General Realm third stage lizards that had crawled onto the cliff summit all froze simultaneously. Their bodies pressed to the ground, their 4 legs trembling as if in spasms. It lasted a second. A second was enough. Wong Feng charged in, infusing his blade with martial chi. 8 slashes. 8 kills. Clean and efficient. Ding, blood chi points 3,008. The horde kept surging. Wong Feng kept slashing. The deterrence of the beastly aura was less effective on those above General Realm 5th stage, only causing a delay of a fraction of a second. But even that fraction was enough for him to land a finishing blow. 10 minutes later, the medium and small ones were cleared. The 3 large red dots reached the cliff's edge. The first one poked its head out. It was a massive pale gray flying serpent, 8 meters in length. It had no wings, but a layer of bony membrane along its flanks allowed for brief gliding. King Realm first stage. The moment it rushed onto the summit, it released its beastly aura. The King Realm level beastly aura pressed down. In the second defensive line behind Zhao Taiyi's legs went weak again. Wang Feng stood unmoving, with 40% beastly aura resistance and his own King Realm foundation. This pressure felt like a mere tickle. The flying serpent's vertical pupils locked onto him. It opened its gaping maw. Wang Feng employed no flashy techniques. Earth-splitting triple strike. First stance, breaking ground. A frontal cleave. The Thunder Shadow Battle Blade infused with martial chi struck the flying serpent's skull. Bone cracked. Second stance, splitting rock. A follow-up strike within half a second. The blade edge deepened along the crack. Half the skull shattered. Third stance, mountain collapse. The finishing blow. The flying serpent's head exploded. For the first time in actual combat, Wang Feng executed the complete 3 stances of the earth-splitting triple strike. From start to sheathing it took less than 2 seconds. Ding! Slayed King Realm First Stage Aberrant Beast 1, obtained 1,000 blood chi points. 1,000. King Realm First Stage 1,000 points. Compared to the 300 to 400 from General Realm, the unit price had doubled or tripled. The second flying serpent charged from the side. Same operation. Earth-splitting triple strike. All 3 stances connected. Ding! Blood chi points 1,000. The third one learned its lesson. It didn't attack Hedon. It circled around from the side of the cliff to Wang Feng's rear. His enhanced spiritual sense detected its position half a second early. Wang Feng didn't turn around. He sidestepped 2 paces using the ghostly shadow evasion step. The flying serpent pounced on empty air. He spun around. A single slash, skyrending strike. The long-range slashing wave struck the flying serpent's neck. With the boost from King Realm martial chi, the slashing distance of skyrending strike extended from 5 meters to 8 meters. Greater precision. More ferocious cutting power. Half of the flying serpent's neck was severed. Ding! Slayed King Realm First Stage Aberrant Beast 1, obtained 1,000 blood chi points. Ding! Current blood chi points 28400. 28,400. The cost for second stage was 20,000. Deduct that, and 8,400 remained. Wang Feng flicked the blood off his blade. He turned his head to look toward the second defensive line. Zhao Taiju stood behind a ruined wall, his mouth agape. The blade of grass in his mouth had fallen out at some point. The crew-cut veteran didn't count this time, because there were only 3 in total, but every single one was King Realm. A private ranked at General Realm Third Stage had single-handedly slain 3 King Realm First Stage aberrant beasts. Zhao Taiyi's cognitive framework had escalated from a crack to a shattering fracture. Wang Feng waved at him, then turned and walked toward a large rock behind the cliff summit. Company Commander, I need a leak, Zhao Taiju finished for him. Got it. Zhao Taiyi's tone was utterly numb. Make it quick. 2 minutes tops. Wang Feng ran behind the rock and crouched down. System break through to King Realm Second Stage. Ding! Consumed 200 blood chi points. Breakthrough to King Realm Second Stage successful. Current blood chi points 8400. Martial chi surged. This breakthrough wasn't as violent as the one from General Realm to King Realm, but the density and quality of the martial chi within him had ascended to a new level. 20 seconds. Done. King Realm Second Stage. External display suppression. General Realm Third Stage. Wang Feng stood up, patted the dust off his pants, and walked back. Zhao Taiju watched his retreating figure pinching his thigh. It hurt. So it wasn't a dream. His communicator buzzed. Qin Beiwang. I heard King Realm aberrant beasts appeared in the central section. Are you alright? Wang Feng replied with 2 words. Slayed. Silence for 3 seconds on the other end. How many? 3. Another 5 seconds of silence. What level are you now? Never mind, I won't ask. Wang Feng put away his communicator. A balance of 8,400. Third stage required 30,000. He was short by 21,600. Comrade, there is still work to be done. The revolution has yet to succeed. He glanced at the heat source scan. Across the rift, new red dots were gathering, more numerous and brighter than before, and among them the luminosity of one red dot made his enhanced spiritual sense passive jolt violently. King Realm Second Stage. Wang Realm Second Stage. Wang Feng stared at the red dot on the thermal scan, his heartbeat steady. It wasn't because he was brave. It was because he was quick with arithmetic. A Wang Realm Second Stage aberrant beast was worth 2,000 points. He had 8,400 now. Adding 2,000 made 10,400. He still needed 19,600 to reach the third stage's 30,000. Not enough, but every little bit counted. Besides, same stage. He was at Wang Realm Second Stage himself. In his past life, when playing games, what did you call fighting a monster of the same level? Bullying. Because humans had skill combos, equipment, and awareness. Monsters only had a health bar and a few fixed moves. Aberrant beasts were the same. No matter how strong their intelligence, couldn't match a human's. Let alone him, Wang Feng. 15 passive abilities equipped the 3 forms of Powang and the 3-hit Li D combo plus Ghost Shadow Step and Zhaoing. His skill bar was fuller than a maxed-out game character. Same stage. That was just bullying. Company commander. Zhao Taiju walked over and glanced at the scan. His face turned green. Another Wong realm. 1. Second stage. Followed by over 30 Jiang realm. Zhao Taiju chewed on a grass stalk saying nothing. Wang Feng was already walking toward the cliff's edge. Wait. Zhao Taiju grabbed his arm. You just killed 3 Wong realm first stage beasts. Don't you need a rest? Not tired. You've said not tired 800 times today. Because it's true. Zhao Taiyi's temple twitched twice. He let go. Same rules. Same rules. You hold the flanks. They'll take the front. Zhao Taiju turned and bellowed at the veterans. Fall back to the second trench. Don't throw yourselves at the front. The bald veteran's expression had evolved from shock to numbness. He silently hoisted his weapon and retreated with the crew-cut veteran. The crew-cut veteran muttered, "How many has he killed today? Don't count. Can't keep up. Just think of him as a human shredder." Wang Feng stood at the very edge of the cliff. The north wind tousled his hair wildly. On the thermal scan, the cluster of red dots was fast approaching. Over 30 Jiang realm aberrant beasts led the way. A dense dark mass. The larger red dot of the Wong realm second stage beast hung back, bringing up the rear. A commander type again. But this formation was far cruder than the peak mutant from last time. The Jiang realm beasts were arranged haphazardly. No fan-shaped deployment. More like a ragtag bunch herded together. Fugitives driven from their lair by a ferocious beast. Forcibly organized by another Wong realm beast also driven out. Temporary commanders leading temporary troops. How strong could that be? The first wave of Jiang realm beasts climbed the cliff. They released their beastly aura. The faint aura from the silkworm spread outward. 8 Jiang realm third stage dark rock lizards froze simultaneously. They pressed themselves to the ground motionless. Wang Feng charged in. No Li D 3-hit combo. No Pawang 3 forms. Just pure martial energy channeled into his blade for a basic slash. 1/1 kill. Ding. Chi and blood points 300. Ding. Chi and blood points 300. Ding. Chi and blood points 400. Like cutting chives. Chives at least had roots, these had nothing left. The Jiang realm beasts behind surged forward. Lizards, horn-maned oxen, iron-backed bears, and a few thorn wolves. A chaotic mix like everything thrown into a hot pot. Wang Feng's mind automatically switched to farming mode. Third stage. Didn't bother looking. 1/done. Fourth stage. Glanced. 1/done. Fifth stage. Took a serious look. 1/still done. Sixth stage. He wanted to fight seriously, but his hand was too fast. The blade had already fallen. And it was done too. Ding. Chi and blood points 600. Wong realm second stage martial energy cutting through Jiang realm 6th stage hide was like a hot knife through butter. 12 minutes. 32 Jiang realm aberrant beasts cleared. The rocks at the cliff's edge were drenched in blood. Black and red mixed together like an abstract art exhibition. Wang Feng flicked his blade clean. Ding. Current Chi and blood points 21200. A gain of 12,800. Plus the previous 8,400, 21,200. 8,800 short of the third stage's 30,000. The Wong realm second stage beast still hadn't come up. Wang Feng looked down the cliff face. His enhanced spiritual sense locked onto its position. Midway up the cliff. It had stopped moving. It was hesitating. Wang Feng understood that hesitation. In his past life, Gaming Head felt it too. Your teammates were all wiped out and 5 enemies stood waiting under your tower. Teleporting in meant feeding, not teleporting meant you couldn't win anyway. Caught between a rock and a hard place. But aberrant beasts couldn't press the surrender button. 3 seconds later, the Wong realm's second stage beast moved. Not climbing up, but moving sideways. It was looking for another way up. Trying to flank. The corner of Wang Feng's mouth twitched. He didn't wait idly. He activated Ghost Shadow Step, moving swiftly along the cliff's edge. His spiritual sense tracked the beast's position like GPS. 30 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. Found it. There was a hidden crevice passage on the cliff. The beast was climbing up through the passage. It had chosen the most concealed route. It had brains, but not enough. Wang Feng crouched at the exit of the crevice. Waiting. 5 seconds later, a gray-white head emerged from the crevice. A flying serpent. Same species as the previous 3, but its body was a size larger. 10 meters long. Its body was covered in gray-white scales with dark gold patterns. A Wong realm second stage flying serpent. Its vertical pupils hadn't even focused yet. Li D 3-hit combo. First strike P2. Martial energy channeled into the blade, striking the serpent's head directly. The serpent's skull was 20% thicker than a first stage's. The first strike cracked it, but didn't shatter it. Second strike Li Yan. Pursuit slash. Drove deeper into the crack from the first strike. Shattered. A gaping wound opened in the serpent's head. Dark gold blood sprayed out. The flying serpent screeched. Its body shot out of the crevice. The 10-meter-long tail whipped around. Wang Feng leaped back a step. The serpent's body grazed his armor. The wind pressure blew his hair back. This one was tough. 2 strikes hadn't killed it. Wang Feng made a quick mental assessment. Same stage as him. Its defense matched his attack. If he didn't use a big move like Duan Shun, he'd need 3 to 4 effective hits to kill it. But he had skill combos. It didn't. Third strike Bung Shan. Finishing blow. The blade cut into the side of the serpent's neck, severing a third of its throat. The flying serpent thrashed wildly. Its 10-meter body rolled across the cliff top. Rocks were crushed. 2 sandbag fortifications were swept away. Wang Feng slipped into its blind spot, directly behind. A snake's visual blind spot was directly behind. Dagger plunged into the wound on its neck. Twisted. The flying serpent's body stiffened for an instant, then convulsed violently. Finishing move. The Thunder Shadow Warblade struck from the other side. Cross-cut. The serpent's head was separated from its body. Ding. Killed Wang Realm's second stage Aberrant Beast 1. Gained 2,000 Qi and blood points. Ding. Current Qi and blood points 23200. 23,200. From contact to kill, 11 seconds. 9 seconds slower than killing a first stage. Same stage indeed required a bit more effort. But the effort was about as much as making a PPT in his past life. No overtime needed, just an extra glance. Wang Feng sheathed his blade. The serpent's corpse lay coiled halfway across the cliff top. Its 10-meter-long body was like a gray-white roadblock. His spiritual sense swept the area. Thermal scan, clear. No new red dots across the rift valley. This wave was finished. Zhao Taizhu ran over from the second trench. The crew-cut veteran followed behind. Zhao Taizhu saw the 10-meter-long flying serpent corpse and slowed his pace. Wang Realm's second stage. You killed it. How long? About 10 seconds. Zhao Taizhu's grass stalk fell again. He bent down, picked it up, and put it back in his mouth. He chewed twice. I have a question. Go ahead. Just what the hell? Classified. The corner of Zhao Taizhu's mouth twitched twice. The grass stalk nearly snapped. I haven't even finished asking. Whatever you want to ask, I already know. The answer's the same. Classified. The crew-cut veteran muttered nearby. Company commander, don't ask. I've already given up trying to understand. Just think of him as the chosen one. Zhao Taizhu ground his teeth. He turned to dig out the core. Wang Feng also crouched down to dig. A Wang Realm Aberrant Beast's core was twice the size of a Jiang Realm's. Fist-sized. Gray-white with dark gold patterns on the surface. The same patterns as on the flying serpent scales. He tucked the core into his storage ring. The silkworm kicked its legs on the back of his neck. Its antennae perked slightly toward the storage ring. Eat it later. The silkworm shrank back displeased. This scene had become routine. Every time he collected a core, the silkworm craved it. He said wait, and the silkworm got angry. A recurring cycle, just like owning a cat in his past life. The cat watches you eat, you say wait, and the cat holds a grudge. The core was extracted. The Wang Realm 1 was worth 2,000 dragon coins. No 2,000 Qi and blood points. Adding the scattered Jiang Realm 1s, this round's total gain was 14,800. Efficiency was rising. At Wang Realm cultivation, killing Jiang Realm monsters was too fast. Killing Samestage ones wasn't slow either. The problem was, there weren't enough Samestage ones. 4 Wang Realm beasts had come today. Total gain 5,000. The remaining 10,000 plus came from the Jiang Realm small fry. Small fry, thin margins, high volume. Big game, huge profits, but scarce. Same as doing business in his past life. Volume or quality? The answer was both. His communicator buzzed. Suchinga. First round of the cycle tournament is over. 5 wins, no losses. Ranked first. The corner of Wang Feng's mouth twitched. He replied with 4 words, as expected. Su Qing's response came 3 seconds later. Second round elimination matches tomorrow. Opponent is the Liang family's legitimate son, Wang Realm second stage. Wang Realm second stage. Wang Feng had just killed a Wang Realm second stage flying serpent. 11 seconds. Of course, humans and aberrant beasts were different. Humans had martial techniques, tactics, and brains. But Suchinga had those too, and her brain was sharper than most. Easy. Wang Feng replied with 1 word. He paused for 2 seconds, then typed another line. Wang Realm's second stage is nothing. If anyone else said that, it would be bragging. When he said it, it was from experience. Verified firsthand half an hour ago. Su Qing's reply was just 1 punctuation mark. A period. Wang Feng translated, don't teach me how to fight. Fine. He wouldn't. He put away his communicator. It was almost dark. The red dots on the thermal scan were dwindling. The opposite side of the rift valley fell quiet. The shift change troops arrived. Zhao Taizhu handed over command. On the way back to the barracks, Zhao Taizhu walked beside him. What do you think about tomorrow? What about it? That aberrant beast. The scout team's data has been submitted. Commander Su will definitely make a plan. Either send an expert to fight it or find a way to pacify it. Wang Feng didn't answer. He wasn't thinking about fighting or pacifying. He was thinking about the silkworm's reaction. That aberrant beast resonated with the silkworm on a bloodline level. The silkworm had sent a signal saying, "Hello, fellow kind," and the other side replied, "Get lost." But beneath that "get lost" was sadness. An ancient bloodline aberrant beast alone for who knew how long. The silkworm was also an ancient bloodline. Two of a kind. One newborn. The other who knew how many years old. If the silkworm could establish some connection with it. He didn't dare think too far ahead. Back at the barracks. He drew the curtain. The silkworm bounced from the back of his neck onto the pillow. Its antennae were still slightly raised, pointing north. Still sensing it. The silkworm didn't chirp. Its black beady eyes stared at him. Wang Feng poured out the cores from his storage ring. The Wang Realm's second stage flying serpent core gray-white with dark gold patterns. Eat the small ones first. The silkworm didn't listen. It shoved its head straight toward the biggest core. Wang Feng stopped it. Last time digesting that peak core took you 12 hours. This one's Wang Realm. Are you sure your stomach can handle it? The silkworm's 4 little legs kicked furiously. Yes. Absolutely yes. Its mouth was already open. Your eating habits are exactly like that orange cat I had in my past life. Wang Feng sighed. He handed it over. The silkworm opened its mouth. The golden pattern spun. The core was sucked in bit by bit. 15 seconds. Swallowed whole. The silkworm's body glowed. The golden light was even brighter than when it ate the peak core last time. Its 4 little legs dangled in the air. Its belly swelled into a ball. Ding! Heavenly Fate Dragon Silkworm completes its 17th devouring. Ding! High-level core detected. Wang Realm second stage. Ding! Special enhancement triggered. Ding! Comprehensive attribute enhancement gained. Martial energy affinity. Host's martial energy circulation efficiency increased by 15%. Martial energy consumption reduced by 8%. Wang Feng's eyes lit up. 15% more efficiency. 8% less consumption. That meant all his martial energy techniques, Lai Kong Lai Di 3-hit combo Duan Chun, would deal more damage and cost less. With the same budget, he could fire more rounds. What a poor man needed most was to save money. The silkworm's golden light lasted 2 minutes. Then it flopped onto the pillow with a thud. Ding! Heavenly Fate Dragon Silkworm enters deep digestion phase. Estimated duration 8 hours. 8 hours. Shorter than last time's 12. Its digestive ability was improving. Wang Feng placed the silkworm back on the back of his neck. The communicator buzzed again. Zhao Taizhu. Just received orders from command headquarters. Tomorrow the entire line will be raised to 2nd level combat readiness. An extra company each for the western and central sections. Also, the message paused for 2 seconds. Commander Su is personally leading a team into the northern side of the Rift Valley. Wang Feng's finger froze on the screen. Su Qingfeng, personally entering the Rift Valley. Imperial Realm. Going to meet a Wang Realm mid-stage aberrant beast. Next message. You're on the scout team roster. Same as before. Assembly at 4 in the morning. Wang Feng held the communicator. The silkworm shrank back on his neck. Its antennae tilted another degree northward. The emotion transmitted through the bloodline resonance had changed. Not resonance. It was anticipation. At 4 in the morning. When Wang Feng arrived at the assembly point, Su Qingfeng was already standing there. He wasn't wearing his commander's formal attire. Instead, he was clad in dark battle armor with a narrow-bladed long sword hanging at his waist. No cape, no epaulets. From behind, he looked just like any ordinary veteran soldier. But from the front, the very air around him felt wrong. The aura of a peak marquee realm cultivator didn't need to be deliberately released. Just by standing there, the frozen ground within 10 meters was drier than anywhere else. The moisture in the air evaporated spontaneously around him. Nascent domain. The hallmark ability of the marquee realm. It formed a semi-autonomous force field around the user. No need to activate it actively, how it took effect passively. In gaming terms, it was called an aura, the kind that gave you a passive buff just by standing near it. Wang Feng felt the edge of that force field. It was like an invisible wall. Gentle, yet irresistible. He was currently at the 2nd tier of the King Realm. Before a marquee realm cultivator, he was like an ant gazing at an elephant. The rest of the search team arrived one by one. It was still the same adjutant leading the group. Including Zhao Tieju the bald veteran, and Wang Feng, there were 12 people in total. But the atmosphere this time was completely different. Last time they entered the rift, everyone's expression was tense. This time, it was relaxed. Because they had the boss with them. In his past life, Wang Feng had learned a simple truth from working when the boss personally got involved in a project. Your only job was to not screw things up. Su Qingfeng swept his gaze over everyone. His eyes lingered on Wang Feng for half a second. Is your bug awake? It's awake. The silkworm on the back of his neck kicked its legs. Its antennae pointed north, full of energy. Su Qingfeng gave a slight nod. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the rift. The 12 of them followed. Wang Feng walked in the middle of the formation. Zhao Taizhu was on his right, carrying a chainsaw sword on his shoulder. Are you nervous? Zhao Taizhu lowered his voice. Not nervous. I'm nervous. What are you nervous about? Commander Su is in front. You're basically here on a sightseeing trip. Zhao Taizhu thought about it. It was true. With a peak Marquis Realm commander personally leading the team, the only real use for King Realm cultivators like them following along was to help carry the bodies. But Wang Feng's inner thoughts were on a completely different wavelength from Zhao Taizhu's. Watching Su Qingfeng's back, only one thought occupied his mind. A big shot. A massive big shot. A colossal big shot. A peak Marquis Realm cultivator fighting King Realm beasts was no different from him fighting a third-tier King Realm opponent. 1/1 kill. Hell, 1/ could take down a whole group. After these beasts died, the cores went to the military. But the blood essence points belonged to him. The system only recognized kills he made with his own hand. So his task was simple. Follow behind Su Qingfeng. Wait for Su Qingfeng to cripple the beasts. Then he would rush in and deliver the final blow. In his past life gaming days, what was this move called? Kill stealing. The support dealt 3,000 damage, and the ADC just auto-attacked once to finish it off. Then the system would pop up, you killed. The support would curse. The ADC would play dead. Classic. But now the support was a peak Marquis Realm cultivator. And he was also his future brother-in-law. A brother-in-law helping his sister's man level up. It was only natural. The corners of Wang Feng's mouth curled up slightly, down into the rift. The same route as last time. Narrow passages, black rock walls, dark red moss. But this time Su Qingfeng was at the front. His nascent domain automatically expanded. Within a 10-meter radius, the air temperature rose by 3 or 4 degrees. The moss on the rock walls trembled slightly. Even the rocks seemed afraid of him. They walked for 5 minutes. The first group of beasts appeared. Over 20 dark rock lizards ranging from the 3rd to 5th tier of the King Realm. They crouched in the crevices on both sides of the passage. When the last search team entered, the bottom of the rift had been empty. Now, the intensity of the beast tide's cleansing was still increasing. More and more beasts were being driven out. Even the main passage of the rift was packed full. Over 20 lizards spotted the humans. They opened their mouths in unison, corrosive liquid ready to spray. Su Qingfeng didn't stop. He didn't even draw his sword. He just raised his right hand slightly. Domain suppression. Over 20 King Realm lizards collapsed simultaneously. Their forelegs couldn't support them. Their bellies hit the ground. Their mouths snapped shut. The corrosive liquid was forcibly swallowed back down. The suppression of a Marquis Realm over a King Realm was physical. It wasn't just intimidation. It directly made their muscles disobey their brains. Su Qingfeng walked past them. He didn't even glance their way. It was like passing by a swarm of ants. Wang Feng followed behind. When he passed those lizards, they were still lying flat. The after effect of the domain suppression lingered. It would last at least a dozen seconds. A dozen seconds was enough. Wang Feng drew his blade. Ding! Blood essence points 300. Ding! Blood essence points 300. Ding! Blood essence points 400. 1/1 kill. Lizards that couldn't move were no different from fish on a chopping board. Zhao Taizhu watched from behind. You! What are you doing? Cleaning up the battlefield. Commander Su walks past and doesn't bother. Someone has to tidy up, right? Zhao Taizhu's mouth twitched. Tidying up? You call that tidying up? You're finishing them off. Mooching experience. Freeloading. But he didn't say it out loud. Because he was also slashing. The bald veteran was slashing too. But what they killed belonged to the military. What Wang Feng killed went to his own panel. 23 lizards. Wang Feng had stolen 15. Zhao Taizhu and the bald veteran split the remaining 8. Ding! Current blood essence points 28900. An influx of 5,700. 5 minutes into the operation. At this rate, Wang Feng mentally tagged Su Qingfeng with a label, Mobile Experience Point Dispenser. They continued walking. The second group of beasts appeared 8 minutes later. Over 30 mixed beasts. Lizards, horned bristle oxen, and ironback bears. Ranging from the 4th to 6th tier of the King Realm. 2 of the ironback bears were at the peak of the King Realm. This time, Su Qingfeng drew his sword. Not because these beasts posed a threat to him, but because the passage was narrow and the coverage of his domain suppression wasn't sufficient. The 2 peak ironback bears were at the very back and weren't fully suppressed. The sound of the narrow-bladed long sword leaving its scabbard was very soft. Then, a flash of blade light. No, sword light. A strand of sword chi as thin as a hair shot out from the tip of Su Qingfeng's sword. It pierced through the entire beast horde. There was no explosion. No shockwave. There wasn't even a sound. Just a line. A line that ran from front to back, piercing through over 30 beasts. 2 seconds later, the lizards and horned bristle oxen in the front row fell to the ground in unison. A wound as thin as a thread appeared on their bodies. But they weren't dead. Precise damage control. Su Qingfeng's sword chi had only taken 90% of their health. He left them with a sliver of life. The two Peak King Realm Ironback bears at the back had their chests pierced through by the sword chi. They died instantly. Those two were too strong to leave alive. A single sword strike couldn't precisely control damage against targets of different levels. But the rest, over 30 critically wounded beasts, lay neatly on the ground twitching, like hot-pot meat slices arranged perfectly on a plate, waiting for someone to pick them up with chopsticks. Wang Feng's eyes lit up. This wasn't just a big shot. This was an aircraft carrier. He was just a sparrow on the carrier's deck. But even a sparrow had to eat. Charge! Wang Feng pushed his speed to the max, activating the Ghost Shadow Step with all his might. His figure darted through the horde of critically wounded beasts. 1/1 kill. 1/1 kill. 1/1 kill. Ding! Blood essence points 400. Ding! Blood essence points 500. Ding! Blood essence points 400. Ding! Blood essence points 600. The notification sounds rang out in a flurry, just like grabbing red envelopes on a phone in his past life. Zhao Taizhu chased behind him, brandishing his chainsaw sword. Wait for me, damn it. Save a few for me. First come, first served. Wang Fengyu. The bald veteran was even slower. By the time he reached them, everything was already finished. Not a single one left. A matter of hand speed. Wang Feng flicked the blood off his blade. In his past life, gaming days, last hitting was all about hand speed. The reaction speed had honed from 30 years of mouse and keyboard use was called invisible hands in internet cafes. Now in the Rift, it was called invisible blade. Su Qingfeng turned his head and glanced back from the front. His gaze swept over Wang Feng. Silence prevailed. Yet the corner of his mouth seemed to twitch slightly. It appeared as though he smiled. Wang Feng was unsure if it was merely an illusion. 41,500. 3-tier requires 30,000. It's sufficient. Moreover, there remains 11,005. The commotion of a breakthrough cannot be suppressed. Additionally, there are still enemies to kill ahead. Why halt the process of earning to spend money? Let the bullets fly for a while. Continue following Su Qingfeng deeper into the area. In the next half hour, 2 groups of exotic beasts appeared. Over 40 of them. Su Qingfeng's maneuvers became increasingly adept. He seemed to have grasped the feel for precise damage control. Each group of exotic beasts swept by his sword energy was left in a state of near death. They lay neatly like products waiting for quality inspection on an assembly line. Wang Feng was responsible for the quality inspection. His method was, 1 strike to scrap. Zhao Taizhu could no longer contain himself. Commander Su, can't you just finish them off without leaving a breath? Why not kill them directly? Su Qingfeng turned around. What is it? Zhao Taizhu pointed at Wang Feng. He's taking all the kills. All the weakened monsters are being claimed by him. Neither I nor Old Baldy can get any. Su Qingfeng glanced at Wang Feng. Wang Feng's expression was quite innocent. Su Qingfeng said, then you should run faster. Zhao Tiezhu. Is this what Commander Su would say? Isn't this favoritism? Wang Feng silently praised Su Qingfeng in his heart. Big brother-in-law is indeed a big brother-in-law. He knows how to help his brother-in-law level up. Ding. Current vitality points 56,800. 56,800. Already enough to break through to the 3rd tier. It even suffices for the 4th tier's 40,000. But not enough to break through twice at once. Keep accumulating. The deeper the team ventured, the wider the passage became. The claw marks on the rock walls grew denser. The vague scent in the air intensified. Then, the exotic beasts vanished. Just like when the previous search team entered. After reaching a certain critical point, all the exotic beasts disappeared. Because ahead lay the core territory of the Beast King. Even the driven-away beasts dared not run in this direction. They would rather tear through the cliffs to attack the human defense line than approach the Lord. Su Qingfeng halted his steps. At this moment, the embryonic form of his domain underwent a noticeable change. It transformed from passive operation to active expansion. The range expanded from 10 meters to 30 meters, enveloping the entire team. From here on, everyone enter the range of my domain. Do not step outside. The 12 individuals automatically gathered. Wang Feng stood 2 steps behind Su Qingfeng's left. The silkworm's tentacles stood completely erect. The golden pattern spun at an unprecedented frequency. Through the resonance of bloodlines came emotions, anticipation, urgency, and a faint, indescribable sense of familiarity. Like having drifted in a foreign land for 10 years only to suddenly hear someone speaking in your native dialect. 300 meters ahead. The enhanced spiritual sense locked onto that familiar aura. It was still there, not gone. The ground began to tremble. Every 3 seconds. A rhythm like a heartbeat. Identical to the last time. Su Qingfeng's pace remained unchanged. Neither fast nor slow. The embryonic form of his domain steadily pushed everyone forward. 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters. Dark red light illuminated the darkness. 2 vertical pupils. Brighter than last time. The Beast King spotted them. This time it did not release its beastly aura, because it sensed Su Qingfeng's domain. Peak of the Howl realm against Mid-Wang realm. They were not of the same level. It knew it couldn't win, but it did not flee. It crouched at the fork in the path, its 12-meter-long body curled up. The dark red bone armor shimmered in the faint light reflected from the cave ceiling. There were several old scars on the armor at its shoulders and neck. They were deep. They did not appear to be from battles, more like ones it had inflicted on itself. Wang Feng's spiritual sense frantically conveyed information. This Beast King's condition was unusual. The fluctuation in its aura was weaker than last time. The dark red sheen on its body had also dimmed. It seemed to be weakening. Su Qingfeng stopped at 80 meters. His gaze fell upon the Beast King. He fell silent for 3 seconds. This is not an ordinary Beast King, he said, his voice low but clear to everyone within the domain. This is a descendant of the ancient exotic species, the kind with bloodline degeneration. But the foundation is still there. The ancient exotic species. The silkworm is a divine beast from ancient times, the destiny dragon silkworm. This Beast King also possessed an ancient bloodline. There was indeed a connection between the two. The silkworm kicked its hind legs on the back of its neck. Its tentacles reached forward. The golden pulse emitted once more, every 3 seconds, synchronized with the Beast King's heartbeat. The dark red vertical pupils stared at the silkworm. This time, there was no rollback. It remained silent for 5 seconds. A dark red pulse returned, much weaker than last time. The emotion was no longer anger. It was exhaustion. Extreme, nearly unbearable exhaustion. The silkworm's tentacles drooped slightly, then stood back up. The pulse frequency quickened, as if it was trying to convey something. Wang Feng translated through blood resonance. Don't be afraid. I'm here. The meaning of those 4 words emanated from a worm no longer than a finger. Opposite was a 12-meter-long giant Beast King. The scene was exceedingly absurd. Like a kitten just a month old running up to a tiger saying, "I've got your back." But the Beast King's dark red vertical pupils blinked. Slowly, the pupils transformed from vertical to round. Wang Feng did not understand what the change in the beast's pupils meant. But Su Qingfeng did. He released his grip from the sword hilt. "It has lowered its guard," Su Qingfeng said. Just as his words fell, the Beast King moved, not to attack. It slowly unfolded its curled body and stood up. After rising, its 12-meter-long body stood at a height of 7 meters. Its 4 legs were as thick as pillars. Dark red bone armor covered 80% of its body. The 2 curved horns on its head traced arcs in the darkness. But what drew the most attention was its abdomen. A crack split the bone armor. Something inside was glowing. Dark red, faint, flashing intermittently, synchronized with the heartbeat. Every 3 seconds, the silkworm's tentacles suddenly stiffened. The golden patterns instantly covered its entire body. Its 4 short legs propped up. Its mouth opened, emitting a sound Wang Feng had never heard before. It was not a chirp. It was a long cry. A sharp, penetrating golden sound wave exploded from within it. The sound wave did not cause pain as it passed through Wang Feng's eardrum. But as it crossed the rock wall, the surface of the stone displayed fine cracks. The gap in the Beast King's abdomen lit up. The dark red light pulsated violently under the impact of the sound wave. Then returned a beam of light. A dark red beam shot out from the Beast King's abdomen, thin as a hair, aimed at the silkworm. The silkworm did not evade. The golden patterns fully activated. The light beam struck it. Wang Feng's bloodline resonance was pulled to its limit in that instant. He felt a completely unfamiliar torrent of information surging from the silkworm. It was not an emotion. It was a memory, fragmented, vague, resembling an old, worn-out videotape. When the gorge was not yet a gorge, a vast expanse of dense forest. Countless exotic beasts raced through it. Enormous figures soared in the sky. A dragon silkworm, not the size of the silkworm. It was mountain-sized. Golden scales covered its entire body. 6 legs, each as thick as a city wall. Beside it was a dark red creature, much smaller in size, but its form was identical to the Beast King before them. Kin from ancient times. The image flickered for only 2 seconds before vanishing. Wang Feng's head buzzed. The silkworm nestled back onto the nape of his neck. Its tentacles softened. The golden patterns dimmed. It was exhausted, yet its small black eyes still fixed on the Beast King. The Beast King was also looking at it. The weariness in its dark red vertical pupils remained. But beneath it there was an additional layer. It was no longer sorrow. It was a plea. Su Qingfeng stepped forward. His gaze fell on the glowing crack in the Beast King's abdomen. He observed for 5 seconds, then turned to Wang Feng. "There is something in its abdomen." Su Qingfeng's voice was very low. "It's not a wound. It is an egg." Wang Feng was taken aback. "An egg? An egg of an ancient exotic species," Su Qingfeng said. "It has been guarding it for an unknown duration. Guarding until it began to weaken. Guarding until its emotions ran amok. Guarding until it drove away all the creatures in the gorge." It was not clearing the area. It was creating an absolutely safe environment for the egg. A mother beast alone protecting an unhatched egg. Wang Feng glanced down at the silkworm. The silkworm's tentacles pointed towards the beast king's abdomen, pointing at that egg. The emotion conveyed through blood resonance was reduced to just one. Kin. That egg was also kin. The beast king's dark red vertical pupils shifted from the silkworm to Wang Feng's face. It opened its mouth. A humming sound. A low resonant sound resembling stone rubbing. This time the rhythm was slower, more deliberate, as if it were using its last strength to form words. 3 syllables. Wang Feng could not understand. But the silkworm understood. The silkworm suddenly sprang up from the nape of its neck. Its 4 short legs stiffened. Its tentacles reached forward. Wang Feng received the translation through blood resonance. 3 syllables. Entrust you. Entrusted to you. 3 syllables. Translated by the silkworm. Wang Feng stood still. 3 threads were running simultaneously in his mind. First thread, a beast at the midstage of the king realm wanted to entrust its egg to him. Second thread, this egg was the ovum of an ancient exotic species. Third thread, his current pet slot was already occupied by a worm with an astonishing appetite. If he took another one, could he afford to raise it? There was a saying from his past life, act within your means. But the silkworm gave him no time to weigh his options. Its 4 tiny legs sprang from the nape of his neck and landed directly on his shoulder. Its antennae stiffened, pointing toward the beast. Golden pulses surged out wildly. Through the blood resonance, Wang Feng translated what the silkworm was saying. Okay, got it. Leave it to us. 3 consecutive promises. 1 per second. Faster than customer service replies. Wait. Wang Feng reached out to stop it. You accepted for me. Did I agree? The silkworm turned its head to glance at him. The expression in its black bean-like eyes translated to, do you even have the right to disagree? Wang Feng choked. The beast's dark red vertical pupils fixed on him. The exhaustion in its gaze was so dense it seemed ready to spill over. It let out another hum. The silkworm translated, time is running out. Wang Feng looked at Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng stood 5 meters away. The embryonic domain of a marquee realm peak enveloped everyone. His gaze fell on the glowing fissure on the beast's abdomen. It's decaying, Su Qingfeng said. His voice was flat. The bloodline concentration of this ancient exotic descendant is insufficient to sustain the prolonged operation of king realm cultivation. It has been using its own vitality to maintain the incubation temperature of that egg. It has endured for a very long time. How long? No one knew. It might have been years. It might have been decades. A mother beast alone guarding the depths of the Rift Valley, using her own life as an incubator. Wang Feng recalled a documentary he had seen in his past life. A father penguin standing in the Antarctic blizzard for 2 months just to hatch an egg. At the time, he thought penguins were impressive. But the creature before him had been burning its king realm cultivation as fuel for who knew how many years. That was hundreds of magnitudes more intense than a penguin. He'll take it. Wang Feng spoke. Zhao Taizhu was stunned behind him. The bald veteran was also stunned. The beast's vertical pupils brightened for an instant. It slowly lowered its head. Its 12-meter-long body curled, turning its abdomen toward Wang Feng. The gap in its cracked bone armor widened. A mass of dark red light floated out from the fissure. It wasn't light. It was an egg, the size of a fist, much smaller than Wang Feng had anticipated. Its surface was covered with a translucent dark red membrane. Beneath the membrane, faint patterns could be seen flowing, like blood vessels or a golden meridian map. The egg floated in midair, very light, as if unaffected by gravity. The silkworm's antennae reached toward the egg. The moment they touched, the egg's surface lit up. Gold and dark red flickered simultaneously. Then they merged into a color beyond description. Gee! The silkworm let out that long cry. But this time it wasn't broadcasting outward. It was directed at the egg. From within the egg came an extremely faint response. Not a sound, a vibration. Like a heartbeat. 1 beat. 2 beats. The silkworm's 4 tiny legs stopped. It lay down, its antennae draped over the egg in a posture as if embracing it. A worm the length of a finger, holding an egg the size of a fist. The proportions were completely off, yet the scene was inexplicably harmonious. The beast's dark red vertical pupils watched this sight. Then, they closed. Not a blink. A closure. Its massive body slowly collapsed. A 12-meter-long dark red form fell onto the rubble at the bottom of the Rift Valley. There was no sound. Like a mountain silently crumbling. The light on its bone armor extinguished. Its aura dissipated. A midstage king realm beast. In the moment it handed over the egg, it completely lost its life force. The Rift Valley fell silent for 3 seconds. That oppressive teeth-grinding odor also faded, replaced by a cool mineral scent. Ding! Detected special item, ancient exotic species vermilion scale beast egg. Ding! This item has a bloodline connection with the celestial destiny dragon silkworm. Proceed with symbiotic incubation by the celestial destiny dragon silkworm. Symbiotic incubation. Wang Feng stared at the prompt. Yes. Ding. Symbiotic incubation initiated. Estimated incubation duration unknown. During incubation, the celestial destiny dragon silkworm will enter a semi-hibernation state, and its devour core ability will be temporarily reduced by 50%. Devour ability reduced by half. That meant the silkworm could only absorb half the amount from cores from now on. Wang Feng's heart ached for a second. Then he looked at the silkworm. The silkworm lay on the egg, antennae resting on the shell, its black bean-like eyes half open, half closed. Golden patterns flowed slowly. A worm and an egg, like a hen and her chick. No, more like an older sister and a younger sister. Forget it. No metaphor was quite right. The emotion transmitted through the blood resonance from the silkworm was only one thing. Peace. An unprecedented peace. Wang Feng stuffed the egg and the silkworm together into the independent space of his storage ring. The silkworm didn't resist. It curled up with the egg and went inside. Zhao Taizhu leaned in, lowering his voice. That's an egg. Whose egg? It's... Wang Feng pointed at the beast's corpse on the ground. Zhao Taizhu looked at the 12-meter-long corpse, then at the storage ring on Wang Feng's waist. You just took it in. Is this adoption? Or surrogacy? Adoption. Zhao Tai's expression was complicated. His mouth opened twice, but nothing meaningful came out. Su Qingfeng walked over to the beast's corpse. He crouched down, pressing his palm against its neck. The core is still here, Su Qingfeng said. A Midstage King Realm beast core. Contains residual bloodline of the ancient exotic species. He stood up, looking at Wang Feng. Do you want this core? Wang Feng looked at the beast's corpse. It had entrusted its egg to him. Now Su Qingfeng was asking if he wanted to dig out its core. This scenario, how to put it? It was a bit like an elderly person entrusting their child to you, and then you rifling through their wallet. No, Wang Feng said 2 words. Su Qingfeng looked at him for 3 seconds. He nodded. Leave it. Su Qingfeng turned around. It guarded this egg for who knows how many years. Let it rest in peace. The adjutant walked over. Commander, the mission objective is confirmed. The abnormal beast tide was caused by this beast clearing the area to protect its egg. The beast is dead. The subsequent beast tide should gradually weaken. Su Qingfeng nodded. One more thing. The adjutant glanced at Wang Feng. That egg belongs to him, Su Qingfeng said. The adjutant opened his mouth. It chose him. Su Qingfeng walked back. We didn't take it by force. If you're not satisfied next time you negotiate with a King Realm beast. The adjutant shut up. The search team began to withdraw, returning via the same route. The main passage of the Rift Valley. The corpses of the aberrant beasts they had fought through on the way and were still there. The blood had already congealed. But on the way back, no new aberrant beasts appeared. Not a single one. The beast was dead. That oppressive aura that had driven away all creatures was gone. The depths of the Rift Valley returned to a normal ecological balance. From now on, fewer aberrant beasts would charge the defense line. The beast tide season might end early. Wang Feng walked in the middle of the formation. His mind was calculating today's gains. From entering the Rift Valley until now, the general realm aberrant beasts he had finished off while following Su Qingfeng. Plus the King Realm flying serpent he had killed on the cliff top earlier. Total blood energy points 56800. Third tier 30000. Fourth tier 40000. 2 breakthroughs 70000. Not enough. Short by 13200. But he wasn't worried. He had already obtained the egg. The silkworm had entered semi-hibernation. In the coming days, killing a few more would make up the difference. The transport vehicle was waiting on the cliff top of the Rift Valley. As they climbed the passage, Zhao Taizhu sidled over again. What will hatch from that egg? I don't know. Something like that worm of yours, eh? Maybe. Maybe not. Raising one worm is already a handful. Adding another. Zhao Taizhu sucked in a breath. Do you know what it means to raise 2 kids? Old man Zhang next door in my hometown kept 2 dogs and ended up pouring his entire pension into them. I don't rely on a pension. You rely on cores. Cores are more expensive than a pension. Wang Feng didn't argue. Zhao Taizhu was right. The silkworm's food expenses at market rates were more expensive than raising 3 golden retrievers in Beijing in his past life. Adding another mouth. His motivation for grinding instantly doubled. They climbed to the cliff top, boarded the vehicle. The transport truck jolted over the frozen dirt road. The aurora shifted colors across the sky, green and purple alternating. Wang Feng leaned against the carriage wall, eyes closed, pretending to rest. But he was actually looking at the system panel. Blood energy points 56800. King Realm 3rd tier breakthrough cost 3000. Deducting that left 26800. 4th tier 4000. Not enough. But he could break through to 3rd tier first. The problem remained, where to do it. Definitely not on the transport vehicle. Find a secluded spot back at the barracks. Others in the carriage also had their eyes closed. Zhao Taiju was snoring. The bald veteran's head was nodding. The adjutant sat expressionless, but his fingertips trembled slightly. With a marquee realm peak at the front, he hadn't been idle at the back either. Maintaining formation, coordinating the retreat, always ready to fill in. Mental exhaustion was no less than physical fatigue. The communicator buzzed. Chen Beiwang. Heard the beast is dead. The speed of information spread had broken records again. They were still on the vehicle, and the news had already reached the infirmary. How far does your intelligence network actually reach? Wang Feng replied. Never mind that. What about the beast's egg? Wang Feng stared at the screen. He thought for half a second. It's with me. The other side was silent for 10 seconds. An ancient exotic species egg. Do you know what this means? 2 mouths to feed. Chen Beiwang was silent for another 3 seconds. I'm being serious. In the entire empire's records, ancient exotic species eggs have appeared only 4 times. Each time it triggered a scramble among at least 3 factions. The most recent was 80 years ago. The Empire, the Demon Domain, and forces from the Abyssal Pit fought a war. 2 sage realms died. 2 sage realms died. For an egg. A chill ran down Wang Feng's nape. Not from the silkworm. The silkworm was in the storage ring hugging the egg in semi-hibernation. It was pure crisis awareness. So, Wang Feng typed. I'm carrying a golden bowl in a den of thieves, eh? Pretty much. But there's good news. What? Su Qingfeng won't let the news leak. The northern frontier is his territory. The search team is under his command. As long as he suppresses it, no external forces will know in the short term. Short term. The key word was short term. And in the long term, you have to get strong on your own. Chen Beiwang sent the last message. Strong enough that no one dares to take it. Wang Feng put away the communicator. The vehicle arrived at Aurora City. He didn't go to the command headquarters to report. That was the adjutant's job. He headed straight for the barracks. Closed the door. Pulled the curtain. 3rd tier. System break through to King Realm 3rd tier. Ding. Consumed 300 blood energy points. Breakthrough to King Realm 3rd tier successful. Current blood energy points 26800. Ganshi erupted. More intense than the breakthrough to 2nd tier, but also faster. His meridians had already been tempered repeatedly. Sufficient carrying capacity. 15 seconds. Complete. The density of 3rd tier Ganshi was another layer thicker than 2nd tier, like upgrading from single pane glass to double glazed. External suppression display, General Realm 3rd tier. Unchanged. From 2nd tier to 3rd tier, the external display remained General Realm 3rd tier, because the silkworm's aura concealment passive was still active, but the silkworm was now in semi-hibernation. The effect of aura concealment, he tested it. Still there, but slightly weaker. At rest, the external display changed from General Realm 2nd tier to General Realm 3rd tier. Not much difference, but if he went all out, the peak of leaking Ganshi would be harder to suppress. He'd need to control it carefully. Remaining 26800. 4th tier required 40000. Short by 13200. Again short by over 10,000. The King Realm's consumption was truly a bottomless pit. The communicator buzzed. Suqinga, I heard about the Rift Valley. The egg is with you. 3rd level propagation. Su Qingfeng Suqinga. Skipping the middlemen. Yes. What species? The system calls it a vermilion scale beast. Ancient exotic species. A 5-second pause. Do you know how precious an ancient exotic species egg is, eh? Just got a lecture from Senior Chun. As precious as 2 sage realms dying for it. Another 3-second pause. Protect it well. Don't let outsiders know. Understood. Wang Feng hesitated. He typed a line. How did the 2nd round of the selection tournament go? Su Qing's reply was quick. Finished. 1. 3 moves. The Liang family's direct heir at King Realm 2nd tier. 3 moves. Wang Feng recalled that killing the King Realm 2nd tier flying serpent had taken him 11 seconds. Suqinga took 3 moves. Though a person and a snake couldn't be directly compared. But the number 3 indicated Suqinga had firmly established herself in the King Realm. Congratulations. My next opponent is at King Realm 3rd tier. King Realm 3rd tier. He was now also 3rd tier. This coincidence made the corner of his mouth twitch. Need a sparring partner. He regretted typing those 4 words immediately. A private ranked as General Realm 3rd tier, offering to spar with a King Realm contestant. No matter how you looked at it, it sounded like asking for a beating. Su Qing's reply came after 8 seconds. You'll spar with me? Just a suggestion. Pure suggestion. Forget I said anything. No. Suqinga sent 1 word. Paused for 3 seconds. You're right. When I return to the northern frontier. Well, spar once. Wang Feng stared at this line. Suqinga said she would practice once when she returned to the northern territory. Wang Feng stared at the words for 3 seconds, a scene from last time, when his face was swollen from her beating flashing in his mind. At that time, he was at the 8th level of the Wang realm. Now he is at the 3rd level. The gap has narrowed, but she has also broken through to the Wang realm. The meaning of practicing once most likely means he will still be beaten. But this time he shouldn't end up with a swollen face like a bun. At most it will be like a steamed bun. Progress. He put away the communicator and released the silkworm and the egg from his storage ring. The silkworm lay on the egg in a semi-hibernating state, breathing very slowly. Golden patterns flowed slowly over its body while also covering the dark red eggshell. The patterns on the eggshell were also moving synchronized with the golden patterns of the silkworm. Every 3 seconds, like 2 hearts locked to the same frequency, Wang Feng reached out and touched the eggshell. It was warm 2 or 3 degrees higher than body temperature. The silkworm was using its own energy to maintain the hatching temperature of the egg. This task was similar to what that monster did. The difference was that the monster used its Wang realm cultivation as fuel, while the silkworm used its devouring ability as the cost. One sacrificed its life, the other sacrificed its stomach. 2 kinds of maternal love. Although the silkworm might not necessarily be female. Chirp. The silkworm did not open its eyes, but let out a very soft hum. It was as if it was talking in its sleep. Wang Feng put them back into the storage ring. He sat on the army bed and calculated. Blood points 26,800. Cost for breaking through to the 4th level of the Wang realm, 40,000. Shortfall 13,200. The silkworm's devouring ability has decreased by 50%. It used to be able to consume 5 cores at a time, but now it can only eat 2 or 3. The evolution speed has halved, but cores still need to be collected. The silkworm continues to eat, just more slowly. The hatching of the egg might also require core energy. 2 mouths. Wang Feng counted his daily expenses on his fingers. The silkworm needs to eat at least 2 Wang realm cores every day. Market price 5,000 to 10,000 dragon coins. The hatching of the egg, unknown, but it is highly likely to be expensive. An ancient exotic egg, can you fool it with ordinary cores? Plus the expenses for his own breakthrough. 4,000 for the 4th level, 5,000 for the 5th level, possibly 6,000 for the 6th level. In his past life, raising a child was like a money-burning machine. He was raising 2, double the money burning. And these 2 children were one a worm and one an egg. He couldn't even take childhood photos. Wang Feng lay down staring at the ceiling. He needed to make money. He must make money. Wherever there are exotic beasts, he must be there. The next day, 5 o'clock in the morning. It was still dark. Wang Feng was already standing at the top of the midsection cliff. Zhao Taiju rubbed his eyes and crawled out from the works. Aren't you on duty today? Overtime. Soldiers don't get overtime pay. I don't want money. I want cores. Zhao Taiju was taken aback. You need cores? 2 mouths. Zhao Taiju recalled the egg from yesterday. He looked at the back of Wang Feng's neck. The silkworm was curled up there in a semi-hibernating state. He glanced at the storage ring around Wang Feng's waist. The egg was inside. So you're now a single dad. Shut up. 1 worm, 1 egg. Cross-species parenting. You could be on the Empire's TV variety show Where's Daddy? I said shut up. The heat source scan was initiated. Across the ravine, the red dots had indeed decreased. After the exotic beast died, the displaced exotic beasts were gradually returning. The frequency of assaults on the defense line had halved. But even halved, there were still quite a few. The first wave. 8 dark rock lizards. Wang realm 3rd level. Climbing up the cliff sporadically. Like employees arriving late for work looking very unwilling. Wang Feng jumped down. 1 minute. 8 of them. Ding. Blood points 3,008. 2,400 gained. Too little. Too little. The 3rd level of the Wang realm is too cheap. He needed the big ones. Wang Feng squatted at the top of the cliff. Like a lady in the market waiting for the price of large shrimp to rise. After waiting for 20 minutes, the second wave. 15 mixed types. Wang realm 4th to 6th level. Much better. Cleared in 4 minutes. Ding. Current blood points 34,200. Gained 7,004. Not enough. Far from enough. The density of exotic beasts in the midsection was decreasing and efficiency followed suit. Wang Feng made a decision. Squad leader, I apply to go to the west section for support. West section. Zhao Taiju chewed on a grass stick looking at him. The midsection is too quiet. The density of exotic beasts in the west section is higher than here. You want to run to the west section to kill. Support. Just say you want to kill. Support type killing. Zhao Taizu's temples twitched twice. He'll coordinate for you. But you need to build a good relationship with the squad leader in the west section. Those people aren't as easy to talk to as I am. Half an hour later. Transport vehicle. The journey from the midsection to the west section takes 40 minutes. Wang Feng was munching on compressed biscuits in the car. He released the silkworm and the egg. The silkworm was half asleep, half awake. Its tentacles rested on the eggshell. The golden patterns spun in sync. Wang Feng took out a 4th-level Wang Realm core from his storage ring. He held it to the silkworm's mouth. The silkworm's nose twitched. Its eyes did not open. Its mouth opened automatically. The core was sucked in. The devouring speed was half as slow as before. Ding! The Destiny Dragon Silkworm completed its 18th devour. Attribute Enhancement acquired temperature regulation. The host's adaptability to extreme temperature environments increased by 10%. Temperature regulation. Stacking with the previous cold resistance enhancement. In the Northern Territories environment of -40 degrees, he felt about -10 degrees. Bearable. He took out another one of 5th-level Wang Realm core. The silkworm chewed for a long time before swallowing. Then, it lay down and stopped moving. Ding! The Destiny Dragon Silkworm has entered the digestion period. Estimated duration 6 hours. 2 cores were enough. Previously 5 were needed to be full. The 50% reduction in devouring ability was not just talk. Wang Feng put them back into his storage ring. Upon arriving in the west section, the defense line, there was 3 times livelier than the midsection. The top of the cliff was crowded with people. The works were densely built. The heat source skin showed red dots everywhere. The squad leader of the west section was a black-faced man in his 40s. Wang Realm 7th level. Seeing Wang Feng's coordination letter, he sized him up. You are the private who killed the peak mutated species in the midsection. 3rd level. The expression of the black-faced squad leader was similar to that of Zhao Taizhu when he first heard about it. Skeptical, but did not refute. All right, you're just in time. The west section is short-handed today. You'll guard the northern wing. That's where the monster spawns are densest. He was talking about spawning monsters. Soldiers also play games. Northern wing. The most protruding section of the cliff. Surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides. Exotic beasts could climb up from 3 directions. A standard monster spawning point. Efficiency maximized. Risk also maximized. Wang Feng stood alone at the tip of the northern wing. The wind was ridiculously strong. The metal plates on his armor clattered. The frozen soil beneath him had a layer of white frost. The first wave, 20 of them, Wang Realm 4th to 6th level. They charged up from 3 directions simultaneously. Wang Feng did not use martial skills, just pure physical attacks. Chi surged through the sword. 1 strike per beast. Occasionally 2 with 1 strike. Ding, blood points 400. Ding, blood points 500. Ding, blood points 600. The notification sounded like a supermarket cash register. 5 minutes. Cleared. The second wave followed closely with less than 3 minutes in between. 25 of them. Wang Realm 5th to 7th level. Among them 3 7th-level ironback bears were as big as small trucks. Wang Feng paid a little more attention. Using the ghostly shadow steps to dodge, he dealt with the 7th-level ironback bears with the 3-fold split earth strike. All 3 strikes hit. 1 set took down 1. 9 minutes. Cleared. Third wave. 30 of them. Fourth wave. Another 30. The density of exotic beasts in the west section was indeed 3 times that of the midsection. Wang Feng had been killing in the northern wing for the entire morning. From 5:30 to 11 o'clock. He cleared over 200 in total. Ding. Current blood points 68,400. 68,004. From the 2006 in the morning to 68,000. A net gain of 42,000 in half a day. A daily wage of 42,000. Any former office worker earning an annual salary of 300,000 would weep at the sight. 40,000 for the 4th rank. Enough. 50,000 for the 5th rank. After deducting the cost for the 4th rank, 28,400 remained. Not enough. A shortfall of 21,600. The afternoon continued. For lunch, Wang Feng crouched behind the fortifications on the western section, gnawing on compressed biscuits. The dark-faced company commander approached. How many did you kill alone this morning? Didn't count. I did. 217. Wang Feng's chewing slowed by a beat. Your morning kill count exceeds my entire company's for a whole day. The dark-faced commander's expression was inscrutable. Are you sure you're at the 3rd rank? Slightly above the 3rd rank. How much above? Classified. The dark-faced commander stared at him for 5 seconds. Then turned and walked away. After 2 steps he looked back. Will you come back tomorrow? Yes. The day after? Also yes. Then I'll request Commander Su to transfer you to our unit. No need. I'll work both sides. Wherever there are more aberrant beasts I'll go. The dark-faced commander's brow twitched. Are you human or a cleaning robot? Human. Just strapped for cash. The commander couldn't grasp the logic linking strapped for cash with slaying aberrant beasts. But he didn't need to understand. As long as he could work. In the afternoon the slaughter continued. The density of aberrant beasts on the western section peaked. The largest wave brought over 50 creatures ranging from the 5th to the 7th rank of the general realm. Among them were 2 peak-rank thorn wolves of the general realm. Wang Feng tested his new passive ability, Beastly Aura Release. A faint beastly aura spread. All aberrant beasts below the 5th rank froze, the higher-ranked ones stalled for half a second. Half a second was enough. He unleashed the triple earth split on the thorn wolves. All 3 strikes landed. The first one died. He shifted with ghostly shadow step and harvested the second with a long-range sky rift strike. The 2 peak rank thorn wolves were dealt with in 6 seconds. Ding, blood chi points 802. The remaining mid and low-rank stragglers of the general realm. He didn't even need to exert his full strength. A few casual swings felled them in droves. The dark-faced commander watched the entire scene from behind his mouth agape. His deputy whispered, "Commander, is he really at the 3rd rank of the general realm?" "What do you think? A 3rd rank general realm couldn't possess a beastly aura. So he's not at the 3rd rank. Then what rank is he?" "He said it's classified." The deputy fell silent for 3 seconds. "Then let's just treat him as a robot." "Yeah, a cleaning robot. A shredder. A meat grinder. Anything but human. If we see him as human, this worldview collapses." At 5 in the afternoon, work ended. Ding, current blood chi points 97200. 97,200. In one day, from 26,000 to 97,000, a net gain of 71,000. Wang Feng leaned against the crumbling wall of the fortifications, a mild fatigue washing over him. It wasn't physical exhaustion. A 3rd-rank king realm physique was far from its limit with this level of slaughter. It was mental fatigue. After a day of killing, his mind was filled with nothing but blade flashes and notification chimes. It felt like the state he'd been in after working overtime until 2 in the morning in his past life. His body was fine, but his soul had already clocked out. Yet the balance in his account lifted his spirits. 4th rank, 40,000. 5th rank, 50,000. 2 breakthroughs would cost 90,000 total. Enough. 7,200 would remain. But there was no rush to break through. He'd save up. The 6th rank might cost 60,000. He'd kill for 2 more days first. His communicator buzzed. Suchinga. 3rd elimination round. 1. 2 moves. 2 moves. Last round 3 moves. This round 2. Her opponent was a 3rd-rank king realm, the same rank as her. Suchinga defeated him in 2 moves. Wang Feng considered how many moves he'd need against a 3rd-rank king realm, probably 2 to 3 as well. This woman's combat growth curve almost perfectly paralleled his own. Congratulations. Next round. Finals. Opponent is a 4th-rank king realm, a descendant of an imperial military noble family. 4th-rank king realm. 1 rank above her. 1 rank above Wang Feng too. When? 3 days from now. 3 days. A thought flashed through Wang Feng's mind. Could he break through to the 4th rank within 3 days? Yes, he could do it today. With 97,000 in savings, the 4th rank only cost 40,000. But Suchinga didn't know his cultivation level. She only knew he was 3rd rank. What do you need? Wang Feng typed out 4 words. Suchinga's reply came after a 5-second pause. Nothing. Another 3-second pause. Just take care of yourself. And the eggs and the worm too. Wang Feng stared at the line. She was fighting in the selection tournament at the Marshall University alone. Her opponents grew stronger each round. In the finals, she'd face someone a rank above her. She said she didn't need anything, but she'd specifically told him all this. There was a saying from his past life. When someone says I don't need anything, the subtext is I need you to know I'm trying. Wang Feng thought for a moment, then typed a message. On the day of your finals, I'll take down 100 aberrant beasts in the northern border for you. Consider it your cheer squad. Suchinga's reply was just 1 word. Fool. But Wang Feng could imagine the expression on her face as she typed it. He put away his communicator, returned to the barracks on the central section, drew the curtain, released the silkworm and the egg. The silkworm's digestion period was over. It lay atop the egg, its black, bean-like eyes fixed on him. Good haul today. Wang Feng poured out the remaining general realm cores. Here, have 2 first. The silkworm looked at the cores, then at the egg, and then it did something Wang Feng had never seen before. From its mouth, it spat out a small wisp of golden light. The light drifted onto the eggshell. The shell absorbed it. The patterns on the eggshell glowed for a moment, a weave of dark red and gold. The silkworm had voluntarily shared a portion of the energy it had digested and absorbed with the egg. Of its own accord, not triggered by the system. It was feeding its child. Wang Feng watched the scene. A finger-length worm, spitting out energy it hadn't fully digested to feed an egg. In his past life, he'd seen a video online of a mother cat carrying a fish in its mouth to give to its kittens. He'd been moved then. Now he felt a pang of sympathy. Don't feed it too much. You need to grow too. The silkworm ignored him. It spat out another wisp. The eggshell's glow brightened once more. Ding! Vermilion scale beast egg incubation progress to 2%. From 0 to 2%. At this rate, 50 feedings would be needed for hatching. If the silkworm spat twice a day, that would be 25 days. Not short, but not too long either. In his past life, when he raised hamsters, their pregnancy and birth cycle was about 20 days. Though the comparison was a bit absurd, A worm incubating an egg wasn't the same species system as a hamster giving birth. But the math was the same. Enough. Wang Feng held the core up to the silkworm's mouth. You eat too. Don't just feed it. Only then did the silkworm open its mouth. It swallowed a 5th-rank General Realm core. Chewed very slowly. Ding! Heavenly Fate Dragon Silkworm completes its 19th devouring. Obtained attribute enhancement vibration sense enhancement. Host's accuracy in determining creature positions through ground vibrations increased by 20%. Vibration sense enhancement. Combined with spirit sense reinforcement, he was now a walking seismograph on the ground. After eating, the silkworm immediately collapsed. Ding! Heavenly Fate Dragon Silkworm enters digestion period. Estimated duration 5 hours. 2 cores were its limit. Wang Feng put them away. Just as he was about to find a place to break through to the 4th rank, his communicator buzzed. Zhao Taiju. Urgent notice. Aberrant beast anomaly detected on the eastern section. A massive beast horde surging from the eastern side of the rift. Estimated count, over 300. Requesting full line support. 300. The eastern section. Wang Feng hadn't been there before. He'd cleared the central and western sections. The eastern section had never been his turn. The potential gains from 300 aberrant beasts. He did a quick calculation on his fingers. Even if they were all 3rd-rank General Realm, 300 times 300, 90,000 points. Enough to jump directly from the 4th rank to the 5th. Wang Feng shot up from the bed. So fast that the cot's leg collapsed again. When does the vehicle leave? He replied to Zhao Taiju. 15 minutes. I'm on my way. He was already armored and running toward the gate. The communicator buzzed again. Qin Bei Wang. There are a few big ones mixed in with the beast horde on the eastern section. Be careful. Wang Feng didn't reply, because he was already on the vehicle. The eastern section, the easternmost defense line of the rift. The transport truck bounced violently over the frozen dirt road. The veterans in the cabin wore tense expressions. 300 aberrant beasts. This number hadn't appeared throughout the entire beast tide season. Wang Feng leaned against the cabin wall. Only one thought occupied his mind. 300. The blood chi points from 300. Milk money for 2 children. The corner of his mouth curved upward in the darkness. The vehicle hadn't even arrived yet. The heat source scan signal was already shared over the communication channel. On the eastern section's scan screen, red dots clustered like a crimson starry sky. At least 300. Among them 6 noticeably brighter larger red dots. King Realm level. At least 6 of them. Zhao Taiju glanced at the shared screen beside him. The straw fell from his mouth. 6 King Realm. Can the eastern section hold? Wang Feng didn't speak. He stared at those 6 large red dots. 6 first-rank King Realm beasts, 1,000 points each, 6,000. If they were second-rank King Realm, 2,000 each, 12,000. If there were third-rank King Realm among them, a distant rumble came from outside the cabin. From the direction of the eastern section, flames flickered on the horizon. They had arrived. Before the transport vehicle had even come to a full stop, Wang Feng had already leaped out. The scene at the eastern defensive line, to borrow a phrase from his past life, was eerily reminiscent of a package sorting center at the midnight of Singles Day. Chaos reigned everywhere, shouts filled the air, and objects flew in every direction. The difference was that on Singles Day what flew were packages. Here it was the claws of aberrant beasts. The fortifications atop the cliff were shattered and scattered. 2 of the 3 defensive lines had already been breached. The soldiers on the eastern section huddled behind the last remaining barrier of sandbags. A few veterans at the General Realm were holding the front line, but it was clear they were being overwhelmed. He had already seen the thermal scan in the vehicle. Over 300 red dots. Seeing it now with his own eyes, it was 10 times more terrifying than the scan. The walls of the Rift Valley were crawling with aberrant beasts. Lizards, horned bristle, oxen, ironback, bears, thorn wolves. It was as if the gates of a zoo had been flung open. They swarmed upward in a dense dark mass. 6 large red dots lingered behind the horde not yet ascending. Good news. Wang Feng tightened his grip on the Thunder Shadow battle blade. He suppressed his true aura to the apparent level of a General Realm 3rd stage. Zhao Taiju followed behind his chain's word and hand his face pale. What's your plan, Hedon? Over 300. Clear the front ranks first. Ignore the small fry. They'll suppress them with my beastly aura. You and the veterans finish them off. Zhao Taiju wanted to say, since when does a 3rd stage have a beastly aura? But the words died in his throat. He had seen it for himself in the Rift Valley last time. The passive ability granted by the silkworm, a faint beastly aura. It was sufficient for low-tier aberrant beasts. All right, they'll guard the flanks with my men. Zhao Taiju bellowed, an order to a few veterans on the eastern section. The Bayonet Company's reinforcements are here. Flanks close in. Clear the front. The soldiers on the eastern section turned to look. A single private. Just one. Followed by a General Realm 2nd stage company commander and a bald-headed man at the 1st stage. This was their reinforcement. Wang Feng gave them no more time to ponder. He charged forward, activating the ghost shadow step to its fullest. His form dissolved into a blur of afterimages. He plunged into the vanguard of the aberrant beast horde at the cliff's edge. He released his beastly aura. An intangible wave of pressure radiated from him. Within a radius of 15 meters, every aberrant beast below the general realm 4th stage was frozen stiff. Over a dozen lizards collapsed. The legs of several horned bristle oxen trembled violently. 3 thorn wolves had their jaws agape, but could not produce a sound. Wang Feng began his harvest the moment he entered their midst. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Ding, vitality points 300. Ding, vitality points 400. Ding, vitality points 500. The notification chimes rang out in a rapid succession like the beeping of a transit card being swiped at a subway turnstile in his past life. Beep, 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 beep. The soldiers on the eastern section watched from behind. A veteran at the general realm 5th stage quietly asked the man beside him, "Who is that?" From the central section. "They say he's a private." "A private?" "He's charging headfirst into 300 aberrant beasts alone. And he released a beastly aura." "Since when does a private have a beastly aura?" "You're asking me. Who do I ask?" Wang Feng paid no attention to the discussion behind him. There was only one thing on his mind. Farm. Farm relentlessly. The density of aberrant beasts on the eastern section was 5 times that of the central section. Twice that of the western section. They surged in from 3 directions without pause. The cliff walls looked like moving wallpaper plastered with crawling forms. He stood at the very forefront of the cliff. He held the entire front line alone. 1 beast per strike. Occasionally 3 fell to a single blow. Those between the general realm 3rd and 5th stages were as flimsy as paper before him. Those at the 6th and 7th stages were slightly tougher, like cardboard. Ding, vitality points 600. Ding, vitality points 700. Zhao Taiju helped plug the gaps on the left flank. The bald-headed veteran guarded the right. A few veterans from the eastern section were spread out on both sides to cover any leaks. But the main damage output, over 80% of it, came from Wang Feng alone. In 20 minutes, the first wave of over 120 general realm aberrant beasts was cleared. The cliff top was littered with corpses. Blood had soaked the frozen earth, turning it soft and squelching underfoot. Ding, current vitality points 143700. 143,000. Wang Feng flicked the blood from his blade, doing the math in his head. 40,000 for the 4th stage. 50,000 for the 5th. 60,000 for the 6th. 3 breakthroughs would cost 150,000. He was 6,300 short. No rush. There were still over 100 beasts that hadn't come up yet. Plus 6 King Realm ones. Speak of the devil. On the thermal scan, the 6 large red dots began to move. After the frontline cannon fodder was cleared, the elite monsters in the back finally decided to make their move. In his past life, playing games, this was called the second phase. The minions are spent, and the boss takes the stage. The first one climbed over the cliff's edge. An ironback bear, but not an ordinary one. Its body was pitch black, standing 4 meters tall at the shoulder. The iron-like patterns on its back glowed a dark crimson. King Realm 1st stage. A second one followed closely behind. Then a third. 3 King Realm 1st stage ironback bears ascending simultaneously. Their beastly auras pressed down. The combined pressure of 3 auras caused those below the general realm 5th stage to go weak in the knees. Several veterans on the eastern section buckled, half crouching on the ground. Zhao Taiju stood his ground through gritted teeth, but his face was as pale as a sheet. Wang Feng remained utterly still. With a 40% resistance to beastly aura bolstered by his own King Realm 3rd stage foundation. The combined pressure of 3 1st stage auras was nothing more than a gentle breeze. He moved. Ghost Shadow Step. A frontal assault. Threefold Earth Splitter. First strike, Earthbreaker. His aura flooded the blade as he brought it down squarely on the head of the first ironback bear. Boom! The bear's skull cracked. But it didn't shatter. The defense of a King Realm 1st stage ironback bear was a cut above the flying serpents. Second strike, Rockrender. A follow-up slash. He drove the blade into the crack. Half of the skull was destroyed. The third ironback bear lunged from the side. Its formidable frame blotted out his vision. Wang Feng shifted his footing. He sidestepped with Ghost Shadow Step. The bear's paw scraped past his armor and slammed into the ground, blasting a crater into the frozen earth. He ignored the third bear, focusing on finishing the first. Third strike, Mountain Collapser. The final blow. The first ironback bear's head exploded. Ding! Vitality points 1000. 1,000 in the bag. The second ironback bear charged, swiping with its front claws. Long-range attack. Skyrend. A blade of cutting energy shot from his sword. From 8 meters away, it struck the bear square in the chest. It sliced through the iron-like armor. But the beast didn't die. A King Realm 1st stage ironback bear was far sturdier than a flying serpent. One Skyrend wasn't enough to kill it. The third bear circled around from behind. Both attacked simultaneously, a pincer movement. Wang Feng thought for a split second. He abandoned the idea of dodging and met the second bear's paw heat. He blocked with his left hand, gripping the blade, using his aura to absorb the impact. Bam! The frozen earth beneath his feet shattered in a ring. He was pushed back half a step. At the same time, his right hand drew a dagger and thrust it backward. Behind him, the dagger plunged into the third ironback bear's throat, enhanced by his spiritual sense and the vibration amplification. He had known its exact position the instant it lunged from behind. He didn't need to turn around. He twisted the dagger, shredding its windpipe. The third ironback bear collapsed. Ding! Vitality points 1000. The second bear. Wang Feng sheathed the dagger and gripped his blade with both hands. Skyrend, the first form of the Truthbreaker art. A point-blank release. The cutting energy blasted directly into the wound on its chest. It exploded. Ding! Vitality points 1000. 3 King Realm first stage beasts. It had taken him 14 seconds from start to finish. The soldiers on the eastern section had fallen silent. Not out of shock. That had passed with the first kill. Now it was collective aphasia. Like the silence after watching a terrible movie in his past life. Not because it was bad, but because they didn't know what expression to wear. But Wang Feng had no time to manage their facial expressions. Because the next 3 were coming. On the thermal scan, 3 even brighter red dots. Not King Realm first stage. 2 were second stage. 1 was third stage. The corner of Wang Feng's mouth twitched. King Realm third stage. His own rank. Killing it would net him 3,000 points. The 2 second stage ones would be 2,000 each. Total from the 3, 7,000. Added to his current total of 146,700. Subtract the 150,000 for 3 breakthroughs. He would still be short. Short by 3,300. But there were still over 100 General Realm beasts left to kill. It was enough. More than enough. The first King Realm second stage beast climbed onto the cliff top. An ashen white flying serpent. The same breed he had killed in the central section. Threefold Earth Splitter. All 3 strikes landed. Its jaws were shattered. A follow-up Skyrend finished it off. Ding! Vitality points 2000. 9 seconds. The second one. Another flying serpent. 6 seconds. He had found his rhythm. Ding! Vitality points 2000. The third one. King Realm third stage. What climbed over the cliff face was not a flying serpent. It was a horned bristle ox. But this one looked like an entirely different species from the General Realm ones. It stood 5 meters at the shoulder, its twin horns pitch black. Each horn bore natural patterns that resembled the path of lightning. A King Realm third stage horned bristle ox. The moment it crested the cliff, it unleashed its beastly aura at full force. The pressure of a King Realm third stage aura. Every General Realm cultivator on the cliff top fell to their knees. Zhao Tai's knees slammed into the ground. The bald-headed veteran was face down. The veterans of the eastern section collapsed in a wave. Wang Feng remained standing. With a 40% resistance and his own third stage foundation. A beastly aura of the same rank was like a strong gust of wind. The ox's vertical pupils locked onto him. It lowered its head and charged. A 5-meter turtle body with 2 massive black horns. The sight of its frontal charge was like an armored vehicle bearing down on him. Wang Feng didn't dodge. He charged to meet it. Ghost Shadow Step, not for evasion. It was for acceleration. A heat and clash. Threefold Earth Splitter. First strike, Earthbreaker. His blade met the ox's horn in a downward slash. His aura clashed Heaton with the horn's hardness. Sparks flew in all directions. The horn gained a crack, but didn't break. This horn was 2 tiers harder than the flying serpent's bones. The impact force sent Wang Feng sliding backward 3 steps. The frozen earth was plowed into 2 furrows by his boots. Second strike, Rockrender. Using the momentum of his retreat, he spun his body. The blade sliced into the side of the ox's neck from an angle. It cut through the iron-like hide. It drew blood, but not deep. The ox bellowed and swung its head, the cracked horn sweeping toward him. Wang Feng ducked low, the wind pressure from the horn passing an inch above his head. A few strands of his hair were sheared off. Third strike, Mountain Collapser. He leaped from below, channeling his entire aura into the blade. An upward slash. The blade drove into the ox's lower jaw and carved its way up to the top of its skull. The ox's body went rigid. 2 seconds later, it crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. Its 5-meter turtle frame slammed onto the cliff top, cracking the frozen earth in a wide ring. Ding! Killed King Realm third stage, Aberrant Beast 1. Obtained 300 vitality points. 3,000. Ding! Current vitality points 153700. 153,700. 40,000 for the 4th stage. 50,000 for the 5th. 60,000 for the 6th. Total 150,000. Enough. He had 3,700 to spare. Much like living paycheck to paycheck, but at least he wasn't in the red. Wang Feng stood atop the ox's corpse. The north wind blew past. His armor was splattered with the blood of aberrant beasts in every color. Zhao Taizhu picked himself up off the ground, his knees caked with frozen soil. He looked at Wang Feng's silhouette standing on the 5-meter turtle ox carcass and twirled a blade of grass in his mouth a couple of times. You today don't ask. Just one question. No answer. What the hell kind of monster are you? It wasn't a question. Zhao Taizhu had stated it as a fact. The eastern defensive line was secured. All 300-plus aberrant beasts were cleared. All 6 King Realm beasts had been slain by Wang Feng alone. The dark-faced company commander was absent. The acting commander on the eastern section was a General Realm 6th-stage deputy company commander. His legs were still trembling as he walked over. It wasn't a lingering effect of the beastly aura. It was sheer unadulterated bewilderment. You? From the central section. A private. The deputy commander opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Are all the privates in your central section at this level? Zhao Taizhu chimed in from the side. No, not all of them. Just this one. We can't figure him out either. His communicator vibrated 3 times in succession. Qin Bei Wang, the eastern section is cleared. How many King Realm ones did you kill? Wang Feng replied 6. Qin Bei Wang was silent for 7 seconds. He didn't reply. Su Qingge, I heard about the eastern section. Are you injured? Wang Feng typed 4 characters, not a single hair lost. He thought about it, deleted it, typed again, got a scratch. Nothing deep. Already treated it. A strategic show of weakness. Something had learned from a romance tutorial in his past life. Can't appear too strong. If you're too strong, the other person never gets a chance to worry about you. Su Qingge replied instantly. Where? Back of my hand. Did you put medicine on it? I did. Send me a picture. Wang Feng stared at the screen. There wasn't even a red mark on the back of his hand. How was he supposed to take this picture? Photoshopping. He knew how to do that in his past life. Did the communicators in this world have photo editing functions? He replied, the communicator camera isn't clear enough. They'll show you when I get back. Su Qingge didn't press further. She sent a single Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The aftermath of a social lie. You always have to remember what you've said. On the way back to the barracks, the transport vehicle bounced over the frozen ground. Wang Feng leaned against the wall of the cabin, idly spinning the ring on his finger. A balance of 153,700. Enough for 3 breakthroughs. But he couldn't break through now. He needed to find a sufficiently secluded spot. Breaking through 3 minor realms in a row would not be a quiet affair. Most importantly, after breaking through to the King Realm's 6th stage, the difficulty of masking his true cultivation would skyrocket. A 6th stage pretending to be a 3rd stage. A gap of 3 minor realms. Would the suppression effect of the myriad devouring heaven art be sufficient? Just as he was thinking this, his communicator vibrated again. Qin Bei Wang, I just received word. The date for the All-Army Grand Tournament has been moved up. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed. Moved up to when? 2 weeks from now. The tournament, originally scheduled for 3 months later, had been moved up to 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Wang Feng stared at Qin Bei Wang's message. The calculator in his mind clicked on automatically. The grand military competition had been moved up to 2 weeks from now. The original 3-month preparation period had shrunk to just 14 days. Why the change? He replied. Qin Bei Wang's response came swiftly. There's been an incident in the Empire's southern frontier. The military command wants to complete the combat evaluations for all army regions ahead of schedule. As for the specifics of the incident, I'm still investigating. The southern frontier. It had nothing to do with him, so thinking about it was pointless. Only one thing concerned him in the grand competition. 2 weeks, hence he had to perform reasonably strong. What did reasonably strong mean? Not too weak lest he embarrass himself. Not too strong lest he expose himself. He had to land precisely in that zone of this kid has some skills, but it's still within reason. It was the same logic Head used for PPT presentations in his past life. Too poor a performance, you got fired. Too good, and the boss would think the KPIs could be raised even higher. The problem was, his external cultivation appeared to be at the 3rd level of the general realm. In the grand military competition, who could a 3rd level general realm soldier possibly defeat? A 2nd level general realm opponent. That would be too humiliating. His external cultivation level had to be raised. He was currently at the 3rd level of the King Realm, disguised as the 3rd level of the general realm. That was a gap of 1 entire major realm. It was already a stretch. If he broke through to the 6th level of the King Realm and still pretended to be at the 3rd level of the General Realm, that would be like a J-20 fighter jet disguised as a tractor. Even if you wrapped it in iron sheets, you couldn't hide it when it took off. He needed to adjust his external appearance upward, adjust it to the 7th level of the General Realm. There were 2 benefits. First, the gap between his true cultivation and his external appearance would shrink from 1 major realm to half of 1. Second, although a 7th level General Realm private was still absurd. It was one tier less absurd than a third-level general realm soldier slaying a king realm expert. Geniuses, after all, made rapid breakthroughs and had their opportunities. How to explain the sudden jump from the 3rd to the 7th level? No need to explain. Zhao Taizhu had already asked 40 times. Each time the answer was classified. Ask too much and people would automatically fill in the blanks. The thing humans were best at was helping others cover up lies. Give them a vague framework and they'd build an entire explanation themselves. He must be a hidden disciple of some great clan. He's Instructor Zhou's closed-door disciple, perfectly normal. The imagination of the masses was the best smoke screen. First breakthrough. The others were all in the barracks. Zhao Taizhu was at the doorway chatting with the bald veteran about matters in the eastern sector. The crew-cut veteran was repairing his armor. He couldn't break through here. Wang Feng grabbed a jacket. Going out for a walk. Zhao Taizhu glanced at him. Need to pee again. A walk. To digest. You ate 3 compressed biscuits today. What's there to digest? A psychological feeling of fullness. Zhao Taizhu's temple twitched. He didn't stop him. 500 meters behind the central section of the Rift Valley defense line. An abandoned supply station. 3 stone houses, 2 with collapsed roofs. The 3rd was barely intact. No one around. The nearest sentry post was 300 meters away. Wang Feng slipped inside. The ground was covered in dust. The air was thick with the smell of rust. It was enough. System. Here. Break through to the 4th level of the King Realm. Ding. Consuming 4,000 chi blood points to break through to the 4th level of the King Realm. Current chi blood points 113700. Chi surged. The steel cables within his meridians thickened by a notch. 12 seconds. Done. Not enough. Continue. Break through to the 5th level of the King Realm. Ding. Consuming 5,000 chi blood points to break through to the 5th level of the King Realm. Current chi blood points 63700. This time it was much fiercer. His meridians trembled. A faint cracking sound came from his bones. Dust on the floor was blown into the air by the force. 15 seconds. Complete. 5th level. He gently clenched his fist, feeling a cutting sensation between his knuckles. One last time. Break through to the 6th level of the King Realm. Ding. Consuming 6,000 chi blood points to break through to the 6th level of the King Realm. Current chi blood points 3700. 3,700. Living paycheck to paycheck. But he had no time to mourn the cost. The 3rd breakthrough made a commotion. Chi exploded from within his body. 3 cracks split the stone wall. The remaining roof beam groaned twice. A piece of rubble fell from the ceiling, bounced off his shoulder, and flew away. It couldn't even hurt him. The body-protecting chi armor of a 6th-level King Realm expert. The stone bounced farther than it had fallen. 20 seconds later, the force subsided. The chi inside him was nothing like it was at the 3rd level. 3rd level was like a steel cable. 6th level was like a steel pillar. Thick, heavy, hard. He raised his hand. A blade of chi condensed at his fingertip. 3 inches. A full inch longer than the 2 inches at the 3rd level. He tried it on the nearby stone wall. 5 inches deep. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Almost double the power. Now for the main event. Adjusting his external cultivation. The myriad devouring heaven art activated. Layer by layer his chi converged. But this time he didn't suppress it to the 3rd level of the general realm. He turned the valve to the 7th level of the general realm. Suppressing from the 6th level of the King Realm to the 7th level of the general realm. The gap had narrowed. The myriad devouring heaven art handled it much more smoothly. The devouring attribute replaced the outward leakage of chi with the fluctuation of chi blood. The pattern was stable. No flaws. Combined with the passive aura concealment of the silkworm, its effect was weaker in a semi-dormant state, but it could still lower his appearance by 2 minor sublevels when stationary. Dynamic external appearance, 7th level general realm. Static external appearance, 5th level general realm. He had upgraded from a 3rd level general realm genius private to a 7th level general realm genius private. He walked out of the supply station, kicked some rubble by the door to cover the cracks, returned to the barracks. The moment Zhao Taizhu looked up from the campfire, his expression changed. He stared at Wang Feng, looking him up and down. His eyes grew wider and wider. Your aura, what's wrong? Zhao Taizhu stood up. The chain's word slid off his knee. He didn't even bother to pick it up. You went from the 3rd level, 7th level now. Just broke through. Wang Feng finished the sentence for him. Zhao Taizhu's straw stalk fell from his mouth. You went out for a walk and broke through 4 minor levels. I had enough accumulated. It came naturally. Naturally, my ass. You were gone less than 20 minutes. For minor levels in 20 minutes. The bald veteran poked his head out from a corner. Company commander, how many? 4. The bald veteran's head retreated. He chose not to get involved. The crew-cut veteran put down his armor. It took him 3 seconds to digest the information. He said calmly, it took me 8 months to go from the 1st level of the general realm to the 2nd. Zhao Taizhu lowered his voice. Just how the hell do you cultivate? What did your master feed you? Talent. Talent lets you rise 4 levels in 20 minutes. Extraordinary talent. Zhao Taizhu took a deep breath. His temple twitched 5 or 6 times. His mouth opened and closed 3 times. Finally, he bent down, picked up the straw stalk, and stuffed it back into his mouth. Fine. 7th level. 7th level of the general realm. He chewed twice. Now you at least look like a somewhat normal genius. A 3rd level general realm soldier killing a king realm expert. That was a horror story. With the 7th level, at least when people ask, he'll have something to make up. That was true. A 7th level general realm soldier, solo killing a peak general realm expert was absurd, but at least it barely fit within the category of a genius. Before a 3rd level general realm soldier killing a king realm expert. That wasn't a genius, that was a cheat. You know about the grand military competition? Zhao Taizhu asked. 2 weeks from now. Are you going? I have to. Someone Marshal Su has named can't run away. Zhao Taizhu chewed on his straw stalk. A 7th level general realm soldier joining the grand competition. Your opponents will start at least at the peak of the general realm. There will be king realm ones too. I know. Can you beat them? Wang Feng glanced at him. Zhao Taizhu nearly bit through his straw stalk again. Fine. Forget I asked. Asking you is the same as being told classified anyway. The communicator vibrated 3 times. First message: the command center of Su Qingfeng officially announced the confirmed list of the Northern Border Legion participating in the army-wide competition. Wang Feng is on the list. Level 7 in the general realm. Private. Second message: Zhao Qingping forwarded the itinerary. Departing the day after tomorrow, the transport ship will fly directly to the capital. Third message: Zhao Taizhu. Who will guard when you leave the midsection? Wang Feng replied with 3 words: you guard. Zhao Taizhu immediately responded him at level 2. Didn't you say it was just a detail? Zhao Taizhu's message was interrupted for 10 seconds. Then he sent a single word. Get lost. Wang Feng put away the communicator. Sitting on the military bed, he counted his belongings. Qi and blood points 3,700. It's embarrassing to even say it. A cultivator at level 6 in the general realm has less savings than a new recruit at level 1. There's a saying from his past life. Being a Moonlight clan isn't scary. Oh, what's scary is running out of money at the beginning of the month. He didn't even last until the start of the month. It went directly to 0. He rummaged through his storage ring. 3 blood condensing pills. 2 bottles of water. 5 compressed biscuits. 1 core for level 3 in the general realm, a snack for the silkworm. Poor. So poor that he didn't even have to worry about travel expenses. Because the army provided a chartered flight. The only happy thing about traveling for work in his past life was the reimbursement for the ticket. This life hasn't changed. The silkworm was half asleep, holding its egg in the storage ring. Wang Feng sensed the resonance of bloodlines. Steady. The patterns on the eggshell blinked every 3 seconds. Hatching progress 2%. 2 kids were following him to the capital. In his past life, those who traveled with kids at least found a daycare. He was bringing a silkworm and an egg. Who could he entrust them to? Zhao Taizhu. He trusted Zhao Taizhu's character, but didn't trust his bravery. If the silkworm cried, he might scare him into throwing the egg. He would take them himself. Stuff them into the storage ring. They shouldn't make a sound during security checks. The next day, Wang Feng packed everything. The steel legs of the military bed had bent 4 times, all from the impact of his breakthrough. Zhao Taizhu stood at the door to see him off. A straw stick was clenched in his mouth. His expression was like that of a parent sending a child off to an important exam. Don't cause trouble when you get to the capital. MHM. Don't attract too much attention in the competition. MHM. At level 7, just fight the battles you should fight. Don't clash with those at the king realm. MHM. Zhao Taizhu's temple twitched twice. He knew that every MHM from Wang Feng was just him being perfunctory. The confidential matters need to be kept even more hidden in the capital. Those people are not like those from the northern border. Their eyes are sharp. This was the truth. Wang Feng glanced at him. I know. Zhao Taizhu pulled something from his pocket and handed it over. A black iron plate. It was engraved with the words, Sharp Blade Legion. It's a token from the Legion. Take it with you. Wang Feng accepted it. The iron plate felt heavy. There were knife marks and bloodstains on it. He didn't know how many generations of commanders it had passed through. Return it to me. I'll return it if I come back alive. Wang Feng stuffed the iron plate into the lining of his armor. He didn't say any sentimental words. He wasn't good at it. Zhao Taizhu wasn't good at it either. The two of them, who were both awkward, exchanged glances for 2 seconds at the barracks door. A bald veteran was wiping his nose. A soldier with a buzz cut raised his hand. Can I say something? Speak. If we win the competition, can you bring back some local specialties from the capital? I heard the candied chestnuts in the capital are amazing. The mood was ruined. The transport ship stopped at the military helipad in the Aurora City. A total of 32 people from the Northern Border Legion were participating in the army-wide competition. More than half were above level 7 in the general realm. There were 6 from the king realm. Leading the team was Zhao Qingping. Wang Feng stood at the back of the line, externally appearing at level 7 in the general realm. In this team, he was considered below average. No one noticed him. Zhao Qingping was calling the roll at the ship's door. When she reached Wang Feng, she paused for half a beat. Her gaze swept over. Level 7 in the general realm. Yes. The last time I saw you, you were still at level 3. You've grown quickly. Zhao Qingping didn't ask further, but the corner of her mouth curved slightly. She knew that Su Qingfeng had communicated with her. This private had secrets that were not limited to level 7. But how deep those secrets ran, she wasn't sure. They boarded the ship. The interior of the transport ship was more rudimentary than Wang Feng had imagined. It was similar to a green train from his past life. Hard seats. No headrests. But his legs could stretch out. In his past life, he sat in the middle seat of economy class. This life, he sat in military hard seats by the aisle. Has there been progress? It seemed not. A 12-hour journey. Wang Feng leaned back against the chair and closed his eyes. He took the silkworm and the egg out of his storage ring. The silkworm rested on the back of his neck. The egg was tucked into the inner lining of his armor, pressed against his chest. Warm. It pulsed every 3 seconds. It felt like carrying a hand warmer. The communicator vibrated. Suchinga, have you set off? On the ship. After you arrive in the capital, come find me at the Martial University. The selection tournament will have ended. I'm waiting for the finals. Waiting for the finals, a direct descendant of the King Realm at level 4. When? The day after tomorrow. On the same day as the competition. Finals in the morning and the competition starts in the afternoon. The timing is tight. Are you nervous? Wang Feng typed 3 words. Su Qing's reply took 4 seconds. Not nervous. Paused for 2 seconds. A little. For someone like Su Qing, saying a little meant very nervous. Those who said it's okay in the workplace in his past life were usually anxious to the point of insomnia. He typed a line. Deleted it. Typed again. Deleted it. Finally sent 4 words. Wait for me to arrive. Su Qing didn't reply, but the communicator showed red. 6 hours later, Wang Feng was jolted awake. The transport ship passed through a turbulent airstream. The entire ship shook like a washing machine. He glanced outside the window. Below the clouds, lights twinkling. In his past life, when he looked at Beijing's night view from an airplane, he thought it was the pinnacle of human civilization. The night view of the capital shattered that perception. The outline of the entire city in the darkness looked like a glowing chessboard. The crisscrossing streets were illuminated by spiritual energy lights. In the center, there was a building. Ridiculously tall. Its peak disappeared into the clouds. The Imperial headquarters. Or whatever it was called. He didn't know. But he felt the pressure seeping from the ground to 10,000 meters high. The silkworm shrank slightly on the back of his neck. Its tentacles twitched in that direction before lowering again. It wasn't resonance. It was instinctive wariness. There was an existence in that building beyond its comprehension. Wang Feng also shrank his neck. In his past life, when he passed by the gate of a certain courtyard in Beijing on a business trip, just a glance from the guard made his legs go weak. Now that feeling was amplified 1,000 times. Everyone prepare for landing. Zhao Qingping's voice came from the front cabin. The transport ship began to descend slowly. The landing point was not in the city center. It was at a military base on the outskirts of the capital. The moment the ramp was lowered, a warm breeze rushed in. Compared to the -40 degrees of the northern border, the temperature in the capital was 12 degrees. Wang Feng's temperature regulation was so passive that it didn't even bother to activate. It was like going from Antarctica to Hainan. No, it was like going from the fridge to an air-conditioned room. Someone at the base was already there to greet them. A civilian officer in military uniform was checking the list. Northern Border Legion. 32 people, right? Zhao Qingping signed her name. Accommodation is arranged near the competition venue. Each legion is managed by district. You are the Northern Border, staying in the North Zone 3. North Zone 3. Just sounds cold. Names with North in them are cold. Beijing is cold. The Northern Border is cold. North Zone 3. Most likely it wouldn't be much better. The transport vehicle took them to the barracks. The conditions in North Zone 3 were 3 levels better than those in the Northern Border barracks. Single rooms. With beds. With tables. With heating. Wang Feng had been in the Northern Border for almost 2 months and saw heating for the first time. He put down his things and locked the door. He let the silkworm and the egg out. The silkworm felt the temperature change and twitched its tentacles. Its black bean eyes half opened. We've arrived in the capital. It's warm. The silkworm flipped over, clearly uninterested in geographical location. It only cared about 2 things, eating and sleeping. Wang Feng handed over the last level 3 core from the general realm. The silkworm opened its mouth and swallowed it. Ding! The Destiny Dragon silkworm has completed its 20th devouring. Gained attribute enhancement breath lock. The host's tracking distance for marked targets is extended by 30%. Breath lock. A tracking type passive. Combined with enhanced spiritual perception and vibration amplification, he was now a walking satellite positioning system. The core was gone. The silkworm snack stock was emptied. 2 mouths, 0 savings. In the most expensive city of the empire, poor people enter the capital, their pockets cleaner than their faces. The silkworm exhaled a cloud of golden mist onto the egg. The eggshell shimmered slightly. Ding! The hatching progress of the Zhu Lin beast egg 4. It increased from 2% to 4%. The silkworm fed twice. Wang Feng put them away and walked out of the barracks. There were already people from other legions milling about in the corridor of the barracks. From the eastern border, from the western border, from the southern border, and a few wearing completely different standard armor from the northern border, the Central Forbidden Army, the Imperial Guards. Their auras, Wang Feng glanced over. Starting from the peak of the general realm, there were quite a few from the king realm. There were even 2 whose auras were so profound that his spiritual perception couldn't probe to the bottom. High-level king realm, at least above level 5. Contestants in the army-wide competition. The feeling was just like seeing opponents all being masters before a ranking match in his past life. Wang Feng stabilized his external appearance at level 7 in the general realm. His steps were steady, his expression calm. As he passed by the Central Forbidden Army's team, a young man in silver armor glanced at him. His gaze lingered for half a second, then moved away. That kind of gaze was familiar to Wang Feng. In his past life, it was like how a new intern looked at the director, just a glance judging that they were not of the same level and moving on. Level 7 in the general realm wasn't impressive here. Wang Feng didn't mind. He quickened his pace, passed through the barracks gates, and asked a duty officer for directions. How do I get to the Martial University? The civilian officer looked up at his designation plate. From the northern border. The Martial University is in the east of the city. You take the Spiritual Energy Light Rail line, 3-4 stops. Spiritual Energy Light Rail. This world has subways. The corner of Wang Feng's mouth twitched. He had squeezed into subways for 10 years in his past life. This life, continuing to squeeze in a different world. He stepped out of the base gate. The communicator vibrated. Qin Beiwang, have you arrived in the capital? Just arrived. There's news you need to know. What is it? I got hold of the contestant list for the army-wide competition. 32 from the northern border, 30 from the eastern border, 28 from the western border, 35 from the southern border, 15 from the Central Forbidden Army. A total of 140 people. The southern border has the most participants. This year the southern border produced 2 young contestants at the peak of the king realm. Qin Baiwang's next message came 3 seconds later. There's a man in the Central Imperial Guard. Peak of the king realm. 22 years old. I can't find his name. His file is sealed by the military. A sealed file. Wang Feng had worked in a corporation in his past life. There were only 2 types of people whose personnel files were sealed. Those awaiting punishment for misconduct or those whose backgrounds were too formidable to be investigated. A toy rolled at the peak of the king realm. A sealed file. This wasn't an opponent. This was the final boss. Also, Qin Baiwang's message continued. The tournament rules have changed. It's not single elimination. It's a point-based round-robin followed by arena challenges. Everyone starts with 100 points. Winning adds 20% of your opponent's points to your total. Losing deducts 30% of your own points. Win and gain 20%. Lose and lose 30%. Wang Feng was all too familiar with this mathematical model. It was the ranking system from a mobile game in his past life. Gain 12 points for a win, lose 18 for a loss. It forced you to maintain a high win rate. Anything below 60% meant a relentless slide downward. On the final day, the top 10 in points enter the arena challenge. The champion will be directly commissioned by the military. A commission, a direct promotion in military rank. Wang Feng had little concept of military rank, but he knew that in this world rank meant the right to allocate resources. The higher the rank, the more cultivation resources you could command. The more resources, the faster your breakthroughs. And faster breakthroughs meant he could afford the feeding expenses for the silkworm and the egg. Understood, he replied with 2 words. One last thing, Qin Beiwang said. Speak. Su Qing's final opponent, the direct descendant of the Liang family, the one at the 4th stage, has backing. Don't let her be careless. Backing? What kind of backing? Qin Beiwang didn't elaborate. His message ended there. Wang Feng put away his communicator. He stood at the entrance of the camp. The night wind of the capital was 100 times gentler than the northern frontier. But the chill at the nape of his neck had nothing to do with the temperature. The silkworm stirred in his storage ring. Even in its semi-hibernation, it could sense the emotional shift through their blood resonance. Wang Feng lifted his foot and walked toward the Spiritual Energy Light Rail station. For stops. The Spiritual Energy Light Rail was much quieter than the subway in his past life. No loudspeakers announcing stops. A few young people in the uniforms of the Martial University sat in the carriage. They glanced at his northern frontier military armor. No reaction. A soldier from the border. In the capital, he had about as much presence as a food delivery driver. Arriving at the station. Exiting. The gate of the Marshall University was more modest than he had imagined. 2 stone pillars. A horizontal plaque. For characters inscribed, Marshall University. The calligraphy looked ancient, like a relic unearthed from an archaeological dig. Wang Feng stood at the gate. He sent a message on his communicator, "I'm here." At the gate. 30 seconds later, a figure emerged from within the campus. Su Qingge wore the training uniform of the Marshall University. Her hair was tied in a ponytail. Her face, no makeup. Barefaced. But the barefaced Su Qingge was the same person as the ice-cold killer from the northern frontier. The sharpness between her brows hadn't faded a bit just because she had changed her clothes. "You've lost weight." Su Qingge walked up to him. She scanned him from head to toe. "No, I haven't. I've bulked up. There's no flesh on your face. The flesh has gone elsewhere." Su Qing's gaze lingered on him for 2 seconds. Then she noticed. "Your aura, 7th stage? When did you break through?" "A couple of days ago." Su Qingge stared at him for 3 seconds. Her perception was far beyond that of an ordinary king realm cultivator. Yet even the suppression of the myriad devouring heaven art showed no flaw before her. At least she didn't say anything. "Want to come in and sit?" "Is that allowed, Oi?" "I've already spoken with the gatekeeper." The campus of the Marshall University was cleaner than the entire city of Aurora in the northern frontier. The roads were smooth. The lights were a warm yellow. People were strolling along the paths. Some were sparring. The auras of 2 king realm cultivators clashed in the distance. Blades flashed intermittently. It was like watching people play basketball on a college campus in his past life. Except here they were fighting for their lives. Su Qingge led him to a bench beside a training ground and sat down. "How much do you know about your opponent in the finals?" Wang Feng asked directly. The direct descendant of the Liang family. Liang Yuan. King Realm 4th stage. Specializes in spear techniques. Speed type. Su Qing's reply was concise. In the round robin, he fought 5 matches. 4 were decided within 3 moves. The 5th took 6 moves, but that opponent was at the 5th stage of the King Realm. A 4th stage King Realm cultivator fighting a 5th stage 1. It took 6 moves. Though he lost, it was only by a narrow margin. This guy was no pushover. Senior Chen said he has backing. Wang Feng relayed Chen Baiwang's words. Su Qing's expression didn't change. The Liang family has connections in the imperial military, but the referee for the selection tournament is an elder of the Marshall University. They can't rig the matches. It's not about rigging. Wang Feng thought for a moment. It could be pre-match pressure or post-match sabotage. It was the same tactic from corporate job competitions in his past life. You don't mess with someone during the exam. You mess with them outside the exam hall. Leak rumors about their past. Or bribe the judges beforehand. I know. Su Qingge watched 2 King Realm cultivators sparring on the training ground. But I only focus on winning. As for what happens outside the ring. She turned her head and glanced at Wang Feng. Isn't that why I have you? A tingle ran down the back of Wang Feng's head. The silkworm stirred in the storage ring. It wasn't the silkworm. It was him. All right. He'll handle the outside stuff. You focus on your fight. Su Qingge didn't say another word. The 2 of them sat on the bench. The light from the training ground cast their long shadows on the ground. After more than 10 seconds of silence, she suddenly asked, "What about the wound on your hand?" Wang Feng's mind raced. The wound on his hand. He had said he cut it. He turned his right hand over. It was as smooth as new. Not a single scar. Su Qingge stared at his hand for 3 seconds. "It's healed," Wang Feng said without changing his expression. Strong recovery. The corner of Su Qing's mouth curved into a tiny arc. She didn't expose him. "Go back and rest early. Tomorrow," she stood up. "In the morning, I have the finals. In the afternoon, you have the tournament. Neither of us loses." Wang Feng also stood up. He took 2 steps. Then stopped. Su Qingge. "Moi. Finish him in 3 moves. Don't drag it out." Su Qingge turned back. The training ground lights were behind her. Her expression was hard to make out. 2 moves. She turned and walked away. Wang Feng watched her figure disappear into the campus lights. In his past life, he had watched a movie where the male lead sent the female lead off to an exam saying, "Good luck." Then she became the top scorer in the province. What he had just said was finish him in 3 moves. He wondered if the effect would be the same. Returning to the camp. North Sector 3. Wang Feng pushed open the door to his room. The heating was blazing. It was a completely different world from the northern frontier. He took off his armor and sat on the edge of the bed. He opened his system panel. Health points, 3,700. Broke. The tournament starts tomorrow afternoon. 140 contestants. A point-based round-robin system. Win and gain 20%. Lose and lose 30%. Starting points 100. To make it into the top 10 head need at least 300 points. With every win adding 20% of the opponent's points, that meant gaining about 20 points per win. To reach 300 head, need to win at least 10 matches. 10 matches. Opponents ranging from the peak of the general realm to the peak of the king realm. He appeared to be at the 7th stage of the general realm. Fighting a peak general realm cultivator was no problem. Fighting a king realm one, he'd have to control his strength. Win, but not win too outrageously. This was harder than playing a game. In a game you could show off all your skills. But in the all-army tournament, if he showed off too much, the military would investigate his background. Restraint. In his past life at the company's annual party, the boss asked you to showcase your talent. If you sang too poorly, you'd be embarrassed. If you sang too well, you'd steal the boss thunder. The safest approach, sing well, but leave a small flaw. He had to win. But the way he won had to look like what a genius at the 7th stage of the general realm should be. A hard-fought battle. A narrow victory. Occasionally turning the tide with a brilliant move. Acting. Pure acting. He had watched 30 years of movies in his past life. It was time to put that to use. His communicator buzzed. Zhao Qingping. Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. Gather at the tournament venue. Morning is free. The first round grouping list has been posted. A table was attached. Wang Feng found his name. First round opponent, Southern Frontier Legion. 9th stage of the general realm. 9th stage of the general realm. He, a king realm 6th stage cultivator pretending to be a general realm 7th stage, would fight a 9th stage general realm. For a normal general realm 7th stage, fighting a 9th stage was an uphill battle. A hard-fought match. Uncertain. For him, fighting a 9th stage was like playing against a bot in an internet cafe in his past life. But he had to act like it was a hard-fought battle. Fine. Wang Feng closed the panel. Lying down. Before closing his eyes, he thought about tomorrow's schedule. Watch Su King's finals in the morning. Fight the first round of the tournament in the afternoon. 2 battles. One she would fight. One he would fight. 1 real fight. 1 performance. Tomorrow would be very interesting. The next day, 9 in the morning. Marshall University. The finals venue of the selection tournament. Wang Feng, wearing his Northern Frontier military armor, blended into the audience. Surrounded entirely by Marshall University students. A few curious glances landed on his uniform. A border soldier coming to watch a Marshall University match. It felt as out of place as someone in a construction worker's reflective vest suddenly appearing on the campus of Tsinghua University. But no one kicked him out. His seat was in the 3rd row. Good view. In the center of the venue was a circular arena, 30 meters in diameter. The floor was paved with some kind of gray stone. Very hard. Old sword marks and cracks covered its surface. Su Qingge was already by the edge of the arena. Across from her, a young man in white martial robes. Slim build. He held a silver spear in his hand. The spear point glinted under the lights. Liang Yuan. King Realm 4th stage. The way he looked at Su Qingge was calm. No contempt. But no fear either. It was the recognition of an equal opponent. The referee was an old man with graying hair. His aura was unfathomable. At least the Marquis Realm. Su Qingge. King Realm 3rd stage. Versus Liang Yuan. King Realm 4th stage. The referee's voice was not loud, but everyone in the venue could hear it clearly. Standard rules. A touch decides the match. The match ends when one party concedes or loses combat capability. Su Qingge stepped onto the arena, drew her sword. Liang Yuan also ascended. He held his silver spear upright before him. The two faced each other from 10 meters apart. The referee raised his hand. Begin. Liang Yuan moved first. The silver spear thrust forward. Extremely fast. The spear point traced a silver line through the air, aimed directly at Su King's throat. Chen Beiwang had said he was a speed type. He wasn't lying. The speed of this thrust surpassed every peak General Realm cultivator Wang Feng had seen in the northern frontier. Su Qingge didn't retreat. She sidestepped. Her sword cut horizontally from her waist. Its trajectory intersected with the silver spear. The sound of metal clashing exploded across the venue. Liang Yuan's spear was deflected by half an inch. What does a deviation of half an inch mean in a duel at the King's Realm? It means Liang Yuan's spear tip grazed past Su King's throat while her sword had already pressed against the shaft. It wasn't a block. It was a stick. Su King's blade slid forward along the silver spear's shaft. Astral energy wrapped around the sword's edge. The speed wasn't fast, but the angle was exquisitely vicious. The spear shaft was round. The sword blade was flat. A flat surface cutting against a round one would slip, but her astral energy shifted frequency at the moment of contact. It changed from cutting to adhesion. The sword stuck to the spear, sliding all the way along the shaft toward Liang Yuan's fingers. Liang Yuan reacted swiftly. He withdrew the spear, pulling the tip backward to create distance. Simultaneously, he retreated half a step, his feet planted as firmly as nails driven into the ground. But Su Qingge didn't give him the chance to break away. She followed, not chasing, sticking. Her body moved forward, almost glued to the silver spear's trajectory, perfectly synchronized with Liang Yuan's retreating speed. A spear fears close quarters. This was the fatal weakness of all long weapons. Liang Yuan knew this. His spear technique shifted in an instant, from a thrust to a horizontal sweep. The silver spear drew a wide, sweeping half circle. The butt end whipped towards Su Qing's waist. First move. Su Qing's left hand drew something from her waist. It wasn't a second sword. It was the scabbard. The scabbard blocked the spear's butt. Metal clashed. Her body borrowed the momentum to spin half a turn. With the inertia of the spin and her own astral energy, the sword in her right hand sliced upward from below in a diagonal cut. The angle. Wang Feng, sitting in the third row of the audience, saw that angle. It entered from below Liang Yuan's left rib along the gap in his armor. That was the thinnest part of the martial uniform's armor coverage. An inevitable weakness in ergonomics. When the arm is raised for a horizontal sweep, the area from the armpit to the ribs is exposed for a window of 0.3 seconds. Su Qing's sword pierced precisely into that 0.3 second window. The blade stopped 1 inch from Liang Yuan's left rib. Astral energy overflowed, cutting through the fabric of the martial uniform's outer layer. But it didn't touch the skin. A touch and stop. Second move. The entire arena fell silent for a second. The referee raised his hand. Su Qing wins. The audience erupted. Wang Feng leaned back in his seat, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. 2 moves. She said 2 moves, and it was 2 moves. Liang Yuan stood on the arena platform. The silver spear hung by his side. His expression wasn't anger, nor was it unwillingness to accept defeat. It was a pure, unadulterated confusion. He hadn't expected it to end so quickly. It wasn't that he couldn't take a loss. He just couldn't figure out how he lost. Wang Feng had seen that expression in his past life. During the company's quarterly review, old Wang from the next department had prepared 30 slides for his presentation, but was shut down by the boss' single question after just 2 sentences on stage. The look on his face as he walked off stage was exactly the same as Liang Yuan's now. Su Qing sheathed her sword, turned, and walked down from the arena. Her gaze swept across the third row of the audience. Wang Feng met her eyes. He gave a thumbs up. Su Qing's face remained expressionless, but her walking pace quickened by half a beat. By the edge of the arena, a few students in martial arts university uniforms were discussing. 2 moves. A 3rd-level King's Realm user beats a 4th-level one in 2 moves. Su Qing is too fierce this year. Undefeated in the round robin and finishes the final in 2 moves. The Liang family doesn't look too happy. Wang Feng followed the direction of the last sentence. In the box on the left side of the audience, several middle-aged men with steady auras were seated. One of them, a man in a deep blue long robe, was standing up. His expression was indeed unpleasant. A member of the Liang family. Chen Beiwang had said someone was backing him. Now that person had shown up. Wang Feng memorized that face. He didn't linger. He got up and left the venue. In the corridor, he ran into Su Qing. She was still in her training uniform with a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead. But her breathing was as steady as if she hadn't fought at all. How was it, she asked. The first move was unnecessary. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. You used the scabbard to block in the first move to test his strength. But you should have figured that out during the round robin. Testing it in the final wasted half a second. Su Qing looked at him for 3 seconds. You watched half a minute of the match from the audience and can analyze my tactical intent. You asked me for advice. Su Qing didn't argue. She thought for a moment. You're right. The first move could have gone straight in. She paused for a beat. Your big competition is this afternoon. First round opponent is a 9th-level General's Realm. Don't overact. Wang Feng's steps faltered for a moment. Su Qing had already walked away. She knew he was going to put on an act. This woman. Wang Feng rubbed the back of his neck. The silkworm in his storage ring showed no reaction. His own neck was itching. Noon. The camp cafeteria. Wang Feng carried his tray and found a corner to sit in. The Northern Frontier Legion's food budget came from the command headquarters, but the cafeteria in the capital was 10 times better than the Northern Frontiers. There were vegetables, meat, soup, not compressed biscuits. He ate 3 bowls of rice, 2 plates of braised spare ribs, 1 bowl of soup. A poor man doesn't waste a meal on the public expense. This was a habit had developed from business trips in his past life. At the next table sat a few people from the Southern Frontier Legion. They weren't quiet. Heard they sent a private from the Northern Frontier. A 7th-level General's Realm. A private at the 7th level participating in the all-army competition. Does the Northern Frontier have no one else? The Frontier. When quality is lacking, you make up for it with quantity. Wang Feng's chewing speed on the spare ribs didn't change. His ears were perked up. Our guy is against him in the first round. Chen Xiao, 9th level. 1 hand is enough. ITLL be over in 5 moves at most. A 7th level against a 9th level, a difference of 2 minor realms. Under normal circumstances, it's a stomp. Wang Feng made a mental note. Chen Xiao, 9th level General's Realm. The Southern Frontier people thought it would be over in 5 moves. So he would act and win in 6 moves. 1 move more than the opponent expected. Not too easy, not too hard. Right within the range of a bit surprising, but explainable. 2 in the afternoon. The competition venue. It was 5 times larger than the Martial Arts University's selection venue. A circular main arena sat in the center, surrounded by tiered seating for the audience. In the uppermost boxes sat people from the military. Their auras were each deeper than the last. Wang Feng didn't look up. Looking up would make his heart race. The 32 people from the northern frontier stood in their designated area. Zhao Qingping was at the front. First round. Round robin. Northern frontier versus southern frontier. 1 person from each group. 6 arenas running simultaneously. 6 arenas fighting at once. Maximum efficiency. Wang Feng was assigned to Arena 3. His opponent, Southern Frontier, Chen Xiaohu, in his early 20s, built like an ox with the back of a tiger. He carried a battle axe. A sliver of 9th level general's realm astral energy leaked out, not intentionally released. His physique was too robust, and the astral energy couldn't be contained. A powerhouse type. A strength-based fighter. Wang Feng stepped onto the arena. The Thunder Shadow Battle Blade was in his hand. He suppressed his astral energy to the 7th level of the general's realm. The referee raised his hand. Begin. Chen Xiaohu didn't waste words. He raised his battle axe high and brought it down in a frontal chop. The strength was absurdly immense. The air was split with crack-like patterns of astral energy. Wang Feng sidestepped to the right. The axe hit the ground. The stone floor exploded into a crater. Fragments of rock flew everywhere. If he took that heat in, a 7th level general's realm against a 9th level's full-powered chop, under normal circumstances he'd have to retreat at least 3 steps. Wang Feng retreated 4 steps. 1 step more than necessary. Acting. Chen Xiaohu didn't give him time to catch his breath. He swung the battle axe in a full horizontal arc. The wind pressure arrived first. Wang Feng ducked low to dodge it. His blade cut in a reverse slice from below. He used the force of a 7th level general's realm for this strike. It cut into the shaft of the battle axe. Sparks flew everywhere. Chen Xiaohu's arm trembled, but he didn't let go. The foundation of a 9th level strength was thicker than a 7th level's. A direct heat-in clash wouldn't be advantageous. Reasonable. Second move. Chen Xiaohu changed his approach. No more chopping. He extended the axe forward using the blade for a horizontal cut. It was slower than a chop, but the coverage was larger. Wang Feng used his ghost shadow evasion step twice, deliberately, making the movements look a bit unsteady. During the second dodge, his shoulder grazed the wind pressure of the axe. A piece of metal from his armor was shaved off. Tisk. Someone in the audience sucked in a breath. A very close call. In reality, it was a gap of 10 centimeters. But the angle was well calibrated to make it look like a millimeter's difference. Something Head learned from watching boxing matches in his past life. Boxers weren't just good at hitting people. They were good at making the audience think that was close. Third move. Fourth move. Wang Feng kept retreating. Occasionally Head counter with a strike with just enough force to make Chen Xiaohu block with effort, but not be at a disadvantage. On Arena 1, a veteran from the northern frontier at the peak of the general's realm was locked in a fierce battle with someone from the western frontier. The sound of astral energy collisions came in waves. Arena 5 was even more lively. The Central Imperial Guard had sent a young man at the 2nd level of the King's Realm. His opponent was from the eastern frontier at the 1st level of the King's Realm. That 2nd level King's Realm fighter struck. 1 punch. Literally 1 punch. The moment his fist's wind arrived, the opponent's 1st level King's Realm protective astral energy shattered. The man flew out of the arena. He bounced twice after hitting the protective barrier. A 1-punch kill. The entire arena fell silent for half a second. That young man withdrew his fist. His expression was as if Head just bought a bottle of water from a convenience store. Wang Feng caught this scene out of the corner of his eye. He mentally marked a red label on the person from Arena 5. Don't mess with him. Back to his own fight. 5th move. Wang Feng began his counterattack. The timing was right. Head acted for 4.5 moves of a hard-fought battle. That was enough. The audience had already established the perception that a 7th level fighting a 9th level is very difficult. Now turning the tables, the effect would be best. First form of Truthbreaker. Skyrend. A slashing wave shot from the blade. It struck Chen Xiaohu's battle axe. The axe was deflected. Chen Xiaohu's tiger's mouth split open. His strength was indeed immense. But the astral energy oscillation frequency attached to Skyrend didn't follow the path of strength. It took the path of penetration. Chen Xiaohu was stunned for a moment. 6th move. Wang Feng stepped forward. The blade took the middle path. The second form of Truthbreaker, the first segment of earth-rending triple strike ground break. He suppressed the force to the 7th level of the general's realm. But the angle and timing were at the precision of the King's Realm level. The blade cleaved into the gap between the battle axe and the chest armor. Chen Xiaohu's body stiffened. He wasn't injured. The oscillation frequency of the astral energy had interfered with his muscle reactions. A 0.3-second freeze. The blade stopped 2 inches before his throat. A touch and stop. The referee raised his hand. Wang Feng wins. 6 moves. One more than the 5 moves those people from the Southern Frontier table had predicted. The victory wasn't easy. It was very reasonable. Chen Xiaohu looked at him, rubbing the blood from his tiger's mouth. That blade technique of yours doesn't seem like the style of a 7th level. My master taught me well. Chen Xiaohu snorted, picked up his battle axe, and walked off the stage. He didn't say another word. A loss was a loss. A soldier's habit. Wang Feng got off the arena. Zhao Qingping was at the edge of the field looking at him with a hint of scrutiny in her gaze. The corner of her mouth twitched, but she said nothing. The other Northern Frontier competitors had decent results in the first round. They won 4 out of 6 matches. The 2 losses were both against King's Realm opponents. The first round was over. Points updated. Wang Feng 120 points. He won 1 match and gained 20% of his opponent's points. That Central Imperial Guard fighter from Arena 5 who killed with 1 punch. His name wasn't displayed on the public points leaderboard. A person with sealed files. Even his points were confidential. Wang Feng sat in the rest area gnawing on a steamed bun head swiped from the cafeteria. His communicator buzzed. Qin Bei Wang. First round over. 1. How many moves? 6. Qin Bei Wang was silent for 2 seconds. You took 6 moves against a 9th level general's realm. The opponent was pretty strong. Another 3 seconds of silence. Your acting skills are good. Wang Feng didn't reply to that. The next message followed immediately. You saw that guy from Arena 5? Saw him. 1 punch. I couldn't find out his name, but I found out something else. Wang Feng stared at the screen. Tomorrow's second round grouping. Your opponent is someone from the Central Imperial Guard. First level King's Realm. Wang Realm first tier. Wang Feng looked at Chun Bai Wang's message. His first reaction wasn't fear. It was annoyance. A General Realm 7th tier fighting a Wang Realm 1st tier. Under normal circumstances, he would be crushed. Crushed to nothing. The gap of an entire major realm was considered an insurmountable chasm in everyone's eyes. But he was a Wang Realm 6th tier disguised as a General Realm 7th tier. Fighting a Wang Realm 1st tier, no different from when he killed those 3 Wang Realm 1st tier flying serpents in the Northern Frontier. 1 every 2 seconds. The problem was he couldn't win in 2 seconds. He had to perform a script where a General Realm 7th tier genius pulls off an upset against a Wang Realm 1st tier through extreme technique. This difficulty, 10 times harder than winning directly. In his past life, there was a term called acting down. It meant you could kill your opponent with 1 punch, but you had to pretend to be beaten for 7 or 8 punches, nearly collapsing before making a desperate comeback. Landing a punch accurately isn't hard. Landing a punch just barely off is hard. What style is my opponent? He replied to Qin Bei Wang. Blade. Heavy blade. Power type. Frontal crushing style. Another power type. Same style as Chen Xiaohu from the first round. But the strength of a Wang Realm 1st tier and a General Realm 9th tier were on completely different scales. Any other information? I couldn't find his name. The Central Imperial Guard's file control is tighter than the Military Intelligence Bureau. All I know is he's 25 years old and served 7 years. 7 years of service. Fighting from General Realm all the way to Wang Realm. Not fast but steady. Steady people are the hardest to act against. Because his attacks had patterns, his rhythm was predictable. If your performance was slightly off, he would sense it. This person's reactions are wrong. Wang Feng put away the communicator, sat by the bed, and thought for 5 minutes. A plan took shape. Core idea. Suppressed in the early phase, find a weakness in the mid-phase, turn the tables between the 7th and 8th moves. Win with technique, not brute force. Translated into past life terms, group stage relies on strength, elimination stage relies on acting. He was now on the best actor track. The next day, morning, the second round of the grand tournament. The venue had half more people than yesterday. News had spread. The military grand tournament was held ahead of schedule. All factions of the empire were watching. The box seats were full. Each presence was heavier than the last. Wang Feng sat in the Northern Frontier Army's rest area. Zhao Qingping was arranging the match order. 6 arenas running simultaneously. The second round's matchups were the second group of the round robin. Northern Frontier against Central Imperial Guard. Among the 32 from the Northern Frontier, fewer than 6 could fight at Wang Realm. All 15 from the Central Imperial Guard started at Wang Realm. Quality crushing. For Arena 5 and Arena 6, if you're matched against a Wang Realm, concede directly. No shame. Preserve strength. Zhao Qingping's orders were crisp. 2 veteran soldiers at General Realm Peak nodded expressionlessly. Arena 3. Wang Feng. Opponent Wang Realm 1st tier. Zhao Qingping glanced at him. Handle it yourself. Handle it yourself. 5 words. Translation. I know you have a hidden card. Whether to use it is up to you. If you lose, I won't blame you. If you win, I won't ask. Wang Feng nodded. Arena 2 started first. A Northern Frontier veteran at General Realm Peak against a Central Imperial Guard at Wang Realm 2nd tier. 3 seconds into the match. 1 punch. The veteran flew out. Bounced twice off the protective barrier. Didn't get up. Wang Feng glanced at the Central Imperial Guard fighter. Medium build, short hair. His expression was as cold as a convenience store freezer. After the punch, he shook his fingers, as if that punch had made his fingers a bit sore. Sore. A Wang Realm second tier, knocking out a General Realm peak with one punch, and he felt sore. Arena 4. A Southern Frontier Wang Realm third tier against a Central Imperial Guard Wang Realm second tier. This match had promise. Same level, no huge gap. The Southern Frontier fighter was a woman using dual whips. Extremely fast footwork. The whip shadows wove a net across the arena. The Central Imperial Guard fighter drew a straight blade. Stood still. When the whip shadows reached 2 meters in front of him, he swung. One slash. Severed the chi link of the dual whips. The whips went limp. Hung in the air like 2 noodles. The Southern Frontier female fighter's expression changed. Second slash. The person flew out of the arena. 2 slashes. Wang Feng mentally added another red label. The Central Imperial Guard's combat style was highly uniform. Concise, violent, no wasted words. Like an assembly line product. Standardized killing. In his past life, there was a term called industrialization. The Central Imperial Guard was the product of combat industrialization. Arena 1. The fighter who had one-shot his opponent yesterday was on again. His opponent was a Western Frontier Wang Realm third tier. The Western Frontier fighter was a burly man with shields. Defensive type. 2 thick shields crossed in front of him. Chi infused. The inscriptions on the shields lit up. A defensive barrier deployed. The young Central Imperial Guard glanced at it. Walked over. Didn't throw a punch. Stood 2 meters in front of the shields. Released his aura. Not beast pressure. Pure suppression of cultivation realm. Wang Realm peak. Both thick shields cracked simultaneously. The Western Frontier, burly man's feet slid back 3 steps. His arms were trembling. The young man reached out. His index finger tapped the burly man's chest armor. The burly man flew. With his index finger, Wang Feng suddenly felt his acting skills might not be enough. Acting as a genius General Realm 7th tier in front of such monsters, like playing basketball on an NBA court wearing a middle school team jersey. No matter how well you played, they'd think you were there for comedy. Arena 3. Prepare. The referee called him. Wang Feng stood up. Stepped onto Arena 3. Opposite. Central Imperial Guard. A tall man. Half a head taller than Wang Feng. Wearing silver heavy armor. Carrying a broad blade greatsword. The blade was 2 fingers thick. Heavy blade. Just as Chun Bei-Wang said. The Wang Realm first tier aura wasn't deliberately released. But standing there he was like a wall. Thick, stable, immovable. The two faced each other 10 meters apart. The referee raised his hand. Begin. The opponent didn't move. Wang Feng didn't move either. They stood for 3 seconds. The audience began murmuring. Is that Northern Frontier private scared stiff? General Realm 7th tier against Wang Realm 1st tier. What's the point of fighting? Why not surrender? Wang Feng silently counted down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. He moved. Attacked first. In everyone's eyes, a General Realm 7th tier charging Hedon at a Wang Realm 1st tier. That was called suicide. But the script required it. The protagonist had to rush and first get knocked back, then make a comeback. This was the standard hot-blooded youth manga trope. Thunder Shadow Warblade, slash diagonally. Strength suppressed to General Realm 7th tier. Speed reel. Angle reel. The opponent raised his blade. Blocked. Boom. Metal clashed. Wang Feng's arm went numb. Acting. In reality, his wrist hadn't even trembled. But his body cooperated, stepping back 3 paces. Sparks scraped across the stone floor. Good. 3 steps. Standard retreat distance for a 7th tier facing a Wang Realm. The heavy blade user's expression didn't change. Pursuit. Broad blade greatsword swept horizontally. The chi wind pressure from the blade kicked up gravel across the arena. Wang Feng dodged. Ghost Shadow wandering step. But he only used 70% speed. The blade wind scraped past his armor. The guard on his right arm was shaved off a layer. SSS. The audience gasped again. So thrilling. In reality, while dodging, he still had time to think about what to eat for dinner. The opponent pressed on. 3rd slash. 4th slash. The heavy blade's attack frequency wasn't high, but each strike's power was like a demolition wrecking ball. Wang Feng retreated while parrying. Used the blade's spine to block the 3rd slash. Used footwork to dodge the 4th slash. Each block pushed him back 2 or 3 steps. Each dodge missed by an inch or 2. After 4 moves, he was forced to the edge of the arena. 1 more step and he'd be out of bounds. The Southern Frontier group in the audience laughed. See, 7th tier is 7th tier. No matter how talented, you can't cross realms. Wang Feng stopped at the edge of the arena. His expression shifted. From barely holding on to going all out. In his past life, had watched a boxing movie. The protagonist was cornered, wiped some blood, then smiled. That smile. He learned it. The heavy blade user saw his expression change. Didn't care. 5th slash. Vertical chop. This strike was meant to end it. The broad blade greatsword came down from above. Chi infused. The air was sliced with a white trail. Wang Feng didn't dodge, nor did he block Heaton. He made a move no one expected, rushed forward, straight into the blade, lowered his body. The blade edge passed 3 inches above his head. The wind pressure pressed his hair back for an instant. At the same time, Thunder Shadow Warblade thrust upward from below. Polong first form. Skyrend. The slash wave wasn't aimed at the person. It hit the ground. The stone floor exploded. Debris flew up, exactly blocking the opponent's line of sight. Blinding. Half a second of visual interference. Enough. Wang Feng completed his position switch under cover of the debris, from the front to the opponent's right rear. 6th move. Blade traced an arc. Didn't use Earth Split Triple Strike. Didn't use Dust Sever. Used the fastest speed and trickiest angle a General Realm 7th tier could manage, slashing toward the opponent's sword-wielding wrist. The force of this slash wasn't enough to cut through a Wang Realm 1st tier's chi armor, but it didn't need to cut through. The blade edge carried a special vibration frequency, the residual wave of Skyrend. The moment it contacted the wrist guard, the vibration frequency transmitted inward. Fingers went numb. The heavy blade didn't drop, but grip strength decreased by 30%. 7th move. Before he could reg rip, Wang Feng's blade handle struck the middle of the broad blade greatsword's edge. Not a cut, a knock. Physical resonance. The broad blade greatsword shuddered. The 30% grip gap was amplified in that instant. The blade tilted. Wang Feng's Thunder Shadow Warblade slid in along the shifted trajectory. The blade edge stopped at the opponent's throat, pressing against the artery on his neck. Distance, 1 inch. A touch to stop. The arena fell silent. The referee froze for a second, then raised his hand. Wang Feng wins. The audience didn't react immediately. 3 seconds later, a buzz erupted, like poking a hornet's nest. He won. A General Realm 7th tier beat a Wang Realm 1st tier. 7 moves. A 7-move comeback. The Southern Frontier group's smiles froze. A few people from the Eastern Frontier whispered among themselves. Someone in the box seats stood up. The heavy blade user looked down at his wrist, then back at Wang Feng. Your blade technique is strange. My master taught me. What school, eh? Unofficial. The other man was silent for 2 seconds, sheathed his blade, turned, and stepped off the arena. After 3 steps he looked back. You're not 7th tier. For words. Then he left. Wang Feng's heart beat half a beat faster. Not from fear. From that subtle feeling of being seen through, like in his past life when a manager glanced at him while he was slacking off at work. That look didn't say anything, but you knew he knew. Off the arena, Zhao Qingping waited by the sidelines. Her expression shifted from scrutiny to something more complex. 2nd round, all concluded. She scanned the scoreboard. The Northern Frontier won 3 matches. You are the only one who beat the Central Imperial Guard. Wang Feng glanced at the scoreboard. His score 144 points. The threshold for the top 10 had already risen above 200. The Wang Realm Peak fighter from Arena 1. His score column was blank. The communicator buzzed. Suchinga, you won. Yeah. 7 moves. Paused for 3 seconds. That person from Arena 1 I found out. Wang Feng stared at the screen. His surname is Su. His surname was Su. Wang Feng stared at those 2 words for 5 seconds. The database in his mind automatically searched. Su Qingfeng. Suchinga. The Su family. The monster on Arena No. One who flicked away a Wang Realm 3rd stage cultivator with his index finger. His surname was also Su. What's the relation? Su King's reply came after 7 seconds. Cousin. Wang Feng put down the communicator, then picked it up again. Your cousin is a Wang Realm Peak. 22 years old. His file sealed. His situation is special. Not convenient to say. He was all too familiar with the meaning of those 4 words in his past life. The boss' son joins the company for an internship and HR tells you his situation is special. Translation, don't ask. Ask and you'll find out his background is bigger than you can imagine. Wang Feng leaned back.